Chapter 52. Lifting his skin from the small river, Tiresias remained squatted as he glanced about the surrounding forest. This was the same junction where they made camp several years ago when he and Lord Stark first journeyed to Castle Black. However many men were with them then, they weren't nearly as many as now. 100 soldiers and 10 stewards, roused from their sleep, accompanied them out of Winterfell, along with Jory Castle and Gord. Sir Roderick stayed behind as Winterfell's castellan to assist Robb, who now held the castle. The old knight was awake though to see them off. He took one look at Tiresias saddled and hooded before shaking his head. "Why am I not surprised?" he grumbled. Tiresias didn't respond. There was no malice in the man's tone. Aside from that, no one said a word of his departure. The general plan was that no one would speak of his absence from the castle. As Miranda never entered the library, he hoped it would be a few days before she realized that he had departed with the warden and his soldiers. At least as long as Theon could hold out from indirectly telling her. She wasn't in the yard when they set out. There was no way that she could quickly inform Roose Bolton of his whereabouts. If all went to the plan, that fresh batch of hunters from the Dread Fort would still be waiting for him on the road to Goldgrass. They'll wait there until it was too late. Still, Tiresias scanned the forest and after he was done looking, he closed his eyes and listened to it. 100 soldiers traveled with them. It was a formidable group. To take any more would raise suspicions. But Roose Bolton could easily call a force big enough to overcome them. Essentially he was relying on two things. First, ignorance from the Dread Fort that they were traveling this way. And second, hesitance to attack him while he traveled in Lord Stark's company. So far he heard nothing. They passed the path to the Weeping Waters days ago. And the further north they rode, the less anxious he felt. The subsequent evenings, he heard nothing nefarious, no approaching horsemen, no sneaking through the greenery, no withdrawing of flaying knives. Just the forest. It was the same tonight. After combing the surrounding area, he opened his eyes and walked back to camp. They departed from Winterfell with no wagons. Supplies were minimal and essential. Therefore there was not much to do in the evenings. Tiresias found an open fire and sat down next to Gord. Neither was on cooking duty that night. And without a book, Tiresias could do nothing more than sit by the fire. Gord, more than comfortable, ever amiable, was fine with his whittling. "Good for you, mate. Not having a sociopathic lord on your case. You don't see the dangers in a quiet wood." He scoffed lightly. No, that mess was his doing. He deserved to be paranoid. "What?" asked his friend, eyes still on his whittling. "I don't know," Tiresias responded dully. "Just have a feeling like something's out there. Closing in. Can you hear anything coming?" "No." Gord glanced to him. "Then I'd say whatever you think you sensed is no big bother." "I didn't say I sensed it," Tiresias retorted, his murmur harsher than he intended. "Said I had a feeling." His friend looked at him for a few seconds before returning to his knife. "What?" Tiresias asked. Gord shrugged. "I was gonna ask for a song, but you seem too grumpy to sing, mate." He sighed. "I'm sorry, Gord. I traveled before at night. Just now, it's something else. Everyone's got a bad ride somewhere." The soldier put his whittling down. "Escorting the warden's loud work. It's not a quiet job. Like your rides for tomes or your library. Bound to make you uneasy." Whether there was any truth to that or not, Tiresias appreciated it. He nodded slowly. "I suppose so." Gord looked off to another campfire. "Besides, you're not the only one having a tough go of it tonight." Tiresias followed his gaze over to Jon Snow. It was the lad's turn to cook this evening. Much to the displeasure of his fire mates. Tiresias could easily smell the meat from where he was sitting. It wasn't inedible. But he would wear out his jaw chewing it. Jon Snow's presence with them was perhaps evidence enough that he didn't see this journey as too perilous. Why else would he speak up on the lad's behalf? Tiresias wished for the first time in a while he could feel the cold properly. He needed the chill to help wake him up. Instead he stumbled from Mal's side in a warm haze, into his clothes and out into the corridor, hoping he didn't forget anything when he packed the previous night. Only a few hours prior. He found the courtyard bustling with quiet activity. A stable hand brought him the same spotted mare that he rode from King's Landing to the Westerlands and back. He still didn't have a name for her, but she remembered him. She nuzzled his neck as he led her to the soldiers, stood still as he strapped his pack and supplies to her side. "Still happy to have me," he murmured as he pulled the straps tight. Gently so she wouldn't be startled. He stroked her side. "Hope you'll feel the same at the end of this." His rare moment of animal connection was severed when he noticed an animated discussion by the brazier, back by the Great Hall. He saw Lord Stark's back framed by the flame, conversing tersely with Jon. The lad held his own pack. Tiresias rested his hand on the saddle as he pondered. There was a line that he never crossed in public. Lord Stark raised his children. He merely assisted them. But something spurred him. Besides, he was the only one who heard their whispered argument. It wasn't public yet. The soldiers and the stewards were tired themselves and were only concerned with a yawning departure. He patted the mare. "Wait here, please." The horse blinked, but stayed still. With the air of a simple, unrelated inquiry, Tiresias walked toward the warden and his bastard son. He caught them in the middle of a stubborn silence. "Lord Stark," he greeted quietly, before looking to the lad. "What are you doing here, John?" As he looked at him, with his heavy fur and a full pack, his question seemed to be answered. Nevertheless, John answered him. "I want to go with you. I want to see the wall." "We're not going sightseeing, John," Lord Stark said with all his quiet authority. "As I told you and your siblings last night, it's my duties as warden that propel me to the wall. I don't have time to tend to you. I'm not asking you to tend to me." John's voice rose, but he lowered it again under Lord Stark's stern gaze. "I've ridden with the men before. I've hunted. And I will go north someday. I'm just asking to go with you. Now. Are you planning on joining the Night's Watch, John?" Tiresias asked quietly. John met his eyes but didn't answer. Lord Stark stepped closer. "John, is this true? Are you planning to swear yourself to the Black Brothers?" "I'm not planning anything," John muttered. "I know I'm not a man yet. I won't join. But I want to see it. I won't be a burden, I swear I won't." He could see in the lad's eyes, it would have to be a stern order from his lord father to send him away. The rational part of him thought he should. John didn't know what they were riding towards. He was too young. But the crazy part of his mind told him not to be too hasty. And it wanted a say. Tiresias turned to the warden. "Lord Stark, may I have a word?" The two walked away from the brazier, leaving the lad with his pack. They didn't have to walk too far. John didn't have his ears. Still they lowered their voices. "You think he should come to Castle Black?" Lord Stark asked. "I don't know," Tiresias admitted. "But I do know he's itching to make something of himself. The Night's Watch looks alluring to a bastard boy with nothing to inherit, with a mind for duty. To the north. To you." He looked back at John. "He won't be going with us beyond the wall. He won't be meeting Mance. Castle Black would be safe enough. Difficult, but safe. Maybe it's better for him to see it for himself. Get a taste of what he'll be resigning himself to for life." Lord Stark looked to him. "You think our time at the wall will dissuade him?" "Honestly, I don't know. It might. Or it just might strengthen his decision. He's a stubborn boy." Tiresias turned back to Lord Stark. "Either way, he'll be better informed to make that choice when he inevitably does." There wasn't much time to mull it over. The soldier escort was nearly assembled with everyone in line. The warden only had a short time before the delay became noticeable. But he did make a decision. Seeing he was no longer needed, Tiresias returned to his spotted mare, but he kept his ears pointed to the brazier. Past the murmurings of soldiers. Where Lord Stark rendered his decision. "If you truly wish to see what life at the Night's Watch entails, you'll see it," he said. "As long as we are there, you'll serve, clean, train, do whatever the officers instruct. Your status as my son will not matter. Do you understand?" John must have nodded. The warden lowered his voice. "And when it's time to leave, we both will. Castle Black is not your home yet. And I'll not have you pledge yourself to the watch while you're still a boy. This is just so you'll understand better what you're aiming towards. Do you swear, John, not to pledge yourself?" "Not this time." Another pause meant a nod, but this time, it wasn't enough. "I need you to say it, John. Promise me you won't." "I won't pledge myself to the Night's Watch, father. Not till I'm a man. I promise." Tiresias patted his mare's neck, but didn't mount up. He would give the creature a little reprieve while Helen fetched a horse for Jon Snow. Lord Stark didn't wait until they reached Castle Black to put Jon to work. To be fair, everyone worked. But so far, the lad didn't complain. And this evening, he took the grumbles about his cooking in stride, dividing out the meat stoically. Tiresias turned back to his own fire. "It's fine. Roose Bolton won't attack the warden just yet. Lord Stark is still too popular. And no rumors from the south have reached us yet. Not of the free folk and the Night's Watch." It was a comforting thought, he supposed. But still he found himself listening to the forest more than usual that night. His stomach didn't unwind. And he couldn't bring himself to sing. The wind stilled on the day they arrived. A dense fog permeated the forest and they didn't see the wall as they approached. Tiresias sensed it though. It wasn't just the chill from a massive wall of ice or the sounds of Castle Black in the distance. His hair stood on his arms and neck as he rode on. The same feeling when he walked through the ice tunnel or the secret way through the night fort. Something ancient in the ice. Looking around, he saw his fellow riders blissfully ignorant of that element. Though they did feel the cold as they rode. Scarves were tightened. Soldiers breathed into their hands. Jon Snow bore it as gracefully as he could. He seemed more frustrated than cold, his eyes scanning the front. Reining in his spotted mare, he fell in besides the lad. All right there, John. He looked to the librarian. How far away are we? Tiresias took a covered sniff, the chill entering his nostrils. Quart a mile, I'd say. Usually you'd see it by now, but... Gesturing towards the front, he could only shrug. John swallowed a groan. Is it always this foggy? No, Tiresias murmured, keeping his voice low. No, this is unusual. He didn't like the fog himself. Though it didn't hinder his other senses. There was just something about the way it clung to the air. But it was no good to voice his superstitions. Clearing his throat, he turned back to John. Don't worry, John. We'll be here a few days or more. In between moving hay piles and scrubbing latrines, the fog has a good chance of lifting. You'll see the wall soon enough. John didn't respond, setting his eyes forward once again. Tiresias followed suit. The last quart meal was ridden in silence. Castle Black emerged from the fog, along with the wall behind it, though they couldn't see the top. A black brother on watch announced their arrival, shouting down below to open the gate. As they were already riding slow through the fog, Tiresias didn't notice any decrease in their speed as the Stark party entered the courtyard. As he rode under the wooden gates, he casted his ears out behind him for a final listen. No one stood hidden in the forest watching him. And he sighed in quiet relief, the knot in his chest lightening for the first time since they departed Winterfell. And then he looked to the courtyard. Perhaps it was only because he heard it directly from Benyon, but the tension was palpable. Half the black brothers in the yard gazed upon their arrival with suspicious eyes. Most of them focused on the front. Tiresias dismounted his horse to see Lord Stark greeting his brother with a firm handshake. On his second look, he saw a couple banners of House Umber. Along with a dozen or so burly soldiers that didn't wear all black. Lord Umber must have heeded the warden's call and arrived at Castle Black before he did. He didn't see the Great Yon though or the banners of House Mormont. Hoping Lady Maedge was well on her way, Tiresias brought his eyes to the main keep. Like his last visit, Lord Commander Mormont emerged from the dining hall immediately. Followed by a few officers. His eyes quickly scanned the yard and he muttered to a lieutenant who stepped forward and whistled, piercing the air. Oi! Ya fuckers as useless as ye are ugly. Tend to the horses. Come on. Tiresias held his reins waiting for a watchman to come fetch them and focused forward. Lord Stark greeted the Lord Commander, speaking to him softly. Jon Snow, having handed off his horse, made his way to the pair of them as instructed. And so about a year or two earlier than before, Jon Snow met Jeor Mormont. Introduced by Lord Stark, the Lord Commander shook the boy's hand. A boy, not much older than Jon, appeared at his side and gestured for the reins. Tiresias gave them over without a word. It wasn't meant to be impolite. The lad had tired eyes and didn't seem like he'd appreciate conversation. The spotted mare went with him calmly though. Reminding himself to decide a name for the creature, Tiresias hitched his rucksack and wandered over to the sides to be out of the way. He wasn't told explicitly by Lord Stark to join them and he wanted to keep his distance for now. Another man had no such notion. Sir Alliser Thorne passed about 20 feet in front of him, entering the courtyard from the armory. Tiresias leaned against a post and began a light stretch, as the Master of Arms approached the Lord Commander. He didn't need heightened senses to see the confrontation. Or hear it for that matter. Fortunately, Sir Alliser only got 2 demanding questions out of his system before the Lord Commander shut him down. Lord Stark and Benyon peered at Sir Alliser, their expressions impassive, but Jon looked a little alarmed. The Southern Knight was left breathing for all of 2 seconds, before Jeor Mormont motioned him toward the lad and clapped Jon Snow on the shoulders. Tiresias sighed. Oh Jon, for your sake, I hope we're not here too long. You're going to be so thoroughly miserable. Sir Alliser seemed as opposed to the idea of Jon being his assistant as the boy was. More so even. However, he wasn't going to oppose the Lord Commander. Not yet. Not this one. So, after Jeor Mormont reiterated his command, Sir Alliser gave the angriest nod Tiresias had ever seen and stalked away. Jon Snow looked to Lord Stark. To his uncle Benyon. It had no effect. They were not lenient. Not that the lad had much time to do anything else. Sir Alliser, upon seeing he wasn't being followed, turned to Jon, yelling for the whole courtyard to hear. So are you a spoiled bastard? Or just a bastard dullard? Fucking move. He started stomping off again, and this time Jon had the good sense to follow. Tiresias stood stock still as Sir Alliser passed by him, back to the armory. Jon met his eyes briefly and Tiresias had only the time to shrug helplessly at him. Sorry, Jon. It's out of my hands. John seemed to get the message. He still looked scared, but a sliver of determination came into his eyes as he passed the librarian. Tiresias turned to see him disappear into the armory. A sense of unease crept into him. Certainly, this stint under Sir Alistair could sour the whole idea of joining the Night's Watch very quickly. On the other hand, John was just stubborn enough to become even more determined under the Knight's cruelty. At least he's not in danger of losing his life. Sir Alistair would berate an underling till he's blue in the face. But he'd kill a Lord Commander. Turning back to the courtyard, he forgot John's misery. His own idea to remain inconspicuous failed much more quickly than he had hoped. Lord Commander Mormont's gaze fell on him. Tiresias met it as evenly as he could. Much like with Jon Snow, Benyon and Lord Stark stood silent, waiting for the old bear's decision. Not afforded the luxury of time, Jeor Mormont quickly raised his gloved hand and beckoned. Tiresias exhaled through his nose. He wasn't sure if that afforded him more dignity than being yelled for across the courtyard. Stepping off the post, he walked forward, swallowing his spit before he could be seen doing so. He inclined his head as he approached. Lord Commander. He was more than tall enough to meet Jeor Mormont's eye. Still he steeled himself as the old man stared him down. I heard from the wildlings that you killed Craster. Is that true? Straight to it then. He made the decision beforehand not to lie here. At least not too much. This is a fight that wouldn't work on faulty information. Still, that decision was quite difficult to stick by. He kept the Lord Commander's gaze. I did. I passed the wall and killed him at his place. There was no surprise on Mormont's face. Though his gaze did harden. We didn't see you when his wives and daughters arrived here, seeking asylum. Eastwatch and Shadow Tower didn't report any sighting of you either. I assume you had another way through. Would you care to say how? No, I wouldn't. Tiresias heard Lord Stark's quiet exhale. The smartest move? Definitely not in the short term. As for the future, well, he just wasn't prepared to surrender the knowledge of his secret passageway. Who knew when he'd have to sneak beyond the wall and back again? Something in the Lord Commander's eyes seemed to indicate that he suspected Tiresias' reasons. Still, his eyes didn't soften and he stepped forward. It was a real effort to hold his ground, to hold his gaze. We gave you tomes, protection, and hospitality, Tiresias of Essos, the Lord Commander said quietly. And in exchange, you used our tunnel to sneak beyond the wall. To seek our then one ally in our struggles against the wildlings and kill him. You eliminated that outpost, stunting our ability to range. These weren't questions. He didn't need to answer them. Nor did Jeor Mormont want him to. He knew that. The Lord Commander lowered his tone further. No passing black brother could hear him. I was told what Craster did. By his wives. By Benyon. I was told what you gave the wildlings. The dragon glass that ships north is because of your meddling. With all the sensitive parts whispered, Jeor Mormont raised his voice just enough for Lord Stark and Benyon to hear. Though his eyes still pierced him. My first ranger speaks for you. That matters to me. He says you've been acting in our interest and I accept that. Full-heartedly. But know this, Tiresias. If you ever go behind my back again or undermine my authority while at Castle Black, I'll hang you. Understand? Tiresias expected far worse. He hoped his face didn't betray him as he nodded. Lord Commander. I do. He must have said it honestly enough. The old bear didn't bother to stare him down. He nodded once and turned back to Lord Stark. We've received a runner from House Mormont yesterday. My sister's band is expected to arrive here this evening. If they're not slowed by this damn fog. Jeor Mormont gave the sky a distasteful glance. It's short notice, Lord Stark. But our friend beyond the wall has been settled for a full 3 days. Have you seen him? Asked Lord Stark. Nah, Benyon answered for him. He's keeping in the camps, but his emissary's only a few miles out. I'll ride out now and tell him you've arrived. What of Corin? Jeor Mormont shook his head. We've sent a rider, but we can't wait. The parley needed to take place yesterday. If he arrives in time, he arrives in time. And Lady Mormont? Lord Stark asked. Even with this weather, my sister will arrive before then. We'll ride out from the wall together. Mance will ride south from his post. All ready for us. The Lord Commander looked to him again. That includes you, I'm told. You have anything besides that jacket? I have what I need, Lord Commander, Tiresias answered evenly. Thank you. Whether it was because he had survived beyond the wall before or because there was no time to debate the point further, Jeor Mormont let it go. Tiresias swore he nearly rolled his eyes. Fine. After breakfast, we'll ride. His eyes narrowed at the librarian. I don't suppose you need directions to the tunnel, Tiresias. Swallowing a smart-ass remark, Tiresias shook his head. No, Lord Commander. Thank you. That got a humorless and small smile out of the old bear, before he turned to the warden. I'll see you in my tower before dinner, Lord Stark. Welcome to Castle Black. Lord Stark nodded as Georg Mormont walked back into the castle. He turned to Tiresias, who hitched his rucksack up. The librarian shrugged. I'll try and contain my sigh of relief if you do. No humorless smile, but a light did enter the warden's eyes. However briefly. Tiresias stepped forward, dropping his tone. I don't see the Great Jan here. He's on top of the wall, Lord Stark muttered back. Word was sent. I'm sure I'll be speaking to him soon. Best of luck with that. Fog escaped his mouth as he exhaled. Tomorrow morning, Finally happening. Ned nodded, exhaling as well as he looked to the wall. He was quiet for a few seconds. Benyon shot Tiresias a look before stepping forward. Brother. I've never been beyond the wall, Benyon, he muttered, before looking to his brother again. Been south more than I like. Never in the true north. Benyon sighed. Well, it's cold. Even for the summer. Even for a northern summer. Not that that's a bad thing. Cooler heads might prevail tomorrow. Shouldn't count on that, Benyon. The warden gazed out at the courtyard. At all the suspicious faces. Doesn't seem to be tempering anyone here. He didn't sound scared. Tiresias, on the other hand, felt quite light in his arms. But there wasn't anything more he could do here. And there was plenty of time to fill before they rode out tomorrow. He inclined his head to the two Stark brothers. Well, Lord Stark, Benyon, he said. It's a thin disguise at this point, but I think I'll play the librarian for the remainder of the evening. Try and distract myself. Lord Stark nodded. Very well. On the morrow, then. Tiresias gave a grim smile, before turning for the library. Just he reached the stairs, he heard the gears grinding in the ice right by the wall. He glanced up to see the elevator coming down, emerging from the fog. Even from this distance, he saw the Great Jan, front and center in the cage. He turned away and continued on his way. Call it cowardice, but he didn't wish to be present when the Great Jan confronted the warden for his summons, for the rumors concerning the wildlings. A small part of him feared a physical confrontation. It was also likely he'd be bombarded as well. Not for the wildlings. But for his name. The Great Jan was an eager warrior and he thought it more than likely that the half-giant would care to test his mettle against Tiresias' mountain fall. And frankly, he wasn't in the mood. Tiresias reached the library with only a few stairs following him. Which didn't surprise him. The knowledge of Craster's assassin wasn't widespread among the lower ranks. And while the mountain's death had well likely reached Castle Black, he doubted enough people recognized his face from the last visit. The library door opened with a solid creaking echo. He sniffed the air. He wasn't alone in here. But he wasn't in danger. He recognized the scent, turning the corner to see Maester Iman sitting by the hearth, framed by a gentle fire. The old man didn't turn to him, but he saw him smile. Tiresias, warrior librarian, Iman muttered. He smiled, in spite of himself. Hello, Maester. Did you recognize my footstep from so many years ago? Maester Iman chuckled. No, just a guess. A retinue from Winterfell arrives and the library receives a visitor immediately. Tiresias took the obvious in as best he could. Oh. Deductive reasoning. A far more likely explanation than exemplary hearing. Sometimes Tiresias forgot his capabilities compared to others. Maybe I'm also just overly reliant on them. They could disappear at some point. Maybe so, but for now, he stepped forward to the hearth, focused on the elderly Targaryen. The Maester was one of the few welcoming faces he saw here at Castle Black. He gestured to the chair opposite, out of habit. May I sit? Please do. Tiresias set his rucksack and supplies down, sinking into the chair. It was unpadded, the wooden frame hard. But it was quite comforting after the road. I'm afraid no more tomes of the old tongue have come our way, Tiresias, said the old Maester. Not since your last visit. That's all right, Maester. Tiresias looked to the hearth. The fire was rather low. I'm just here for some quiet before the morrow. The summit beyond the wall. This will be your first time riding through the tunnel. Not sneaking through it in the night. There wasn't much of a question there, so Tiresias turned to something he could fix. Fire's a little low, Maester. Would you like me to feed it? That would be appreciated. Tiresias squatted before the hearth and placed a log gently on the grate, leaning a few small sticks against it to encourage the flame. Before long, the fire grew to a medium blaze. Sitting back, he saw Aemon Targaryen visibly relax as renewed heat washed into the library. He returned to his seat and the two of them sat silently for a while. It may have been 10 minutes before they spoke. It was Tiresias who broke the silence. I wasn't lying to you. All those years ago when you asked, I mean no one no ill will. I'm on the side of the living. That includes the Night's Watch. And it includes the wildlings. Maester Iman's side. Or the free folk, as Benyon Stark told me they prefer. They do, Tiresias confirmed quietly. This is going to become very complicated. Peace is always complicated, Maester Iman said. War's simple. Fighting is easy. Sitting down to avoid that, it's hard enough when it's just two people. There are several thousands of people on either side of this wall, who wish nothing more than harm and death to the other side. Tiresias watched the fire dance, waiting for the old man to ask his question. How are you going to encourage peace, Tiresias? I'm not, he responded dully. I'm coming up here to give the two sides a different villain to fight. A bigger one. That's why I'm here now. The free folk know about the army of the dead. It's now the Night's Watch's turn. It's the North's turn. The old Targaryen has long been blind. He didn't even look to the librarian out of habit. Yet Tiresias could tell the old man was focusing on him. I wish you good fortune, Tiresias, Maester Iman said. Though I do hope you are riding north tomorrow with something more than my well wishes. Tiresias exhaled through his nose, looking to the fire. I hope so as well, Maester. Chapter 53. The iron gate creaked as it rose and Tiresias squinted. Last time he went beyond the wall, it was evening. The following day, his eyes could slowly adjust to the light that reflected off the snow. Here, it was nearly blinding. Fortunately, he didn't really need to see. As soon as the gate was open, Georg Mormont gave his horse a gentle kick and they proceeded into the true north. As he was near the back, his horse automatically followed. The spotted mare was in the stables. Though rested, it wasn't guaranteed that she could withstand the cold. His mount for this outing was a durable animal, not overly friendly but not mean either. Just a stoic beast of burden. Riding in the back meant he was hobnobbing with guards of various allegiances, the Night's Watch, House Stark, House Umber and House Mormont. Lady Maedge arrived late last night. Tiresias only met her a few moments prior. She rode near the front next to her brother. Neither seemed particularly enthused to see the other. When one leads a house and the other an ancient order, a sibling attachment is hard to maintain. But still, he could sense their bond. And they did look similar. They rode silently, focused on the nearing haunted forest. Lord Stark rode behind them with the great Jan at his side. At breakfast, he walked into the dining hall and saw the massive lord stewing in his porridge. There were no fights last night. Not that he heard. But by the look on the warden's face, he had had a late evening. And he wagered most of that came with persuading Lord Umber to attend the summit this morning. It must have taken all the pull Lord Stark had with the great Jan. It was here that he was of some assistance. Not completely of his own volition. Upon seeing him, Lord Umber yelled for him to step forward. Despite a little fright, Tiresias did so. And instantly was set down before the great Jan to recount his fight against the mountain. As much as he hated doing so, he knew it could possibly calm the high emotions for the Umber Lord. So, feeling the warden's eyes on the back of his head, he gave his accounting of the duel in deep den. And was hardly able to eat any breakfast because of it. By the time the meal was over and they were making their way to the tunnel, Lord Umber was in a far better mood. Although he gave increasingly confused looks as the librarian of Winterfell continuing to accompany them. He was flat out silent when Tiresias mounted his own steed in their party. Lord Umber remained quiet. But he rode with his warden still. And that was something. Tiresias just hoped he could keep his mouth shut. Benyon Stark headed the contingent, leading the front guard into the tree line. Tiresias saw the dragon glass hilt on his belt. It hung easy on his side. The first ranger said he had taken it with him every time he ventured north. He glanced down at his own belt. He hadn't worn his since his last time beyond the wall. It was still sharp. He withdrew it last night. But it was lighter in his hand than his steel dagger and he was not used to it. Tiresias cursed himself silently. All his training all these years and he neglected to practice with the one weapon he had that could fell a White Walker. He eyed the surrounding forest as they rode deeper and deeper. Whoever's listening, not this time. Not today. Please don't let them come today. But he didn't see anything and he didn't hear anything either. At least not of that ilk. Benyon told them that the meeting point was 2 miles north of the wall. Not the best distance. But certainly better than riding 30 miles out to the free folk encampment. However, he didn't have to wait that long to sense them. Tiresias refrained from bringing it to everyone's attention, but a scout was waiting for him after the first mile in. His eyes remained on the snowy trail but he followed the quiet footsteps off in the distance. With the minimal effort it took ride his horse, he focused and found their breath. Heard her calm inhale. The smell though was harder. He caught her scent, but it took more effort than he was used to. Odors were carried a shorter distance in the cold. He discovered that the last time he came up here. The scout took her leave after a quarter meal, traveling ahead to alert Mance and the others. He trailed her progress. lifting his head to the northwest. One of the night's watchmen noticed. See anything yonder? Tiresias shook his head. No, which was the truth. He didn't see her. He never did. The man spat. Well, keep your eyes peeled. They're out there. I know it. He turned to the watchman to nod and froze. The man looked familiar. Wasn't much to distinguish him from the other black brothers with his cold face and patchy beard, but he was familiar. The watchman caught him staring. What? Tiresias cursed himself. He was getting better at that. Appearing unaffected by a familiar face. But sometimes when it was unexpected, he just fell into bad habits. I feel I've seen you before, he finally said. May I ask your name? Name's Gared. What's yours? That didn't ring any bells. Tiresias. Gared's eyes shone with recognition, but he thankfully didn't inquire further. Well, I've never seen you before. Fair enough, Tiresias answered, turning back to the front. His face was still familiar. He'd remember it eventually. Or not. They did have bigger things to worry about. He felt Gared's eyes on his side, heard the question brewing. Is that all you have? The ranger asked, gesturing to his jacket. No more furs. No. No more furs. Gared gazed at his bare hands, holding the reins loosely. Are you not cold? Tiresias reached for his waterskin. No. The man shook his head and turned to the front. You will be soon, I promise you. Hope the fucking wildlings know enough to have a fire going when we arrive. Tipping the skin up, Tiresias responded with a single draft. That was an idea. Though not the one Gared had in mind. He fell quiet again, sniffing the air covertly. Moments later, he caught it, the scent of wood smoke drifting through the trees. Shortly after, he saw it in the distance, rising lazily to the sky. Others saw it too. They didn't say anything, but the energy shifted and what light chatter there was vanished. A half-mile farther and they came to a grove. Along both sides of the trail were free folk. Dozens of them. Not bothering to hide themselves. They stood in the open, hands on their weapons. A couple held leashes. Their dogs stood watching as well. But they all remained silent and the northerners returned the favor. A large tent stood in the grove. Tiresias recognized it immediately. Not that this tent was anything to write home about. But the free folk only spared this kind of size and luxury for one man. At least from what he remembered. Benyon Stark must have stopped in front. Their retinue came to a halt. But no one dismounted. Everyone remained still and silent in the snow. Tiresias heard several Northmen grip their weapons tighter. The leather squeezing was excruciating. Hold, you idiots, just hold and don't do anything stupid. A balding red-headed man came from the side. He walked up, halting a healthy distance before the first ranger. They regarded each other for a moment. You came. Benyon nodded. I did. Brought those who can keep the promises they make. Is Mance Raider here? The redhead casted an eye over the middle section, over the Lord Commander and the Northern Lords before looking back. He nodded to the tent. In there. After a brief glance there, Benyon turned back, meeting the eyes of his brother. He couldn't see Lord Stark's face, but the warden gave a minuscule nod and dismounted. Once he did, the rest of them followed. We'll be fools together. Tiresias landed neatly on the snow, patting his mount on the side. Taking his eyes from the front, he saw a familiar face focused on him in particular. Karsai didn't return his nod, but he saw the recognition in her eyes. A fresh scar was on her right cheek. She loosely held her small axe by her side. A spear was slung across her back, an obsidian head at the end. She had kept his gift. Resisting the temptation to ask whether she had gotten any use out of it, he proceeded between the horses to the front. He heard Karsai follow, along with several other free folk. Benyon had just finished speaking to the emissary and turned to face them. The guards stay outside. Along with the weapons. They'll drop their arms as well. Lord Umber scowled. They can't fucking be serious. They are. And I am too, Benyon said quickly. Lowering his voice to try and influence the great yawn. Leave your steel. Or we can't talk. Lord Stark stepped forward, past the protests of Lord Umber. He looked to the balding redhead, who fixed him with a strong gaze. I'm Eddard Stark, he stated. Warden of the North, Lord of Winterfell. What's your name? After a beat, the man responded. Dimdalba. No titles followed. Lord Stark allowed a second of silence before continuing. In my land, Dimdalba, if a man allows another to enter his home in peace, he is bound to provide for him and protect him. And when he departs, he must be seen safely from the man's home. Unlike my brother, I've never been beyond the wall. Does that same rule hold here? When we put down our steel and enter this tent, are we under Mance's protection? Can we trust you? There was no accusation in the warden's voice. But it was loud enough for everyone to hear. Tiresias looked to Dimdalba. The man didn't seem offended. He regarded Lord Stark for a few seconds before speaking. Mans is here to speak and he carries no steel inside. He pointed to a rough sword, leaning against the tent, along with a pair of axes and a couple of dirks. That's Mans's arm. He left it there when he heard your approach. We're not here for blood. Not today. Not unless your men do anything stupid. Tiresias read that as a simple warning. Not a threat. Still, his heart skipped a few beats as he heard the guards behind him shift uncomfortably. Fortunately Lord Stark didn't waste any time. He turned from Dimdalba. Eyes on his men, he unbuckled his belt and laid his sword and dagger next to Mans's weapon. Stay calm. He addressed the Stark faction, but in actuality, spoke to all their guards. Hands off your weapons. Don't say a damn word. With that, he pushed aside the flap and entered the tent. The Lord Commander followed him next, standing Longclaw on the tent's side. Tiresias didn't watch Georg Mormont enter. His eyes went to the pommel. It was still a bear. I'm sorry, John. I don't know how you are going to get Valyrian steel. The opportunity to save the Lord Commander's life won't occur here. Not if everything goes smoothly. That was a foolish hope, he supposed. Coming back to reality, he saw Lady Mormont follow her brother, dropping her spiked mace next to the family heirloom. Lord Umber stood stock still for an uncomfortable amount of time. Tiresias watched him apprehensively. The large lord turned back to his soldiers, to the free folk that surrounded him. He saw him desperate to say something, to give a command to his men, a warning, different instructions. But his bond with Lord Stark was not broken yet. With a reddened face and a huff, he unbuckled his belt and threw his great sword onto the snow. The fur flap almost flew off as he tossed it aside, stamping into the tent after his warden. Benyon Stark, having watched all of this, finally looked to him. He didn't waste time trying to look dramatic. They couldn't spare it. These talks should have occurred years ago. He quickly took off his belt and placed his two sheaths on the ground. Along with the quiver and the yew-bow. He heard the first ranger do the same as he stood up. He gave the clearing a quick look as he put his belt back on. No one looked happy. An absurd urge to give a thumbs up rose within him. Thankfully, he suppressed it, making eye contact with Garrod. The night's watchman was calm enough, but his eyes were incensed. He clearly didn't think this was a good idea. Where the hell have I seen him before? Leaving that question in the snow, he passed Benyon placing his sword down and entered the tent. Smells of animal overwhelmed him and he wished this talk would take place outside. Unfortunately, not everyone had his immunity to the cold. So he bore it and took in the sight. A fire burned off to the side. Aside from the lack of reading and writing material, it seemed like any other lord's tent. Just more rugged. Tiresias tried to remember if this was the same tent that he remembered from the show. He couldn't tell. More than likely though. Lord Stark remained standing, his eyes forward. The others all stood behind him, staring at the man who sat before them, finishing a steaming piece of meat off the bone. Venison from the smell and look of it. Another man sat in the back, facing away from them. His hands weaving slowly through a loom. The tent flap opened behind him. He turned to see Benyon enter, followed shortly by Dimdalba, who had surrendered his spear. Karsai trailed him shortly, her weapons gone as well. The first ranger halted by his brother. Dimdalba stepped past him, stopping by the sitting man and turning. Karsai sat farther back, by the man who wove. Upon Dimdalba's appearance, the man took a final bite of his meal and stood, staring at them all in defiance. He tossed the bone into the fire, his blue eyes going to each one of them. Silence reigned in the tent. Tiresias met his eyes briefly before the man moved on. He also sensed Karsai's gaze on him. What's going on here? Dimdalba spoke. This is Mance Rayder, king beyond the wall. That prompted the great Jan to step forward, before Lady Mormont grabbed his arm, muttering for him to calm himself. Once Lord Stark was certain his loyal vassal was sufficiently quiet, he stepped forward. Tiresias' gaze drifted from the center to the back. Well met, Mance. I'm Eddard Stark, Warden of the North. He turned and gestured back. This is Lord Umber and Lady Mormont. My brother, Benyon Stark, First Ranger of the Night's Watch. Tiresias. The old bear stepped forward. I'm Georg Mormont, Lord Commander of the Night's Watch. He heard suppressed anger as the man responded. Mormont, I've heard of you. NIU. It was another few seconds before the wildling responded. Well, we're here to talk, aren't we? Crows and free folk alike. So sit. And let's talk. Creaks sounded in the tent as the two parties found their seats. Tiresias heard the great Jan grumble as he tried to find his balance. But he didn't move. He stood, still gazing to the back where Karsai and the weaving man sat. You. What's your name? Tyrese. He looked back to the wildling man. His blue eyes were right on him. Out of his periphery, he saw the others turn to him. Tiresias, he corrected quietly. Tiresias, his name came out as a mockery. Well, what's the matter, Tiresias? Too good to sit with us. There was some light in the tent. Not just from the fire. Some came from the ventilation. White and blue from the outside. It touched on the man's hair and full beard. Both kissed by fire. You're not man's raider. The mockery dropped from the man's eyes. He stood from his seat. As did the others, but he paid no attention to them. The man focused entirely on him. Say that again, he said softly. Though the sensible part of him told him not to look away from the man's intense gaze, Tiresias turned to the back where Karsai and the weaving man sat. She was staring at him and the man had paused with his loom still aloft. A few seconds passed before the man spoke. Is this him, Karsai? The man you and your brother encountered in the woods outside of Whitetree years ago? Who gave you the dragon glass and vanished into the night? Karsai nodded slowly. It's him. The man lowered the loom and turned, his dark eyes peering directly at him. Tiresias met them, well aware of the others turning to him. What's going on here? Gior Mormont asked, close to rising from his seat. The man smiled humorlessly. Do you know who I am, Tiresias? Have you seen me before? As you've seen Karsai here. Your man's raider, Tiresias stated. He didn't think there was much time for dramatic pauses, but the king beyond the wall seemed unhurried. Quite relaxed. He couldn't say the same for the others in the tent. All adjusted to see the king beyond the wall, as man stood and walked to the group, pausing besides the red-headed man. Tiresias glanced to his side. Lord Stark's mask was firm and undisturbed. As was the Lord Commander's, though Tiresias was surprised to see the confusion in his eyes. He could have sworn Gior knew Mance's face. No, Mance must have left Castle Black before Gior took the black. The Great Yon didn't bother to hide his surprise. Or his annoyance at the deception. He stared back at Mance before returning to his red-headed stand-in. Well, who the fuck are you then? Tiresias glanced back to see Mance placing his hand on the redhead's shoulder, calming him. The king beyond the wall met his gaze. How about it, Tiresias? Who is this man? Do you know? All the eyes turned to him again. He concentrated on not sighing before answering quietly. Tormund Giantsbane. He heard minuscule creaks from the chair. Tormund must have meant to stand but Mance kept his hand on the warrior's shoulder, bidding him to wait. Silence reigned in the tent for a few seconds, with only the fire's crackle in the cold. Finally, Mance removed his hand. He grabbed a small stool and sat, speaking as he did so. Do you know the names of all us free folk? Only the few I've seen, muttered Tiresias. Only the few you've seen, the man matched his mutter. And he couldn't respond. He didn't know how. Fortunately, he was interrupted by the Lord Commander. What's the meaning of this, Mance? Mormont stated sternly. We rode north to talk. Not to be tricked. Apologies, Lord Commander, Mance replied lightly. A man was curious, is all. But no more trickery, this I promise. I should hope so, Lord Stark said, his voice low. Because I don't see any upside to wasting any more time. We're here to talk. Mance's eyebrows raised. All right then. Let's talk. The free folk need to pass south of the wall. Lord Stark, will you open the north to us and let us pass? Lord Stark, growled Lord Umber. Lord Stark, you can't bloody well be thinking of this. Lord Umber. Lord Stark didn't elaborate. He didn't need to. Tiresias almost heard the entire conversation the two must have had the previous evening. They both knew better than to rehash the whole thing here. In front of the other side. The giant Yon swallowed his protests for the time being and sat back. Tiresias released a breath he wasn't aware he had been holding. He wasn't the only one. Lord Stark turned back to Mance. It's not a simple matter of opening the gates and letting you all through. You know what awaits you if that happens. My vassal's reaction is a very tempered taste of it. I've heard of the Umber temperament. We're aware of some happenings on the other side of the wall. He nodded to the half-giant. But what of him? Is he aware of the happenings over here? On this side? Of those that come at night and hunt us? Mance's eyes coated over each one of them. Are any of you? His tone remained light, even in that challenging inquiry. It was probably necessary to survive in such an environment. Perhaps that light touch drew the free folk to name him king in the first place. Tiresias' ears pricked and he turned to the tent's entrance. There was a band of 3 horses arriving from the east. Someone dismounted and was headed directly towards them. Everyone in this tent is aware of what bears down on you from the north, Lord Stark said. As for the rest of the northerners, The warden ceased speaking as the tent flap opened. The others turned to see a wry man in black step between them and take a seat besides Lord Mormont. Tiresias glanced to the free folk who, with the exception of Mance, bristled at the sight of this man. And Karsai, she had been looking at him. Probably when he turned to the tent flap before anyone else did. Lord Commander, Lord Stark, Benyon, the new arrival muttered in turn. Apologies for the late arrival. Exhaling, he turned to Mance and nodded. Hello, Mance. Hello, Corin, Mance replied, still smiling. It's good to see you. You as well, Corin sighed, his eyes flitting over the free folk. Their reception didn't seem to surprise him in the least. Hope we can say the same when this is over. I hope so as well. Mance turned back to Lord Stark. Apologies, as for the rest of the Northerners. The rest of the Northerners have no idea what's occurring here, Lord Stark continued. What we've been sending. What you've been facing. And what we're come to discuss today. So they need more than my command. They need guarantees. What sort of guarantees? The rest of the tent remained silent as Lord Stark and Lord Commander Mormont laid out the conditions for a free folk migration. Mance considered each one, offering critiques, but he gave on most of them. A child from each of the tribal leaders would be taken as ward to a major house. Marriages between the free folk and the second or third born of minor houses would be arranged. Mance agreed to advise them on these arrangements. The free folk tribes are diverse and most harbored their own grievances against another. They didn't need two sworn enemies under the same roof. They agreed to specify the arrangements once the free folk were past the wall. They didn't have time to decide them now. Also, every free folk adult that passed through the wall would need to register. State their name, tribe, and number of offspring to be recorded. As well as surrender their weapons. That caused the most uproar. Dimdalba and Tormund stood up before Jeor Mormont had finished speaking. The Great Jan responded in kind. Karsai scowled and even Mance Rayder lost his wry smile. After Lord Stark stood and calmed everyone down, they took the time to detail that requirement. Short knives, bows, and arrows in addition to all dragon glass items were permitted. Everything else, including battle axes, swords and spears, would be confiscated and returned after 2 years if the wielder had demonstrated their ability to reside peacefully in the north. The weaponry would be sent along to the respective lord of the area they resided in and returned at their discretion. Tiresias had to resist glancing at Lord Stark for that part of the negotiations. There were several lords he didn't trust to make that decision fairly. And he wasn't even thinking of Lord Bolton. He'd sooner trust a White Walker not to attack him than trust ruse with a young free folk ward. But there were others. A lord didn't have to resort to torture to make the small folk's life a living hell. Still, speed was the aim here. Conditions needed to be decided today. So he remained quiet. The free folk couldn't all remain in the neck as one massive settlement. That was another condition and Mance agreed to it easily enough. He had enough trouble getting the various tribes to get along and forget their grievances so they could get south. Afterwards he had expected for them to disperse on their own. On this, Lord Stark objected. It was implied in the conversation over weapons, but here he stated it clearly. It couldn't be a free-for-all across the north. The free folk would need to live under a highborn and submit themselves to their authority. Lady Mormont spoke out at this point, citing her own experience integrating the free folk with the northerners. The women who came to Bear Island, she said. It's been years since they've been beyond the wall. It hasn't been perfect. But it's a small island and they've been able to live alongside us. A few work in the castle. Some on farms. They've also begun to marry into our people. We have a history with you lot. It's not hard for wildling raiders to sail down. We've defended ourselves against your kind. And we don't forget that. We sure remembered it when my brother sent those wenches our way. Still, they were able to adjust. And what about you? Mance asked. Were they the only ones who had to adjust? Did you Bear Icelanders adjust as well? If we were coming up beyond the wall, escaping from the north, we would be adjusting to you. Adhering to your conditions, Lord Stark said. But we're not, are we? No, you're not. Well, I suppose I'm happy to hear that Bear Island has been able to tolerate a few dozen wildling maidens, Mance said, the sardonic tone just a sliver. Though it's not quite big enough for the rest of us. How many more could you welcome, Lady Mormont? A few hundred, perhaps. And how many more people do you speak for, Mance? Jeor Mormont asked. How many free folk are gathered in the haunted forest? Mance considered it. I'd say no less than 90,000. The wood in the tent creaked as more than one northerner shifted slightly in their seat. Everyone gazed quietly at Mance. At the free folk, who seemed to be enjoying their shock. 90,000? Tiresias asked, breaking the silence. He stared as well, but for another reason. There should be 100,000 at least. Who's missing? He felt the consternated gaze of Lord Umber to his side, but he kept looking to Mance. The man nodded to himself. Missing, Well, he sighed, before meeting his eyes. There are those who simply didn't wish to make peace with the Night's Watch. And enter the North toothless. Can't fucking blame em, Tormund muttered. So they would rather fight the monsters from the north than any monster south of the wall, Mance continued blithely. The Great Jan scoffed at that, but the command from Lord Stark held. Mormont shot him a look before speaking. Are these whole tribes that refused? Or just 10,000 outliers? Mance smiled. Perhaps. The Thens? Tiresias asked. Raider's eyes snapped back to him. He didn't lose that smile though. Haven't seen one scarred, bald face since we rode up. Can't imagine they'd sit this out. Where are they? Though he doubted very much that the Thens would even sit for this parley, he declined to say so. Mance hid his emotions well. But Tormund and Karsai were much more open in their disdain for that cannibal tribe. Though that disdain could very well be for me. For my impudence. As I said, Mance replied softly. Some preferred to stay and fight. The Thens and a few other tribes, they took their dragon glass. They went back north, and we haven't heard from them since. Tiresias didn't meet Lord Stark's eye. He didn't dare show the small amount of relief that worked its way through him. The Thens falling under the puppetry of the Night King, that was horrible. The Thens going south of the wall, coming into contact with the Northerners. His concern for trouble after the migration didn't encompass only Roose Bolton or any other abusive lords. Of all the free folk who would migrate south, the Thens were the tribe he was the most concerned with. He had spent long anxious hours considering how to control them. How to best handle them. How to keep them from attacking small hamlets, cannibalizing the small folk and disappearing into the woods. And they were gone. Taken care of. Under the threat of peace, they had gone to their own destinies up north. He wasn't the only one to feel relief. Both Benyon and Corin sighed at the news, though they had the good sense to be subtle about it. Still, 90,000 was a significant number. More than any of the 7 kingdoms could muster up for their armies. True, they lacked the discipline. They were barely united and perhaps half of them were actually warriors. Still, even with the Thens declining to come, there were enough of them to cause chaos. The Great Jan certainly thought so. He turned to Lord Stark. 90,000 wildlings, he said, not bothering to lower his voice. 90,000, are you serious? Lord Stark, you can't trust a wildling. I fought them all me life. Give them an inch and they'll take the entire kingdom. Rapine and pillaging's all they're good for. Lord Umber, that's enough, Lord Stark commanded quietly, but Tormund was already on his feet. All we're good for, he growled. Go out and get that sword of yours, Umber. I'll show what else I'll be good for. Lord Umber stood. Lord Stark stood as well and then everyone was on their feet. Mance placed his hand on Tormund's shoulder. Sit down, Tormund. Now. You think we want to come south? Give you our children? Leave our home? It doesn't matter what we want, Tormund, Mance said softly. We must go south. So we will. Lord Umber Rage turned to the king. Is that so? You thinkin' on just prancin' on through? You just fucking try. Both Benyon and Lady Mormont placed their hands on the Great Jan, but he didn't stop. His voice lowered as he spoke. But I promise you this, your majesty, whatever Lord Stark and the Lord Commander decide here today, I swear, just look at my family and I'll chuck your mangled corpse back over the fucking wall. Lord Umber. Lord Stark stepped in front of the Great Jan, presenting his back to the free folk. Enough. Sit down. The Great Jan spared the warden a brief glance before returning his glare to Tormund. It took a few seconds. Still he complied, shaking off the restraining hands and sitting back down with a huff. There was a quiet afterwards that neither side wanted to fill. Lord Stark stood, looking to each of the northerners as they all sat down one by one. Tiresias was the last one standing. It took a reassuring nod from the warden for him to sit. Only when Lord Stark turned back around and sat himself, did the free folk begin to sit. Mance, like Ned, waited until they were all seated before he sat. Tiresias glanced to everyone. Rapid heartbeats echoed in this tent. His wasn't too calm either. He was more than happy to be seated near the ventilation. The coward in him wanted the option for a quick escape. In between his deep breaths, Lord Umber turned to the warden. Lord Stark, he spoke in a low voice. As I said last night, I'll follow you, proud to do so. Lord Stark interjected. Do you not trust me, Lord Umber? The Great Jan reigned in his anger. I trust you, Lord Stark. You know I do. His eyes didn't lose their fire. But this, they can't be let through. Don't worry, Lord Umber, Lord Stark stated, before looking to Mance Raider. I'm not going to let them through. That prompted a few furious glares from the other free folk, but Mance took the news as well as he could. You're not going to let us through, he repeated softly. No. Not now. So all your conditions, all we've discussed today, all we've agreed to, and you still won't let us through. If I let you through today, the North will be in disarray. My bannermen will not heed my orders and my guarantee for your safety will be worthless. It doesn't matter what conditions I set. You marching through will send us straight into a civil war that will span generations and leave the North in shambles, open to famine, anarchy, and invasion. More free folk will die at the hands of those living than those dead. So no. I can't let you or any of the free folk through. Not yet. No surprise colored Mance's eyes. His face remained impassive. Not yet, He nodded to himself. Then when? How long must we wait on your kindness, Lord Stark? Until we have something more than the warden's kindness to prepare your passage, Benyon responded. Lord Umber's reaction was honest enough. Even under our conditions, your passage and that of 90,000 other free folk is too much for the northern lords to accept. It's just not them either, Georg Mormont interjected. If you pass, it'll be under the eyes of nervous black brothers, hands placed over their bows, gripping their steel. We need more from you, Mance, Lord Stark said quietly. More if you're going to pass into the north and live peacefully alongside us. What more do you need from us? My brother and others, Lord Stark glanced to Tiresias before returning to Mance. They've told me what hunts you up north. I believe them. But the northern lords, the people, the soldiers, the Night's Watch, they won't. Not on words alone. They need evidence. Something we can bring past the wall before you cross. To show others that the alternative to letting the free folk south is far worse. What kind of evidence? Mance sounded like he knew the answer but he wanted to hear it from Lord Stark. Instead Tiresias spoke. We need a white. A live one, well, not live. But you understand. Mance was the only free folk who didn't move at the thought. The rest of them glanced at each other, glanced to him to see if he spoke in jest. But Mance didn't pull his eyes away from the warden, his mouth tightening into that grim smile. Damn good piece of evidence, that. We can't cart around a white slain with blue eyes shut. Tiresias leaned forward, wishing the man would meet his eyes. It needs to be screaming. The bare bones must be thrashing. We need every lord and lady and their children to meet its bright blue eyes. And how was ye plannin' on getting one of em fuckers south of the wall? He turned to see Tormund's incredulous gaze. Ye aimin' to just trek north and fetch one? Something like that, Consternated looks followed, but he didn't allow them to continue. He couldn't afford a dramatic silence. We send a hunting party. People experienced in the cold. We find a small swarm of walking dead. Finish all but one. Gag it. Bind it. And hurry the fuck back. Whatever's in that ice behind us, keeping the Night King and his White Walkers out, it won't affect the Whites. They'll keep on thrashing through the ice tunnel, out of Castle Black all the way south to Winterfell. He pointed to Lord Stark. Where this man rules. Where he can gather his friends and vassals and present your passage in the best possible light. As a necessary deterrent. Any other way and you all die anyway. You know this. It's why you're here. It was a good thing he stopped speaking when he did. For a moment there, he spoke as if he had any sort of authority. As if his input was guaranteed to be heard. It was the tone he employed in the Winterfell Solar, when he had the ear of Ned Stark. Still, it wouldn't do to be embarrassed. He sat back calmly, meeting Tormund's eye who regarded him still with incredulity. But it wasn't Giantsbane who spoke first. Can't be done. Mance exhaled through his nose, regarding the fire. His gaze remained there as he spoke. The North, the true North, is much bigger than you think, Tiresias. The farther you trek, the more lost you'll be. Sending a band out to seek and capture one of them, it's a waste of men. Even if we send forth dozens of bands, it's more likely that they'll be ambushed and killed before discovering any suitable corpse. They'd die trying and our enemy will have gained their strength. Even a single party is doomed. It wasn't a free folk, but Corrin who cut in. Mance is right. The half-hand leaned forward in his seat, focusing his words to the Lord Commander. This contingent would need to travel quickly. So it couldn't be overburdened with enough supplies for a proper trek across this frozen country as we try and find one. But they could find us whenever they want to. All they have to do to wait. Till we're half-starved, low on food, with dwindled numbers. Even if we find one and capture it, we'll need to race back and be clean about it. We can't abandon supplies along the way and leave a trail. Well, then it's lucky we have eyes that travel faster than our feet, Tiresias muttered, looking to Tormund. The redhead met his gaze. What are ye sayin'? You have a rel, right? And there are other wargs at the base camp. Mance ignored his surprise as he regarded Tiresias. He seemed to guess where he was going with this. There are. Then we can significantly cut down our hunting ground. I'm not suggesting we prance all over the north like morons. Corrin's right. Most likely, even with the best trackers, we'll end up alerting them to our position first. After several months of nothing, by then we'll be in no condition to fight them. Let alone capture one. So set the wargs to looking. Narrow down the true north until we have something. I suspect the Night King had a place in the far north, in the land of always winter, where he waits and gathers all the fallen. If he is gathering all the whites he could from a dwindling supply of free folk, that's where he'll be keeping them. Tormund leaned forward. Every fight we come away from, skinny man, it's been small. We can't stand against an army. And now ye want us to march toward the main force and pick one off? In the land of always winter? I'm no stranger to cold, but that's a cold no one can stand. We'd freeze before we're killed. I don't suggest going all the way to the army. But from a main force, he or any of his White Walkers could be sending out a scouting party to raid and scavenge corpses. If your warg locates such a party, they could follow them. At least that was the hope. Tiresias thought back to the Three-Eyed Raven, where Bran went beyond the wall from the Winterfell God's Wood. The Night King sensed him. Forced him out. The Three-Eyed Raven escaped with a small twinge. If a less powerful warg was discovered by that ice necromancer. Well, the whites seem oblivious to the presence of a warg. I only hope if any White Walkers are leading them, that they are blind as well. He elaborated. I suspect that he's sending out factions to raid from there. I'm not suggesting the hunters march that far north. Just in the right direction. Spend a couple months up there searching as opposed to years. Mans peered at him. And who shall be the hunters? We'll need volunteers. From which side of the wall? Mans's eyes brightened, but he still spoke softly. This idea of yours, I shan't send my men to die and only my men. If we agree to this, then we share the risk and march north together. I agree, Tiresias said immediately. He cleared his throat. Actually, I. The hounds outside started to bark and Tiresias froze. He wasn't the only one. Every free folk in the tent looked to the entrance, most reaching on instinct for the weapons they had left outside. Even Mance lost his wry smile as he grew still. Tormund, he ordered softly. The burly redhead got up straight away, heading right past them to the tent's exit, where he picked up his twin axes. Tiresias heard him as he walked away, feet crunching in the snow. The great Jan, having tensed when he passed, turned to Lord Stark upon his exit. What's this? Lord Stark raised his hand and Lord Umber fell quiet. The dogs had ceased their barking and Tiresias pressed his ears, closing his eyes. No distant screams, the wind moaned gently still, countless rapid heartbeats surrounded them. But it was quiet. He heard Tormund coming back. He pinched the brim of his nose, exhaling as the man re-entered the tent. Nothing there, he stated, sitting back down by Mance. Just some rough play got out of hand. Lord Umber looked back and forth between Ned and Tormund. What? You lot scared of barkin' dogs? Course I am, Tiresias said softly. He saw the great Jan turn to him for an explanation, but he addressed Mance. The dogs are useful here. But they shouldn't be brought on the trek north with us. As for myself, I'll be taking only a horse. Snow-bred. Of even temperament. No one missed the implication. Lord Stark gave a silent exhale. Mance regained his wry smile. That's not what I insinuated by sharing the risk, Tiresias. You're volunteering for the trek? Why? You're no free folk. You're no crow. You're not even of the north. It's my plan, he said quietly. I'm not one to suggest something dangerous and stupid and leave others to do it. Especially if I can be of some use. And what use is that, might I ask? Tiresias could feel Karsai burning her eyes into his head. He focused on Mance, forcing his eyes to go soft. I'm a good hunter. Any other attributes of mine I think you've heard. Benyon leaned forward. I volunteer as well. Benyon, Ned stated softly. I'm the first ranger of the Night's Watch. Brother to the warden whose lands you'll all be entering. If we have any faith in this, I should be on this mission and we should have your help. He stared to the free folk, but before any of them could say anything, Corin spoke out. Before any of you lot volunteer, I'll be going too. Mormont turned to Corin. Are you sure? The old ranger scoffed. No, but I'm done ranging anyway. If this happens, if the free folk get through and this all becomes naught but a land for the dead, then we'll be shut behind the wall, might as well be some use for now. I'm no good with politics. I'd be useless at Castle Black. Corin turned back to Mance. What about it, old friend? Any of your lot still want to go? If it means riding with the half-hand. Mance actually laughed at that. Quietly though. It'll take a special wildling for that, old friend. Most free folk would see you skinned before they ride with you against the dead. Well then, that cuts it down fine to a number we can work with, Benyon responded, looking to the lot. What about it? Any of you all right riding with crows? Tiresias tried not to look directly. But it was no surprise when Tormund spoke. Mance. He didn't elaborate. He didn't need to. The king beyond the wall shared a glance with the giant's bane and that was all he required. Tormund looked to them and chuckled. Looks like I'll be riding with crows. Me too. He looked to see Karsai looking directly at them. No, directly at him. What do you want, Karsai? Dimdalba shook his head. Boren's not gonna like this. Boren can moan all he wants. I'm still going. Karsai stated, her eyes bright, her voice low. Right now, it's 2 free folk, 2 crows and a waif. Tiresias started to laugh. He couldn't help it. But he was the only one and so he stopped immediately. It's not enough, Mance said. He saw the man swallow his own protest at Karsai volunteering. She was free folk. She could join them. It wasn't his choice. And it's not an even number. In the cold up there, on the nights you can't light fires, everyone will need to share skins to survive. You need more. And I don't think we'll find them here in this tent. In fact, I know we won't. I have a few rangers in mind, Benyon stated. Men who could work with us. All of us. And from you, Tiresias continued. We'll need your best tracker. And a warg. Someone who could peer from the sky. Mance raised his eyebrows. Anything else? We do need a bigger group, but not much bigger. If 5 is too few and we need even numbers, he looked to the others to confirm. How about 10? 2 more watchmen. 3 more free folk. So 5 free folk, 4 crows, and you. That's right. Arguments raced through his head about the imbalance. It was only 1 free folk more. They were marching through free folk territory, not Castle Black. The Night's Watch had far fewer people to sacrifice than they did. However, Mance nodded, his tone quite casual. All right, then. I have your tracker. I'll call for 1 more volunteer tonight. And when we gather the wargs to search, we'll select 1 then. He spoke as if he were commenting on a light snow, but he fell quiet, his eyes piercing Lord Stark. A silence ensued before Georg Mormont spoke. Something else on your mind? Mance didn't even glance to Mormont, keeping his gaze on the warden. Can you truly protect my people, Lord Stark? Lord Stark didn't blink. If I can present evidence of the army. If you and your people agree to the terms we discussed today, then you'll enter the north as my guests. You'll have that protection. And what does that protection mean? Truly, what does it mean? When we give you wards and our steel and we have no protection but yours, can we rely on it? Will our children will be safe or simply free to be ravaged by a disgruntled Northman? If a farmer bludgeons one of us to death, will the farmer's lord give us justice? Will we get enough food if we have no tools to hunt? Is there a place where we can farm and not be harassed? And forgive me, Lord Stark, but it's not just the north, is it? You answer to another king. One even farther south. If he or another influence on the crown doesn't care for wildlings and forbids you to help us, then we'll be stranded in a land that hates us, whose warden has left us defenseless and whose lords already hold us captive. Lord Stark exhaled through his nose. It will be difficult, I promise you that. Peace between the free folk and the north will take all of my time, all my strength. But my promise of protection means everything to me. If I swear I'll protect someone, then I'll do everything in my power to do so. Tiresias resisted the urge to glance sideways to the warden. He was sure Jon Snow wasn't far from his mind either. As for the south, for King Robert, he and I are old friends. He trusts me. I won't hide this migration from him. And if he's so curious as to ask, he'll hear of the 10,000 free folk that have been allowed through Castle Black. For the first time, Mance dropped his smile. There's a far greater number that need to pass. And only 10,000 will. So the king will hear. As I said, he trusts me. Silence reigned in the tent. Based on the looks from Mormont, Lord Umber, and Benyon, that last part was not discussed the previous evening. Lord Stark didn't meet any of their eyes, keeping them focused on the king beyond the wall. Mance peered to Ned Stark, gauging him. Tiresias kept silent, remembering the discussion with Stannis Baratheon. The information he volunteered made him the scapegoat if anything went wrong. If the true number of free folk were ever discovered. Lord Stark cut short the contemplative silence. As for you all, once the hunting party returns and I call a meeting of the lords, I'll have us moved as quickly as possible. You all should be prepared to migrate. Don't worry about that, Lord Stark, Mance said. We're quite quick on our feet. Exchanging glances, both the warden and Lord Commander seemed to conclude that the meeting was over. They and Mance stood at the same time, followed by all others in the tent. Lord Stark extended his hand and Mance shook it briefly, before turning to Mormont. The old bear exhaled as he extended his own hand. Mance gripped it slowly. We'll be in touch, he said. As will we, Mormont echoed. The historic handshake ended and the northern faction turned to leave. But Tiresias didn't move. The meeting couldn't end. Not yet. Not before he voiced his last concern. Wait. There's one more thing. Everyone halted and turned to him, but he kept his eyes on Mance, who regarded him as calmly as he ever had. When the migration begins, he said, ignoring the pointed huff from Lord Umber. When the tunnel opens and the free folk start marching through, the giants go first. Upon the turned heads and pointed stares around him, he realized his mistake at once. Not for voicing his suggestion, but for forgetting the Night's Watch and the Northerners were unaware of such creatures beyond the wall. Unaware that they didn't all die out 1,000 years ago. Mance Raider thankfully reacted with more grace. The giants first, he repeated. Not the women and children. I'd sooner fight a small wight than a giant one, Tiresias responded evenly. I'm sure we can all agree on that. He knew he was going to have a longer conversation about this when they returned to Castle Black. Mormont's gaze didn't escape him. Neither did Ned's. Still he looked to Mance until the man nodded. A fair request, he said before glancing to the northern lords. Though it certainly might be too much for the Night's Watch and the Northerners to handle. Seeing such monsters emerge from the ice tunnel. Tiresias exhaled. Yet, well, they all should have seen a moving and violent corpse by then. Perhaps it will have prepared them enough. Perhaps, Mance said quietly. Is that all? That's all. He turned to the rest. Then I wish you all a pleasant evening. My people will show you to the Trilene. Tiresias barely felt the weight of the daggers back on his waist as they rode back. Karsai was one of the free folk who escorted them. She actually positioned her horse right next to his. But she didn't talk. Didn't say a single word. Just stared forward for the 2 miles back to Castle Black. Not that anyone made any conversation either. It was a silent trip all around. No one daring to even make eye contact. The snow-laden forest was silent and he heard nothing else outside of their caravan. The wall remained in view 2 miles away. It only grew as they drew closer. When they reached the Trilene, a whistle sounded from the back and their free folk escort immediately halted. Karsai left his periphery but he sensed her finally looking his way, at his back. See you soon, he said, just loud enough for her to hear. She didn't respond. They exited the haunted forest, with Georg Mormont and Lord Stark leading the caravan. By the time he exited himself, the horn sounded from the top. Just once. What was that about? He looked to see the Gayrad staring at him, riding alongside him. Tiresias shrugged as he faced forward. Whatever's happening with the wildlings, the North, the Night's Watch, just have a feeling that I'll run into her again. The truth was not an option yet. He didn't know which other black brothers would be accompanying them on the trek. So instead, he turned to Gayrad with a shit-eating grin. Thinks she likes me though. Gayrad rolled his eyes. Oh, I'm sure. What, you don't think so? Wildling women sooner kill ya than fuck ya, dumb shite. Tiresias shrugged. Fair enough. He froze on that last part, staring at Gayrad against the backdrop of the wall, expanding forever into the white void. He knew he looked familiar. His mind just hadn't made the connection until now. Gayrad did a double take when he saw Tiresias staring. What? He closed his mouth. It's just I. A small laugh escaped him as he looked back to the wall. I remembered where I'd seen you before. Where? The first bit of Westeros I ever saw, you and 2 other rangers entered the haunted forest and found dead wildlings. A White Walker came and took your head. It seemed colder that day. When I came here last, you asked during dinner if I was here to take the black and I said no. You looked very unimpressed. He turned to see Gayrad frowning. That wasn't me. No? Tiresias faced forward again. Never mind, then. They had reached the iron gate. It started to crank upward, echoing out across the field of deep cold. Chapter 54. Tiresias entered the courtyard, his breath dense in the morning cold. The fog had finally cleared yesterday. As he craned his neck, he saw the top of the wall touched by the deep pink of the rising sun. It was a calming sight. Certainly calmer than the bustle in the courtyard. 4 dozen horses were assembling before the gate, preparing to ride south. After a week at the wall, Lord Stark was heading back to Winterfell. He had done as much as he could here. When they had returned from the summit, he, Georg and Maege Mormont took Lord Umber into the Lord Commander's tower. He wasn't invited. For which he was grateful. Whatever they talked about, their conversation continued into the night. The next morning, John Umber had black bags under his eyes. And a permanent scowl on his face. Somehow he doubted even a spirited retelling of the mountain's fall would soothe the great Yon's temper. Indeed, the man looked at him differently ever since the summit. Just one more thing to make him feel uneasy. However, despite his anxiety regarding the Umber Lord, he took some relief in the manner of the man's departure. He didn't stomp out of Castle Black, swearing rebellion against Lord Stark. In fact, from a balcony, he witnessed the tail end of their last conversation. It was considerably measured. When it ended, the great Jan nodded, albeit with a lined brow, and took Ned Stark's extended arm. Tiresias sighed. It could have been much worse. His nerves weren't too tangled as the great Jan rode away. He was angry, but he wasn't mutinous. Lord Stark had the right instinct, to bring him into the fold at this time. But whispers would arrive at last hearth when the great Jan and his men returned. And there were others who would not take kindly to these happenings. To put it mildly. He wondered whether or not Lord Umber could control his son, the Smalljan, at this time. Just 6 months, just give me 6 months, a screeching white would quiet those whispers. Plus, at least he didn't challenge you to a spar. Lady Mormont rode out with no such dramatics 3 days later. Her brother joined Lord Stark in seeing her off. It was a small force that accompanied their lady and the gates soon closed on the departing Green Banner with the Black Bear. Now, it was Lord Stark's turn. He had thoroughly exhausted every possible reason to keep on with the Night's Watch. Now there was no point. A rider came to the Iron Gate from the haunted forest every second nightfall with an update. Tiresias, along with the Black Brothers who volunteered, were to leave as soon as the White Walkers were found. So far though, the band of wargs had come up empty. They searched for hours on end, correlating their information as they worked slowly through the territory. Essentially it was a waiting game. And though he could spend his time as such, it wasn't prudent for a warden to do so. There was much to do in Winterfell, to prep for the oncoming storm. Far more difficult undertakings than increased crop returns or dragon glass trades from the south. Lord Stark came out from the Lord Commander's tower with George Mormont. They walked until they reached the head of the stairs. Tiresias didn't need his ears to understand the exchange of well wishes as the two grim-faced men shook hands. The old bear disappeared into the dining hall as Lord Stark came down the stairs. He spoke to Jory briefly, issuing a few final instructions. The young captain nodded his head and walked off when the warden dismissed him. With that, Lord Stark met his eyes. Tiresias crossed to him and they walked slowly to his waiting steed. There were still a dozen soldiers bringing their mounts to the column. I wish I felt better leaving you here. It's been a few months since I risked my life doing something stupid. You just prepare to host the whole North for a horror show. I'll have some practice beforehand. Tiresias eyed him. What did you mean? Lord Stark stopped, exhaling before lowering his tone. You told me years ago how your vision began. A range beyond the wall, led by Waymar Royce. He and another man of the Night's Watch were slaughtered. A third man escaped south of the wall and I beheaded him. He had forgotten about that. That he had spoken of that. It was several years ago. Maester Luwin sent a raven. And the Lord Commander received a message from Runestone shortly before. Lord Royce will be escorting his son, Waymar, to Castle Black and asks if he may be hosted by Winterfell en route. It was easy to forget the other kingdoms up north. Not just as far as Castle Black, but Winterfell as well. In between the spy, the dragon glass, and the negotiations between the North and the Free Folk, he had completely forgotten about Jon Royce escorting his son to the Night's Watch. A glorious opportunity? A complication with disastrous consequences? He didn't know. Stannis' letter came back to him. The reaction of the southern kingdoms to the existence of the White Walkers worried him. A part of him hoped that despite the rumors and stories that would inevitably trickle south, they would be dismissed as nonsense. Leaving them free to bring the migrants past the wall. And if the wall did hold and the Night King had no dragon to bring it down, then again, it might benefit to have one powerful lord in the south who knew the truth. Jon Royce was a friend of Lord Stark. And the Vale was a bit more isolated from the rest from the southern kingdoms. It was a lot to consider, but he knew one thing he wanted. When are they arriving? About 2 months from now. Keep him in Winterfell. Him and his son. You want them to see the White along with the northern lords. I don't know, Tiresias muttered. But whatever you present in Winterfell will be on your terms. If they arrive here and discover all this for themselves. He didn't need to outline that mess. Lord Stark's forehead furrowed at the thought of it. But he didn't despair. It wasn't his nature. I'll keep him in Winterfell. If I don't hear from you before he and his son sail from Gulltown, I'll write Lord Manderley and have him feast the pair of them. Slow them down further. And when he makes to Winterfell, I'll keep the man there until you return. They proceeded to the front of the line, passing the rest of the column. If you even do make it to Winterfell, he murmured, glancing over. He saw no confusion in the warden's eyes. He knew exactly what he meant. They eyed the forest beyond the gate. A light intrusion of southern politics didn't erase the danger there. You should have left days ago. Lord Stark didn't respond to that either. Tiresias glanced to the mounted soldiers, exhaling through his nose. You could at least take the other half of your men. Having them at Castle Black means I have a presence here, despite being in Winterfell. Jory will make sure my intentions are known. Again, if you even make it to Winterfell, Tiresias muttered. The warden didn't respond, but he lowered his tone even further. Roose Bolton knows you're here by now. Knows I'm here. He has more than enough men to overrun your band of 50. What if you're paid a visit on your way home? We'll ride fast, Lord Stark muttered quietly. He has enough men to overrun the 100 men we brought. Leaving half here will benefit us all in the long run anyhow. How so? They had reached his steed, but Ned didn't mount quite yet. He gripped the saddle as he looked to Tiresias. When you come back, if you come back, he amended at the librarian's look. You'll be bringing back something from a nightmare. We'll show the lords back in Winterfell, including Lord Royce evidently, but we'll need more than the eyes of the highborn. We need the men who will be fighting to believe. Every soldier that sees you dragging back that creature will speak of it. When our armies come together, that talk will spread. He gave Tiresias a look and the man knew to lean in. Besides, Lord Stark muttered. You'll need a guard to escort you and that creature down. By the time you return from beyond the wall, Lord Bolton will know you didn't return to Winterfell with me. Tiresias almost smirked. 50 men definitely won't cut it then. Then I'll send 1,000 for your return, Lord Stark responded. It took Tiresias a full second to realize he was serious. At that point, there'll be no point in playing coy. What you're bringing will be too precious. Precious, a walking rotten corpse with an echoing screech. He spoke truly though. Tiresias nodded and the warden mounted his horse. I await your raven. Maester Luwin and I will have every summon written, sealed, and ready to fly within a fortnight after my return. As soon as I get your word, I'll send them. And I'll send my word as soon as I'm through that ice tunnel, he responded before stepping closer to mutter. Just be careful you don't lose any summons to the laundry, That got a grim look in the warden's eye as he nodded. As Tiresias stepped away, there was really only one other thing to say. I wish you good fortune out there, Tiresias. He glanced back to the wall. I wish I could give you more than that. It's all a man can give sometimes. Besides, I could always use more good fortune. You have some as well, That prompted a small smile from Ned Stark. It surfaced very briefly and his lord's look was back. Farewell, Tiresias, he said quietly, before kicking gently. The horse began to walk slowly out of Castle Black and the soldiers followed. Tiresias stayed put, waiting for a certain rider in the middle to appear. As the horse walked by, he began to stride alongside it, making eye contact with the rider. John looked absolutely exhausted. He couldn't blame him. The young man had had a terrible week at the wall. The courtyard in Castle Black consisted of the ever-present wind and the echoes from the dining hall. Tiresias stood before the dummy, his dragon glass dagger held up to his chest level. Crossing his feet, he prowled around the wooden figure, trying to imagine it moving with him. With blue eyes staring back at him. Lurching forward, he brought the dagger up to the dummy's throat, before halting himself. Left arm up for protection. That one was dead. Then he pivoted and struck again. One strike, pull out the blade, bring the dagger back into position as he turned. He imagined one coming low. Jabbing it downward, he remembered his feet and adjusted. Never lose your footing, he reminded himself. Keep your breath even. He exhaled with the dagger thrusts. And don't ever you drop your weapon. Sirio Farl's words came to him as he finished thrusting. He had been here every night during supper to practice with his dragon glass dagger, to become familiar with the significantly lighter weapon. To correct his oversight. The snow beneath him was disturbed long before this latest round. No one troubled him. He made a point to be as silent as possible in the yard. Not just for his own want of privacy. Battle cries were a luxury they couldn't afford up north. He was sure the White Walkers could find them easily enough without them. Still, didn't hurt to be careful. And to prepare as if he were already trekking beyond the wall, in the deep cold. Tiresias wiped the sweat from his brow. That was the reason he wore his fur jacket as he danced around the dummy, even though he was quite warm. He doubted the whites would courteously pause as he removed it. They certainly wouldn't allow him a water break either. Nevertheless, he sheathed the dragon glass and picked up his water skin, sauntering to the bench on the side. As he sat and lifted the skin, he heard the door to the dining room open. A single person walked out. Recognizing the gait, along with the newly acquired weariness that had taken hold, Tiresias had another draft before lowering the skin to see Jon Snow descending to the courtyard. The lad found him instantly and walked over, halting by the brazier. He regarded the young man bathed in firelight. After they returned from the summit, he spotted Jon carrying firewood to the lift. There were already dark circles under his eyes. Tiresias didn't bear too much of a witness to Sir Alicer's despotism, but it was certainly easy to hear of it. Particularly with the knight's vocal projection. And he didn't intervene. Not once. Neither did Lord Stark. True to his promise, the warden's bastard received no special favor at Castle Black, and Lord Snow Sir Alliser created that little moniker already was left to his own. John didn't complain. At least, not to Lord Stark. He stuck with Sir Alliser and his tyranny the whole time. He wasn't completely stoic, but he managed to bury his anger and continue with whatever tasks were at hand. But now, those tasks were complete. John's tenure under Sir Alliser came to a close tonight at dinner. Pushing off the pillar, John joined Tiresias on the bench, a significant sigh escaping from the lad as he sat. Tiresias offered his water skin, which John took, gulping mouthful after mouthful. Resisting the urge to suggest sips would hydrate far better, Tiresias turned his attention to the night sky. The crone's lantern was prominent tonight, as were all the constellations. The skies were clear enough in Winterfell, but the added cold brought a fuller brightness to the stars. He continued to gaze as he spoke. Relieved. A low laugh was his only response. It was enough. He resisted a smile himself as he turned to John. "I'm suppose that's a yes. Do you have any desire left to break the promise to your father and pledge yourself to the Night's Watch?" John scoffed again, but Tiresias didn't join him this time. Once John saw he wasn't laughing, he stopped as well, staring to the yard. Tiresias leaned forward slightly. "John, are you still considering?" "I'm riding out with father tomorrow," John stated quietly. That didn't quite answer his question, but Tiresias didn't push it. John will not become a black brother on this excursion. He believed the lad. Later though. Well, that was another headache. He turned back to the crone's lantern. The star for the candle's flame shone brightest in the cluster. It was the easiest to find. "Will you be riding out with us?" John asked it quietly enough. In a way that said he already had the answer. Either way, Tiresias had no reason to deceive the lad. Without taking his eyes off the constellation, he shook his head. "No, I'll be staying on here for a while." "You taking the black?" "No," Tiresias muttered. He reached for the water skin, barely lifting to his lips before lowering it again. John's question, it felt rather contrived. "What have you heard about what's going on here, John? With the Night's Watch? And the Free Folk?" He turned to see that John had lowered his eyes. It was a few seconds before he answered. "Haven't heard much," John muttered. Tiresias laughed lightly. "Well, I know that's a lie." John raised his gaze to meet his. The lad seemed defensive. "It's no lie," the boy said, his hackles rising. "John, you've been shoveling shit, scrubbing floors and all else under the gaze of Sir Alliser. And that man loves to talk. So don't tell me you haven't heard much. You've heard plenty." The eyes always gave it away, though John quickly averted his, looking back to the yard. Tiresias let him stew, not bothered by the lad's defensiveness. He recognized it for what it was, concern and helplessness. It was a torturous combination, which only deepened his suspicion that John knew what he was going to. John mustered up his gumption and spoke. "There's a massive wildling army beyond the wall." He turned to the librarian. "Isn't there?" Tiresias exhaled through his nose. "Not exactly. It's a refugee camp for the free folk. It's huge, but only because it's comprised of dozens, if not hundreds, of tribes. There are warriors, certainly. But also elders and children. They're just trying to flee." "Flee from what?" He had to lie now. John had heard of White Walkers before. Old Nan was kind enough to provide that education for all the Stark children. But now wasn't the time. Not according to the plan. "I don't know precisely, John. They hardly know themselves." He turned to the lad. "But it's bad. Bad enough they're willing to make peace with the Night's Watch and the Northerners to escape it." "The Night's Watch, my father, are they going to grant them passage? South of the wall?" "Not without good reason." Tiresias lifted the water skin and took a draught. "Not without something to sway the North to a peaceable solution. Negotiations are ongoing." "Is that why you're staying on?" John asked. "'Cause you speak the old tongue." He hadn't even considered that angle. Wouldn't be a bad excuse for why he stayed on. To explain his absence when he returned to Winterfell. If he ever did return. That certainly helps." He smiled, but dropped it shortly when he saw John's face. He was peering steadily at the librarian. Tiresias met his gaze only briefly before standing and walking away. He stared up at the wall. It still drew his eye automatically. There was a power to it. "Are you going beyond the wall?" That was it. The question John was building to ever since he came into the courtyard. And he didn't mean to go north to translate for old free folk tribes. He could hear it in the lad's voice. Still, Tiresias didn't answer right away. He couldn't. All he could do was lightly curse himself that he didn't prepare for this inquiry as soon as John appeared from the dining hall. Well aware his silence was an answer itself, he turned back to John, still sitting on the bench, waiting for him to speak. Finally, Tiresias shrugged. I don't know, John. All I know is that I'll be away from Winterfell for, after some consideration, he quietly sighed. Quite some time. Several months. I can't give a precise count. John didn't look satisfied by that answer. However, he didn't question it further. The frown only deepened on the boy's face. You should wash up and rest. John met his eyes. You've had a terrible time here. And you have a long ride tomorrow. On that, John nodded and stood. He walked up and offered his hand. Tiresias grasped it and clapped him on the shoulder. Barring any tragedy. John said, a small light in his eye. Tiresias smiled. Barring any tragedy, I'll see you in Winterfell. Not for a while, but I will. John nodded, but his frown was still present. Eyes still suspicious. After he released his hand, they wandered down to his sheath. That's not your steel dagger. No, said Tiresias, as lightly as he could. No, it's not. He didn't know if John knew about his dragon glass dagger. He certainly wasn't as suspicious as Robb about the whole enterprise. He could see the lad debating whether or not to inquire further. Ultimately though, he decided not to. Swallowing his questions, he walked off to the barracks, where the Night's Watch had put them up. John. The lad turned back to him. Whatever you've heard during your time here. Whatever you think is going on. Whatever we've spoken of tonight, keep it to yourself for now. Lord Stark knew of the danger in Winterfell. He knew of Miranda. It was likely he would have warned John on the ride home to remain discreet about their time at the wall. Nevertheless, he didn't take that chance. What's happening now is a very delicate situation for the North and your father. So please, don't tell Robb, Theon, or even Arya what you've seen. Or heard. You went to see if the Night's Watch was a good fit for you. Please stick with that for now. It wasn't an order, yet he tried to ask it as such. It seemed to have worked. John took it in and nodded, before walking away. And Tiresias breathed a little easier. John gave no clue to this requested secrecy as he rode by. He merely locked eyes with Tiresias as the librarian walked alongside him to the castle gate. As John passed, he stopped just beyond the gate and watched the retinue ride away toward the forest. As John reached his father, he turned and raised his hand in farewell. Tiresias gave a wave in return, dropping it as John turned back to ride south. His eyes went to the back of the accompanying Winterfell soldiers. Nothing to stop them from gossiping though. From speaking of what they've seen here, they stayed here too long. They should have left after a day, or stayed here permanently until we returned with the white. Realizing his teeth were gritted, he relaxed his jaw and exhaled, his breath escaping in a thick fog. He lowered his gaze from the departing soldiers to the frozen mud. It was too late now. Whatever happens next, with young Royce, Roose Bolton, or the Night King, they would have to deal with it. Oi! You comin' in or stayin' out there? He turned to see the guard with his hands on the gate, waiting to close it. He heard the man beginning to shiver, itching to return to the brazier's warmth. He had no patience for the wistful brooding of a stranger. Tiresias couldn't fault him for that. It was a freezing morning, so he assumed. With a quick nod, he turned from the south and stalked back to the courtyard. The gate moaned as it closed behind him. Even with his aversion to the cold, by the way the wind cut across his face, the drop in temperature from Winterfell was obvious. Tiresias buttoned up his fur jacket and raised his hood. He didn't need to, but he wished to avoid any inquiries. Though perhaps he wouldn't have received any. His party has just reached the haunted forest and there was something about the iron gate closing behind them that completely silenced a man. They rode slowly against the wind billowing the wall. It was almost a relief to reach the treeline. To have some shelter from the wind. Almost. After everyone exhaled, the mood shifted back to suspicion. It couldn't be helped. Beyond the wall, they were vulnerable. It was a terrible spot for what he had planned. But it couldn't well happen in Castle Black. He couldn't bring them through. Not yet. They weren't going far though, thankfully. After 10 minutes, they came upon a clearing where a group of free folk were waiting. Tormund and Karsai were there, along with others who had volunteered for the upcoming trek. Tiresias recognized Maka, and to his displeasure, Orell. He swallowed his disappointment though and nodded. Not recognizing the final free folk member, he brought his horse to a halt and dismounted. Benyon, having led them, had already stepped forward. Behind him, Corin and Garrod, along with one more black brother, Cladden, stepped up. Thankfully there were no long silences. They had no time for them in this cold. Benyon stepped forward and Tormund met him. Tormund. Stark? Tormund turned to the free folk behind him and back. Well, we're here. What do you want? I don't know, Benyon replied, before turning to him. This was Tiresias' request. All right. Tormund turned to him. What do you want? With nothing else for it, he stepped forward. Practice. Practice? Practice for what? He had to remember that the man wasn't friendly with him. Not yet. He was far from the loyal, jovial man that befriended John. And when Tormund gazed at him with suspicious eyes, it was difficult to meet them steadily. At any moment, the wargs will give us a location. And we'll be marching north to find a white and capture it alive. At this point, he turned to the rest of the group. You two hate each other. I don't care if that changes today or even during our mission. But before we march, we need to be able to work together. You think this will be the first time we've seen these creatures? The nameless free folk man spoke up. I've put down whites. Seen their blue eyes go out. Set them on fire. You're the ones that need practice. When's the last time you saw a white? It's been years. The relief I felt when they all collapsed. Tiresias looked to the man. It was easier than meeting Tormund's eyes. What's your name? Cobber. When was the last time you captured a white, Cobber, instead of killing it for good? He didn't wait for the man to respond and continued on. He didn't even raise his voice. Any fool near a fire can end a single white. If one came charging through the trees, I'd trust any of us could finish it. That wasn't a lie. He eyed everyone as he entered the clearing. All had dragon glass within their reach. But that's not our task. We need to capture one and keep it alive. That's not simple. We'll need to find a small contingent, like us, scouting the land. Surprise it, kill all but one. Gag it before it screams and alerts the massive horde probably not that far away. Then we sling it across a horse and we hurry back to Castle Black with no other troubles. He turned to address the Night's Watchman. This was for them as well. They didn't know why he called for this gathering. We all need to practice capturing one. We need to get used to one another. We'd be fools otherwise. I don't know about you, but I'm feeling rather uncomfortable with the way you lot are all staring at each other. I'd rather work through that now than wait for till we're in the far north. It was a vain hope that calling out the tension would somehow dissipate it. Both the Night's Watch and free folk alike regarded each other poorly, mostly glaring, and they didn't relax. Tiresias held his breath as he waited, hoping they didn't trek all the way out here for naught. But Karsai and Tormund shared a look. Resigned but determined. And his oldest acquaintance amongst the free folk walked over. Tiresias exhaled on account as Karsai came to a halt before him. How do you propose we practice? She asked. Point of the mission is that we take one alive. Where's our white? We take turns. Turns? Tiresias glanced to see Corin looking at him curiously. Not in the mood to stare, he nodded and reached for his belt, unclasping it. Turns? If Karsai was unnerved by the sight of him removing his belt, she didn't show it. Nevertheless, he didn't stay in front of her for a power play. Walking to the horses, he pulled off both sheaths from his belt and placed them in the satchel. Benyon walked over to him. What are you doing? He muttered. Tiresias pulled the bow and quiver from his back and slung them on a hook. Going back to the satchel, he took out some supplies he had borrowed from Castle Black's stores. With a fortifying breath, he turned back to the group. He took it as a good sign that they had all stepped closer, to stare at what he had procured. Twisting the ropes a little, he walked forward briskly in the snow, speaking as he handed everyone a strand of rope and a long rag each. We take turns being the white. I'll go first. Each of us will try and fight as the others close in and subdue them. Now hold the fuck on. He turned to see Orel marching up towards him. If you think for 1 second, I'm letting some crow tie me up, you're right fucked in the head. Well, I suggest you resist, Tiresias replied coolly. Put up a good fight. The harder you struggle, the better for all of us. We need the practice. Orel's time on the show didn't endear him to Tiresias. He didn't even pretend to deny it to himself. It wasn't helpful, but at least it was one thing he didn't have to lie about. Benyon stepped in, thankfully stepping over the warg's rebuttal. It's not just the free folk, Tiresias, he said, before dropping his voice. We've been fighting each other for years. A sit-down is one thing. Shared missions and all, but this exercise. His voice trailed. Tiresias saw the frustration in his eyes. You wish I'd cleared this with you. It wasn't a question. Emotions could get the better of us. Benyon focused on the half-hand. Corin's killed many free folk over the years. His mouth thinned as he turned back to the free folk. People that you knew. The answer was clear in their eyes, but nobody said a word. Benyon turned to the Night's Watchman. And you men. You've all known black brothers who've disappeared in these parts. Felled by the wild, by the free folk. Both sides were quite silent. Benyon seemed to see what he wanted though and returned to the librarian. Tiresias, this could get out of hand. What you're asking, we'll be at each other's mercy. Are you prepared for that? We have to be. Tiresias stepped away from the first ranger. We'll be at each other's mercy when we're out there. If all the dead were shaped like me, I'd volunteer every time. But we don't have that luxury, do we? Some whites are tall. Some are short. Some were old. Some were children. We need to be able to take any one of them down. So we'll need all of us to take turns playing dead. Quell the jokes for a bit, mate. This is not the time. And since someone has to be the first idiot to trust the other side, I'll do it. I'm no free folk. I'm no man of the Night's Watch. So. His hands moved subconsciously to his shoulders, but his rucksack was not there. He'd left it at Castle Black that morning. Dropping his hands, he strode out to the center of the clearing and turned back to the group. Any other objections? If not, I'd like to get started. The words barely escaped his mouth when Cobra started to charge towards him. Though it didn't seem to be in the spirit of practice and team building. From the look in the man's eyes, it appeared he simply wanted to pulverize him. Which worked for Tiresias. As long as he kept his steel sheathed. He sidestepped the charging wildling at the last moment. Cobra tried to stop and turn with him, but his pivot left his left foot exposed for a few precious seconds. It took a light sweep there from Tiresias to send him to the ground. Stepping away, he eyed the rest of the group. None had joined Cobra in the first attempt. The free folk didn't even seem offended by the outcome, but they had thoughts and Tiresias guessed it. I know. He was beginning to sweat in his jacket and resisted the urge to remove it. They don't fight with fancy kicks. But it won't just be one of us charging it while the others watch, will it? His eyes went to the Night's Watchman, pleading. After a brief second, Benyon and Corin walked to the opposite ends of him. Gayred and Cladden followed them soon after, though their eyes were quite mistrustful. Once in position, they all looked to the free folk. They didn't have to wait long. Karsai and Tormund shared another look before they walked out, Makar right behind them. They separated and filled in the gaps between the Black brothers. Behind him, he heard Cobra get up. There was a split second when he wasn't sure if the man would come at him again. But he marched off and took an empty spot. Last one remaining was Orel. The incredulous warg looked about the circle surrounding the stranger, before calling out. So we're doing this then, Tormund? We really fucking do this? Standin' with crows? Playing in the snow? I suppose we are, Tormund called back. He heard the snow crunch behind him. The burly redhead was getting ready to charge. You don't have to be here, Orel. You volunteered like the rest of us. You can leave. Be a coward. That sealed for the warg. Tiresias saw it clearly. Taking his eyes off Orel, he glanced to the others circled around him. All squatted and prepared to charge. As soon as Orel took his place, they'd come. Tiresias exhaled, trying to swallow discreetly. Perhaps this wasn't the best idea. It was too late to consider alternates. He heard Orel throw down his bag and step in line. And then they came running. He didn't expect to dodge fists and blunt objects, though perhaps he should have. Makar got to him first. He managed to avoid her spear end and pull her around, crashing her into Corin. Tormund was on him the next second, pushing him to the ground. Rolling backwards, he hopped upright in front of Benyon, who grabbed his arms. A real wight would be growling, biting and clawing to escape. It wouldn't know grappling. Or remember it from its previous life. Instinct overran these thoughts and he twisted away, tangling his feet with the first ranger and forcing them both to the ground. Breaking away from Benyon, he made to get up but Gayred and Karsai landed on him. He managed to roll Karsai off him, but Gayred was heavier and he had his legs. He had barely pushed Karsai off when his arms were pinned by Corin and Tormund. Orel landed on his stomach. Hard. He squirmed and pushed but there was no struggling out of this. What did the wight do then? Opening his mouth, he yelled. The snow dampened the sound and he knew no one would hear outside of this grove. It was just an exercise. Just an exercise. Thankfully, another remembered it. Makar appeared above him, holding the gag taut. His scream muffled as she brought it down forcefully across his mouth. He shook his head back and forth, resisting the urge to surrender. The wight will not surrender. It will not just give up suddenly. He kicked his legs, shook his arms, convulsed on the ground. Thankfully the others seemed to remember the point. Turned onto his stomach, his eyes in the snow, he felt the bounds around his feet and hands appear and tighten. Nobody talked though. He just felt their weight, the pressure from Makar's rough hands as she tightened the gag, halting his scream. Staring down into the snow, his breath began to hitch, his hands began to shake in his throat, the mountain's hand was there, gripping it tightly. He was back at the White Knife, alone in the woods. A golden sky as the sun sank into the west. Hands holding him as he was subdued. Chains cut into his hands and feet. A filthy rag stuffed into his mouth. And laughter, he was a prize caught. And being hauled north to a torture chamber. Did I truly escape? I killed them. I thought I did. I killed them all. Their blood is in the river. All right. Enough. Enough. Benyon was shouting above him. The golden sky turned back to white snow. We got him. It's done. All the weight disappeared and he rolled to his side. He was almost able to breathe properly. The rag was still cutting in his skull, his tongue forced against the cloth. He was very grateful he had cleaned these the previous night. They still tasted suspicious, but there wasn't anything that would kill him. Not anymore. Disgusting thoughts ran through his mind as he considered what these rags in Castle Black could have been used for. It was a relief when Karsai untied and removed the gag. Keeping his considerations private, he inhaled deeply as the rest of the bonds were loosened. Once freed, he stood and walked about. I escaped. I wasn't taken. The Boltons wouldn't have untied me. Benyon came to him with his water skin. Are you all right? I'm fine, Tiresias said hoarsely. The pressure on his throat was gone, though his heart still raced. Resisting the urge to gulp the water down, he took 2 moderate sips. Looking to the group, he knew that some of them had noticed. Maka was definitely regarding him with a changed look. He sensed it from Benyon. As for the others, he didn't dare to look further. There are more important things to consider now. We have a job to do. He took a final swig of water before capping it off and looking to the group. Who's next? Trading off, they eventually made their way through the entire roster. They alternated between Crow and Wildling. Even Aurel who went last had his turn. Funny enough it was the free folk who got him pinned down first. Maybe they realized he'd rather be wrestled down by his own. Maybe Tormund hated the man and wanted an excuse to throw him to the snow. And through it all they learned. They began to speak on the third attempt, figuring out the best spacing. They even simulated the end of a fight, with chaotic placement and then fanning out to form a circle. By the time the 5th person was down in the snow being subdued, they had designated people better for holding the victim and people better for tying them. The gag was applied before most had gotten the chance to yell out. It was an exhausting couple of hours. Tiresias removed his jacket by the 2nd round. He just couldn't handle it anymore. Thankfully no one looked at him suspiciously for doing so. Except for Karsai. He caught her eye before the exercise. Saw the question in her eyes. She remembered him by the fire, comfortable with the cold surrounding them. But she didn't speak to it. Neither did Maka for that matter. And by the time they had gone through the whole roster twice, everyone was too busy panting to cast suspicious eyes on each other. By then, he wasn't the only one to have removed an article of clothing. Wiping the sweat from his forehead, Benyon stepped forward. All right, he called out. I think that's enough for today. It'll be dark soon and it's a much longer journey for you all back to camp than it is for us back to the wall. No one seemed inclined to argue. The free folk present kept straight faces, but Tiresias saw a shared glance between Aurel and Kober. Caught a few skipped heartbeats, though it was difficult to tell. Everyone was exerted from the exercise. He doubted very much that this lot would march 30 miles back to the main free folk camp tonight. They were probably stationed in outposts only a short distance away. Within sight of the wall. Keeping an eye out. Mance would be keeping his options open for alternate passages should they fail to bring a white back and convince the northern lords to cooperate. It was only logical. It wouldn't benefit anyone to call them out on that. So Tiresias swallowed his spit and kept to the story. I don't think this should be the last time we do this, he said, coming to stand with Benyon. If you're all willing, perhaps we could meet again in a few nights. Even if it's not all of you. He turned to Aurel. I know you're probably busy looking with the rest of the wargs. But if the rest of you are available, should we reconvene in 3 days? Here at the same hour. There was no response for a few seconds. Tiresias caught Karsai's eye again. The gleam there looked quite familiar. Standing out in the cold again with no jacket. The exercise was over. His heart rate was coming down. He should be feeling the cold numbing his fingers by now. Without moving too quickly, he breathed into his hands and trudged back to the horses where his pack was stored. His fur jacket was slung across the saddle. Pulling it on, he heard Corin speak. It's a fair idea. We'll be here. What say you, Tormund Giantsbane? Will the free folk be joining us? Turning back, Tiresias saw the redhead warrior regarding the half-hand slowly. In 1,000 other scenarios, Tormund would have little objection to taking Corin's life. But he managed to restrain himself when they had to subdue the old ranger. And though Tormund put up a fight himself, he was by far the toughest one to restrain. He still submitted to the half-hand, trusting him in this grove. That trust was there now in Tormund's blue eyes. Still no friendliness. But he nodded. 3 days. We'll be here. Put up a better fight next time. Benyon almost smirked. We'll do our best. On that, Tormund turned and walked back into the forest. Kober, Maka, Aurel, and Karsai all followed him without a farewell. Karsai didn't look back to him, but Tiresias felt her questions all the same. They were 50 feet away when Benyon turned and faced them. We should move now. They've turned their backs, trusting us not to attack them. We should return the favor. Not watch them go. Corin and Gayrid exchanged a look but nodded, walking to their horses. Tiresias returned the 2 sheaths to his belt. He didn't need to look anyway. He could still hear their footsteps as they trudged north. After so long, he still remembered Maka and Karsai's footfalls from that night. Not that he had much else to remember from that night. Those evenings by the stream were quite silent. With only a raven for company. His mind was still on that night as they rode back. It was a bit of a start when Benyon pulled up beside him. You could have told me beforehand what you had planned. You're right. I should have. Why didn't you? The wall loomed up before them. To be fair, they never lost sight of it. Still, it never failed to impress up close. I'm nervous, Benyon. He spoke softly, out of earshot from the other 3. What we're doing now is quite delicate. I feel like I can only stretch the sensibilities of crows and wildlings one bit at a time. Before it all just falls apart. I've been helping you ever since you first came to Castle Black. I got you through the damn tunnel. Did you forget? Benyon muttered. You don't need to worry about my sensibilities. I know, Tiresias said right away. Forgive me. The first ranger waved it away and the matter was closed. He breathed a thick fog as they emerged from the haunted forest. A single horn blast sounded from the wall. It echoed across the grey sky. Benyon turned back to him. What happened back there when you were tied down? What was that? He had the good sense to keep his voice lowered, but Tiresias' heart sank. Benyon was an astute observer, but still, if he noticed, then others probably did as well. A lump rose in his throat and he swallowed. I've never been restrained like that before and I didn't like it, he replied quietly. My mind took me somewhere else. Where? Tiresias was silent for a while. They were coming to the tunnel. Even he was going to explain further, he would have to do so before they entered. He didn't want his fears echoing in the tunnel for all to hear. It's ridiculous, but, he exhaled through his nose. After you avoid something terrible, do you ever blink and consider the consequences if you hadn't? You consider that alternate future and then you start to think that alternative was actually reality? And that all you lived since that incident was merely an illusion. He tried to speak sincerely, but when he turned back, he saw Benyon staring at him. Trying to understand, but not quite there. Tiresias sighed. Forget it. It won't deter us. It wasn't worth it. Men like Benyon lived and suffered in the real world. They couldn't afford to indulge any alternates. This land of ice was their home. They entered the tunnel, but not before Tiresias caught a slight change in the air. It would snow heavily this evening. The blacksmith took his sketch with a skeptical glance. It didn't lessen as he examined the drawing. Tiresias sighed. I know. It's not to scale. When can it be ready? When do you need it? Not for a month, I think, but, he made sure the blacksmith was looking at him when he said. When I need it, I'll need it right then. No dallying about. No rushing to get it done. It must be finished. You understand? His only response was an affirmative grunt. Good enough, he supposed. Honestly, his insistence wasn't necessary. This request came with the approved seal of the Lord Commander. The work itself wasn't complicated. It would be completed in time. Good. Thank you. He made to leave. What's this for? Turning away from the falling snow, he faced the blacksmith. The man traced his finger over the design. Iron braces, diagonal enforcements, corners as well, bar latch, double locked, he eyed Tiresias. Wood strong enough to hold anything heavy enough to fit in here. What ya need my iron for? His face was quite stoic. Georg Mormont vouched for his skills. As for his attitude toward the free folk, to the rumors that floated about Castle Black, Tiresias tried to read it in his eyes. This man probably made many weapons that have killed wildlings over the years. How would he react to the migration? It was safe to say not well. Tiresias could read that much. For someone very valuable. He couldn't help a small smile at the blacksmith's face. Don't worry. They'll already be dead. The man probably thought he was japing with him. But he didn't question it further. He set the sketch to the side and returned to the forge. His business done, Tiresias exited the smithy in the yard. It had been 2 days of steady snow and Castle Black was blanketed in white. He left his hood down, enjoying the flakes that fell upon him. He didn't stop to take it in though. No one stopped working in this place and the snow certainly didn't change that. The smith's hammer was falling again behind him. He smelled horse's manure being shoveled out of the stables and the clashes of steel were heard to his right. Sir Alistair definitely wasn't letting the new recruits off easy because of the weather. He understood. The snow wasn't going to disappear when they needed to defend themselves. It was better to learn that here than beyond the wall. Still, none of the recruits shared his tolerance for the cold. He heard many shivering breaths as they paired off. It was prominent even under Sir Alicer's shouted insults. You! Grip that sword properly, bastard, or I'll tar it to you. Break your fucking fingers while I'm there. The reason he exercised at night. Eyes forward, he headed toward the stairs. The library was a suitable sanctuary during the day. Perhaps he could write a letter to Mal. He wrote her when he arrived but not since. Oi, you! He didn't know how it worked. How one knew when one was being addressed when the back was turned. It didn't have anything to do with his gifts. His sigh wasn't well hidden. It escaped with a burst of fog. Still he stepped off the first step and turned to the banished, red-faced knight facing him. Tiresias nodded. Good day, Sir Alicer. How may I help you? You're Tiresias, right? The one killed Clegane, the mountain. Too many smart-ass retorts went through his mind. He shut them down. This wasn't the time or the man to say them to. He said quietly over the snow. It didn't escape him that all the recruits had stopped their swordplay. Sir Alicer noticed too. Turning back, he yelled. Did I say fucking stop? The clashes quickly resumed, but Tiresias knew he wasn't dismissed. The knight came over to him. He had been fortunate not to draw his attention before this. But he supposed it was inevitable. Lord Stark and Jon Snow were no longer here to draw the man's ire away from him. He inhaled on a count. 1, 2, 3. Sir Alicer halted in front of him. You aim on taking the black. Tiresias exhaled. No. Then why the fuck are you still sneaking around here? You took the books last time. Your master's gone. What business have you at this castle? The business of the North. It was a difficulty to keep his voice even. To not let on that he knew what this man was capable of. The corner where Jon Snow bled to death was to his right. His eye would drift there if he wasn't careful. The knight scoffed. You're no northerner. That's true. I'm from Essos. I didn't ask where you were fucking from. I asked you what your business was. Here. In this castle. He came very close to Tiresias' face. But he was only angry. Not murderous. Not yet. He heard his pulse. His fists were clenched but they didn't twitch to the blade on his side. Tiresias met his eyes, forced his own to go soft. My business here in this castle is the business of the North. And with the Lord Commander. If you have any questions about that, I suggest you take them up with him. It was a fair wager in his mind that Sir Alicer had already confronted George Mormont multiple times over the years about the changing relationship with the free folk. That he had, over the last fortnight, demanded to know why the librarian of Winterfell was still hanging about the castle. Along with the other Stark men. Tiresias. Speaking of which. Despite his trepidation on turning his back to the would-be traitorous knight, he looked to see Jory Castle coming down the stairs. A message from Winterfell. Relief flooded him. Trying to appear neutral, he turned back to Sir Alicer and nodded. Good day, Sir Alicer. That didn't help the man's temper. Tiresias swore his face turned even redder before he walked to Jory. But the man didn't stand staring at him. He heard the snow crunch as Sir Alicer stalked back to the recruits. Lars. Turn side face and stop making yourself so easy to hit. I'll sick every last one of these whoresons on you, I swear I will. Tiresias sighed as he joined Jory. He may pay later for his obstinance later, but the lads in the yard would pay for it the rest of the day. He hoped none of them would make the connection of their punishment to him. Castle Black was tense enough already. He followed Jory into the mess hall. It was empty now, except for two boys scrubbing the high table at the end. They didn't so much as raise their heads. They made their way down to the other end, to the caskets and barrels. Jory picked up 2 mugs. Tiresias glanced to the captain. Where's the message? What message? Jory said nonchalantly as he filled the 2 mugs. Just thought I'd rescue you, is all. Didn't look like a conversation worth continuing. The distant sounds of the 2 brushes filled the air for a second. Finally, Tiresias chuckled as he sat. Didn't seem like it. He sighed. Thank you, Jory. That was quick thinking on your end. The captain handed him a mug and tilted back his own. However, Tiresias couldn't bring himself to drink. Whether it was nerves or simply the rancid taste, he couldn't swallow Castle Black's brew. He placed the full mug on the table beside him. Jory grimaced as he sipped, nodding to the mug. Not in the mood. You could say that. He leaned forward and placed his face in his hands, rubbing his temples. This place, it's just tension and not enough information to disperse it. I can't justify my staying here much longer. The Lord Commander certainly can't. It's just waiting, waiting. He sat up and caught an almost amused look on Jory's face. Oh Jesus! Though I suppose it's nothing compared to you and your men, he conceded. Can't be easy, be told to wait in a frozen castle. Not being told why. Jory shrugged. I'm a soldier. Most of a soldier's doing is just waiting without being told why. Waiting, and when battle comes, it's quick and you need to be ready. Least we have actual beds here. On that, Jory took another draft. That's kind of you to say, Jory, Tiresias said quietly. I can't imagine every soldier has that plucky attitude. Have the men complained? Men always complain. The captain shrugged. But they love their lord. Lord Stark chose the men he left here well. It's only been a fortnight. We'll wait here for much longer than that. For the north. For the night's watch. For you. The murmur was back. Tiresias was sure that the two boys at the other end weren't listening. Still, he lowered his voice. How much has Lord Stark told you, Jory? He asked. He nodded to the bench opposite. After a glance to the hall's end, the captain sat down. He told me that the Night's Watch officers were speaking to wildling leaders beyond the wall. That there's something bad coming down on them. And, that he was going to seek the cooperation and blessing of his vassals to let them pass into the north. Tiresias licked the back of his teeth. There were some oats stuck there from breakfast. When did he tell you this? First night we were here. A ghost of a laugh came over his face. The great Jan had a spirited conversation with Lord Stark and the Lord Commander. I wasn't in the room but I heard enough to make a few assumptions. When Lord Stark saw my face, he knew. He told me what he could. Answered some questions. Didn't answer others. Asked me to keep that night to myself. Jory leaned forward. I haven't told anyone. None of my men know. They are making some close guesses though. The Black Brothers can open up after a few, but it's not the truth yet. They think we're here as a scouting force. To survey the wall for a future attack. That's kept them busy enough. Future attacks, that could still happen. Even if the free folk are allowed through. He gauged the captain. Jory didn't look angry. He looked worried. Tiresias couldn't blame him. But he still had one more question. Did Lord Stark tell you anything about me? Jory exhaled through his nose. He said, when I asked about the Northern Lords. How could he possibly expect their blessing and their cooperation? He said that's what you were here for. Tiresias picked up the cup. He felt like a drink now, rancid or not. He poured the ale down his throat gingerly. He lowered his cup to see Jory peering at him. You're going beyond the wall, aren't you? He said quietly. And before you say anything smart, no. I don't mean your little excursions every few days. You're going into the far north, aren't you? Tiresias swallowed, hissing at the aftertaste, before nodding. Why? Me and a few others, will be hunting. Hunting for what? He stared down at the ale in his cup. It was almost clear. Something that will make Sir Alistair shut his fucking mouth. Everyone else too. Tiresias shrugged before taking another draught. That's the hope, anyway. Fortunately there were others tasks to veer his path away from the surly suspicion of Sir Alistair. It wasn't just the iron crate that Tiresias had to attend to. The following afternoon, he spoke to the stablemaster to find 5 suitable horses. Any of these would do, the man said as he led him down. Born and bred here no farther south than the gift. Each has been taken north of the wall at least twice. Tiresias paused to pat the spotted mare in her stall. She nuzzled his hand. I'm sorry. But you'll have to wait a little longer at the Castle Black. You're not suited for the weather beyond the wall. Indeed she had 2 blankets on her at the moment. She seemed comfortable enough, so Tiresias gave her a final pat before moving on. This is your usual mount, right? They came to a stop to the winter beast before them. The man had a reliable memory. For the sake of familiarity, Tiresias chose the same horse to ride out into the haunted forest for hunting practices that he had for the summit. Tiresias nodded. Will he do for a long trek? The horse master shrugged. As good as any other. Like I said, all them would do up there. These aren't the animals you lot brought from Winterfell. The horse accepted his scratches quietly, not moving to or away from his hand. What else you lookin' for? Temperament. He turned to see the man's questioning gaze. I want calm horses. Those that won't be spooked easily. Fortunately the stablemaster didn't seem to have any more questions. Quickly enough, they narrowed down the available mounts to 5 that would serve them well. Tiresias paused on the way out to give his burly northern horse a final scratch. Will you remain so calm when we strap a squirming dead man to your back? He didn't wait for an answer. Giving the spotted mare a farewell scratch as well, he exited the stables. Preparations for the trek didn't stop there. Memories of his first excursion beyond the wall were flooding back to him. Not just the scene by the stream or Craster bleeding out. He remembered the hunger. The weakness that nearly finished him at the end. He may not have been cold, but there were other ways for one to die out there. He had two things in his favor. First, he had far more experience surviving in the wilderness than he did previously. And second, he wouldn't be alone. He would be trekking with experienced rangers and free folk. He didn't anticipate starving. But he didn't want to be useless. So he studied and practiced survival techniques from books and other rangers. Those that would talk to him. How to find food. How to conserve energy. He refreshed his memory of the stars and the directions they led. Tiresias didn't plan on being the expert. He didn't expect to lead. But if worse came to worse and he was alone with their captured white, running like hell back to Castle Black, he wanted to make it. However, in between all this, he still found room for quiet. Relative quiet at least. Gusts of wind still sang as they rounded the corners of ice on top of the wall. The elevator cage was empty when he came to it. Tiresias latched it shut, pulled the lever and began to climb. He didn't go to the top often, but every few days when the sun peeked through the clouds as it set, he wanted a view. He could see more and more green farther to the south as he climbed higher. Snow still covered a good portion of it. The cage halted and he stepped out to the walkway. He smelled the salt on the ground, heard it crunch beneath his boots. His wish for peace and solitude seemed a bigger ask than his last visit. Every observation post on the top was occupied by two black brothers. Occasionally he got a look back as he walked past, but all of them seemed quite focused on the haunted forest. Tiresias cursed silently. He should have expected this. Gior Mormont had to mitigate the rumors somehow. A full admittance to Castle Black about the plans for the wildling migration, he'd be dead before the next sunup. So he played tough and increased the posts. Easy enough to pull back from when they needed to. They weren't going out on raids, and while the massive wildling encampment was as far back as it was, it wouldn't draw notice. That he hoped. But he had to see for himself. Turning from the main walkway, he walked out onto an observation post, staying well behind the edge. This post was occupied by only one watchman, huddled by the fire. He jumped to attention as Tiresias came up, but relaxed as he saw whom it was. Afternoon, Tiresias nodded, before looking out. He did his best not to stare at the watchman. He had seen him around the castle before this. Recognized him but gave no sign. Where would Tiresias Mountainfall had ever seen this man before? His hand gripped the rope bolted into the ice. He didn't trust the gusts of wind that billowed the wall. Will looked back to the walkway, then to him. Not here to relieve me, are you? He shook his head. Just here for a look. Not even bothering to hide his disappointment, Will slumped back on his crate, holding his hands out to the blaze. Comfortable with the slight hatred Will felt with him, the man still had his head. After all, Tiresias focused on the far horizon. He was terrible with estimating distances by sight. What was 30 miles out? What was 10? However far they were out, Mance was certainly being careful. He saw no huge swells of smoke from the free folk camp. Either they were spaced properly or they were all waiting for night to fall. In the darkness, smoke wouldn't be seen and the light would be far enough away. Good, Mance, good. We don't need these lot anymore on edge. Nodding to Will, who completely ignored him, he turned back to the main walkway again. He wanted to gaze in the other direction. It was quite easy to find an unoccupied opening to do so. No one was looking for any dangers from the south. With the wind now coming behind him, Tiresias took extra care. There were no ropes to grip on this side, so he sat and planted himself down on the snow. A fair distance from the edge. He had come here a few times. The gift was a vast area. If he couldn't see Mance's camp to the north, then he didn't even try to see to the end of the gift. Though the distant greenery came more easily to his eyes here than from the lift. The setting sun helped as well. The snow reflected it, but the green welcomed it and it drew his eye. I sure won't be seeing any of this when I'm far north. I hope I'll see it again soon. Winterfell was hundreds of miles away. Still he looked in its direction. Word arrived a fortnight ago of Lord Stark's return. Along with Jon and all the soldiers. A boring return from the wall. Tiresias breathed a sigh of relief when he heard the news. It seemed that Roose would hold off a little bit longer before striking. But how much longer? The wargs were seeking constantly, so they were told, but they had nothing to show for it yet. Meanwhile, the longer they went without evidence of a greater threat, the more rumors could spread among the northern lords. He doubted Lord Umber remained completely silent since his return to Last Hearth. If a messenger came tonight with a location, he wouldn't hesitate to leave instantly. They were running out of time. If they didn't leave soon. Tiresias exhaled slowly on a count of 3. It was out of his hands. He was doing all he could at the moment. Time would pass regardless. He had to be at peace with that. Or attempt to be anyway. He remained on top of the wall for a couple more hours, watching the sunlight disappear only to be replaced with starlight. Now he could look at the snow-laden trees in comfort. He never grew bored. This view, this peace, was precious to him. He was well aware only a few in this world were able to enjoy it. Chapter 55. Any hesitation he ever had about wrestling a young woman to the ground disappeared by the second time the scouting band got together for their scrimmage. Karsai proved to be a tough wight to wrangle and he couldn't afford to play soft. Her fighting spirit helped in more ways than one. It was easy to forget that she died and woke again with blue eyes in Hardhome when she was darting about and dodging. But they succeeded again and again in capturing each other. It wasn't all practice all the time. The third time they met, Benyon brought a map. The wargs hadn't detected anything yet, but they had narrowed down the area. The exchange of information was given in gruff, short answers, but they talked at least. And that talk continued from speculation to actual semantics. How much food they could carry. Where they could hunt. When they approached their target, how many days beforehand they would have to stop foraging for firewood to avoid leaving a trail. It helped the time pass. And it was a good reprieve as well. As much as a few of them secretly enjoyed pummeling the other side, the exercise was quite tiring. Tiresias hoped that they would be sufficiently energized enough to kill all whites but one. To remember their training. They seemed to be. It was their 7th session together and they moved well in tandem. Tormund, Kober, and Cladden were the brute strength that pushed the white off balance. Kober and Cladden in particular didn't even have to speak at this point, moving well together. Corin, Orel, and Benyon cut off the escapes. Karsai and Tiresias gave the tilt to drop it to the ground. Gayrid went for the legs. Tormund dropped on the stomach. 2 others got the chest and the arms. And Maka swooped down with the gag. Not that's what happened all the time. They experimented with varying numbers and disadvantageous starting positions. But by now, everyone knew their strengths, the roles where they excelled. Strange enough, it all came naturally. No one stepped forth to lead or assign tasks. It was simply accepted that the best person for the job was the best person for the job. It's all very free folk, Tiresias mused as he got off Karsai's leg, who didn't even manage to yell out before she was gagged. He was impressed that the 2 other watchmen, Gayrid and Cladden, went along with it so well. Though he supposed he shouldn't have been too surprised. Benyon selected these men personally to join their band. Not only black brothers who could survive and range beyond the wall, but also those who didn't gravitate heavily toward the strict hierarchy of Westerosi power structures. Those who could tolerate the more independent lifestyle of the free folk. Tiresias glanced to the first ranger. Then again, Benyon had been aware of the coming dangers of the White Walkers for years and the inevitable clash within Castle Black, between those who vehemently loathed the wildlings and those more open-minded. He had probably been searching and calling the rangers ever since. Making sure that those more opposed to the eventual migration were kept away in Castle Black. That he had men like Gayrid and Cladden by his side. Ready for a day like this. He selected well. The 2 weren't friendly with the free folk. But their suspicious eyes had lightened in the past few weeks. When they got up, dusting the snow from their sides, they didn't immediately separate from the free folk as they had in the first few sessions. Meeting Benyon's eyes, the first ranger nodded. Tiresias stalked over to his stoic mount and pushed away the cover. He unstrapped a bundle of kindling and tinder as Benyon approached the free folk. He heard Tormund speak. 3 days we meet again, I wrestle again like fools. Don't see why not, Benyon said lightly. Actually, it's a little later than we usually depart and we'll miss supper if we set off now. We were planning to camp here and eat before riding back. Would you join us? We have enough food for everyone. Tiresias kept his face hidden as he got the logs free. They had deliberately set their meeting for today later than usual. The sun was beginning to set. They wouldn't miss supper. They could find food in Castle Black, especially when accompanied by 2 senior officers of the Night's Watch. But the free folk didn't have to know that. When he turned back, he saw suspicion returning to their expressions. Orel was outright derisive. Mans has us marching with you lot. Didn't say anything about breaking bread with a crow. The warg scoffed as he turned to walk away. Piss off. We'll be breaking bread sooner or later, Orel, Tiresias called out. The warg stopped and looked at him. Or do you plan to keep 2 separate fires blazing once we're far north? Make it all the easier for the walkers up there to find us. Perhaps you'll have me set out a 3rd one for myself. I'm no crow. I'm no wildling. What am I to you, then? Orel walked back, coming straight up to his face. Tiresias kept his hands steady. No one had reached for their blades. Not yet. Didn't stop the onlookers from stepping forward. You're nothing. That's what you are. Orel glanced him up and down. Just a right pain in my arse. I could have found the army by now if it weren't for these fucking games. These games will keep us from failing our mission, Tiresias said, hoping he sounded calm. What we want to do no one has ever done before. So we need to practice. You know that. Otherwise you'd have stopped coming by now. Certain that Aurel wouldn't stab him in the back, he turned and headed under a tree where the dirt was bare to start the fire. As he began to stack the wood, Benyon cleared his throat. Well, we'll be supping here and we'd have you join us if you want. Cladden, Gayrad, come help me. He strode back to his own mount to fetch supplies. It took a beat, but all the watchmen turned their backs to the free folk. Even Corin extended this trust, though Tiresias heard the old man's heart race a little faster. Glancing up, he saw Kober approach Tormund. We'll need to start moving if we want to get back to the main camp tonight. The man spoke far too loudly. Tiresias resisted the urge to smile at the obvious lie. Everyone in this clearing knew that this band of wildlings perched down in the haunted forest for the evening, far below the agreed-upon boundary of the main camp. He caught Karsai rolling her eyes, but Tormund gave Kober a pointed look. The man turned to each of his companions, taking a silent vote. Tiresias sighed in relief. Indeed, Tormund started forward with Maka and Karsai. The three of them sat, with Karsai even taking the spot next to him. Kober gave a heavy grunt before taking a seat as well. Next to Cladden. Tiresias looked to Aurel as he approached slowly, but no free folk gave him a glance. The warg returned his look, his derision not one bit eroded. I actually like the games a bit. Gives me a moment when I can put down a crow. A crow's idiot friend. But I wish it'd go further. I wish for the day when I can put a knife in all your fucking throats. Stark. Half-hand. All crows, and you. What did they call you? Mountain Fall. Everyone around the fire had frozen, the watchmen regarding the warg, their tasks forgotten. But the free folk seated kept their eyes to the fire he was building. So Tiresias continued to set the sticks, letting the warg get it out of his system. Better here than out there. Seeing he wasn't getting a rise, Aurel spat. Some fucking warrior. I'll be looking for the dead. Rather their company than that of a crow. He walked off, rather calm. No one attempted to call him back. Tiresias caught the last of him disappearing into the trees. Heard him still walking as he turned to the free folk and saw their faces. They didn't seem surprised. Tiresias reached into his pocket, pulling out his flint and steel. I think he's starting to like me. That got a small and brief smile from Maka. A scoff from Tormund. Nothing from the others. He returned to kindling and proceeded to light it. He blew the embers into a small flame and brought it under the wood. Maka nodded to their provisions. What did you bring? The campfire was silent, save for the sounds of chewing and swallowing. Dried beef and hard bread were the staples of any ranger. Though they probably wouldn't have these luxuries too far north. Not if they trekked for too long. Tiresias insisted on something more celebratory though. He had brought a skin of wine and 2 winter apples. There were more available at Castle Black, but 2 meant they had to share. Even with Aurel's departure. Tiresias used his dagger to cut the apples and pass them around. He passed on the apples himself. It was hard to ignore the fact that the blade he was using to cut was used to kill Clegane as well. He cleaned the blade regularly. He knew no remnants of the mountain's blood remained on the steel. Not to mention Ramsay, several hunting dogs, Ruse's hunters. He couldn't help but imagine tasting their blood. At least he hoped it was imagination. Not an enhanced taste that detected even the smallest bits of them remaining. Their band was divided between those who savored and those that ate with economy. Tormund was the latter. He took his apple slices and chewed them quickly, speaking to Tiresias through a mouthful of fruit. You're called that, aren't you? Mountain Fall. Tormund was the only one who continued to chew. All the others by the fire stopped eating and Tiresias felt their eyes upon him. He wiped his dagger clean and sheathed it. Some call me that, he said quietly over the flames. I could certainly go without it. Why? Tiresias met Tormund's gaze. What have you heard? Benyon gave a tiny exhale to his right. He could hear the man's thoughts. This was supposed to be an evening to normalize the other evenings going forward. Why was he being confrontational? He clarified. I'm just curious, too. Not sure what you all hear of happenings south of the wall. You seem like you're busy enough without them. To his right, he heard Benyon's heart slow down. From a quick glance at the circle, no one seemed offended. But they weren't relaxed either. The focus on him, the curiosity, even Corin was looking at him with an odd gleam in his eye. It will subside. Once they get used to you, it will subside. It'll take one evening to work through it. He looked back to Tormund, who sat propped against the tree. The man brought his skin up and drank. Tiresias didn't need to ask what it was. He could smell it from here and it wasn't the wine they brought. Though Tormund did take one sip of that at the beginning. Tormund lowered his skin, a line of milk disappearing into his red beard. Heard you killed a big man. So big they called him the Mountain. He belched and it echoed loudly in the grove. How big was he? Big enough, Tiresias said evenly. Tallest man I've ever met. Or fought. Barely survived. He gave a half smile to the man. He was no giant though. I've no reason to call myself Giantsbane as you do. There was quite the silence after that, punctured only by the cracks and pops of the fire before them. Tiresias and Tormund regarded each other steadily, under the gaze of nervous onlookers, until finally Tormund started chuckling softly. It didn't devolve into euphoric laughter, but the group breathed easy again. Tiresias dropped his half-smile for a true one, which disappeared quickly when Tormund held out his skin of sour goat's milk. Every part of his body told him no. But he was here, and the chuckling from Tormund was beginning to spread to the other free folk as they saw this southerner afraid of a strong drink. It's for the good of the group, Tiresias. Come on. He took the offered skin, glancing to the watchmen. They were amused too, though some had the decency to pretend they were concerned. He lifted the skin and drank. Hesitating now wouldn't make it taste any better. Tonight he was thankful some for his abilities. His aversion to the cold? Absolutely. His enhanced senses? Not so much. He swallowed quickly, but the taste lingered in his mouth. He managed not to gag. Instead he just emitted a low groan before shuddering, shaking out the single swallow. That prompted real merriment. Even the watchmen dropped their frozen faces, Cladden and Benyon with their shit-eating grins. The free folk laughing were the last things he saw before his eyes welled up with tears. Blinking them away, he passed the skin back to Tormund, who took it back. He didn't drink though. Instead he stared to Tiresias, a wide grin spreading across his face. You know why I'm called Giantsbane then, Mountain Fall? The whole story. Fuck's sake, Tormund, said Karsai, her laughter turning into a groan. Tiresias didn't miss the eye roll from Maka either. We've all heard this stupid story. Tormund shrugged lightly. They haven't heard it. Have you? Not trusting himself not to vomit his sour milk straight up, Tiresias shook his head gently. This was a lot earlier than I expected. The redhead leaned forward. I slew a giant when I was 10. The tale was more or less the same as told in Winterfell. But it was an early retelling with more details. It wasn't boiled down to its essence yet. But it did conclude with Tormund finishing off his skin, lifting it up. Tiresias was up close to see the trickles of sour goat's milk trickling through the red beard. Tormund didn't even wipe them away after lowering the skin. And now, you, he said, pointing to Tiresias with the empty skin. You will be strong too. With giant's milk in you. With absolutely no interest in correcting that, Tiresias nodded and smiled. Thank you, Tormund. I'll need it out there. His tongue still tasted the sour milk. Trying to ignore it, he looked to the group, black brothers and free folk both. I don't imagine we'll have many opportunities for such revelry as this, He looked to Corin and Benyon. Their faces returned to their usual seriousness. No fun chatter by the fireside. Nor such big fires, Corin said. Once we're past the main wildling, the main free folk camp, we should be quiet. Fires should be kept small. For cooking and lighting torches, should we be attacked. The half-hand-eyed Tormund. No place for drinking games either. Or songs, I imagine, Tiresias injected lightly, changing the subject. It earned him a few bewildered looks, to which he shrugged. I like singing at campfires. He nodded to Karsai and Maka. You two remember. They didn't smile back, but the fire reflected a bit more easily in their eyes. It was enough for him. He looked to the flames himself. The group was silent as Tiresias searched for something appropriate. Shortly, he sat up straight and inhaled. The things a crow puts in its nest. They are always things he finds that shine best. Somehow he'll find a shiny dime. Silver twine from a valentine. The crows all bring them shiny things. Leave me alone, you big old moon. The light you cast is just a liar. You're like the crow's cause if it glows. You're dressed to go, you guessed, I know. You'll always bring them shiny things. Well, I'm not dancing here tonight. But things are bound to turn around though. The only thing I want that shines is to be king there in your eyes. To be your only shiny thing. With no liar, Tiresias hummed the end. No one interrupted him as he ended his hum, looking into the fire. No one spoke for a few seconds after either. It was then that Tiresias realized the sour milk was still on his tongue. He reached for the wineskin and took a few liberal gulps. Tormund stared at him. Did you forget the last part? Capping the skin, Tiresias shook his head. Didn't have the instrument to play it. I liked it better than your other song, Karsai said. Her eyes met his before traveling over the watchman. Silly old song about silly old crows. Cladden started to say something, but Gayred hit him lightly on the shoulder, shaking his head. None of the other black brothers took the bait. Corin turned to him. You won't be singing that or any other song where we're going. You understand? I know, Tiresias said immediately. I'm just glad I could sing it now. Corin's eyes scanned their surroundings and he understood why. Even this close to the wall, with the company of free folk, it was still dangerous. The darkness had truly fallen in the last hour and they were still in the haunted forest. Tiresias closed his eyes and listened. No great animals stalked near. No bands of errant free folk scouted them. And no snow crunched under the weight of a White Walker's gate. But how would you know? You've never seen one here. How could you tell? What would you truly hear? Out of a sudden, the woods seemed much more dangerous than they did a moment ago. And he was relieved when they struck the campfire and separated, the free folk going north and them back to the wall. More than one handshake was exchanged. He carried a small torch as he rode back. But he didn't use it. Trusting the horse to follow the one in front, he closed his eyes and continued to listen all the way back to the wall. Holding a letter aloft, Tiresias watched as the candle began to turn the parchment into ash. As the fire consumed it, he dropped it into the hearth. There was only so much he could do in the Castle Black Library. He was seized with the idea to write Tyrion in King's Landing. It had been a long time since he had corresponded with his favorite Lannister. The idea of a letter arriving from Castle Black to the Red Keep amused him. What would Tyrion think? However, as Tiresias wrote the first few lines, he asked a more important question: what would Varys think? Though he couldn't quite articulate why, he simply didn't want the spider to know of his doings at Castle Black, if he hadn't already anyway. And he certainly didn't want his excursion beyond the wall to come under scrutiny. He sighed at the waste of parchment, but ultimately, he didn't regret his decision. It was a fool's instinct. They were more frequent these days. As he waited, Tiresias breathed in on a count of 3 and held it, releasing on 1, 2, 3. Hearing the rattle of chains as his visitor approached, he knelt before the hearth and brought the fire up. When Maester Aemon entered the library, a fire was on its way to becoming a blaze. Chet was not with the Maester today, but Tiresias knew better than to try and help the old man navigate. He tried once, but Aemon waved him off. He knew the library too well. It helped that the fire's heat provided some guidance. Maester Aemon came to his chair and sat slowly. He let out a sigh. Afternoon, Tiresias. Maester. He nodded, out of habit. He didn't bother chiding himself for forgetting the man's blindness. He'd probably nod again, several times, before the conversation was over. I'm sorry. The fire will grow bigger in a minute or two. I'll survive till then. Maester Aemon smiled. Though I must say, I'm surprised you didn't have one blazing for yourself. I don't mind the cold. Then you'll be fine once you leave on your hunt. The fire grew as promised. Tiresias watched it play on the old man's face. The lines grew deeper. His blank white eyes still reflected the flame back. Tiresias sighed. How many of the officers know? Most of them. How many know the whole truth? Aemon shrugged. I'm afraid I can't say. I don't even know if I know the full truth. You aren't going out to give the wildlings assistance against the unruly Then clan, are you? He remembered not to shake his head at least. No. Then most of the officers are being misled, for the good of us all, I suppose. The Lord Commander has a terrible task ahead of him. As does Lord Stark. First Ranger Stark. Corin half-hand. And you. Tiresias leaned back into his chair, exhaling through his nose. It was all he could. You're bringing a demon back to our wall, Aemon said quite softly. With a lightness that seemed quite inappropriate. He couldn't help but laugh softly. We need to capture it first. Crows and wildlings alike. You're neither. Well, it's going to be a big mess anyway. He glanced to the fire before looking back. Do you think it will make a difference? Bringing one down to show them. Maester Aemon considered it. I can't say. I've never seen one of them before. I never will, but whatever you're leaving for, whatever's driving the few sensible black brothers to cooperate with the free folk, and for them to cooperate with us, it must make quite an impression. He couldn't meet his eyes, but still the old Targaryen turned to face him. It won't convince all of them. You know that, don't you? The old man was right. But Tiresias didn't need to say it out loud. Or rather didn't want to. But Maester Aemon seemed to sense it. He sighed, returning to the fire. You'll need to plan for what will happen if those unconvinced remain so. If they connive to influence others. And not just those at the wall. Do you understand? I do, Tiresias murmured. He knew Aemon was speaking for the future when he returned. If he returned, there wouldn't be any time or capacity for politics in the land of always winter. He had to survive getting back first. With the evidence. Or else the politics would be useless. Are you busy now, Tiresias? No. Then I was hoping you would escort me to the aviary. I need to feed our messengers. After putting out the fire, Tiresias led Aemon out of the library. No snow fell today. He was halfway to the stairs with the old blind maester on his arm when he heard unwelcome footsteps behind him. They were stepping purposely toward them. Maester Iman paused. Did the old man feel the twitch in his arm? Or did he recognize the surly steps as well? Either way, the old man turned, and he with him, to face Sir Alisar as the knight came over to them. Tiresias felt a pat on his arm before the maester spoke. Ah, Sir Alisar. Good afternoon. The surly step it was then. Sir Alisar stopped in front of them. He wasn't alone. Tiresias eyed 4 other black brothers at varying distances behind the banished knight, all watching him openly. These weren't fresh recruits that were shivering cold in the yard. They seemed quite comfortable in the freeze. Maester Iman, Sir Alisar stated brusquely. Not much of a greeting. His eyes darted between the maester and the foreigner. The old man didn't let the silence sit. What can I do for you then, sir? Not you, maester, said the master of arms with as much politeness as he had in him. I'm here to talk to Tiresias. The foreigner. There's another Tiresias, then? He bit the thought down immediately, trying to focus on his breath. He felt the old man squeeze his arm. Tiresias was escorting me to the aviary to assist me in my tasks. However, I'm sure that he can find the time to speak to you and your friends later. It's all right, Maester Iman, Tiresias said softly. I'm sure that another black brother could assist you. Don't want to keep the master of arms waiting. There was a look in Sir Alisar's eye he didn't like, well, he didn't like more than usual. Whatever the knight had planned, he didn't want the maester to be around for it. He didn't think the knight would harm Maester Iman, at least not today. He just hoped the old man would walk. I said it's all right. Did you hear me, old man? It wasn't a lie. Whether he heard it or not, Maester Iman nodded and extracted his hand. As you wish. He reached out for the rail, never fumbling for it, and turned around for the steps to the aviary. Good luck, he said, not even bothering to lower his voice. Tiresias could have smirked, but he had already faced away from Sir Alisar long enough. When he turned back, the red-faced knight stepped closer. Tiresias bent his knees just a minuscule. Just in case. The 4 other men loomed behind him. What can I do for you then, Sir Alisar, that Maester Iman can't do? You can tell me where the fuck you're from. Where you're really from. Sir Alisar spoke low. This wasn't the bellow he used in the training yard. That amused him. This tone made him nervous. Nevertheless, he responded quietly. Essos, Sir Alisar. The northern base. In between there. Never had much of a home until Winterfell. Winterfell, the knight repeated low. Now you're here. Tiresias swallowed any pleasantries that might have followed. He eyed the knight's hands. They were loose, away from his sword hilt. He resisted the urge to eye the rest of the men. They were far enough away. Sir Alisar leaned in. I don't like you being here. Tiresias blinked freely. I gathered that. If your liking was required to stay, this castle would be deserted, you miserable fucking toe. The knight looked him up and down. You seem mighty comfortable being here. Out there. Don't mind the cold. He resisted the urge to button his fur jacket. He knew he was becoming too loose, too relaxed within the castle. Why didn't he just bear it? Sir Alisar continued. Must be strange, to go through the wall instead of over it. Tiresias stared. Wait a minute. The knight's voice dropped. Or did you sneak south another way? You wildling bastard. It was an effort to keep his face calm. The other men still hadn't moved. He took a deep sniff. None of the Winterfell guards were near. Oh no, Sir Alisar said softly. No, you prefer free folk. Like a wildling. You know the old tongue. Like a wildling. You take to the cold. Like a fucking wilding. The Lord Commander was happy for us to kill those that came to invade. Till you came along, with Lord Stark. And now him and his traitor brother, we're just welcoming them on through. Tiresias met his eyes, trying to hide his racing heart. That was not an accusation he was ready for. He walked too casually. He was literate. Why would Sir Alisar even? It's more plausible than what actually happened, remember? The look on the man's face, it wasn't insane. It was just desperate for a rational explanation. The memories of a story told? No. An altruistic foreigner? No, it was more rational for a wildling to go south and clean up. Trick the north into letting them through. Some wildlings were clever enough. They could learn to read. Ultimately it didn't matter how ridiculous his rationale was. Sir Alisar believed it. And he was here with other men who probably followed his logic. While he locked eyes with the knight, they could see his hands. He couldn't sneak them to his dagger hilt for an attack. And yet, he didn't feel tempted. His instinct told him to stay still. He had seen Sir Alisar betray someone before. It wasn't open, to their face. It came under a ruse, the guise of official Night's Watch business. He exhaled slowly, fog escaping from his nose into the knight's face. I'm not from either side of this wall, Sir Alistair, Tiresias said quietly. And I wouldn't worry. You wouldn't make anyone feel welcome in this place. As for any other ideas you have about me, I'll repeat what I said before. Take it up to the Lord Commander. Footsteps came pounding towards him from the staircase behind him. His hand jumped and was halfway to his sheathed dagger when the new arrival shouted out. Tiresias! Tiresias! Dropping his hand immediately, he turned to see a young boy in black skid to a halt in front of him. The boy panted, trying to catch his breath. Tiresias didn't hurry him. Everyone around him seemed to breathe again. Finally, the boy swallowed and spoke. You're wanted in the Lord Commander's tower. Straight away. Tiresias' heart skipped a beat. If this was what he thought it was. Right. Thank you. He nodded before walking past Sir Alistair and his cohorts, avoiding their eye contact. Any smart-ass remarks? He imagined the surly knight stomping up to the tower right after his business was through. He could still hear the knight's breathing as he headed to the main keep. He climbed to the tower, knowing where to go. It was the only tower he hadn't been in during his stay. Giving Lord Mormont his distance seemed appropriate. Especially in light of what just occurred. Pushing the ruddy, angry face of Sir Alistair out of mind, he came to Mormont's solar. There was no guard or steward outside the door. Tiresias stopped himself from bursting in and knocked. Come in. He opened the door to see the Lord Commander at his desk. With Benyon at his side. He was in his ranging gear. They both had the same calm, dour expression, but the look in their eyes, he saw it in soldiers resigned to their duty. Tiresias looked to both of them, fear and excitement flooding him all at once. They found them. We've received word an hour prior, Mormont replied. Benyon encountered a rider in the wood and just arrived back. What did they say? He looked to Benyon. The first ranger gave a humorless smile. She said that they were ready if we were. Tiresias walked up to the desk, nodding. All right. All right, when do we leave? As soon as you meet us at the tunnel. Maka's waiting in the haunted forest to escort us, just beyond the Trilene. We'll ride until we reach the camp. Corin, Clatton, and Gayrid are fetching our supplies and horses now. He inhaled on a count of 3. Ever since he advised Lord Stark in the Godswood on this course of action, he had anticipated this moment. Going north, beyond the wall into danger. Exhaling, he came out of his head. There was no more waiting. He nodded. All right, then. I'll fetch my things and meet you there. Benyon came around the desk and clapped his shoulder, before exiting the solar. Tiresias was left alone with the old bear. Mormont looked at him for a second before speaking. Well, what else do you want? Tiresias swallowed. Would you be able to hold down the Night's Watch until we arrive back? I just came from a lovely conversation with Sir Alistair. If he had his way, that iron gate would shut after us and never open again. Georg Mormont didn't look surprised. Sir Alistair is a loud man. But he doesn't decide if the gate opens or not. I'm still here. Lord Stark's men are here as well. When you come back with one of them, the gate will open for you. Those words weren't too assuring. Craster's keep was long burned to the ground, but Tiresias remembered the end the Lord Commander met in that hut. Stabbed in the back by his own men. If we return and discover otherwise, if the gate's still closed, what then? He had to ask. Couldn't leave that stone unturned. The Lord Commander raised his eyebrows. Well, then I suppose you get past the wall the way you did before, Tiresias. Anything else before you go? He was about to leave before he remembered. That crate I commissioned, enforced with iron. Once it's done, could you see that it's placed at the end of the tunnel, just before the gate? He cleared his throat. Please. Georg didn't even blink. That all? Tiresias nodded. To which, the Lord Commander picked up his quill and dipped it in his inkwell. Then good luck. He set to his work. Try not to die out there. That got a chuckle out of him. Right, he muttered before leaving the old bear to his work. His mind raced as he walked. Not thinking much. He simply tried to breathe as he made his way to his quarters. It's time, it's time. It's time. It's time. He found himself at his bunk shortly enough, kneeling in front of his rucksack. He had been in Castle Black long enough to get here absent-mindedly. He had checked everything prior, but he still unpacked and repacked, going over everything. His hands touched the 2 sheaths on his side repeatedly. One for steel, one for dragon glass. His rucksack repacked, he slung his bow and quiver across his back. A few soldiers were looking to him curiously. He nodded before exiting the room. There was no time to explain. No time to dally. They had to move. They had to. Tiresias. Out in the hall, he turned to see Jory coming towards him. He slowed down, but didn't stop either. Jory fell in beside him. What's going on? Tiresias hitched up his rucksack. Going hunting. What? Now. Now. He accompanied those words with a pointed look. They had just entered the yard, and though most of the Black brothers showed no interest in their conversation, he preferred to discuss this in a less crowded area. Jory seemed to get the message. Swallowing his questions, the captain exercised restraint, waiting until they had cleared the yard, until the shouts of the night's watchmen were behind them. They barely turned the corner when he spoke. So you're really going north? Now? It'll be dark in 3 hours. Shouldn't you wait till morning? Maybe, Tiresias grunted. But we've been waiting long enough. We need to get going. Darkness or not. Besides, we'll have torches and a guide. A wildling guide. Jory muttered. He was thankful for the man's discretion. That's right. How long will you be gone? I have no idea. He listened, but no one was around here. There was less activity as they neared the ice tunnel. I don't even know how far we'll have to trek. Could take us a few months. Jory nodded. I'll inform Lord Stark. I received a raven from him just now actually. He said that all the messages to the northern houses are ready to go. Upon your return. And your success. My success, Jesus Christ. A weight settled in his stomach. It didn't lessen as they turned the corner to see the ice tunnel before them. All 4 crow members of their trek stood waiting by their steeds. Gayrid held 2 reins, one mount for him. One for Tiresias. Upon his arrival, they mounted up. He stopped and exhaled. Turning to Jory, he held out his hand. The man clasped it. We'll be here when you all get back. Right, Tiresias murmured. The angry face of Sir Alistair swelled before him. There was no room for euphemistic language. Just make sure this place doesn't suffer a mutiny. Watch out for Sir Alistair. The north needs Georg Mormont and the Night's Watch behind him. Jory nodded. We'll make sure of it. Nothing more for it. Just go. Go. But Jory didn't release his hand. Tiresias looked and saw something in the captain's eyes. Hesitance, something held back. What is it? Jory didn't meet his eyes, shook his head slightly. I don't know if I should say, you going off and all, if it means what I think, you don't need the distraction. The captain finally dropped his hand, but Tiresias stayed quiet. Continued to peer as Jory decided whether or not to say it. Finally, Jory met his eyes. In the message, Lord Stark passed on a message to you from Mal. She said it keeps. He didn't respond for a time. He couldn't. Amidst the snow, wood smoke, and livestock, another scent returned to him. When he pressed his nose against her, he did his best to keep his mind off it. To forget the scent. There were too many risks. Nothing he could do about it. But as Tiresias stood silent, he remembered it clearly. It went away though. Slowly. Behind him, he heard Benyon move forward from the group. Tiresias. You all right? He called back. I'm all right. I'm coming. He turned back to Jory and nodded. Thank you, Jory. You can tell her you told me. See you soon, I hope. On that, Tiresias crossed to the band of rangers. Leaving Jory with an inadequate message. No choice on that. We can't have too many details in words. Unfriendly eyes and ears are in Winterfell. Reaching his horse, Tiresias hooked his rucksack on the side and mounted. The horse barely huffed and he stroked its neck, before turning to Benyon. The first ranger nodded, before looking to the group. Gentlemen, he said quietly before kicking his horse slightly and leading the way. Corin fell in beside him. Gayrid and Cladden followed. And after that, Tiresias the foreigner. He took one last look and sniffed behind him. Jory gave him a somber wave. But no one else was present to see them disappear into the tunnel. Chapter 56. The first sightings of the Free Folk camp seemed to sneak up on them. It was pitch black when they arrived. The hour of the wolf. Tiresias smelled the wood smoke 3 miles out, but it was a long time before he saw the first fire. It was small, just an outpost. 3 warriors stood on their approach, but Maka signaled to them and they stayed silent. One ran north ahead of them. After that, multiple fires appeared before them. Small enough not to burn through too much wood and to be seen. Not from the wall and not from farther north. They were riding through a sea of tents, furs, and wood piles. Most of the free folk surrounding them were asleep and they avoided many stares, distrustful faces or anything more threatening. He was thankful for that. Though not nearly as much as his crow peers. Benyon turned to them as they rode deeper and deeper into the camp. Gayrid, Cladden, hands off your weapons. Come on now, he murmured. They obeyed him. Reluctantly, but they did. Never been around so many people that want me dead, Gayrid muttered back. We're being escorted through, Benyon answered with more assurance than was warranted. We're Mance's guests. We'll be fine. Gayrid and Cladden didn't look too convinced. Tiresias glanced to the half-hand. Corin hadn't said a word since they departed Castle Black. He had killed more free folk than the rest of them put together. These people despised him. How difficult was it for him not to grip his sword as they rode on through the camp? He wasn't so concentrated on the half-hand not to overhear Benyon as he approached Maka. How far away are we from Mance? Maka looked straight ahead as she answered. The king is camped a half-mile past the center. The rest of our band is gathered there. We'll be there shortly. Tiresias glanced to the east. The grey light of the dawn was coming too. He'd be more than happy to arrive before the whole camp woke. A few animals lifted their heads as they passed. He turned to meet the eyes of grey and brown mutts, who observed them quietly before laying their heads down again. They didn't bark, which relieved him. A dog's bark, 3 blasts from the wall's horn, a cold even you could feel, that's how you'll know. But he wasn't cold now. None of his companions were, though he wasn't nearly as bundled as them. He was the only one not wearing gloves. He didn't receive any comment on it and they arrived at the camp's center, just as the first rays of the sun reached over the east through the trees. Tiresias felt its small warmth. By now, the inhabitants were awake and preparing for the day. The last bit of their journey was accompanied by stares, mutters, and plenty of suspicion. When they halted at Mance's big tent, they dismounted to a crowd of onlookers. Tiresias followed Benyon's lead and focused on his horse. Their mounts needed all the rest they could get. He was halfway through unloading when Mance stepped through the tent flap. Maka stepped forward to have some words with him. All the other black brothers stopped unloading and waited. Their stoic faces couldn't hide what Tiresias could hear. All their hearts were racing as they waited. They weren't the only ones. He casted his ears out to the free folk and heard plenty that unnerved him. Hands twisting the handles of weapons. Exhalations. And plenty of whispers to go around. He wondered how much they knew beforehand. What rumors they heard. Did they know about the band of crows that would soon come marching into their midst? Coming back to Mance, he saw the man pat Maka on the shoulder and walk past to Benyon, extending his hand. Welcome to our humble camp, Crow, he said loudly enough to be heard. Benyon smiled grimly and clasped his hand. Thank you, Mance. Simple enough, but it got the message across. The muttering renewed, but Tiresias heard no more handles being gripped as Mance went to each member of their band, welcoming them. He paused with Corin, holding his hand. That parley wasn't much of an opportunity to break bread, old friend. It had been a while, hadn't it? Corin met his eye. Are we still friends, Mance? Mance considered it. Old friends. New enemies. Then friends again. He dropped his hand. The only reason I'm sorry to see you is cause I know where it is you're going next. The half-hand exhaled, his breath fog in the morning sun. It is what it is. Mance nodded before trudging over to him. Tiresias met his gaze as well as he could, as the former crow stepped before him. The crowd was beginning to disperse and go about their day. He still heard their mutters as he nodded. Morning. Morning, Mance responded with a small smirk. He didn't drop his inquisitive gaze as he raised his hand. Tiresias grasped it and shook. Unlike with the half-hand, Mance released his hand quickly, leaving him to simply regard the strange librarian. Tiresias broke the staring contest, glancing off into the crowd before returning to their king. You found them, then? Mance raised his eyebrows. A bit anxious, are you? More than a bit. That got a small smile from the man. Well, that's one truth you've spoken. He didn't like the implication, but he didn't have time to question it. Mance turned and headed back to the tent. Tiresias hitched his rucksack and followed with the rest. It'll be reversed soon, won't it? Mance called back. When you come back with one of them and my people cross the wall, it'll be under the blades and watchful eyes of mistrustful northerners, no. He didn't bother lowering his voice. It was a simple truth, still Tiresias wasn't used to the directness. Lord Stark can only give you the same guarantees you're giving us all now. Mance reached the tent flap and held it open for him. Is that supposed to reassure me? His tone was light and Tiresias matched it. I thought it was supposed to reassure me. Fair enough, said Mance as he entered. Tiresias joined his band around the fire, sitting down and holding his hands up for warmth he did not need. Maka and Cobra were with him and to his right, Tormund plopped down, rubbing his eyes. Morning, Tormund. The man grumbled as he lifted his skin. Over in the back, he saw Karsai getting up and yawning as she came to the fire. Behind her, Orel continued to sleep. No one seemed eager to wake him. Tiresias was fine with that. A woman came to their sides with strips of dried venison. It was a meager breakfast, but just enough for guest right. That was his guess anyway. He and his band of Night's Watchmen were seen to first. Either way, Mance didn't confirm it. And all of them were hungry enough to just eat. They took their strips and chewed silently. Benyon remembered his manners and nodded to the woman. Thank you. All of them echoed the first ranger, but she didn't say anything. She retreated and continued to work over the fire. Mance took his seat and all eyes went to him. Stark, Corin, Tiresias, Cladden and Gayred. The two nodded shortly. Well, thank you for coming. I wouldn't worry about the darting eyes that followed you. You won't be here long enough for them to try anything. So you found them? Tiresias asked. His fingers trembled slightly and he willed them to stop. Mance appeared to sense it though. His eyes glanced down to his side before meeting his eyes. We found something. He was about to ask for clarification when Benyon spoke. Shouldn't we have all members of the trek present? He nodded to Aurel in the back. No sense in repeating it twice. The air changed in the tent. He sensed the shift in the free folk. Maka and Karsai shared a glance. Tormund turned his head slowly to face Benyon and Kober simply froze as he stared into the fire. The king beyond the wall gave a humorless smile. Aurel will not be joining us, Stark. Though if you want, you're more than welcome to try and wake him. Benyon glanced to the warg in the back. What's going on here? Mance dropped his smile. See for yourself, he said softly. No one moved. Not at first. The cold wood popped in the fire pit. Echoes from the outside reached their ears and Mance met their stares quite easily. What the hell is going on? Without speaking, Tiresias stood with Benyon and they proceeded to the back, past the free folk who averted their eyes. He saw Aurel on his back, bundled. His mouth open, his eyes drooped. Doubling back, he grabbed a torch and joined Benyon as he knelt next to the warg. Wary of catching the tent on fire, he brought the torch close. The pupils in Aurel's eyes contracted, but that was the only movement. His eyes weren't rolled back as when he was in the minds of his birds. They lolled to the side, lazily hanging in their sockets. A dried trickle of drool ran down from his mouth. He looked thinner than before and his breath came in rattles. There must been something in his eyes when he went back for that torch. As he gazed upon the warg, he heard Corin, Cladden and Gayred get up from the fire. They joined them, kneeling around Aurel. Gayred removed his glove and brought his fingers in front of Aurel's face, snapping them sharply. Aurel! You there? Tiresias focused on the eyes that couldn't focus on him. Nothing doing. Aurel's only response was his rattling breath. Gayred sat back and put his glove back on. Benyon leaned forward to give it a try. Aurel! He lightly slapped his face. Oi! Aurel! The tenacious warg remained silent. His eyes unfocused. His breath still a rattle. Beneath that, Tiresias heard his heartbeat. It was the weakest pulse he had ever heard. He turned back, but no free folk met his eyes. Mance answered his obvious question with his eyes still to the fire. "On your advice, Tiresias, we searched the north. All the wargs we could find laid here, staring up with their milked eyes." He stood with Benyon and the rest followed, watching the firelight leave Aurel's eyes before turning back to the fire. There was nothing more to see. Mance continued to speak as they sat back down. They combed through the area. Worked our way northwest. We had hoped to find something in the haunted forest before we came to the Frost Fangs. That would have been simple enough. Tiresias placed the torch in the fire pit. But no such luck. Mance nodded. No, Aurel came back one sunset and declared they had to go into those mountains. That slowed them. Each hidden valley, each winding pass they flew and accounted for, nothing. They marked their progress, Maka said. Before they set out and as each one came back. Mapped out from the fist of the first men. It's why it took so long. Corin glanced to Aurel. So what happened to him? Mance sighed. He was seized. After an hour, he convulsed and writhed on the ground. It didn't last long. But when his eyes came back, they didn't focus. That was 3 days ago. We've been feeding him goat milk through a cloth, Karsai said. Keeping him going until you arrived. Gayred stared. Why? They wanted us to see. They wanted us to know, Benyon said softly. We'll be going out there on the morrow. They wanted us all to bear in mind what they can do. With little knowledge of wargs and their abilities, Tiresias didn't know how strong Aurel was compared to the others that were looking beside him. He supposed he was pretty skilled. What he wasn't unsure of was just how much stronger the enemy to the north was. When the three-eyed raven found the army of the dead from the Winterfell God's Wood, he was discovered immediately when he came to the Night King. Banished completely from the ravens he was warging. If he did that against the most powerful green seer in the world, I don't envy you, Aurel. Not in that final agonizing instance. And I'm sorry. I should have warned you. Not that Aurel would have heeded his warning. Anyway, it was a large assumption, that it was the Night King he encountered. They had no way to know. It was just a theory. Still, he had little doubt it was him. Tiresias blinked to find his hand balled up in a fist. He exhaled and flexed his fingers, facing each one of the free folk gathered. Where in the frost fangs was Aurel when he convulsed? He asked quietly. Given that you've summoned us here, I assume you have some idea. He was flying along the valley of the milk water, Mans answered. We had just covered the Skirling Pass. The giant's step. Worked our way north. Should have started at the milk water, Tormund grumbled. That's the easiest way into those mountains. If the dead were in the frost fangs, they'd be up that way. It never hurts to be thorough, Makar responded quietly. At least now we know that Skirling Pass and the giant's step are clear. We have a way in. If they're still clear in a fortnight when we arrive. Makar didn't answer that and Tormund didn't look happy to get the last word in that disagreement. Tiresias had his own question though. Why do we need a way into the milk water? Can't we just enter the valley when we come to the frost fangs? Many free folk are buried in that river valley, Tormund answered. Don't know if they're still there or not. We're not coming to the milk water until we have to. They all looked to the fire. Its crackle and Aurel's rattling breath were the only noises in the tent. Corin lifted his skin. There's lots of valleys south of the milk water. And there's few enough of us that we can hide. We'll be fine. That drew everyone's eye. Upon which, he smirked. Well, maybe. Our lives are in your hands, Benyon said. We trust you. Whatever you decide, we'll follow. He said it quickly, truthfully. With no airs about it. Tiresias wondered if he hadn't known Benyon's origin, would he have guessed he was a descendant of the former northern royalty? That he had grown up in a castle? Perhaps the vocabulary was the only giveaway. The Night's Watch had a fine system of melting the rest away. Benyon looked to Makar as he spoke. The others followed his gaze. She swallowed her black bread before speaking. The forest is the easy part. It's empty. Once we get to the fist, we can decide there. Based on rations. Gut feeling. She turned her gaze to Tiresias. You're the only one here who's not been to the frost fangs, Tiresias glanced around the group. I believe so. Well, lucky for us, from the fist, across the milk water, lies the entrance to the Skirling Pass and the milk water valley further to the north. One's a bit more exposed than the other. I'll leave you to guess which. With Aurel lying comatose only feet away from them, it felt wrong to smile. Besides, he had another question. The milk water lies between us and the frost fangs, Tiresias muttered, trying his best to recall the map in the castle black library. So I'm guessing we have a way across. We'll be doing so twice, Makar said. The milk water seeps through the true north like a vein. We'll come across the first crossing 5 days or so out from here. We'll cross twice before we enter the frost fangs. Will we be able to do so again? When we come back with an extra body. The river has shallow points. We know them, Corin responded, scratching his face. He nodded to both Night's Watchmen and the free folk. Believe me, Tiresias. Getting to the frost fangs is the easy part. Especially if the forest is as empty as they say. A memory of crows falling silent came to him. Sam and Gilly staring out into the dark. The first time Dragonglass fell a White Walker. That White Walker came for Craster's son. We don't have that bargain with them. It won't come south just for us. He breathed a little easier on that thought. It also helped that everyone carried Dragonglass at their side. That was an advantage they didn't have to discover on accident. As Samwell Tarly did. A slow yawn escaped him. You should all rest, Mans said, before standing. Makar, you as well. This time tomorrow, you'll be miles away. I'll be back tonight. Nodding to them, he exited the tent. Grumbling, Tormund stretched before following. Leaving the rest of them with the fire and Aurel's blank stare. It wasn't a verbose group and no one seemed to want to break the silence. As Tiresias chewed his breakfast, his mind wandered back to Castle Black. To Jory's message. It keeps. Tiresias started into the fire. It had been a while since he couldn't identify a feeling. What he was going through now, he never even. It wasn't pride. Or joy. Or fear. It wasn't helplessness. He was doing something to help. To save the North. Something concrete. It just. His eyes went to Corin and his mind stopped racing. The old ranger yawned himself and stretched out before the fire. He copied the man, washing down the last of his breakfast with a swig of water before laying his head to rest. He wasn't sure if he was glad Jory told him. If he was annoyed. He was thankful when his need for sleep surpassed any emotional hang-ups. Another yawn emitted from him as he closed his eyes. The rattle from Aurel carried slowly under the fire. While he first woke, it took him a few seconds to remember where he was. He smelled the fire, the skin of the tent's interior. Heard the outside chatter and activity. This forest didn't seem haunted at all. Then he remembered. Tiresias opened his eyes to darkness touched by the fire pit behind him. The blue light that streamed through the top was gone. He must have slept the whole day away. Not the only one though. Aurel was still there. Now that he heard his rattling breath, he couldn't ignore it. He even saw the whites of his eyes from here. Closing his eyes again, he went away from Aurel, listening to the others. He wanted to see if he could tell before looking. Every heartbeat was calm. With light snores from a few. Sure enough, when he sat up and looked around, everyone was still asleep. Well, almost everyone. The one man sitting up by the fire, his heart beat steady enough. Mans Raider didn't move as he sat up. Didn't say anything, didn't even blink. But he knew the man didn't miss him moving. He was in no trance. The flames just continued to dance on his lined face as they had that morning. Careful to move quietly, Tiresias reached for his water skin. He was surprised by the weight. Someone had filled it while he slept. Well aware that some would call him stupid for drinking out of something he didn't fill himself, he lifted the skin. After the draft, he found Mans staring at him. "Walk with me," he said softly, over the crackle of flames. Without another word, he stood and exited the tent. Tiresias stared after him, but for only a split second. That wasn't a request. And he was being hosted by the man. Protected by him as well. He decided rather quickly. Many of the others wore their shoes as they slept. He drew some strange looks as he pulled his off that morning. His jacket as well. But he wouldn't do that outside the tent. He pulled on his boots as quietly as he could. They were warm from facing the fire pit. He could still feel that. Maka and Benyon stirred, but all the others continued to sleep soundly. His hands grazed his sheaths before they grabbed his fur jacket. Both daggers were still there. He stalked to the tent's entrance without a sound. Mans didn't go too far. As soon as Tiresias came to him, he turned and began to walk. Tiresias fell in step with him. The king beyond the wall strode leisurely, but said nothing. So he turned his eye to the free folk surrounding them. There was certainly more activity now than there was this morning. Children ran in between tents. Small animals turning on spits. Men and women were sitting by the fires, repairing weapons, mending clothes. He glanced at the fires, thinking back to his guess on the wall. He was proven right. These fires were small, just big enough to warm and cook, but not enough to be seen. Even from the wall. The free folk kept to their work, but quite a few of them looked up as they passed. It made sense. Mans was their chosen king. When he came about, it may well be for a good reason. Tiresias had no idea what that reason was. Mans seemed content with their silence and continued to walk. And most of the free folk, who looked up from their work, passed their gazes onto him. It wasn't the first time he was regarded with curiosity. He didn't avert his eyes, but he didn't let his gaze linger. Still, he felt their stares on his back as he passed. And the more they walked, the more he heard murmurs accompany their stares, spreading from fire to fire. He finally looked up to escape it, to the stars. It had been years since he spent a night beyond the wall. It was strange to have so much company for it, but the stars were still there. The air was still crisp. He could feel it pleasantly on his chest. Wait. Glancing down from the stars, he saw his mistake. As casually as he could, he began to button his jacket. He barely cleared the second one when he heard Mans speak. "Finally chilly enough for you." The man laughed softly. "Don't bother on my account. Karsai told me you prefer the cold." "I'm not doing it for you," Tiresias responded quietly. He finished buttoning without explaining, but Mans seemed to understand. He said, glancing over the sea of campfires. "Well, it won't stop their stares. Might stop their whispers." He shrugged. "Just for a bit. That's a small hope." They came upon a babe's wailing. Her wails were scratched and raspy. Tiresias looked to the wailing child. His mother held her before the fire, rubbing her back, but she didn't look to her daughter in her raspy breaths. Instead, she stared into the flames, her eyes dulled as she continued to move her hand back and forth slowly. Her heart beat quite calmly. Tiresias came back to the snow in front of him. Trying not to think of Mal. Of her last message. "That won't be the only babe that will die tonight." Mans said it calmly, facing forward. Continuing to walk. Tiresias could only join him, tear his eyes from the dulled woman as she cradled her lost daughter. The fading cries sounded behind them. "My people can't stay here much longer." Mans finally looked to him. "There's no place inland this side of the wall that can support a camp this size for this long. The hunters have to travel far to find game. The rivers are fished clean." He managed a small smile. "And it's too cold to garden." It was a sad jape. Tiresias couldn't return the smile. His ears were too good. Mans couldn't hear it anymore, but the child's rattling cries still echoed behind him. The small jerky that Mans spared for their guest right, it was invaluable tonight in the cold. Tiresias turned to Mans, speaking lowly. Our supplies, what we brought from Castle Black. Your supplies won't be touched, Mans said softly. You'll have them when you set out tomorrow. It was a practical question. Still, he couldn't help the sliver of shame. Apologies. It's a fair question. There are those who would take what you've brought with you. It's why I had Maka escort you through the night, with fewer eyes on your packs. It's why you'll leave tomorrow at dawn and I'll be riding with you until the edge, but more free folk know where you are going and why. They've seen the terror themselves. Fought it. Burned their loved ones in the aftermath. What you and the others plan to do, I've made sure that it's been filtered through the camp. We'll be waiting for you to come back. He met Tiresias' eye. Just do so quickly. No need to tell me. I've seen what will happen if the free folk and the wall come to blows. Only this time, it won't be Stannis charging to cut through your army. It'll be Northerners only too happy to slaughter you. He didn't say anything. Underneath the noise of the camp, the dying babes and crackling fires, he heard the man's pulse beat steadily. There was no subterfuge here. The free folk would stay put, but not for long. Without Mans offering a deadline, Tiresias didn't ask how much longer the free folk could hold off. Probably no more than a few months. There was no doubt in his mind that Mans and the other leaders were considering alternate options for getting south. How many free folk have already scaled the wall? Murmurs began rolling through from the east. For the first time, Tiresias felt the stares leave him and the king. He followed the glances through the darkness and wood smoke, placing his hands on both of his daggers, dragon glass and steel alike. But the temperature didn't drop. So far as he could feel it. Come now, Tiresias. It's all right, said Mans to his side. He reached up and patted him on the shoulder. That's not the excitement you'll see when they come. A group of free folk were coming through. Through the crowd, Tiresias smelled blood and all sorts of animal fur, rabbit, badger, squirrel. The return of a hunting party. The king walked on. Tiresias joined him before realizing his hands were still on his daggers. He dropped them quickly. We've staggered them out to get consistent returns. He eyed back to their path. They've arrived too late for some, but others will be saved tonight. Thankfully it didn't turn into a stampede. Not every fire sent a runner to see what they could get from the party. He spotted a few hunters trailing off to embrace a welcoming pair of arms. That won't be the case when we return here. If we even do, it'll be a wide berth to us and the white we're hauling back. Thank the gods. There'll be little time once we're back. Oi, Mance. They stopped to see one of the hunters approaching them, lowering her hood as she did. She passed numerous campfires, the flames of which caught her red hair. Tiresias realized his mouth was open and closed it before she stopped in front of them. Ygritte, Mance greeted, nodding. How far did you lot travel this time? Got lucky. She held up a bundle of rabbits strung together. Came across a small colony only 20 miles out. Got all we could carry there. Mance eyed the dead rabbits. You managed to get a doe and a buck. Ygritte spat, shaking her head. Nah. The two who discovered the nest, fucking idiots. Didn't stop to think we could breed more meat out of them. That warranted a disappointed sigh from the king. Well, next time then. We'll pass it on to the other parties. Set traps. Get ourselves a regular supply. Be a while before the kids are good meat though. What else is there to do round here? On that, she finally eyed Tiresias, who nodded politely. She didn't return it, only glancing back to Mance. Raider nodded to him. Ygritte, this is Tiresias. Tiresias, Ygritte. Tiresias offered his hand. Hello. Ygritte stared. You're Tiresias. He said quietly, nodding. That's me. You killed a mountain man or something. Gave us the glass. Resisting a humorless smirk, Tiresias kept his face neutral. Something like that. Her eyes lowered to his hand, still out and offered. She reached and shook it once before letting go. He cleared his throat. You an archer. She stared at him like he was a moron. Did the bow and quiver give it away? Tiresias pointed to her hand. You've a callus between your forefinger and your middle. He couldn't help but laugh softly. And the bow and quiver helped. He shared a glance with Mance, but the man didn't join his light laughter. Not that he blamed him. Looking back, he nodded to the rabbits. You shoot all those yourself. 3 of them, she responded, before reaching behind her. She extracted an arrow from her quiver and held it before him. Looking to the arrowhead, he saw the purple and blue light gleam in the glow of the surrounding campfires. I have 2 of these with me. Always. She held it up. I used to have 1 more, but it went in between a pair of blue eyes. Tiresias took in the arrow again. How do you know which arrow is which when you draw? Feathers are sheared different. She drew her finger across the end and placed the arrow back in the quiver, looking him in the eye. You should do the same before you head out. The dead don't wait for you to find the right arrow. No, I don't imagine they do, Tiresias muttered. Thank you. Ygritte gave him a probing look before looking to Mance. This really him, Mance? Ygritte, Mance said, with a small smile. It really is. Not even bothering to hide her disappointment, Ygritte swung the rabbits over her shoulder and walked off, joining the tail end of the hunting party as it continued through the camp. Tiresias watched her go. A little too long. When he turned, Mance had that knowing smile on his face and he didn't walk on. Just looked back and forth between him and Ygritte's disappearing frame. Tell me true, Tiresias, he said softly. Do you know the name of everyone here in this camp? Every free folk? As you did Karsai? As you did me? No. I told you that. Tiresias said shortly. With complete honesty. Mance glanced to Ygritte again. But you knew hers. Only a few I know. He shrugged. And they tended to gather round you. So I ended up learning more than what was polite. Would you believe me if I said I know her future love? And how did a man from Essos end up learning all that? The question was asked quietly. Politely. But Tiresias heard the steel underneath. He was in the true north now. The games and evasions he played in the south. In the Dread Fort. In Casterly Rock. In Winterfell, they wouldn't help here. Tiresias exhaled through his nose. I assume that Karsai, Maka, Boran, and Colum, they all told you what I said to them that night. You introduced yourself as a prophet. A blind prophet. Of little substance, Tiresias corrected cautiously. One future I foresaw. One I'm trying desperately to prevent. If you're looking for a better explanation, then I'm sorry. I don't have one. Mance gave a small smirk before looking off. Look around you, Tiresias. You see this camp? Hear its cries? Smell its fear? He came back to him. Do you think false modesty has any use for us here? Tiresias met his eyes. More so than any more prophecies. I saw what I saw. Nothing more, and I meant that. I won't see anything else from any other futures in Westeros. Not ever again. You're quite sure of that? I am, he said quietly. It's one of the only things I am sure about. The silence between them didn't last long. Mance turned and proceeded back the way they came. But it wasn't the end of their talk. As soon as Tiresias fell into step, Mance spoke again. And this, Tiresias? He nodded off to the surrounding fires. Are you sure of all this? Tiresias shook his head. No. The king beyond the wall turned his head sharply. Well, you need to be. This is your doing, Tiresias. Under the advice of an unsubstantial prophet, we're putting all our lives at risk. Prolonging our passage south. Camping in these conditions. Passing under the eyes of the Night's Watch, most of whom would slaughter us if they could. And straight into the north, where we'll be under Lord Stark's precarious protection. We'll give up most our weapons. Say goodbye to children as they're taken hostage. And trust we won't be hunted down when Lord Stark is busy with his duties as warden. All this because you had a vision and what you saw was worse than that. It was worse, He didn't raise his voice for any of that. Didn't even break his step. Tiresias didn't have the gumption to look away. He merely nodded. It was worse. Mance turned back to his front. So be sure, then. As you walk now. When you leave to find one of them. When you come back. And when you're standing on top of the wall, watching us march through in the freezing cold. Be sure of it. All of this. Of what you did. They walked back in silence. Tiresias was thankful for it. When he saw Mance's tent in the distance, he inhaled slowly on account. Orell should be killed and burned tonight, he said softly. He's not going to recover. He looked over, but Mance didn't meet his eyes. He didn't seem surprised though. Are you sure of that? He asked. I am. He stopped walking and Mance stopped with him. The tent loomed before them. Tiresias bit his lip before turning to him. I'll do it, he said quietly. You don't like the man, do you? No, not why I volunteered, but it's my idea. I'll do it. That prompted a small laugh from the king. Mance turned to him. Don't take so much credit. We're going to do the same. We were just waiting for you lot to show. To see what became of him. His eyes shined as he looked back to the tent. We'll do it. Orell was free folk. One of us. He reached up and patted Tiresias on the shoulder, nodding him to the clearing. You can help build the pyre though. Tiresias nodded and walked forward. As he bent to gather wood, he heard Mans speak to Dimdalba and a few others. Few words were exchanged before they entered the tent. Turning his ears away, he began to lay the foundation. As he worked, several more hands joined him and the pyre was constructed rather quickly. It was impressive. Then again, they probably had a lot of practice over the past few years. Standing up, he walked to the tree line. The free folk who remained gave him a wide berth, but their eyes weren't on him. The flap lifted. Dimdalba and the others came through carrying the thin, dead frame of Aurel. His furs and shoes were removed, neck dark with blood. Tiresias smelled him from here. Heard no weakened heartbeat. Mans followed with a torch. Along with Tormund, Karsai, Kober, and Maka. It was quick. No words were spoken. No prayers. No messages for the dead. Aurel was placed on the pyre and the torch soon followed. The fire soon turned into the biggest one in camp as it engulfed Aurel's body. He wondered if it could be seen from the wall. Maybe but probably not. He doubted this was the first funeral pyre to burn in this camp. If the watchers on the wall hadn't seen those, they wouldn't see this one. Whiffs from the pyre came to him and it was too late not to smell Aurel burning up. Memories returned from Craster's keep. The old man's searing flesh entered his nostrils as he walked away from the keep. He thought back to the babe with the rattling wail. How many more bodies will burn in this camp tonight? He wasn't so curious as to actually find out. Only a few free folk seemed committed to seeing Aurel reduced to ashes. Mance, Dimdalba, Tormund, the rest of their expedition. The others continued with their evening and no eyes were on him. So he returned to the tent. Corin and Cladden were still sleeping. Not that he was surprised. Despite guessed right, it wasn't a good idea for the half-hand to walk in full view of the camp. Better to stay out of sight and find sleep when he could. Benyon and Gayrid were sitting up, having supper. Tiresias sat down opposite and was immediately offered a stick of charred rabbit meat. Foregoing the recent smells of Aurel burning, he bit into the small beast. He hadn't eaten properly since Castle Black. Benyon glanced to the tent flap. I won't pretend I ever liked him. But no part of me is glad he's gone. He'd been mighty useful out there. How many times have you been to the Frost Fangs? 4. Benyon nodded to the sleeping half-hand. He's practically lived there for years. I'm glad he's with us. But still. He tapered off, looking into the fire. He lowered his meal. What? Tiresias asked. Gayrid and Benyon exchanged a look before the first ranger met his eyes. I think you should stay behind, he said quietly. It's no slight against you. It's just practical. Even numbers are essential for these ranges. Two are able to keep each other warm when the cold really sets in. And all of us are far more experienced up here than you. You are no free folk. No night watchman. You're not even a northerner. You've done your part, giving us the dragon glass and more. If anyone deserves to back out, it's you. No one here would think any worse of you. The tent was quite silent. Corin and Cladden didn't even snore. Tiresias wondered if they learned to sleep silently out during their ranges, so that they wouldn't attract even more dangers in the night. He wasn't insulted by Benyon's offer. Actually he was quite tempted by it. It was generous. To leave for Castle Black, get back south of the wall, return to Winterfell and the Starks. To see Mal and be there when it came. His tongue ran over some rabbit sinew stuck in his teeth. He picked it out, chewing it, mulling over the several campfires he walked past tonight. The pale, anxious faces of those just waiting. He could walk past all of them in the morning back to the wall, be granted passage, substance, and comfort. Mance's words ran through his mind, though he didn't need them to decide. Thank you, Benyon, but no. I'll be traveling with you all as planned. He went back to his rabbit. Thankfully Benyon didn't press the matter. Swallowing, he grinned grimly. Besides, you're pretty confident your numbers will remain even until you get back. There's plenty out there that could whittle this expedition down to 7, 5, 3, might need an extra number then. Fair enough, Benyon said, bringing the meat back up for a bite. Just thought I'd offer. It was a good offer. Tiresias set his stick down into the fire, leaving the bones to burn. Do we have any more rabbit? The rest of their supper didn't take long. And with no tomes, Tiresias had little else to do in the tent for the remainder of the evening. His eyes fell on his quiver. He didn't carry any obsidian arrowheads. He thought back to Ygritte's advice. It was sound, but he didn't want to experiment with different cuts for the tail feathers. He could very well destabilize half his ammunition before setting out for the Frost Fangs. It was too big a risk. He should have looked more closely at her arrows. After so many years in this world, he assumed he was better when encountering familiar faces for the first time. Evidently not. Corin and Cladden had the right idea. As restless as he was, there would be no greater opportunity to sleep than there was right now. He laid down, using his rucksack for a pillow. Benyon did the same, staring up at the ventilation hole. His dragon glass dagger laid sheathed on his right side. He nodded to the obsidian. You ever had a chance to use it? Benyon sighed. Once, he murmured. 2 years maybe, after you gave it to me. Tiresias waited, but Benyon offered no other details. He shifted his belt, not used to having it on as he slept. Reaching over, he drew out his own obsidian blade. It felt much better in his hands, as opposed to when he arrived at Castle Black. He lifted it. The fire shone through, brought out the deadly blues and violets. What about you? Benyon asked. Have you gotten any use out of yours? Not this one, he murmured. Sheathing it, he unbuckled his belt and set it to the side. A bit too trusting? Perhaps, but he would take full advantage of this tent tonight. Of this security. As tenuous as it was. He closed his eyes, determined to get one last comfortable night of sleep. Chapter 57. He didn't feel the cold. That hadn't changed. But there was still something in the fresh morning air that filled his lungs and opened his eyes, despite their protest. It was still dark when they set out from Mance's tent, the king himself leading them to the northern edge of the camp. Morning grey was just beginning to dull the eastern sky. There was no sudden stop to the encampment. Tents and fire pits slowly became more scattershot and the morning mist hung heavy. Tiresias had kept an eye out ever since they departed, trying to see possibilities for any defenses that could build up. But it was no good. This wasn't Hardhome and there was a clear difference building a wall for a narrow beach versus a whole range in the haunted forest. Perhaps when they moved closer to the wall, narrowed their field. Maybe then. They'll just be easier to attack. Concentrated even further. Trapped against the wall. They won't even be able to escape to the sea. The group came to a halt and he followed suit. Mance spoke to Tormund at the front, issuing last instructions. Tiresias didn't bother to eavesdrop. It didn't matter. Besides, Benyon was right next to the giant's bane. If Mance said anything of importance, he'd pass it on. He looked around. They had passed the last tent about 10 minutes ago. There were still stragglers, but there were few. All concentrated on their group from a distance. Tiresias ignored them and listened to the forest. It had been years since he'd been here. He couldn't say with total honesty whether or not he'd seen this part of the forest when he departed for Craster's, but he likely did. He just couldn't remember. He wondered if they would pass through the remains of his keep. If any of the charred walls still stood. Up ahead, Mance gave Tormund a final handshake before the redhead rode on ahead. He offered Benyon the same and the first ranger took his hand. As each member of their band rode past, Mance gripped their hand in farewell, crow and wildling alike. A few brief words he offered to each. Near the rear, Tiresias was one of the last to face the king beyond the wall. He reached out and gripped Mance's gloved hand with his bare one, waiting, but Mance didn't seem to have much to add to what he said last night. Farewell, Tiresias. His weary smile was back. I hope you don't die. Me too, Tiresias responded quietly. His voice didn't seem his own. He hoped to see Mance and the others they passed this morning, walking through the tunnel at Castle Black. He tried to say so, but it wouldn't come out. Mance seemed to understand. He nodded and released, giving his bare hand a pointed look. Tiresias turned and rode away from the implication, following Maka and the others. They heard Mance and the others turned about face to return to camp. No one looked back, but Tiresias tried to follow them with his ears. It was 10 minutes or so before he finally left them behind and focused on his front. It was dangerous to do otherwise out here. There was no incentive to talk. Tiresias was grateful for it. The line of horses adjusted naturally as they rode on, but he remained in the middle of the retinue, following whomever deigned to lead. At the moment, it was Maka. He thought back to his last trek in these parts. Trying to find his way. He found it eventually, but there were points when that was an uncertainty. Now, unburdened by those who actually knew this land, and with the snow-laden silence, he opened his ears and listened. To the forest. For anything unnatural. Or just anything he hadn't heard before. What did a White Walker sound like? Does his armor clink? Eyes cracking as he walks? Does the world go truly quiet before they arrive? It was sure quiet enough as they rode. And it made for a long day. However, they came to a river crossing just before the sun began to set. Tiresias turned to Benyon. Forgive a stupid question. That can't be the milk water, right? Good guess. Benyon looked to the sky, red with dusk. That won't be sighted for another 3 days at least. The line of horses came to the water. Maka took the lead, steering her mare to the shallow flatbed. Tiresias felt his horse shiver as he stepped into the water, but he held strong and calmly walked across the river. They circled up after crossing, Corin bringing up the rear. Maka muttered to Tormund before speaking up. We should camp here. Rest and warm the horses. Set up while we still have the sun. Set out tomorrow before it rises again. We'll try and fish tonight. No one objected. After dismounting, everyone went to work. Tiresias' knowledge of fishing extended not much further than gutting them. So he remained to build the camp. Karsai and Kober went to fish. Maka eyed him as he laid the foundation for the fire. Don't build that too high, ya hear? Don't worry, Tiresias murmured, his eyes on the tinder. Don't want any visitors this time. A low but sustained fire meant it had to be tended carefully for the remainder of the evening. Tiresias had embers in his eyes when darkness truly settled. When Karsai returned with 3 grey trout. As they ate dinner. Tired of sitting, Tiresias volunteered to dispose of the fish bones and skin. Stepping to the river, he tossed them into the gentle current, dipping his hands after to rinse them clean. Glancing over, he saw the trap the free folk had laid out. By dawn, they should have enough food for the whole day. He took his time returning to the fire. It was the end of the evening and there were no more distractions to help the time pass. Thankfully no one tried to make small talk. Tiresias barely sat down when Tormund spoke up. We should rest now while we can. He took a moderate pull of his sour milk. He only carried 2 skins of it and that had to last for the whole trip. Who wants the first watch? I'll take it, Tiresias said. It wasn't entirely altruistic of him. First watch got the benefit of uninterrupted sleep for the rest of the night. They worked out a system beforehand where only 4 of them would watch per night, leaving half of them undisturbed, rotating each night throughout the trek. No one objected, so Tormund assigned the rest. Tiresias would wake Karsai. Karsai would wake Cladden. Cladden would wake Tormund who would see the pre-dawn and wake them all. With that, everyone pulled out their skins and coupled up for warmth. Before settling in with Karsai, Maka handed him the sheepskin. Remember, don't let the fire get high, she warned before lying down. Tiresias nodded and wrapped the sheepskin around himself, not bothering to turn it down. His bow laid ready at his feet as he settled in. Looking to the glowing embers, he listened as everyone's hearts took on the steady rhythm of sleep. With only 1 draught of the sour milk, even Tormund avoided snoring. He was grateful. Kober would probably strangle him to keep silent. He wasn't worried about it attracting unwarranted attention though. Any passers-by would see the glowing embers before hearing any of them. When he was sure that everyone was asleep, he removed the sheepskin. He also pulled off his jacket, leaving only his woolen shirt. He breathed deeply and stretched his upper body in place, feeling a right amount of the brisk night air. Afterwards, with still nearly 2 hours to go on his watch, he added a thin log to the fire, stroking it gently with a stick. In between tending the flame, he closed his eyes, breathing in on a count, holding, and then exhaling. He felt a humorless smile form. If not for the company, this could have been years ago. The first time he was out here in the haunted forest. In on 1, 2, 3 and hold, 1, 2, 3. His heart didn't beat quite as slow as his companions, but after it calmed significantly, he listened. As well as he possibly could. He had no idea what his limits were, considering his senses. It wasn't something he could test on his own. Not really. Nevertheless, he didn't detect any danger. Dead, undead, or alive in their vicinity. So he listened to the trees and after a while, he detected the wood contracting ever so slightly from the increasing cold. He went to the river. It took patience but he found the difference between the gentle splashes hitting the rocks and the odd trout that escaped their trap, breaching the surface. His heart leapt when he heard someone downstream dragging sticks to the river, but then he heard the flat tail dragging, the gnawing of the wood. It was just a beaver building a dam. Returning to the trees, he found a nest. A mother rested on her eggs. He found her heart, resting but still fluttering much faster than any of his companions. He came down and exhaled, his ears back on the forest floor. His eyes shot open and he stared to the northwest. Something was coming from there. Something large. Something he hadn't quite heard before. Knocking an arrow, he kept his bow lowered as he stood. Quietly as to not wake his companions. Sleep was precious and the creature was not in immediate danger. It walked naturally. Not like a white, or he guessed. Still, he didn't break his gaze. He stared into the trees past the fire pit, his ears perked. The forest was dark outside of the firelight, but there was still the moon and it reflected upon the snow. Tiresias focused on that moonlight. Whatever was coming would cross there. He could hear it breathing. Smelled it as it approached. He raised his bow, but did not draw. Far off, a large wolf came from the right, crossing in the moonlight. He almost missed it, catching the tail, and finding the rest of the creature, its fur grey and white, invisible in the snow. Once he caught it, he followed it with his bow as it prowled past. It was large. Larger than any wolf he had ever seen. A dire wolf. The symbol of the Stark house, it showed no interest in their fire. Tiresias continued to follow it as it went. It crossed southwest and he pivoted slowly. away from the fire. Coming to the stream, it halted and stooped to drink, its tired pants coming between the gulps. It must have been traveling for a long time. Once it was sated, the dire wolf lifted its head, shaking it. It didn't move after, staying by the stream. It stared to the moon, and then it looked back. To their fire. To him. Tiresias didn't move right away, meeting the dire wolf's eyes. Slowly he lowered the bow, though the arrow stayed knocked. He heard the pants, the sniffs, and he reciprocated. Not taking his eyes away, he sniffed. He had smelled wolves before. This was similar, but there was something about this creature that stood out. It was familiar though. Before he had another chance to figure it out, the dire wolf turned and crossed the stream, continuing south. Its snowy, giant figure disappeared into the dark and he could no longer follow it. The sound of its paws faded away as well. And quickly after, its scent. He stared into the dark for a bit more before turning back to the fire. After a quick check to make sure nothing else had snuck up while he was fascinated by the dire wolf, he settled down and put the bow aside. The rest of his watch dragged on as he continued to listen to the forest. However, he didn't neglect his duty. He opened his eyes on occasion. Tended the fire, glanced to those sleeping, looked into the shadows beyond the glow of their camp. When he was sure that at least 2 hours had passed, he stood and stretched, stifling the moans of relief. He had sat for too long. The cracks from his back popped in the quiet. After pulling his fur jacket back on, he bent down to Karsai, shaking her shoulder gently. Her hand went to her sheath before her eyes opened. Tiresias stood back, but once she saw who it was, she dropped her hand. No one wants to be woken from a deep sleep, but she took it well. Not making a noise or even whispering a swear, she rubbed her eyes and exhaled briskly before getting up. Maka stirred, but Karsai put the skin back and their tracker settled again. She took a pull from her water skin. Anything, she murmured. Large wolf passed by. Went southwest. Karsai looked in that direction. As tempted as Tiresias was to keep that bit of magic to himself, as sure as he was that the dire wolf would not be returning, it was stupid to chance that. He could never know. It was a wild animal after all. She turned back to him and he exhaled. Aside from that, nothing. Tiresias glanced northwest where they were headed. I would say silent as the grave, but I don't think that's very fitting. Not so much as a smirk escaped the two of them. Tiresias handed her the sheepskin, which he had hung by the fire. Karsai didn't say so, but he saw the relief in her eyes as she draped it around her shoulders. They traded places. Karsai took the seat next to the woodpile and Tiresias laid down next to Maka, slipping under the skin, pulling it up to his chest. He didn't close his eyes right away. Setting her short spear to the side, Karsai pulled out a root from a pouch and started chewing it carefully. She spotted him watching her and pulled it out to show it. Moth's bane. She shrugged. Nothing to do with moths. You can't eat it, but you can chew it. It's bitter. Wakes you up. She popped the root back in and chewed slowly, looking out. Tiresias settled in, staring to the forest floor. He wished he had something for the opposite. Sleep was going to come slowly to him tonight. He could tell. It meant a long day tomorrow. In his periphery, Karsai looked to him. Saw he wasn't asleep. She gestured to the sheepskin. You didn't need this, did you? Was there any point in denying it? Karsai didn't look away from him as he considered it. Finally, he shook his head. There was no surprise in her eyes as she stroked the embers. That night, she whispered, under their sleeping companions. Part of me thought it was a ghost or a spirit we came upon. Alone, unfeeling to the cold with a strange song. She slowly rotated her obsidian short spear in her hands. But this is real. I've seen those bright blue eyes you spoke of, and you're real enough. Pulled you down into the snow enough times to know that. You're no spirit. The spear stilled as she met his eyes. So how? She didn't need to elaborate. Tiresias averted his eyes, looking back to the forest floor, to the patches of bare earth. Everywhere else was just snow. It was a gift, he breathed. I don't know who gave it or how, but I'm not bothered by it. I haven't felt a chill in years. Slowly, his chest grew a little lighter. Ever since that night in Winterfell, when he stepped into the snow in the yard, he hadn't spoken it out loud. No one in Westeros knew. He supposed that was still true in a way. The Seven Kingdoms were behind him at the moment. Tonight, he was in the wilderness beyond them. However, that might change when we meet them. When we see a horde of blue eyes through the mist. Karsai didn't respond. When he looked to her, she was regarding him with that piercing gaze. He met it as well as he could. But sleep was actually beginning to come to him. He blinked slowly as he exhaled. A dense fog escaped from him. I suppose it's very cold tonight, he whispered. She looked to the fire and nodded. A part of him wanted to ask if she'd keep the secret. But it was a futile request. The free folk he encountered that night, Maka, Boran, Kalam, and she, they all talked to Mance and the others. Spoke all they could of the stranger who gave them dragon glass. The rumors were out among the free folk. And once they were let past the wall, it would spread to the north. Assuming they would actually take the time to gossip about you when they're fleeing for their lives, Jesus Christ, man. It's not all about you. He shut his eyes. It took a few minutes before the admonishment in his head cleared up and he could sleep. Any worries he had about gossip filtering down to the north abated shortly. Karsai didn't mention it to him again. None of the other free folk looked at him any differently. And to top it off, their journey didn't seem to allow it. As they rode farther north, silence became quite natural. Even the horses were discreet, emitting low neighs and grunts that the snow quickly quieted. The 3 days to the milk water were uneventful. On their 3rd day out though, Tiresias found a landmark that led to his former target years ago. As he turned back, he saw Benyon looking at him. "Don't worry," he said. "We're not passing it." That drew a few curious looks, but Benyon didn't elaborate. He was grateful for that. The first ranger even waited until they rode side by side before mentioning it further. "We ranged there once after. Saw the remains," he muttered, looking straight ahead. "Must have been 4 months or so after you paid a visit. We had just sent his wives and daughters off to Bear Island. Did they ever said who killed him?" He shook his head. "Not one. All they said was that Craster was dead." Tiresias glanced to the north. "Is there anything left? The cold will keep what's left for many years." Benyon spat. "But the people that live here have long memories. They'll leave a cursed spot well enough alone. Allow the forest to take it back." They didn't say anything for a while, taking in said forest. "Well, no one lives anywhere else around here anymore. This whole place is now cursed." Tiresias shrugged. "Or will be shortly. Who knows? Maybe if they're ever able to return, they'll see it in a new light. It's a good spot." He looked over to see Benyon staring at him oddly. Tiresias sighed. "Forget it," he said. "I don't know what I'm talking about." Giving his horse a gentle kick, he rode ahead, hoping none of the others had heard that nonsense. He was near the front when they came to milk water. Though he had heard it miles back, he kept his face neutral and let Maka tell the group. They came to a rushing river. Tiresias could see that there was no crossing here. The currents were too strong. Maka turned to them as they circled. "There's a calmer part downriver where we can cross," she called over the currents. "About a half-day's ride south. We should camp here. If we set out now, it would be dark when we arrive." No one argued. Traveling at night was not their preference. But there was another reason Tiresias suspected. He flinched at first when Maka called out. It was the loudest any of them had spoken in days. But here under the rushing currents, it was safe. Or at least safer than usual. The waters here would mask their noises. Tiresias looked to their rear. It would deafen him significantly as well. The forest will be a lot more difficult to read tonight. Still, it was a good spot. They also had a natural barrier to the north and west. No white would cross the milk water here. As they set up camp, their eyes kept to the forest behind them, to the south and east. He waited until the fire was going before he looked to the river. "This flows into the gorge, yes?" he asked no one in particular. "Right past the shadow tower." Turning back, he caught the eye of Corin, who nodded. Tiresias picked up a stick, tracing in the snow, trying to remember the map. He felt the half-hand's eye on him, sensed his mounting impatience. His hand must have hesitated too long, because Corin took the stick and began tracing himself. Tiresias didn't protest. Finally the half-hand finished and pointed with the stick. "We're here," he said rather impatiently. "Farther down river than when we'll cross is a fork. It splits into this and another river we'll meet in a day and a half. We'll follow that river up to the fist of the first men. We'll see the frost fangs from across the milk water. Cross into them there and leave the forest and animals behind." He looked to Tiresias. "You got that?" Tiresias said softly. "Thank you." Corin scoffed, tossing the stick in the flames. "Don't thank me. I don't want any idiots on this trek. Too late for that. Besides," he turned to the half-hand. "This whole expedition is idiotic. It was your idea." He shrugged. "Well, it's the best idiotic idea I had. By far." That didn't get a laugh out of the veteran ranger. But he did hear a hitched breath. That was one victory he clung to. Tiresias and Corin sat in silence, the ranger cleaning 2 rabbits caught that day while he constructed a spit. The flayed rabbits were rotating slowly when he spoke again. "The Northern Lords, the Night's Watch, they need something, Corin. They need to see it. Otherwise it'll be." "You don't need to waste your strength or words trying to convince me," Corin interrupted, his eyes on the meat. "I'm already here. It was his turn for a hitched breath. Silly me. It was the most efficient expedition he had ever been a part of. The Winterfell hunters couldn't compare. The militaristic Lannisters would have been a poor fit with the snow. With 4 free folk and 4 veteran rangers, Tiresias was easily the lag of the group if they had to choose one. If it wasn't for his imperviousness to the cold, it would have been more obvious. At times, he forgot where he was and the actual danger they were in. Not for long, thankfully. Only in moments when they crossed the river with little trouble and steady calm. Or when the camp was broken down and hidden in minutes in the morning. Or when no one grumbled when they were woken in the blinding darkness for their watch. They proceeded northwest after the crossing. Benyon suggested finding the milk water again and following it. But he was overruled. The trail by the river was relatively well worn by generations of free folk. If the whites were looking for any fresh recruits in these parts, they'd stick to that. The obscure paths were safer. Not safe. Just safer. And so, bidding farewell to the rushing waters and the foothills on the other side, at least for now, Tiresias found himself listening to the haunted forest for several more nights. They proceeded at a moderate pace, conserving their strength. Fresh water was easy enough to come by. Game was in fine supply. With every free folk gathered just north of Castle Black, the animals had a small reprieve. No one said anything while the meat was cooking, but Tiresias saw it in their eyes. The main camp needed this bounty far more than they did. They couldn't hold out much longer. However, guilt and anxiety were not helpful here. He bolted down his breakfast as quickly as anyone and started overturning the camp. No one noted yet that he was quite comfortable with the heat of the flame. Not that he made a big show of it. Or took any unnecessary risks. As he saddled up, Benyon spoke to him. Do you know where we'll end up today? Besides more north. Tiresias shook his head. No. Should I? He saw Maka and Karsai giving him side glances as they mounted their own horses. Benyon shrugged. Didn't know if you came this far north last time. Maybe I just wanted to see if you're truly a soothsayer. Didn't venture this way before. He nudged his steed as they rode on. I was on me own. Only on the hunt for free folk. Not the dead. And Craster too, added Benyon quietly. Tormund was ahead of them. He didn't turn around, but Tiresias heard his pulse quicken. That was a different kind of hunt, he said softly. Far as he knew, none of the free folk had even mentioned Crasters, let alone his killing. It was as if he was simply swallowed by the earth. Benyon projected normally when he spoke again. Should I tell you then? Where we're going? It's no danger, me not knowing. The first ranger shrugged. Not that I can think of. Tiresias smiled humorlessly. Then let's keep it a surprise. Might make the day last longer. It didn't really. Besides, the days were long enough already. The careful progress, the quiet of the group. Benyon fell silent after they set out, and the possibility of danger coming through the trees stretched each day where the evening felt more and more elusive. It was some trick, not letting it burrow under one's mind. Tiresias wasn't sure how he fared. It certainly wasn't his first experience traveling under dangerous circumstances. At least this time he wasn't alone. Still, he nearly forgot about Benyon's question as the day progressed. It was only in the mid-afternoon when he spotted what seemed to be a wall of snow through the trees. Just as he heard the gentle rush of a river. He blinked and saw a hill. He turned to the first ranger, who smiled grimly. That's the fist there. A relic of the Dawn Age, built by the first men. As they came out of the haunted forest, Tiresias regarded the hill with equal parts curiosity and dread. He had no idea how long it took the Lord Commander and his great ranging to reach this area. Or how long they stayed. But he remembered certainly what happened to them. Decimation. A lopsided defeat as the dead came crashing down on this ancient ring fort. We can't camp here, he said to no one in particular. We have to. For one night, said Tormund, as he pointed to the west. Unless you want to go charging into those right now. He followed Tormund's gesture to a great range of mountains. The frost fangs were finally visible. These weren't the western foothills he gazed upon after they crossed the first river. These were proper mountains, and the easiest part of their journey was over. His horse followed the others, allowing him to gaze unabashed. Tormund was right. They were all tired and needed to rest. The fist of the first men would do for one night. As they rode up the hill, he looked for any sign of a disturbance. Severely hoping that the dead had already covered this territory, and found nothing. Nothing indicated so. The only marks in the snow were the ones they were making at the moment. Coming to the south side, they rode to the top to the ruins. They dismounted and tended to the animals before exploring. All that remained was the ring wall. Most of it anyway. Ancient grey stone that rose to their chests. They all turned to the west at some point. The frost fangs shone golden in the afternoon light. Tiresias looked to the foot of the mountains and saw the source of the rushing water. The milk water flowed freely. Not quite as hurried as it was further downstream. It looked freezing. At least to his eyes. He followed it north and saw it disappear into the frost fangs. The Milkwater Valley. Ignoring the commanding views for a moment, Tiresias gripped the stone wall and peered over. The slope was quite steep and dangerous to the west. And to the north too, as he discovered. It didn't look much better east. The dead scurried over these slopes. A sea of blue eyes and screeches crawling up to swallow the night's watch. Maka spoke, interrupting the memory of avoided future. All right. We go without fire tonight. It's too high and we'll have no trees to obscure our camp. Anyone say otherwise? No one objected. So she continued. Karsai, Kober, take 2 others with you when you fish. You'll cook the meat on the riverside and bring it up here. Turn over the fire there before you go. It's got to be gone before sunset. The 2 free folk plus Gayrid and Cladden went down the path to the Milkwater without further ado. Sunlight was precious this time of day. Without a fire though, camp was easy enough to set. No one bothered to question how they would best keep from freezing. They all knew. Pairing up under the skins. Hiding from the wind under the stone ring. They couldn't double down on the skins. The horses would need the extra blankets tonight. Even when they huddled. So Tiresias assumed. So far the cold hadn't penetrated whatever protection he had. Though he didn't miss Karsai sending him a side glance at the mention of no fire earlier. As he gathered the horses together to huddle them, he glanced down the bank where they climbed. His memories of the story were foggy in some areas. As he surveyed the fist of the first men, he wondered where a latrine would be best dug. He hadn't forgotten that somewhere, hidden on this hill, there was a cache of obsidian daggers and arrowheads. There wasn't much to do before the sun set. After the horses were taken care of, he could go and look. Perhaps gain a little more ammo against the dead before they entered the frost fangs. The idea died in his mind quickly. That was just it. It was only a little more ammo. They already had dragon glass. Daggers that were hilted. Arrowheads already strapped. Even they were lucky, they would expend too much energy looking for it before they likely found anything. Then they would be exhausted, freezing, and overburdened. So Tiresias let the cache go and continued to tend the horses. That mystery will remain buried for another 1,000 years. It's all right. Not all mysteries need to be brought to light. The horses were quickly taken care of. With the sun quickly setting, they took advantage of the light and checked the equipment and supplies. Tiresias smelled the wood smoke and the fish down by the Milkwater. So far on their trek, they had great fortune hunting small game and fishing. Their dried foods were barely touched and would be needed in the frost fangs. The fishing party brought up their cooked supper right after the sun had set, steaming in the cold. They ate in the dark, their eyes not quite adjusted yet. Except for Tiresias. He chewed gingerly, spitting out the bone. Will this be the last fresh meat we catch till we leave the mountains? He muttered low. He had listened before. There was no one coming. No one within range. Still his heart couldn't settle in this darkness. It didn't matter that he knew they were safer without a fire. Maka responded next to him. Small game, maybe. There are some lakes in those mountains. Waterfalls. She spat out her own fish bones. Not many are on our way. Not where Orel flew. By the time the covered meal was over, the stars were bright and everyone's eyes had adjusted. They licked their fingers and threw the fish bones into a prepared shallow hole. Tiresias drew more than one bewildered look when he poured some water on his hands. Freezing water that didn't numb his skin, only cleansed it. Thankfully it was time for bed and no one would push away valuable rest for a line of questioning. After the fish remains were buried and the watch rotation was decided, Tiresias tucked against the grey stone, sharing a skin with Corin. The old ranger said nothing to him and he returned the favor. Thankfully Corin didn't need much contact and fell asleep with his back against his. He had the second watch tonight. He eyed the first watch huddled under the sheepskin. Tormund would wake him. Assuming he could even fall asleep. He normally did, but tonight was a restless night. It didn't help that he had to lay still. He couldn't move much without disturbing Corin. Perhaps it was the fist itself. He remembered what happened here. The screech of the White Walker after it regarded Sam. It echoed in his ears, through the snow. Tiresias blinked. He had woken from a memory. It wasn't snowing tonight. The stars were quite clear. Corin was still sleeping besides him. All heartbeats pulsed slow enough. There were no White Walkers. And the only thing that sounded in the air was the eastern wind. He tried to fall back asleep. Nothing doing. Hoping Corin would survive a few moments without his heat, he slowly got up. He crept away from his sleeping companions, over to where their current watch stood. The man said nothing when he first joined him. He came to the grey stone, staring out to the west. With the immense starlight falling on the snow and ice, the frost fangs were quite illuminated. Even a man without his eyes would see them easily. Sure enough, Tormund was peering to the shimmering mountains. a dragon glass axe in one hand and his sour milk in the other. I'm still on watch, he muttered. You should sleep more. I should, Tiresias agreed softly. But I can't. Not tonight. What's keeping you awake, Mountain Fall? That's not my name. Your true name has too many sounds in it. Tiresias smirked. You and many Northmen share the same thought. He was sure Tormund didn't appreciate being lumped in with the Northerners. But the man didn't seem to take too much offense. He raised his waterskin as Tormund raised his sour milk. Wiping a trickle from his chin, he sighed. Besides, Mountain Fall has nearly as many sounds in it as Tiresias. Tormund looked to him. Away from the frost fangs. Tell me more about him. The mountain. Tiresias met his eyes only briefly before returning to the frost fangs. That same question encountered such resistance in him before. Not just with Prince Oberyn. With many a soldier in Winterfell. With a Stark child or two. All eager for a good story. What Tormund asked, how he asked. It was similar to Tyrion in Casterly Rock. There he just needed to talk. Tormund spoke. Whenever someone says anything about it, your eyes get sad. That settled it for him. Tiresias took a breath. The last thing he did before I managed to put my dagger in his eye, he had his hand around my throat and he squeezed. It wasn't for long. I know that, but it seemed so. Never felt anything like that. Another few seconds and I'd have. He exhaled. After I healed, I thought it was over. Few months after though, I felt his massive hand on my throat again. It wasn't there, I know. And it wasn't even during a fight or a spar. I was surrounded by people who made it sound like a jolly thing and I just felt it again. I couldn't breathe. The first day we practiced, when your eyes went wild. Tiresias cursed silently. He hoped Benyon was the only one who noticed. It was a futile hope but still. No, that wasn't the mountain. That was, an active imagination. Thankfully Tormund didn't ask him to elaborate. To fill the silence, Tiresias took another draught from his waterskin. Do you feel his hands on your throat now? He shook his head. Nah, it's easy to breathe out here. So far. I can still fight and all, but it's just there. He gestured to his throat lightly. Lurking. Always will be, I suppose. Need a pull. The smell of the sour milk hit him before he turned to see Tormund offering the skin. No, thanks. Like I said, I can still breathe easy. Thank you though. Tormund shrugged and lifted the skin. He sighed as he lowered it. Years of fighting them, watching our families fall to them, rise again with them, he said quietly, looking to the frost fangs. It's made the nights worse for us. That large camp we came from, you stay for more than one night and you can catch the echo of a man screaming in his sleep. Or a woman. Children aren't the only ones cursed with nightmares. No, they aren't. He tuned back to the west as well. But this is a lovely night so far. I know the frost fangs are dangerous. I'll hate entering them, but they looked beautiful from far away, under starlight. Tormund spat. Beautiful from here. It's not just the dead that prowl there. He lowered his voice even more. Dark gods live under those mountains. In his old world, such words wouldn't have affected him. Gods didn't have much to contribute there, from what he remembered. But here, after what he'd witnessed from the story, the hair stood on his neck. And the starlight on the frost fangs suddenly didn't seem quite so majestic. What happened to their worshippers? He matched Tormund's mutter. Some are in the big camp. Others stayed. A fog escaped the man as he sighed. Best if we not meet them on our way. Alive or dead. They sat in quiet for a bit. Tiresias was still staring straight ahead when he spoke. My wife is pregnant. In his periphery, he saw Tormund turn to him, felt his eyebrows raised. What? My wife, she's pregnant. You have a woman. He said softly. In case the mountains were listening. I heard just before I left Castle Black. She's in Winterfell. She's a seamstress. Makes clothes for the Starks. She's good at it. Very skilled. And she's pregnant. I haven't told anyone. He swore he heard the man blink. So why'd you tell me? Tormund asked, incredulous. I don't know, sometimes, I completely forget about it. Other times, it's all I can think about. We're going to have a child and here I am. Out here. He sighed. It's for the best. I know. I don't need to be reassured. What we're doing out here will save my child and her and many others, I just needed to say it all out loud. My wife is pregnant. She's waiting for me at home. I'm going to be a father. Tormund turned back to the mountains. Well, good for you. And her. Tiresias smiled. Thank you, not sure I'll believe it until I make it back to Winterfell. Maybe I'll make it back in time for the birth. His smile faded as he observed the frost fangs. We'll just need to make it out of there alive. We will. We'll be entering those mountains just as the sun hits them on the morrow. Tormund stretched. Till then, I'll go and sleep if you're so determined to be awake. Fair enough, Tiresias murmured as the man slipped quietly behind him. He was about to concentrate and listen to the surrounding area before Tormund spoke again. You should have stayed across the sea, mountain fall, he whispered. Why? Cause of the walkers. That. And there, you see the sun before we do. The day comes quicker. Tiresias smirked humorlessly. So does the night. Tormund nodded at that, conceding the point and trudged quietly to the group. Soon enough, he was asleep. Tiresias heard his easy pulse. The eastern wind must be a lullaby to the man. It hit the fist and continued to the frost fangs. He listened to it, cursing it lightly for keeping him awake. Though admittedly, it wasn't the fault of the wind. He didn't think so. The sight of the frost fangs, kissed by starlight, unnerved him as well. Maybe Tormund was right. Maybe there were dark gods under those mountains. Something else carried on the eastern wind. Something far away, but it carried. He turned his ear away from the frost fangs and the milk water, heard the howling of wolves in the distance. It made him smile. The distant pack howling at the night sky. Together. Unafraid. Tiresias glanced to his sleeping companions. They weren't wolves. They weren't unafraid. They had no reason to be. They couldn't howl at the moon and announce themselves. They were in enemy territory. He dropped his smile and looked back to the frost fangs. He wondered, despite their silence, if the dark gods could see them from under that chilled rock. Chapter 58. The keening wind pierced his ears as he trudged on. It was their third day in these mountains and he hadn't gotten used to it yet. The ever-present gales whistling through the crevices. Benyon told him it would calm down as they rode farther in. Kober said the best of the free folk trackers used the wind song to find their way out of the frost fangs in a bind. The closest one was to an exit, the louder one heard the eastern wind. Maka made no comment on the subject and Tiresias could only trust them. He was used to a still forest, not this. His sensitive ears still attempted to discern any danger from the wind. But everyone in this party seemed to know where they were headed. They seemed grim, not uncertain, as they trekked the twists and turns of the frost fangs westward, coming to Aurel's final flight. Tiresias withheld any inputs on their direction. He didn't know these mountains and he certainly couldn't find his way out of here without the free folk or the rangers. Even a few days in. Yesterday, he stood before a hidden valley with a beautiful view. He thought back to John and Abound Ygritte as they walked together through these mountains. They were lucky to have survived out here until they ran into the free folk. Unlike that duo, his group made little conversation. That was established quickly before they entered the frost fangs. The milk water had a gentle current near the fist. Though it was still loud enough to drown out their heartbeats as they crossed it. Tiresias was thankful. It made it easier not to focus on the path ahead. For a bit anyway. They were on the other side before the sun was even up. He barely had time to be wistful before they mounted their horses again and began to ride up into the frost fangs. Tiresias glanced back to the haunted forest. That was the safest part of their trek. Aurel saw something in these mountains that melted his mind. He hoped it was the Night King. He also hoped it wasn't. He rode second in their caravan today, right behind Maka. Near enough to question. He leaned forward. So this is Skirling Pass. One of them, she responded quietly. Skirling Pass isn't just one pass. It's not the Giant's Stair. It's a whole bunch of them. So this one is nearest to where Aurel flew last. It'll get us there. It's not the hardest. Not the easiest either. But it's less traveled. The Milkwater's the easiest path. You saw it from the fist yesterday. We'll see it again if we trek far enough north on this path. Tiresias had no more questions on the subject. Perhaps sensing his finality, Maka paused her mount and turned back to the whole group. From here on in, it's whispers all day from everyone, she said. Don't talk unless you have to. The snow will halt your voice some, but not nearly as much in the forest. The mountains will carry it far. He didn't know about that. The wind seemed to drown out everything. But he wasn't eager to test it. This wasn't his domain. Until they encountered trouble, he had nothing to contribute. Instead he kept his eyes high on the rocks above them. The horse carried him through the twisting path, leaving him free to watch for ambush. The afternoon ended with a stiff neck. Nothing but the wind. And despite that, he was sure he heard no scurrying above them. Not from a man, dead or alive. Not from the paws of an animal. He was rubbing his neck when Maka signaled and they came to a halt. They were at the end of the pass. She dismounted and crept forward, out of sight. Tiresias stroked his horse's mane, not taking his eyes from the front. He had worried about an errant neigh alerting an enemy ahead. These worries were abated the first day in the haunted forest. The steeds were selected well, stoic and silent in the cold. Tiresias hoped they would hold against the dead. Makar reappeared, waving to them as she climbed back on her horse. The corner was clear. Tiresias sighed as they began to move forward. The same thing, corner after corner, day after day. No sign of them. Each passing day without them both relieved and worried him. Their packs weren't bottomless and food would be a concern after a fortnight. It would also be best to capture their target while only a few days in. It wouldn't do to be trapped in the depths of these mountains. Coming to the end of the pass, his breath hitched. He was expecting a grand vista. Instead he came upon a mountain lake, golden with the late afternoon sun. And a meadow surrounding it. It wasn't tall grass but wild flowers, cold snaps, frost fires and piper's grass. Durable vegetation poking through a thin layer of snow. Can we eat any of that? He muttered to Tormund. The horses can. You'd shit it out whole. He nodded to the lake. Might try a fish there. We need a rest anyway. It seemed to be the mindset of the whole group. Makal led them just off the path, behind boulders where they wouldn't be seen right away. Once dismounted, Benyon spoke up. I think we can risk a fire here. A small one. For warmth. Not just fish. He gestured to the crag bordering the lake. This whole area's just a pocket. The glow wouldn't reach over the top. Darkness would cover the smoke. And whoever's on watch can smother it if they hear anyone coming from the pass. Nobody objected. Though he didn't share it, Tiresias could sense the growing discomfort from the others. Night after night with no heat other than their own. A small fire in this place was a good risk. Kober and Karsai went farther past the boulders to fish without being so instructed. The hopes of the group trailed behind them. That trout on the fist seemed 3 weeks ago, not 3 days. And their last fire. Tiresias felt eyes on him as he prepared the small wood stack, everyone fighting their impatience to be heated. But once it was constructed, they had to wait. They carried as much firewood as they dared from the haunted forest. They had to save it for the fish and for the late evening. At least the horses seemed relieved. Maka, Korin, Cladden, and Gayrid led the horses out on the field as they grazed. Tiresias watched them feed. They didn't object to the harsh foliage. Perhaps they could bundle some up and stretch out the horse feed a little more. His thoughts halted when he heard something down by the water, Kober swearing repeatedly. Looking up, he saw Benyon and Tormund hadn't reacted to it. Either the wind died down this evening or his hearing had adjusted. Or both. Either way, he stood. Something wrong? Benyon asked. Nah, he took off, walking to the water. Just going to check up on Karsai and Kober. No objections followed him. Why would they? They were all free up here. Rounding the boulder, out of sight from the meadow and the camp, he walked through the sparse trees and saw the 2 fishers staring down into the water. He came upon them just as Karsai slapped Kober on the shoulder. Gutted 1,000 fish before you had hair on your balls. Never dropped a blade. She whispered furiously. So what? Now's the time you lose a knife. The wrong fucking knife too. I didn't mean to, he whispered back. Gods, I just. Hey, you two, Tiresias said quietly. Kober jumped as he approached. What's going on? Kober didn't respond. He looked more angry with himself than Karsai did. She already took a deep breath and spoke calmly, though the ire was still there. Kober dropped his dragon glass into the water. It was an accident, he muttered, shame creeping into his voice. I picked up that bastard there to gut. He pointed feebly to the pile of 4 fish on the ground. I reached down and drew a blade. I thought it was just me old dagger, but it wasn't. I had it to the fish when I realized it was the dragon glass. I stopped, had a laugh at the fuck up, 'fore I could switch it, 'fore I even fucking lowered it, fish flopped in my hand and He exhaled. I was standing too close to the water. It fell in, fuck. Tiresias stepped over the fish, kneeling at the water's edge. Where? Kober's arm reached over him, pointing. There. It's too dark to see, but it's there. It's lost, Kober, Karsai said behind them. There's no getting it out. The bottom's too deep. We're right by the rocks. It's no more than 12 feet. Still need to dive for it then, Come in, Kober. We're not risking anyone's heat for that. Ya fucking idiot. Tiresias peered into the depths. Even if the sun was completely out, he wondered if he could see it then. The water was so dark. He stood. Karsai's right, he said quietly. It's all right. We have other dragon glass. Kober can take one of the spare blades. It's why they're there. Remembering that fake smiles were easily detected beyond the wall, he wiped his off before turning around. I have the pit already. Tinder just needs to be lit. Let's bring the fish back and have ourselves a real meal, We'll laugh about this tomorrow. Kober didn't say anything. Didn't even nod, but he set to work with Karsai as they rolled up the fishing twine and tied up their catch. They turned back to the camp, stopping a few feet when they realized Tiresias wasn't following them. He pointed off. Need to shit. Cobra turned back immediately, but Karsai peered at him suspiciously. He didn't even glance to the lake until they were both rounded the corner. Once they were gone, he went immediately to the water's edge. Kneeling, he peered again to where Cobra had pointed. The lake was calm. No current from what he could tell. It should have just drifted straight down. But it was a light dagger. Perhaps not. Shit, he hissed, looking to the west. The sun was almost gone. The tops of the surrounding crags were orange. Not that he would have much light down there anyways. He tried to talk himself out of doing it. He had left the cache well enough alone on the Fist of the First Men, abandoned the idea of searching for it. They did have a few more dragon glass blades packed away. That was no lie. They were there for these situations. When their weapons were damaged or lost to them. But this one's not truly lost, is it? It's down there. Within your reach. And the longer he knelt here staring into the murky depths, the more he risked discovery. This had to be quick. Marking the spot where Cobra had pointed, he stood and began to strip. His skin practically sang as he pulled off his shirt. Aside from his watches when he was alone, he had worn his jacket non-stop since Castle Black. The freezing air of the frost fangs, dangerous to bare skin, refreshed and calmed him. At least for a few seconds. Then he caught a whiff of himself, a severe reminder that he had traveled for hundreds of miles over several weeks without bathing. They all must reek inside of their skins. If he had acclimated to the normal stink when they were clothed. A small laugh came from that thought. It died shortly when he lowered his arms and looked to the water's edge. After a quick glance to make sure he was truly alone, he unbuckled his trousers and lowered everything. Including his small clothes. He couldn't get anything wet. It would take much more firewood than they could spare to dry anything up here. He stepped out of his pile of clothes, down to the rock where Cobra had pointed down. His reflection stared back at him. He seemed skinnier than before. And that was saying something. Taking several deep breaths, he braced himself. Swimming was not his strength. And a small part of his mind screamed that this might be the time when he could lose his aversion to the cold. But the evening air still kissed him gently. So taking a deep breath, he jumped, hoping there were no lake monsters in the frost fangs. True silence engulfed him. Any trances of the wind were gone. He came back up and breathed deeply, treading the water. His arms and legs weren't losing function. His heart didn't stop from the shock. It wasn't freezing. Just pleasantly cool. His aversion had held. Still, he didn't wish to push it. The dark water still surrounded him. Taking a breath, he dove. Pressure built around his ears as he swam down. Karsai estimated the bottom at 12 feet. It sure felt like more. He kicked and stroked cautiously. Light was increasingly precious the farther down he went and he was far too close to the rocks. He felt the bottom before he saw it. It wasn't soft dirt unfortunately, but rocks. He released a little air and settled down on the floor. He had to be careful. If he accidentally hit the blade when it was perched precariously on a slippery stone, it could fall between the rocks. Then it would truly be lost. Fear began to eat away at his mind as he began to grope gently in the dark, slowly moving his hand over the bottom. Fears of being blind underwater. And here he couldn't calm himself with his mother's technique. He couldn't breathe here. Was he even in the right place? Did he swim down straight enough? Did he follow Cobra's point? How the fuck would Cobra know if it had sank straight down? Something pressed around his throat. He couldn't breathe then. He couldn't breathe now. Jolting his hand from the depths, he ran his hand around his neck. There was nothing. Just darkness and silence. He needed air. Placing his feet against the rock, he pressed up gently. Exhaling as he rose to the light. 1, 2, 3, 4. Tiresias broke the surface, holding onto the shore as he panted. He stared to the sky, already darker with night. He couldn't have been down there for more than 40 seconds. Shaking his head, he rubbed his throat and focused back on the water. The calm surface disrupted by his search. Clegane wasn't down here in the dark. He was dead. He'd stay dead. He was buried south of the wall. That got a small scoff out of him. Still breathing deeply, he flexed his fingers and toes. The water was still cool, not freezing. It was only fear. Not that he could dismiss it that easily. He still wasn't convinced there weren't monsters in this lake. Well, the sooner you get that dagger, the sooner you can escape them. Pushing off against the shore, he dove down again. However deep it was, it took Tiresias much less time to reach the bottom. He kept his eyes open as he swam against the rock. Shapes came to him only a foot out but he could still see. Karsai and Cobra did him the favor of fishing in a nook. Once he found the crag that went up to the shore, he scoured out. The stones were small, but the crevices between them were truly dark. Not even he could see their contents. He ran his fingers slightly through them, but not too deep. Getting cut wouldn't be worth it. Not from the rock or a crayfish or a dragon glass dagger. He exhaled an air bubble to stay flat on the bottom. Wondering if there was any way to mark his progress if he had to make a third dive, he continued slowly. It certainly seemed that he would have to make another dive. There was no phantom gripping his windpipe thankfully, but his body couldn't last long down here. And it was affecting his search. The longer he stayed, the more frantic his hands blindly groped. For all he knew, he could have missed the dagger with his barely muted panic. Tiresias released another pocket of air to stay level. One more incremental pass. He forced himself to move slowly, staring straight ahead. But nothing glinted in the darkness and his lungs were becoming heavy. It looks like the lake monsters will have a third chance to get me. Resigned to another try, he stood and pressed his feet gently against the rock. Except his left foot didn't step on a stone surface. He froze. Whatever he stepped on didn't feel at all like the stone bottom he had explored. Careful not to jostle it, he released the last of his air as he knelt down. Hand to foot, he gently probed. His sole wasn't bleeding. It was pressed against something woven. Leather for grips. Making sure he had a solid grasp on the object before he removed his foot, Tiresias brought it to his chest and kicked up. He had forgotten he was completely out of air. He gasped as he came up, but he didn't wait to calm down before he kicked for the shore. He crawled up, out of the water, sitting down on the stone. Once safely out of the dark water, he held up his recovery. Unless there was another obsidian knife lost to this lake, this had to be Cobra's. He breathed deeply as he turned it over. A short dagger. A small weapon. One they couldn't afford to lose. They were lucky. Cobra could have dropped it in the milk water. Not a dark, murky lake full of nightmares. Tiresias laughed softly and wiped the water from his face. Panting, he looked out over the lake. His breath was a heavy fog. And he was still close to the water. Suddenly paranoid that he could very well drop the dagger and lose it all over again, he stood and turned to get dressed. He stopped immediately. Karsai was standing 10 feet away, staring at him. Both regarded the other silently for a few seconds. Tiresias racked his brain for anything to say. Anything to explain. But then he remembered Karsai already knew. Had already seen. Maybe not to this extent but she had seen. Indeed, she didn't look shocked by his action. Not too much at least. She didn't even seem perturbed by his nudity. She glanced down to the dagger in his hand. You got it, she said, meeting his eyes again. He muttered. Are you at all cold? He shook his head. No, just wet. How were you expecting to dry? You can't use your clothes. Tiresias shrugged. His breath wasn't completely back yet. Didn't think that far ahead. Maybe I'll just air dry. He knew he couldn't go back to camp dripping. Maka and Karsai knew he was fine against the cold. The rest of the free folk may have heard some rumors, but the night's watchman. He ran his fingers through his hair, flicking the water to the ground. I'll bring you one of the horse's blankets, Karsai said. They'll be all right tonight with one layer. The fire will be enough. Will you be all right till I come back? Tiresias flexed his digits. He still had feeling. His teeth weren't chattering. I'll be all right. He held up the dagger. How do we explain this? We don't. Karsai turned and walked back to camp, leaving Tiresias naked by the water. He ran his finger along his arm. The quick dip in the lake didn't do much for him hygienically. Without soap, he would be nearly as filthy as he was when he dove in. The horse's blanket wouldn't help either in that regard. Karsai returned quickly with the blanket. He traded the dagger for it and began to dry himself. It wasn't great but it would do. You just gonna hand it back to him? She shrugged. Might just put it back in his saddle sheath when he's not looking. He'll stare at us funny, but he won't make any noise about it. He paused in the middle of rubbing his legs and looked pointedly at her. Karsai smirked. What? You shy? Haven't had much privacy on this hike so far. Like to take what I can. Suit yourself. She glanced down before meeting his eyes again. The cold doesn't really affect you, does it? Smart replies eluded him at the moment and he was left silent, hoping his face didn't betray him with a big dumb look. Karsai smirked again before turning. See you back at the camp. He forced himself to start drying again before she disappeared around the bend. Not wanting to seem, well, he didn't really know. She wasn't trying a pass with him. He knew that. Her pulse was too calm. Asserting that he had already had a woman would only earn him a heavy eye roll. Jesus, man. It was a joke. She was taking the piss. Teasing. You've not been so long without it. Maybe not. Still Tiresias laughed lightly as he finished drying. The past few minutes were the first time since he left Castle Black when he wasn't consumed with the White Walkers. With their mission. Before he dressed, he looked across the lake. To the surrounding crags, silhouettes against the night sky. The sun was gone now. No blue eyes shone out of the darkness. He sniffed. No trace of the dead. Not that he could tell. He still didn't know what they smelled like. Sam said there was no rot in the whites they brought back to Castle Black. Either way he didn't smell any wasting flesh. Just the beginnings of lake trout cooking over a modest fire. He quickly dressed and went back, eager for a warm meal. Tiresias felt Cobra staring at him strangely since his convert swim in the freezing depths. Fortunately the man didn't question him on it. He was too distracted by their indulgence that night. One night with fire. One night with a fresh kill. One night when the horses ate even better than them and were strong in the morning. The stay over by the lake did wonders for them. Invigorated, they continued into the Frost Fangs, along the twisting paths. Maka chose their routes without any protest from the rangers. Sometimes they came to forks where she led them east or south. Though Tiresias did have questions, he bottled them up. They all seemed to verge back to their true course. Sure enough, when the afternoon came and Tiresias followed the sun, he noticed they were almost always pointed north. They passed at least 2 valleys a day, but did not descend into any of them. The milk water was the goal. Once they came to it, they would follow it deeper into the Frost Fangs. Where Aurel flew last. Their path there was deserted. Tiresias kept checking the rocks above for ambush. But there seemed to be no one left in the Frost Fangs. This wasn't the story he remembered. The free folk had already set up their main camp north of the wall and abandoned their homelands. It made for an eerie ride. It reminded Tiresias of the White Knife, the 3 days of quiet before he encountered Locke. There he was alone with his own thoughts, prone to letting his guard down. It was easier to stay alert in this group. Everyone remained tense as they rode farther. The route through the mountains didn't ease his anxiety. Between the slopes and their twisted labyrinth of a trail, racing back this way with a white didn't seem to be the best plan. He especially thought so as they ventured carefully over a natural stone bridge. They had to dismount and lead their horses carefully over the ravine one at a time. Everyone made it, but Tiresias heard their heartbeats through the whole ordeal. It took a while for them all to calm. A bound white struggling on the back of one of their steeds as it crossed, it wasn't ideal to say the least. He wasn't alone. As they mounted again, he caught more than one looking back to the ravine, to the stone bridge. Later that night, after draping the horses, he approached Maka and Corin, who were off muttering under the wind, staring across the peaks. They fell silent as he approached. Whatever horse is carrying our prize, it'd be a miracle if it can make it over that bridge back there. They didn't look surprised. He treaded cautiously near the lookout and squatted. I suppose you two know that. One startled misstep and what we came for will tumble down into the ravine. We can't discount this path, Corin said. It's a winding road, but we're far less out in the open than we would be careening down the milk water. So you're set on this way for our return then? I didn't say that. He removed his gloves and placed his hands under his shirt, warming them. But if we can get our prize and get away, and be sure we weren't noticed, then we'd be better off risking time instead of discovery. The milkwater's risky, Maka interjected softly. I told you that already. Where we'll be entering the valley, then to the west, deeper into the mountains, there's danger. Aurel found that out for us. Then going east, back to the forest. She sighed, looking out. I don't know. Racing alongside the river, we could run straight into a sea of blue eyes. We can't know. We could be caught between them. And then it'd be too late to find this path again and disappear. Tiresias followed her gaze. Tormund was right. From the fist, the Frost Fangs were beautiful when they shone under the night sky. Up close, in the midst of them, the moon caught the harsh crags and peaks. He felt a chill in his chest that had nothing to do with the cold. Perhaps the free folk were right. Maybe there were dark gods under these mountains. Do you have anything to say about this? Something you haven't mentioned yet. He looked to Maka, but she had her eyes firmly on the range before her. To her right, Corin peered at him strangely, still warming his hands. Tiresias hesitated. Benyon was the only black brother who was told full stop about his visions. What he passed as visions anyway. If Corin knew anything about it, it was only rumors and whatever he picked up from the others. And he didn't know how much that was. Still, Maka wouldn't have asked if it wasn't necessary. They were all here together in the cold. They had to trust each other to an extent. Besides, he had to be of some use. His gifts were here to be useful against the enemy. He may have recovered a lost knife, but his invulnerability to the cold wouldn't serve others. They needed information. So, a clairvoyant on the mountain he would be. I don't know if it's possible to get one away without the rest knowing, he murmured, staring into the dark. This is an army with all the power descending straight down from one commander. He reanimates them. He powers them. He controls them. I don't know if he can see through all of them. Or if he even needs to. But if he can, there's a good chance that even if we act quickly and gag the white so it doesn't screech and alert the rest, he may well detect it being dragged to Castle Black. South of the wall, and that's risk enough for me to say we should take the quickest route home. Run as fast as we can. Tiresias waited, still gazing out over the malevolent mountains, but he heard no rebuttal. He turned and saw Maka gazing out as well. I'm sorry, Maka, but I don't know any more. I told you the truth the first time we met. I'm a lousy prophet. That prompted a small smile from her. Corin removed his hands and pulled his gloves back on. Tiresias resisted an urge to see how much of a hand he still had. Well, we'll have a chance soon to decide, he said, passing over the mention of prophecy and the Night King's necromancy. It was of no interest to him. We'll find the milk water tomorrow night. Are we that close? You can see it yourself, he said, pointing out. Right there. Tiresias followed his point. A shadow behind a peak, but the top of the range continued and spanned his gaze. Once he saw it, it was obvious. That's the river valley. Corin lowered his arm. We won't descend until the morning after, but we're that close. He kept staring. His eyes were certainly tricking him into thinking the valley was closer than it was. If the wind would soften, perhaps he would hear the water rushing in the distance. If he could concentrate. If he closed his eyes. You have the first watch, the old ranger asked. Well, you best move back toward the trail. It's a view all right, but there'll be no attack from here. He peered over the edge. Slope's too steep for it. Tiresias took his word for it, standing up gingerly and making his way back to the others. He didn't much enjoy staring down into the abyss. Floating in the depths of that lake was enough. Memories of silent darkness came to him a few times since. After a shudder, he shook his head to be rid of them. All in all, he was happy for the first watch. He settled down out of view behind a stone under the sheepskin, exhaling silently. He craned his neck and looked to the stars. The mountains were frightening, but it was the same night sky. The crone's lantern hung near the half-moon. He didn't stare for long before lowering his eyes and focusing on the path. His ears have finally acclimated somewhat to the wind. Or perhaps they were finally just deep enough in the frost fangs. He casted his hearing out for any visitors. He'd listen for the milk water tomorrow. As they descended into the river valley, the keening wind lessened. It belonged to the twisting paths high above them. Here, the milk water burbled from the west. Tiresias gave the peaks they rode from one last look before turning to his surroundings. Compared to their scenery the past fortnight, this valley may have been the reach for all its comforts. The running water, dirt that was only semi-frozen, even a few stubborn trees that had found root here. The sight only unsettled him more. Not just him. They all knew what awaited them here. There was never at least one pair of eyes that wasn't watching the way westward. He filled his waterskin in the river next to Cladden. Contrasting the rest, the large ranger stared to the east. Could be some that way too, Tiresias took a draught before dipping his skin back in the gentle water. Maybe. And we could be caught with our cocks out in the middle. Right now. He sounded more resigned than anxious. Skin's more like, but Cladden looked to his waterskin in the river before rolling his eyes. Clever, man. Clever. He stood into a light stretch, reaching up. Well. It's not a bad place to die. Water, empty lands, no lords. Cold. Maybe, I heard about men who die slow from the cold. Before they go, the gods are merciful. And their final moments are warm. Tiresias hummed. It had been a while since he studied hypothermia. He couldn't contribute on the matter in any case. What did he know of cold anymore? Cladden lowered his arms, sighing as he turned back to the river. All horseshit. Probably. Whether it's here now or Castle Black in 20 years, I'm not dying anywhere warm. Now he truly had nothing to say. He was saved though when Tormund came through, hands on both their shoulders. Now we must be very quiet, he murmured. Tiresias, come with me. He followed Tormund back to his horse. How's your hearing? He asked. Tiresias listened for a bit. It's fine, he spoke, matching Tormund's hushed tone. The wind's not strong here. You'll be riding in front, next to Maka. If she and Karsai spoke true of the night you met, then we'll need your ears here. We can't be caught by surprise. We don't have the numbers. Tiresias nodded, as he stepped into the stirrup and mounted. I'll be in the back. Watching our arses. Tormund patted his horse, smiling. Beautiful day for a hunt. He returned his smile briefly, dropping it as the man stalked to his own horse. The steeds have behaved so well this whole trip. He stroked the mane and scratched the neck. "Come in, man. You're no spotted mare. But you've done good so far. Keep the whinnies to yourself a little bit more." They crossed the river to the more spacious bank opposite and, with caution, proceeded deeper into the frost fangs. Chapter 59. Squatting, Tiresias peered around the corner. The bank was empty. He had heard the river and nothing more. He just had to be sure. Exhaling, he stood and stalked back to the horses. He didn't have to shake his head or give any signal to the others. If he had spotted anything, he wouldn't be walking so casually. Thankfully, none of his companions seemed annoyed. This was no jaunt through the haunted forest. Or a silent ride along the abandoned peaks. Speed was not their friend here, and the frequent stops before each corner were not protested. It was now late afternoon. Or so he estimated. He couldn't see the sun. Just a blanket of grey sky. He mounted and the line began to move again. Waiting until they had cleared the corner, he spoke softly to Maka. "Did Aurel manage to say how far along he flew here?" "The last point he managed to locate was 5 miles to east of where we descended," Maka breathed, her eyes forward. "When he went back to continue, he would have been flying right above us. Whatever broke him is close." Tiresias gripped his reins. "Should we even set up camp then? We can't risk a fire." She exhaled, fog exiting her nose. "But we need to rest. Probably sooner than usual. They like to roam at night. We'll grab some sleep before dark. Next suitable spot we see, we'll take." That ended up not taking too long. Another hour of riding, they turned another bend and came upon a bigger shore. Maka scanned the rocks, searching. "I recognize this part," she murmured. "There was a cave somewhere, there." She pointed off to the rocks. Everyone followed her finger to a crevice in the mountainside. "Their quarters for the evening?" No one objected to the idea. Tiresias knew he wasn't the only one who could tell. But as he sniffed the air, he sensed a snowfall headed their way. Their first in a fortnight. They had been blessed with clear weather. And a cave would be most welcome. Even without a fire. Nevertheless, he stayed put as everyone else filed behind him, following Maka to the cave. His eyes and ears on the bend above. Nothing but the river. Tormund came up to his side. "Anything?" He shook his head. "No." Following alongside Tormund, his eyes lowered from the bend to the shore. His breath hitched. Underneath a thin layer of snow, mountains of earth were splattered everywhere. As he rode closer, these splatters were centered by narrow ditches. Are these graves?" Tormund didn't even look down. They were. The milk water brings life to many free folk. Many of us were buried along its shore. Going back thousands of years, till the dead came back. He spoke far too casually. Tiresias looked back to the graves. To the snow and ice. The ditches were mostly snowed in. Hopefully from the last fall they had a fortnight ago. "They're not around. They're long gone." His breathing returned to normal, but he looked again to the bend. Allowing his horse to lead him to the cave. Did the White Walkers find these graveyards before? Or was this behavior due to the premature migration of the free folk? They were losing their numbers for their army fast. Not nearly fast enough. It was a long night in that cave. After they managed to get the horses in, most laid down to sleep, despite the white glare. They needed their rest. They had to skip a meal today. The lake was a reprieve but not for long. Their packs were lighter and they had started to stretch their supplies. Tiresias felt it as he sat cross-legged by the cave entrance, out of sight, listening. The snow wouldn't help. It would silence everything as it fell. His rumbling stomach wouldn't be much help either. "We'll get a white and we'll hurry back to the forest. If we hurry, it's only a few days down the river. There's food in the forest." When darkness fell, it was his turn to sleep. Cobra relieved him. As he walked back, he smelled the snow beginning to fall. Tormund nodded as he walked by. He stretched and sat against the rock as the man handed him his ration. 2 strips of goat jerky. He chewed it slowly to make it last. When it was mulch, he swallowed and immediately wanted more. Fortunately there were nightmares to distract him from his hunger. He closed his eyes. Though he wasn't on watch, he still listened to the cave entrance. Past it. To hear if any others visited the graveyard amidst the snowfall. The night passed without incident. Like everyone else, Tiresias woke up hungry. Breakfast was their largest portion. Somewhat satisfied, they led the horses out into the fresh snow and continued west along the shore. Where they had rested that night was probably the beginning of a sacred area for whatever tribe had lived in these parts. Over the dozens of bends they traveled that day, they encountered 5 more graveyards. Each one emptied out. Tiresias didn't try to count how many. It was a drop in the bucket compared to how many were now in service to the Night King. Even now. With the majority of the free folk camped north of Castle Black. At least he hoped so. It was very well possible that the army of the dead had marched out a while ago. Descended on the main camp. They had no way of knowing. When he first saw the story, he had the advantage of omnipresence. Not so much here. It wasn't just the White Walkers either. Suppose Lord Bolton had made his move and taken Winterfell? The Starks all dead. His wife murdered. Their child with her. That made him snap out of it. He casted his ear out forward again as he rode with Maka. Not for the first time, he wished he could feel cold. At least a little. The cold centered the rest of them. Corin, Karsai, Tormund and the rest couldn't afford to indulge catastrophizing. They had to fight the cold at present. His pessimistic daydreams didn't go unnoticed. Something wrong. Maka muttered from the side of her mouth. He grunted in the negative, eyes on the bend ahead. It was just past midday. So he estimated, glancing carefully to the sky. The sun was still hidden. He heard nothing ahead and signaled to the group. They rounded the bend and Tiresias saw the displaced dirt and empty graves once again. A crow's cry resonated from above. The sixth one today, how many old bones did you raise? He took in the rest of the shore. Not the worst place to camp, but it was far too early in the day. The crow screeched again as it flew away, its cry echoing in the valley. No one else said a word as they rode through the graves. Tiresias glanced to them, and his glance turned into a stare. A shiver ran through his chest. Something was not right. Tormund, Karsai whispered behind him. Tormund, look at the graves. So you see it too. Halting his horse, he turned back to Karsai. Being in front, everyone followed his lead. His gaze alternating between her and the surrounding graves. What am I looking for? Tormund muttered. Last night it snowed. First time in a while. And each upped grave we've passed has been filled with snow. Covering everything. Tiresias felt the energy shift as every one of their band realized what she was driving at. More than one reached for their weapon. Garrett voiced it. It's bare earth. Just dirt. No snow from last night, he muttered, staring down to the graves. This happened today. Forcing himself away from the ground, Tiresias turned to the bend in front, listening, trying to ignore the rising heartbeats of his companions. He swore he heard nothing before, but he had to make sure. The burble of the milk water, the distant wind at the top, no cold armor creaking, no footsteps through the fresh snow beyond. Exhaling slowly, he opened his eyes to find the others looking at him. I hear nothing, he said quietly. They're gone. But not too far, I think. You think, but you don't know, Corin stated, his voice soft but commanding. We need to decide what to do in the next few moments. We don't have much time if we want to follow. All of you, wait here, Maka said. Someone, count the graves. With that, she dismounted her steed and took off for the bend. Pausing for one quick look, she turned the corner, disappearing. Karsai waited until she had gone before dismounting herself, walking between the ditches. She had her dragon glass spear out. Tiresias did a quick count himself. He tallied 23 graves. Not a particularly crowded cemetery. Looking up, he saw Maka returning from the shore ahead. Everyone else dismounted, holding their steeds steady as she approached. How many graves? She asked. 24, Karsai responded. Maka took a swig of water. Well, that's not quite what I got from ahead, it's not a big group either way. Definitely looked like more were walking away from here than what arrived, but it's no army. Silence followed her assessment. Cobra looked from her to Cladden. So what? He asked. Why are we waiting here then for? Let's go. I think, Tiresias murmured. You lot might hate this, but if there's no army near, at least not too near, I don't think we should go after them. All eyes went to him. No one interrupted, so he continued. I have a plan. Feel free to call me an idiot, but I have a plan. The milk water provided. Even up in these mountains. The absence of free folk around here for months allowed the waters to fill again with fish. It took them no more than 30 minutes to catch enough for their whole group. Even for those not visible. Tiresias rotated the fish so it wouldn't burn. They had retreated one bend to a shore that carried more cover. A few gnarled trees, boulders, a flatter incline into the mountainside. The horses were tied another bend back, out of sight. They weren't valuable here. He tilted his gaze, following the smoke as it climbed into the air. He hoped it was enough. Determined to sound confident, he proposed his plan to the group. If it wasn't the whole army of the dead just ahead of them, perhaps just one White Walker, then they should lure him back with a fire. When he came around, pausing at the sight of an empty campsite, they would down him with an obsidian arrow. All the corpses he had turned that morning would fall. Any others they would rush and take out quickly, leaving one to bind. They'd douse the fire and haul ass back to the haunted forest. Elaborating more than necessary, he stopped talking when he saw Tormund's face. Along with the rest of the free folk. What? He asked. Tormund sighed. That plan of yours, it's what we did when we first got the dragon glass. Set up a fire, lured them in for an ambush. They caught on quick. Anyone who tried it soon found dead men falling on them from all sides. More than they could take. Deflated, Tiresias glanced up to the mountains. If that was the case, all possible hiding places quickly seemed much less effective. I say we rest for a bit, Tormund continued. Strip down our supplies. Get our weapons ready. We'll hide the rest here and ride after them. When we get close, we lose the horses and pounce on foot. The Night's Watch hasn't ranged in these mountains for years, Corin said quietly. So. What Tiresias just proposed, what you just described, they've only seen the free folk pull that trick. The half-hand turned to Maka, but he also spoke to Tiresias. The White Walkers, they're smart. I think they'd see a difference between a crow's black cloak and a wildling's fur? Is that possible? Tiresias wasn't the first to see where he was going with this. But he wasn't the last. Maka was there as well. We're all just meat for their army, she said softly, considering it. But they're smart. They adjusted. It's possible. What are you all on about? Kober asked. He and Cladden glanced at each other, each bewildered. When we set up the fire to lure him back, it won't be abandoned, Benyon stated quietly. Corin, Cladden, and I will be bait. Gared stepped forward, but Benyon continued. Gared, you're quicker than Cladden. You'll be better served rushing in from the sides with the others. Besides, 3 men is more than enough. They'll come around the bend and see a trio of idiot rangers. New to these mountains. Who don't know not to light a fire. Who don't know not to camp in the open. To his credit, Cladden only took a quiet breath before steadying himself. To the others' credit, they all looked to the Night's Watchman. Waiting for their decision. Are you sure? Tormund asked. Sure? No. Corin chuckled. Willing? I. Cladden nodded. Benyon didn't bother to give his answer. He strode back to his horse. This place is no good for an ambush. We should go back round the bend. There's some cover there. Wait, Tiresias said. Everyone halted on the way to their horses, looking to him. I should take Corin's spot at the campfire. Corin chuckled. What? You trying to save an old man? No, I'm trying to kill the White Walker. Which we need to do as quickly as possible. You're an old man, but you're the best of us with an arrow. You'll be better served firing dragon glass from the side than crouching by a fire. He wasn't trying to do Corin any favors. The half-hand knew it. What about the plan? Tormund asked. Aren't the men by the fire supposed to be the Night's Watch? You're not dressed for it, Tiresias. So we switch our cloaks, he stated, still looking at Corin, waiting for his acquiescence. The old ranger decided quickly, nodding curtly before turning for his horse. There was much to do. Tiresias pushed the black cloth out of the way before fanning the flames. It stank of countless nights in the wild. Saturated with cold sweat, wood smoke, and blood, both animal and human alike. He wondered with some amusement if Corin felt strange wearing his fur coat. Barely tested by the elements. The clothing of an academic. Not that he felt academic now. He had washed his hands in the river, but they still stank of fish guts. He didn't care though. The fish was a proposal by Kober. They couldn't stop and fish before. Too much exposure. And they hadn't had a fire since the mountain lake. They might as well take advantage and fight on a full stomach. It had been only an hour. So he had estimated. Cladden, Benyon, and he huddled by the fire. They had 3 horses tied to the eastern part of the shore. To sell the image of idiot rangers. Not that we aren't being idiots right now. Those thoughts didn't last long. Not when he thought of the Northern Lords, what Lord Stark needed to show them. He thought of the Stark children and Mal. The rolling fields surrounding Winterfell. Exhaling, he came back to the fire. Benyon just added a cedar strip. They had bundled a roll of softwood from the haunted forest. Wood that smoked far too easily. They were saving it for a cloudy night. Not for this. They all watched as the smoke climbed to the sky. He hoped the rest of them were staying warm enough. Maka, Karsai, Kober, Tormund, and Corin were all stationed around them, hidden. He heard their heartbeats settle the longer they waited. They were to give it 2 hours. If nothing happened, they would reconvene and discuss another strategy. For now, they sat quietly. Just waiting. Cladden and Benyon kept looking to the west, but Tiresias kept his eyes on the fish. His ears though, he kept peeled for anything off. Anything not of the river, the fire, and the wind. His hands didn't feel like his as he pulled the fish away from the fire. He passed them to the rangers, looking to the fish still left over. They had caught enough for all of them. He took another hard listen before standing. I don't hear anything. I'm gonna feed the others. Benyen's mouth lined, but he didn't object. With his time precious, he walked quickly to each spot, depositing a steaming fillet for each one. He didn't pause to chat, save for Corin. The half-hand took the last of the fish. Nothing so far, he said, crouching behind the gnarled trees. I figured, Corin murmured. You're not so much an idiot that you'd expose us all when they're coming round the river. How's my fur suiting you? All right. For Winterfell, I suppose. Up here, it's a little thin. He glanced to Tiresias. This the only layer you had this whole time? Clever words eluded him. He could only meet the half-hand's glance before he stood. I should get back. He didn't feel the half-hand's stare following him as he walked back to the fire. Corin had more pressing matters at the moment. They all did. His own piece of fish was waiting for him as he sat back down. After one more listen to the bend, he pulled apart the steaming white meat. Savoring it as it went down. It needed salt, but it was substance. In between glances to the west, they managed to finish their meal. His standards for hygiene were lowered in these lands. For this mission. Still he maintained some standard of cleanliness. Stalking to the milk water, he threw the bones and skin into the current. Then he rinsed his hands in the clear water, imagining more than sensing a head shake from Cladden. Afterwards, he dipped his water skin in the river, filling it quickly. The same one he had ever since he first arrived here. Thank you, thank you. He had forgotten the farmer's name. Along with his wife. He stood and stared at the water, trying to remember. Cullen and Carrie. Cullen and Carrie. A sigh of relief escaped him, a thick fog emitting from his mouth. He blinked, surprised. It wasn't that thick before. He turned and walked back to the fire. Slowing his step as he approached. Benyen and Cladden were staring at him. He sat before them. What is it? He asked. Do you not feel that? Cladden asked, thick fog coming from him as well. Feel what? It's gotten colder, Benyen answered softly. Apprehension staggered to each of them separately, but they all slowly looked to the bend west together. Nothing. Closing his eyes, Tiresias listened, trying to ignore his heart pounding in his ears. Past the fire, past the wind, past the river he went along the shore. Heartbeats from their band. The steadied breaths as each one of them tried to calm themselves. But he wasn't listening for breaths or beating hearts. For the blood pulsing through. Just a cold march. He was at the graveyard beyond. Nothing but the wind there. Nothing but cold silent earth upturned by the dead. Nothing but the distant clink of ice. That last part he focused on. How long has it been since he had heard that sound? Never in reality. Always through an engineered artifice. Ice cracking, but this wasn't the untamed sound of a glacier splitting. It cracked and clinked again and again in rhythm. He followed the rhythm as it fell down upon earth, stepping lightly on the rocky shore. There were others behind the walking ice. Quite a large number. Their own footfalls landing clumsily on the rock, falling more quietly on the disturbed earth as they walked over their emptied graves. Tiresias opened his eyes to see Benyen and Cladden staring at him. The question clear in their eyes. He answered by slowly grasping his bow. The rangers clenched their jaws as Tiresias raised his bow above his head twice to alert the others. They remained seated. He didn't let go of the ice cracking. It was coming nearer to the bend, stalking slowly. Underneath that, he heard Corin knocking his bow from the gnarled trees. He looked to see Benyen shaking his head slowly. Repeating silently as he said when they first sat down. When he comes, don't look. We want him to come within range, for Corin to get a good shot. He has to see us sitting here, not anticipating him at all. When he gets close enough, Cladden will see him and will follow his lead. All right. As such, their steel and dragon glass stayed sheathed, hidden under their black cloths. Tiresias furtively reached up and unclasped his, letting it hang loosely on his shoulders. He wasn't used to fighting with it. When the time came, he'd toss it aside. The world didn't fall silent. There were no crows to stop cawing. The milk water still burbled past. The fire continued to crack. Tiresias stared at the flames. To his right, he heard Cladden inhale sharply as the walking ice came around the bend to his left. Don't look, man. Don't look. Don't look. That mantra didn't help. The only saving grace was a glance to Cladden, who sat staring past them. There was no artifice in his expression. The fear there was well earned. Exhaling, he turned slowly to his left. Nothing in this world or the previous one could have prepared him. The White Walker stood, armored and still, at the bend. He was tall. Not as tall as the mountain, but at least Clegane was human. Violent and cruel, but still familiar. Nothing he hadn't seen before. This walker was not human. It once was, but no more. Tiresias could see its blue and bright eyes, shining as it stared at them. This was something primeval. A tremor ran through his chest. It was the closest he had felt the cold since he arrived. It continued to stand still. Not coming any closer. Remaining out of the half-hand's range. Benion's heart began to race as they just stared at each other. Swallowing, Tiresias stood and stepped out from the fire, his bow lowered. "We're idiot rangers. Idiot rangers. Idiot rangers. Who are you?" he called out, over the river. "You a wildling." He felt the creature's focus shift to him. Benion and Cladden stood behind him. His hands grew heavier, holding his bow. "Answer me," he yelled. "You a wildling or not?" Something in its face twitched. Its eyes narrowed. Tiresias felt a familiar twinge himself. He recognized it as the same feeling he got whenever he entered the Winterfell Godswood or passed under the wall. He barely registered it when the whites came around the corner. Sam was right. There was no rot. Sniffing deeply, all he could pick up were the musty tatters, the remains of clothes and armor. The cold dampened the rest. The White Walker started forward as the dead followed behind him. He tried to count. He was about 20 and when the White Walker reached behind him and pulled out a long blade of ice. His dragon glass dagger hidden behind his back, Tiresias drew an arrow and knocked it. His heart pounded as he aimed at the White Walker. "Stay back. I'm warning you." It continued to march, stalking forward slowly. All the while, the dead still flowed from around the bend. No rush from any of them. There were more than 30, perhaps 40. "Men. Men. Just keep coming. Just keep coming." He didn't know how good this creature's hearing was, but if Corin needed cover to pull his bow back, he'd provide it. "I'm telling you, stay the fuck back. You hear me? Stay back." A screech halted his own yells. The White Walker spoke, silencing all else along the river. Tiresias stood struck dumb. His own ears were too sensitive. The screech went into his brain, stilling it. His arm was too heavy now. The bow and arrow fell to his side. If Benion or Cladden were speaking, he couldn't hear them. If the milk water still flowed, he couldn't tell. There was only the ice soldier. It raised its blade as it screeched, nearing him. An arrow flew into its neck, halting the screech. Tiresias gasped as the world came back to him. The wind, the river, the fire behind him. He raised his bow again to the walker as it fell to its knees. Its mouth, still open for its screech, was now rasping. Rasping under breaking ice. The legs shattered first. Then its chest and arms. The face was the last to go. Tiresias swore he saw realization in the bright blue eyes before they collapsed into ice. He felt Cladden and Benion staring behind him. They barely had time to observe the broken pile of cold before the dead started to go themselves. A wave swept through them as they fell, bones crumbling to the rocks. And then there was silence. In the quiet, blue eyes still stared at them and Tiresias stared back, hoping against hope that more would fall. But none did. Out of the 50-odd whites that followed the White Walker, he must have raised barely half of them. About 30 corpses still stood before them. "Oh shit," Benion muttered, to his side. The first white screeched as it ran forward, but its yell was nowhere near as disorientating as the walker's. And it was joined by the others, both dead and alive as their band rushed from their hiding places. But help wouldn't reach him or the rangers before the whites did. Tiresias tossed the bow and quiver aside, along with Corin's cloak. He withdrew both daggers and held them ready as they ran forward. He spared a glance to the horde as the whites were feet in front of him. A few were staggering off course. In the old ranger's direction. From the arrow had come from. He sidestepped the first white, swiping it with his dagger. It turned and launched again. Its bony hand swiped his face as he realized his mistake. He had used his steel. Instinct had overridden him. "Fuck," he growled, shooting his other hand up. Ignoring the pain from his cheek. The dragon glass entered its chest. He could smell foul air as it was expelled. The blue eyes rolled back and the white was only a dead woman once again. Withdrawing his obsidian, he tossed her aside and thrusted the dragon glass behind him, following his ears. It found another white. Its eyes dulled, but not before it hit him with its heavy corpse, toppling him to the ground. His hands were still wrapped around the hilt. Before he could pull it free, another white jumped for him. Bringing his legs up, he kicked it away. It regained its footing quickly and ran forward again. A flaming torch flew into its chest, halting it as it screamed in agony. Tiresias didn't pause to look who had thrown it. Jumping up, he kicked the burning corpse away. It attempted to get up, to crawl towards the water. But it stopped shortly and was still. His cheek was warm with blood. Benion ran past to grab his torch from the burning bones. He barely got there when two more whites descended on them. Tiresias jumped up, tackling one to the rocks. The creature furiously clawed at him, stilling only he shoved the obsidian in its throat. Already panting, Tiresias heard Benyon stop the other one. Swerving his head around, he saw Tormund swinging his obsidian axe, dispatching one after the other. Karsai had her spear out as she charged into the fray. Cobra came to Cladden's aid behind them while Maka ran to where Corin was becoming quickly trapped. The remaining black brother, Gared, came to their side. "You all right?" he shouted. "Aye," Benyon yelled back over the noise. Tiresias scanned the shore. None had fallen so far. The whites were quick victims of obsidian. And 30 opponents were no army. A trickle of dread seeped into his mind, amped from the noise and the scurry. He stared back down. He was still on top of the white, which now laid still. He had it pinned. He could have held it. "Shit," he hissed, standing up. He looked about. Battle instincts were taking hold. Everyone fighting to end it. From a quick count, there were only about 15 more whites scrambling on the shore. One of them charged them. Gared threw his obsidian spear, ending it quickly. "Make that 14. He began to hurry through the foray, knives out, calling as he did. "We need one alive. Don't kill them all. We need one." To his left, Karsai cried out in pain. He rushed toward her as Benyon and Gared followed him. She fell to her knees, pushing away the white that wounded her away, the obsidian spear in its chest. Another white fell on top of her. Tiresias and Benyon grabbed a shoulder each and lifted it off. Blood rained on Karsai as she yelled. 2 dragon glass daggers entered the white's torso and it collapsed. Gared knelt quickly to Karsai, pressing his hand against her neck, trying to stay the blood loss. She stopped screaming, clenching her teeth in pain. "I got her," Gared spat. "Go. Go." They dropped the white and surveyed the area. 11? 10 remaining? Maybe. Maka had 3 of them to herself. She appeared behind the trees where Corin had hid. She swung a torch, keeping them at bay. Cobra, Cladden, and Tormund were taking the rest on. Benyon turned to him. "Go to Maka. I'll send one wildling fucker your way." Tiresias didn't even wait for him to finish speaking. He hurried to her, jumping more than one pile of remains to get there. Maka glimpsed him coming and waved the fire toward the nearest white, hurting it into his obsidian. He stabbed it and wrenched it out of the way, coming to her side. She was panting as well, still swatting the torch as the whites tried to charge forward. "Which one?" she asked, in between gasps. Cobra decided that for them when he arrived. Shouting, the burly man took a running jump at one of their 2 assailants, pulling the creature into a hold before stabbing it from the back. Maka quickly got in between them and the lone dead man, barricading Cobra with fire. Tiresias didn't join her, instead stepping around, circling them all. Suppose this one, then. There was no realization from the creature. No sense that it was alone and outnumbered. Disorientated from the torch, it didn't register Maka sheathing her own obsidian dagger, pulling out the gag. It only seemed to become confused as Cobra stood and circled it, planting it right in the middle, between 3 potential victims. It turned from him, to Cobra and Maka. Tiresias quickly sheathed his blades, heard Cobra do the same. They didn't exchange any glances. They had practiced this countless times already. Maka threw down the torch. It had barely extinguished in the snow when Cobra charged. The white didn't try to dodge and turned to meet the man. But dead weight wasn't enough and Cobra shoved it back. Tiresias met it from behind and tackled it at the knees. It tried to twist away, but Cobra landed on its chest, holding its arms down. He grabbed the knees as he heard Maka swoop down. The gnarled cries of the corpse were muffled. As she began to move down and tie the rest, he felt a rush through the body as the white screamed. Or at least attempted to. The gag held and what should have been a piercing alarm that would have echoed through the frost fangs was confined to this knotted knoll of mountain trees. They continued to work, flipping the white over, twisting the arms around. Maka bound them, working her way to the feet as Cobra and Tiresias held it down. It attempted to get loose, twisting and turning. But soon it could barely move. They looked at Maka, waiting for her signal. Finally, she nodded. They stood, taking their hands off the creature, leaving it to writhe in the snow. Save for its growls, the shore was silent. Tiresias looked to the others and saw Benyon, Tormund, and Cladden staring their way. They stood over a bound white as well. Maka picked up the extinguished torch in the snow, nodding to them. "Bring it." Grumbling a bit, Cobra picked up their captive. As the shirt wasn't complete tatters, he grabbed it by the collar. Tiresias took the leg. They stalked to the fire where the others gathered. It was still burning. Tiresias and Cobra steered well clear of the flames before dumping the white down. They didn't need it rolling to the fire for a quick escape. He looked up to see no one smiling. No serious injuries either. At least for the ones who stood. "That was a lot of noise," Tormund muttered, glancing to the west, to the bend where the White Walker had come. "We need to leave," Maka said. "Soon as we can. Figure out what to do with the half-hand." "Where's Corin?" Benyon asked, though he sounded like he already knew. "Back there." Maka didn't even jerk her head to the trees. "He's dead." No hurt in her voice. No delight either. From any of the free folk. Corin had killed too many of them in the past. But he was their companion for the past month. He killed the White Walker as well. It was too much for now. Benyon took the news well, taking only a few seconds to exhale before he glanced off. He may not be the only one. Tiresias followed her gaze to Karsai down on the rocks. Gayrid still sat with her, pressing her wound. Her heart still beat. He heard it easy enough, but it was weak. "All right," Benyon said. "Someone, see to her. Cladden, Tiresias. Follow me. We need to get Corin." As they broke, Tormund stepped toward the bound whites, pulling his obsidian dagger out. Tiresias paused mid-turn to grab his arm. "Stop. What are you doing?" Tormund blinked. "We have one. Don't need two of them. And what if something happens and we lose it?" He released Tormund's arm, looking around to the others for support. "It's a spare. We won't get this lucky again. I can promise you that." The words of a shit prophet, Tormund sighed before sheathing his dagger. "We can't put them both on the half-hand's horse. They might get free." "I'll ride with one," Tiresias said, ignoring his fingers twitching as he promised. "We'll keep them separated till we get back." "That might not happen if you lot don't hurry the fuck up," Maka called, on her way to Karsai. "Fetch the horses. Burn the half-hand. Let's go." Tiresias followed Benyon and Cladden into the small knotted grove. He eyed the fire behind them. A part of him didn't want to add to it. That flame should be extinguished immediately. It was still signaling their location. He turned back, accepting the risk. That White Walker was the only enemy in range. They'd be long gone before anyone else arrived. And Corin needed to be burned. He couldn't become one of them. His resolve only strengthened when they found his body. It wasn't difficult. They followed the unmoving whites, laid slain by the half-hand before his fall. The fourth one was on top of him, a fresh stab wound in its back from Maka. They pulled the white from him. Blood pooled underneath the man. Exposed innards. His blank eyes suggested no peace at the end. Benyon closed the eyes without ceremony. "Kman," he muttered, lifting one arm. Cladden got the other and Tiresias took the legs. They carried him quickly out of the trees, back to the fire. Blood droplets marked their path. A sparse pyre was quickly assembled on top of the going fire. Kober and Cladden went off to fetch the other horses as Tiresias and Benyon placed the old ranger on the pyre. He made no attempt to salvage his torn and bloody fur coat. It went up in flames along with Corin. It was hard not to let his anxiety run rampart. His heart hadn't stopped pounding since the White Walker appeared. Tormund stood guard over the two whites, but they kept growling and fighting the gags. And now, Corin was burning, his corpse freed from enslavement to the Night King. Dead again. "You were another I couldn't save." A part of him wasn't surprised. The half-hand was on the front line. He led a hard life. He wasn't going to be saved by a librarian. He didn't have time to watch the flames. None of them did. Corin's horse was brought forth. They freed it of any supplies, leaving only the saddle. They all exchanged looks as Kober and Cladden reached down for the larger of the whites, slinging it over the back. Corin's horse had seen many ranges before this one. It was a testament to the animal's deposition that it remained relatively calm. The whites squirmed and twisted as they tied it to the saddle. Tiresias turned as the final knots were pulled tight. He could hear the horse's heart beat slightly faster. He came to where Karsai lay. They brought her horse alongside her and lifted her to the saddle. She was only slightly more cooperative than the white. She could barely lift her head and her lips were shivering. Tiresias looked and recovered Corin's black cloak, still spewed on the rocks. He came over and once she was secured, threw the cloak over her. "Don't give me a fucking crow's cloak," she murmured, laughing as she did. "Shut up." He clasped it at the neck before adjusting it. "Just concentrate on not falling off." She peered at him. You don't need it." "You know I don't," he said. A split second of consideration where he tried to figure how he would explain to the others who didn't know. There was only so long he could cite the adrenaline of their skirmish. That consideration ended instantly. He found he didn't care. They had to leave. Reach the haunted forest. Get Karsai to a healer. Reach Castle Black. They had to start riding minutes ago. He was still warm. He'd remain so. Heat pulsed through him, it throbbed on his cheek. He paused in the middle of that thought. He had forgotten about the scratch. Gently, he probed the wound. Blood colored his fingers, but it wasn't deep. He went to the milk water and splashed his face. Stronger men than him have fallen to infections in this world. He stalked past the burning pyre to Maka's horse for ointment. The smelling of searing flesh reached his nose. Korin would soon be ashes, climbing to the sky. It was far more smoky than their fire to lure out the White Walker. After smearing his face with a prepared ointment from her pack, Tiresias mounted his own horse. The smell of herbs barely dented the nearby cremation. Kober and Cladden were waiting with the second white. Once secured, he leaned back a bit and nodded. Without ceremony, they swooped and placed their dead captive in front of him. It twisted and squirmed as the other one did. Being near a live human probably didn't help, and he doubted it would come until it was alone. Still, it was the smaller white and barely able to move once it was tied tightly to the saddle. Tiresias lifted his legs so he wouldn't be caught up in the binds. His steed stepped uneasily at the feel of the creature. After Kober and Cladden stepped back, he reached over and stroked the mane. "Easy, friend, easy," he muttered. "I'm in charge. Me. Not this dead fuckface. It's all right." The horse keeping neighing softly, but it stopped shuffling about. Tiresias looked up to see all the others mounted. Tormund had the reins of Korin's horse tied to his. Gayrid led Karsai as she slumped over her saddle. Maka cantered out to the front. With no preamble, she kicked her steed into a trot and they followed her on the shore. They rode faster than they had ridden so far. Through the frost fangs and the haunted forest before. Their hooves echoed through the milk-water valley and the wind followed him. Glancing up, Tiresias saw the smoke of Korin's pyre above them, trailing them. Cursing it, he looked forward again. The echoes of the hooves wasn't enough to drown out the mangled growls of the white he rode with. Chapter 60. The distance they had traversed slowly over the past 2 days was covered by sunset. The bends of the valley quickly passed by. No one said anything about caution. Any fears of meeting the enemy to the east went unspoken. They simply had to flee from the west. Glancing up, Tiresias caught the trail by which they had descended into the valley. Maka had already led them past 2 calm points in the river. They wouldn't cross over. They wouldn't take the mountain pass home. Speed was their priority. But their speed was limited. Gayrid called out to the front and Maka pulled the caravan to a halt. Tiresias didn't have to hear them speaking to guess what was happening. He had heard Karsai's heart weakening the whole day. Maka spoke to Benyon and Tormund, who turned to the others. "Everyone rest," he called. No one hesitated to dismount. Benyon, Maka and Tormund gathered around Karsai. He stayed back for now. His legs ached like mad and he could hardly walk. Gently he touched his cheek. The wound there was clotting already. It didn't sting or itch either. "Why don't you touch it more with your bare hand? That'll help it heal, won't it?" Lowering his hand, he glanced back to the white. As much as he wanted to give his steed a break from its undead baggage, they would ride again soon enough. It would take too much effort to tie them down again. Gayrid and Kober had taken the task of managing the white-laden horses. After a pull of water, he left them and stalked over to Karsai. She was pale. Far too pale. Tormund lifted a skin to her lips, but most of the water escaped down the horse's side. Maka felt under the black cloak, checking the wound. "Do we need more bandages?" Tiresias asked under his breath. Hoping Karsai wouldn't hear him. Maka didn't play along and spoke normally. "More bandages won't replace the blood she lost. The horse is no good for her as well. Best chance she has to lay still with a healer." Her eyes matched Tormund's and Benyon's. It was an impossible suggestion and they knew it. They couldn't stop riding. Couldn't stop racing. Not until they reached Castle Black. Benyon placed a hand on his shoulder. "Would you stay with her, Tiresias? The rest of us need to talk." Tiresias nodded, with no inclination to be offended. He was no free folk or black brother. Besides, he wasn't the important one right now. He supposed none of them were. As Tormund, Maka and Benyon stalked over to the remaining members of their party, Tiresias leaned towards Karsai. Her eyes were barely open, but she was conscious. She blinked slowly and focused on him. "We've stopped." Tiresias nodded. Taking a rest. Do you want more water? I have a little dried goat here if you're hungry." If she had the energy, she would have rolled her eyes. Instead she looked down to the ground. You lot can't stay, need to move." "We will. We just need to rest first." "Where the others?" He jerked his head to the right. "They're off having a chat." Deciding what, she took a breath. A real effort on her part. Deciding what to do with me. Tiresias didn't deny it. He couldn't lie to someone who knew a small part of his truth. Someone dying. Her face was so pale. "Are you cold?" "No, I'm not." Funny, sighing, she met his eyes. "I always wanted to die by the sea." "You did, you were torn and bloodied by them last time too." Memories of Hardhome flooded his mind. But he didn't speak of them. It seemed useless and cruel. He merely stood silent. Karsai shut her eyes, breathing deeply. This river's nice, but it's no sea, no waves. Was there any point to telling her to stop talking? To save her strength? There didn't seem to be. Tiresias reached for her hand. Her eyes widened slightly, but he felt her fingers close weakly around his. The milk water burbled lightly past them. Do you hear them coming? They're still off talking. No, not them, do you hear them coming? He turned to the west. The sun was beginning to fall quickly beneath the horizon. Their increased speed left tracks in the snow. No smoke from where they had burned Corin. They'd traveled far past that. Not far enough though. Nothing. He looked back to her. The rest of their companions were coming back. No one's behind us. Not yet, Karsai grunted. Her grip tightened. You can't fuck about here, they'll be here, they'll tear you apart. The footfalls stopped behind him and he turned to see Benyon and the others, who took alternate looks back at the whites tied behind them. The first ranger didn't waste any time. We're going to split into two groups. He nodded downriver. The larger group will take the whites along the milk water back to the forest, to Castle Black, as planned. The others will take the mountain pass that we took to get here. Come back to the camp a month or so later. What for? Tiresias whispered, though he had a good idea. A distraction. False trail for those that will follow. They'll light big fires every night. Benyon exhaled before nodding to Karsai. When you go, you'll be burned in one of them. Tiresias forgot that he still held her hand. He turned back to her, but she showed no distress. Her pulse didn't even increase. Granted, perhaps it was too weak to, but her eyes showed no fear. Just a weariness as she sighed. Who's taking me? She mumbled. He turned back to volunteer, but Benyon cut across him. Not you. Not up for debate. Based on the looks of everyone around him, this was a unanimous decision all around. Still, he had to try. I'm not affected by this cold. Shut the fuck up. We don't have time for that. Tormund stepped forward, coming close to his face. This was your idea, Mountain Fall. You say you know what to do with these dead men we caught. You want to leave that knowledge up in these mountains. My brother's going to need all the support he can get when he shows these two to the northern lords, Tiresias, Benyon said quietly. However meager that support will be, you'll be able to give it. You have a place in Winterfell. None of us can say the same. It wasn't cowardice. He knew that. It made sense, but it didn't matter. It still shamed him on some level. Besides, Maka said, I'll need your help as we ride back. Your nose and ears will serve us better guarding those two than meandering through the frost fangs. She turned to the rest. And it should be one crow, one wildling that goes. On that, we agree. Reaching down, she picked up a twig, snapping it in two. After a quick shuffle, she held out her fist to Garrett and Cladden for a short stick draw. Crows first. Nobody said it, but with Corin dead, as the only other senior ranger present, Benyon couldn't volunteer. Winterfell wouldn't be the only castle in upheaval when they showed their prize. Jeor Mormont needed him back. Still, Tiresias recognized the look in his eye, the quick exhalation through the nose as he was saved by rank. Not quite saved. We're not home yet. By the time he looked back, the two had already drew their lots. Garrett gave a minuscule sigh of relief, visible only to him. Cladden took his lot well enough. He clapped Garrett on the shoulder as his mouth lined. As for the free folk, Maka was too valuable a tracker to be a decoy. Their cargo was too sensitive to lose her. So she offered the draw to Tormund and Kober, who promptly pushed both their hands away. Fuck that. I'm going back up. He glanced back and forth between Tormund and Maka. What? You want to talk about it or you want to go? 'Cause I think we should fucking go. Maka dropped the twigs. All right then, mount up. All of you. Let's move. 2 minutes later, Tiresias returned to Karsai's side, now on horseback along with the white in front. Never giving up the fight, it twisted against the bounds relentlessly. He ignored it the best he could as he leaned over. Karsai, we're leaving now, he muttered over the creature's gnarled growls. She moaned. I wish he'd just shut the fuck up. Me too. The rest of the caravan was almost done mounting up, coming up behind. Cladden rode to her other side, looking ahead to the mountain path. It would be a dark climb. Tiresias, Karsai murmured. He leaned back into here, forgetting he didn't need to. Take the cloak, take it back, I know you're warm, but you never know. What about you? I'm warm enough. A faint moan escaped her. I mean it, I'm warm actually. Keep it, Tiresias muttered. I couldn't save you, just keep it. A small smile curved on her pale face. I hear, you Southerners, when you drape a cloak over a woman, means you're married. Tiresias glanced to the black draping her and shrugged. Suppose that would make me Corin's widow. He's the one who gave it to me after all. She started to laugh. He smiled but couldn't join her. Cobra came up from behind. He took her reins and tied them to his own horse. Tiresias placed a hand on her shoulder. He had to go. She had others to say goodbye to. His farewell stuck in his throat. She didn't speak either, just a slow breath. He squeezed her shoulder and rode forward as Tormund came up for his goodbye. Swallowing the lump in his throat, he nodded to Cobra and Cladden. Goodbye, Cobra. Cladden. Cobra stared at him. Fuck you mean by that, ya fucking ponce? I know how to live out here. Easier without the lot of yet. We'll see ya at Castle Black, I might even beat ya to camp. Hope so, Tiresias muttered. Sides, we're the lucky ones. Cobra kept his grin, even as it grew fixed. He turned to Cladden. We are, mate. Fresh meat tomorrow over a raging fire. 2 days at most. What did you mean? The wild man stared back at him. Horse meat. What else? Nothing, I just forgot. He briefly imagined Karsai's arm on the spit and decided to keep that morbid image to himself. Cobra was no then. And he doubted the man would take kindly to the comparison. Cobra scoffed. Gods, you lived fancy, didn't you? More than most, Tiresias admitted. Maka trotted up in front. All right then. Let's go. We have a whole night's ride ahead. You lot get along. Cobra spat. All right. After you, Crow. Cladden nodded. Suit yourself, wildling. That got a smile from Cobra. They rode alongside the river together for a short length before they came to the calm crossing. Before the mountain pass. Maka continued past with no ceremony. Tiresias made to follow her, just as Cobra spoke. Oi, Tiresias. He turned back. What? Thanks for getting me knife back. Tiresias smiled grimly. Don't drop it again. Facing forward, he didn't see Cobra's reaction. He only heard the 3 horses make their way across the milk water. Rocks spilling as they reached the other side, making their way to the mountain trail. They rode that night but they didn't hurry. It was too risky to light a torch and they couldn't afford for any horse to break a leg. After only an hour of riding, Tiresias caught a whiff of very distant smoke. He turned back to see a glow on the side of the mountain. A terrible position. Visible to the whole valley. Easy to spot. Far too big for 3 people. Or maybe just 2. Was that Karsai's funeral pyre? He almost wished it was. What was the point of her hanging on for another day or so? Even if she couldn't feel pain or cold anymore. A gnarled growl snapped him back to the present. The white had not calmed since they had started. Neither of them had. Jaw clenched, he turned back to the front. His mount needed his eyes and attention through this darkness. He checked the binds, shuddering as his fingers passed over the dead flesh. No use screaming here. Your friends will follow that flame. They'll not hear you. So shut up. Stop scaring the horses. Shut up. Just shut the fuck up. He breathed in, held it and released on a count. Counting to the river besides him. It barely helped. A night ride required his full attention. And the white in front refused to calm. It never ceased its protest. The free folk didn't measure distance by leagues or miles, but by days. Maka estimated it was a 5-day journey out of the frost fangs along the milk water. They made it in 3. It was late in the morning when they saw the haunted forest ahead of them. Tiresias nearly wept in relief as the fist of the first men came into view, miles downriver. It didn't help that he had barely culminated 10 hours of sleep altogether since they started back. None of them had slept well. In between the whites who never slept, less people to share the watch, the limited time they could spend not moving and the very possible threat of an undead army pursuing them, it was difficult to recuperate. Tiresias stared back to the Milkwater Valley. During his watches, underneath the snarls and clicks of their 2 whites, he listened for the rumbling of something much larger. But nothing came to him. Either they had taken the decoy and were falling on Cobra and Cladden in the frost fangs or they simply hadn't noticed one of their lieutenants being destroyed and 2 of their soldiers being captured. He hoped it was the later. Yawning, he turned back and followed the group as they rode out of the valley and south along the Milkwater. None of them suggested a rest. Tiresias didn't want to stop until they had crossed the river and reached the haunted forest. Just get us into the trees. Get us some cover. Out of the open. Men. Men. They reached the fist of the first men and began to cross over. He didn't know if the white knew this was its opportunity or whether it was aggravated by the water, but it started to buckle violently midstream. His mount, long since tired of the violent baggage, was quickly distressed. Not wanting to be caught under the horse if it went down, Tiresias jumped down to the water, taking the reins. Benyon was leading Corin's mare and he could see the white there tormenting her as well. "Come on," he muttered, pulling the reins as gently as he could. The water came up to his calves. "Just get across the river." "Come on." The white didn't let up and the horse would not calm. It neighed loudly, echoing down the stream. Tiresias winced at the noise, trying to soothe him. But he was no horse whisperer. And just as the horse was going to rear, he heard Tormund come to his side, feet splashing in the water. "Get your dagger," he called. "Cut it loose and carry it across. Give me the reins. I'll get the horse. Go." No time to argue, Tiresias threw the reins over without looking, unsheathing his steel dagger. He hid it from the horse as he came to the side. It hadn't panicked at the sight of his steel before, but he wasn't going to take that chance. He couldn't resist punching the white in the head before cutting it loose. Tormund was doing his best, but Tiresias still had some difficulty sliding his blade between the binds and the saddle, avoiding the horse's side. After a few seconds, the rope snapped and he nearly lost the dagger. Sheathing it, he pulled the ropes loose, abandoning them to the milk water. Grunting, he tugged the white, still snarling, off the saddle and into the water. The horse disappeared quickly, Tormund guiding it to the trees. He was left to pull the white to shore. It twisted, but he grabbed the feet and dragged it, leaving its head in the water. For a short time, he had some relief. No snarls, no growls, no guttural, gagged groans. It finally shut up, silenced under the river. It couldn't last though. It started again as he walked up onto shore, following the others into the trees. All were waiting for him. Most had dismounted. His horse had stopped neighing. Benyon was already cutting the other white loose. They piled them near, but not too close together before sitting down. Tiresias drained his waterskin before looking to Tormund. "Your feet. They'll be fine," he grunted. "Boots have been wet before." Tormund glanced to his own soaked boots and pant legs, but said nothing, the question going unasked. Tiresias hadn't donned a cloak or a coat since he lost both. The sheepskin went to him at night but he returned it whenever they rode. No one said anything and eventually the glances subsided. Any pretense was gone. Even for those who didn't believe in such things. Besides, he was a free man. If he was fool enough to be out in the cold with naught but a wool shirt, that was his stupidity to deal with. "We should go a little farther in before getting warm," Benyon said, lowering his own waterskin. "We can't risk a fire on the Trilene." No one objected. After everyone refilled their skins in the river, they prepared to ride again. When it came time to load up the whites though, still snarling and twisting, the horses refused. Neighing and whinnying, Corin and Tiresias' horses refused to remain still. Tiresias dropped the white after the third attempt. Not gently at all. "It's no use," he said, panting. "They won't take them. They've had enough. And so have I, damn it, I hear them when I fucking sleep." He bit that thought down as Maka spoke up. "You can put one on mine." But her horse had seen too much and refused to be still either. One by one, the remaining horses were brought forth and none would allow the whites to be slung across. "Fuck," exclaimed Geirrod, his horse the last to be tested. "Calm down," Benyon said, as much for himself as for Geirrod. He ran his hand over his face. "We can't resolve this now. We need to get inland." Tiresias glanced to the milk water and back. "Just rope them. Rope them and drag them along. We have enough still." Geirrod knelt to one of the whites. "It could catch on something. Loosen the bounds and they'd get free." "Well, then we'll catch it again." He sighed. "Benyon's right. We need to move now. Nothing else matters." Everyone considered it very shortly before agreeing. Within 5 minutes, they had roped the whites to the saddlebacks. The 2 usual mounts were spared. And thus, so was Tiresias. He sighed as he mounted, stoking the horse's neck. "We're spared for now. Bit of a reprieve. You're doing good, doing very well." They didn't make the mistake of driving with the whites behind all of them. First went Maka and Geirrod. Then a white behind them, then Benyon. And a white behind him, then Tormund. Then the spare horse and Tiresias. If any of the whites got loose, they'd be fucked if they didn't notice. They rode into the haunted forest. Faster than when they started north. Slower than when they bolted through the milk water valley. Dragging 2 corpses would slow any party. When night finally came, they allowed themselves their first fire since the skirmish. Tormund breathed deeply as he placed his bare feet near the flames. Tiresias tried not to react. He knew he stank as well. Besides, he was more concerned whether or not Tormund would lose his feet. However, there was no discoloring or loss of dexterity. And the man seemed to be comfortable enough, so he relaxed on that front. As much as he could though. The snarls came through again, though they weren't near the fire. He pressed his palms against his eyebrows, willing them ineptly to just shut the fuck up. He didn't voice it though. If he let loose, he would just start to scream and they didn't need that. Exhaling through his nose, he saw the others. The weariness in their eyes. The thinning patience. They were holding it together. He must do the same. Get back to basics. Focus on the necessities. How much food do we have? He asked softly. Not that much, Gayrad stated. He had gone over their supplies before he had sat down. We should set up some traps before we sleep tonight, still we'll have empty sacks if we make it back. When we make it back, Benyon said softly, staring into the fire. We're out of the frost fangs. We just have to get back. We're not safe yet, Crow, Maka muttered, cutting across him. They've come into this forest before. We don't have time to hunt. We don't have time to scour. She looked over to Tiresias. And we don't have time to fuck about while you bring those two south for Lord Stark. To show the other lords how much we need to cross. We'll not be safe until then. It was the closest Maka had been to yelling since he known her. She looked back to the flames. He heard her heartbeat slowly calm. We should have fished in the milk water, Gayrad muttered. We could always catch something quick. Kober and Karsai were the only fishers with any skill here, Tormund said softly. Us, we'd just be fucking about in the stream. It took Tiresias a full minute to realize that was the first time anyone had mentioned Karsai or any of the two who took her into the Frost Fangs. Had it only been 3 days? He eyed his companions. Only 5 remained of the original 10 and none spoke of Karsai. That they sent her off to die. Along with Cladden and Kober. He supposed they never would. People didn't speak of the dead up here. They were too busy fighting it. Or guarding it. Tiresias twisted back to check, but the two whites were still bound and sufficiently separated. He turned back to the fire. After a moment, he brought his hand up to his cheek. It wasn't just food they were low on. Maka handed out the last of her ointment yesterday. He wasn't the only one who suffered a scratch along the milk water. However, he didn't worry much on that subject. A hard scab formed on his cheek and his wound was protected. It may be ugly, but he was grateful nonetheless. Willing himself not to disturb it, he lowered his hand and spoke softly. I think we should try and sleep. If Tormund wants to wait a while longer until his feet are warmed, then he can wake me for the second watch. I'll wake us all before dawn. He noticed that no one really objected or agreed to anything explicitly. They either went along with the suggestion or they didn't. For now, sleep seemed agreeable. If anything else, it would help their bodies forget they hadn't eaten tonight. It became abundantly clear the next day that they would not be able to get the horses to carry the dead men any farther. Yesterday in the river was no fluke. Tiresias couldn't blame them. He wasn't wakened by Tormund last night, but by another attempted scream of alarm from the whites. It didn't leave their camp, but it pierced his sensitive ears. His hand itched for the dragon glass blade at his side. Gayrad's ride nearly bolted when they tried to tie the white down and they gave up trying to force the issue. Losing the horses wouldn't do them any good. But they did need to get going. Benyon and Maka came to the same conclusion simultaneously, convincing Tormund to relinquish his small axe to Gayrad for the job. While he went to fetch suitable wood, the rest of them scoured the area for dead weeds and other plants for binding. They had to find enough for 2 sleds. Many hands make light the work and soon they were back with a heap of dead forestry. All set to work, except for Tiresias who had little experience constructing sleds. Even slipshod ones like this. He went back to guard duty over the whites. The day made it easier, though the growls persisted. He was getting better at ignoring the smell. More used to it. He took a sniff and stilled. That's different from last night. But it wasn't more of the dead. The army wasn't coming their way. Nothing from the sides. It came from above. He looked up, through the trees to the white and grey sky. An endless overcast that seemed to be deepening. There was a familiar quiet surrounding them. How much longer till you're done? He asked anyone who would answer. Benyon looked up, shrugging. 15 minutes. Little more. If we don't need to smooth out the bottom. Why? Snow's coming. Not a particularly ominous statement beyond the wall, but they knew each other at this point. No smart-ass remarks came his way. Tiresias heard the work pause and looked to see each of his companions peering to him, then to the sky. It's not him, he said, not quite sure how he knew. But it's a big one. It will probably last until they reached the wall. The cold didn't bother him, but the rest of his band were quite susceptible. He could still starve as well. There was no way they could stretch their food supplies for that long. Traveling in the fresh snow would only tire them quicker and exacerbate their hunger. A gnarled scream pierced the calm before the snowstorm. Tiresias clenched his jaw and breathed slowly. You assholes won't get cold or tired, won't you? He came back to the others starting up again on the sleds. They weren't going to wait until the flurries were falling before they started riding. Checking to see that they were truly alone, that the whites could only scream impotently, he stepped forward and started tying the weeds together. Even through the dense branches of the haunted forest, the snow fell thick. If it weren't for endless trees breaking up the landscape, Tiresias imagined he would have been snowblind by the second day. It was now the 5th day of endless snow. Soft, silent snow. The whites continued to moan, clicking in the quiet, white surroundings, protesting as they were sled through the forest. Tiresias watched their sled trails and hoof prints behind them with apprehension. At least, at first. Then he remembered they were besieged by falling snow and any path they took would be smooth again in less than an hour. That was the only benefit of such a storm. Everyone bundled in their furs against the cold. The wind didn't come often, but when it did, it was everything they had to keep on course. Maka kept leading them forward silently. And no one questioned her. What was the point? No one else knew this forest like her. Not even Benyon. Still he had concerns. Speed was the game now. Persistence. And they were riding straight through the haunted forest, determined to be back as quickly as possible. But they were out of food. Completely. All the dried meat gone. All their black bread. The quickest route through meant they were passing the most plentiful rivers. The streams they came across were too small to fish. The snow sent the small animals back into their burrows. Their traps were empty in the morning. The bigger game retreated to their dens. Their bows and spears remained unused. Tiresias hadn't eaten since last night. None of them had. But they weren't stopping to remedy that. He didn't protest though. Something among them had shifted. Not one of them complained or even mentioned hunger. They must have a plan to eat. What's the plan there, what's going on? He jolted and shook himself awake. Turning around, he checked the white he was dragging behind. Still upside. Still secure. Still growling and moaning with those little clicks like an insect. Facing the front again, he patted his mount's neck. The horse tolerated the sled. They could eat. Not much. But they could eat still. They managed to find the tall, harsh vegetation not yet covered by the snow. Maka didn't say how much longer it would be. He was afraid to ask. It would either be too far and send him into despair. Or so close he would become exhausted with excitement. Blinking, he looked down to see his hand shaking. Dead moans followed him on the sled. A ghost of smile came to him. I'm already exhausted. God damn it. Just shut the fuck up. Shut the fuck up. At least he wasn't cold. He took comfort in that. He was dressed like an absolute moron for this weather. Only a long-sleeved woolen shirt against this freeze. He had that luxury. The rest didn't. When they received their last rations, he split up his portion and passed it around. He met only feeble protests to which he responded with the truth. I don't feel this cold. You do. So eat. By this point, everyone knew it was something supernatural. There were no more looks of exasperation at his supposed stupidity. But they didn't treat it as a revelation. Perhaps they were too exhausted to care. Or compared to the fact they were dragging 2 animated cadavers behind them, his immunity to the cold was not so extraordinary. Either way they didn't question him on it. It wasn't the time. They simply took what he generously and foolishly offered. However, riding now, the tiny sliver of food he passed around didn't seem to make much of a difference. They fortunately had no problems with thirst. The streams, too thin for fish, were fine for their water skins. But underneath the whites, the horses, and the silence, he had been hearing their stomachs rumble for the past 2 days. They couldn't last. But everyone else seemed calm otherwise, so there must be a plan. There had to be. He discovered it that night. They managed to find shelter from the falling snow. A patch of thick furs meant only a handful of flurries floated through. As Tiresias prepared a fire, Tormund stood with Geirrod, looking to the rest. Which one? He grunted, removing his fur outer coat. He nodded to Tiresias. His is the least skinny. We need the fat ones. They can push through. Maka muttered, scratching her eyebrows. Her face was bright red. Sides, we don't have enough supplies for a pack horse. Tormund nodded and left with Geirrod, both silent. Benyon stood on an exhale and followed, removing his black cloak before doing so. He caught Maka's eye before going back to the fire. They would need a bigger flame than usual if they were to cook the horse meat properly. He wasn't shocked or even ashamed. Perhaps only a little sad, but he knew he'd have no regrets. It was a different world here beyond the wall. One had to survive by any means. Eating a dead man's horse was not a grievous sin. They carried you all the way to the Frostfangs and back. We could have fished. You could have hunted. There's game yet in this forest. You could have found it. The white's growls cut through his thoughts. Yet again. He looked away, averting Maka's eyes as he brought out his flint and steel. We can't dally about. We need to get to Castle Black. This is our last meal before our final push. We need the horse's strength. The falling snow didn't deafen him entirely. He caught the last whinny of the horse before it was cut short. They worked efficiently. They didn't let him suffer and killed him away from the rest. They were away long enough that Tiresias managed to get the fire blazing hot. Even Maka unfastened her fur. When they finally returned, their arms were red with blood, dragging large pieces of horse meat. Dropping the cuts, they huddled before the fire holding their arms out. The congealed blood nearly frozen. Maka and Tiresias fit as much meat as they could fit over the spit. When they finished, Benyon reached to his side and offered his skin to them. Drink. I have water. Benyon smiled wearily. It's not water. Suspicion had little value tonight. So he took the skin and lifted it. He smelled the blood before it hit his mouth. Forcing himself not to gag, he took 2 draughts and lowered it. He couldn't help but retch. Tormund was so tired he couldn't laugh. Though he did smile as he pulled his fur over his shoulders. Can't take your medicine. Suppose not, Tiresias moaned as he passed the skin to Maka. She contained her disgust far better, though he did see her throat tighten significantly. He turned to Benyon. You've ruined your water skin for that. We wasted enough of the horse, he murmured, reaching for his own black cloak. Couldn't even bring half of it back. Had to dump the body over a ravine. For the wolves. Tormund said. Tonight I fear wolves more than dead men. We need to watch for them. They'll come for the meat. They don't mind the cold. He really glanced to him for that last remark. But Tiresias had another concern. Will they eat it in time? What are you talking about? Before it rises again? Becomes a steed for the army. The fat was beginning to bubble along the sinew. It was a beautiful sight. It's just not the free folk they're after. They like to ride as we do. And an undead mount would tolerate a corpse. We cut the legs clean off, Geirrid spoke from his corner of the fire, holding his bloodied hands out. Threw it down in pieces. Did most of the wolves work for him? Tiresias looked to Tormund and Maka, who seemed quite bored with the whole affair. They had been fighting the White Walkers and their whites for a solid few years now. They knew to leave nothing for the dead. It never hurt to be safe and ask, but still he felt slightly foolish and fell silent looking to the meat. When Benyon passed around the horse blood around again, he didn't refuse another draught. They managed to wait until the meat was cooked enough. Whether or not they ate it slow enough as to not be sick, he supposed they would find out later. He did his best. Diarrhea and cramps would certainly curtail their speed. Tears came to his eyes though as he bit into his piece. For a brief moment, he didn't hear the whites growling beside them. They didn't matter. He had food. The reprieve was short. That night they were full. The next morning and midday they ate cold cuts. But they didn't have time to properly dry the meat. So before they camped the next night, they threw it away. Along with the blood. That was 3 days ago. The snow was still falling. And he was weak. Weaker than he could ever remember being. He could only sit on his horse as they rode on. He focused on the saddle as he ducked his head, keeping his ears open. Would he actually hear anything? He didn't seem to have the energy. Somehow, even the cries of the whites seemed duller as they were dragged behind them. At least he wasn't hungry anymore. He hadn't shit in 2 days. All he could do was drink. Water was no issue. It was never in short supply. Which was good because he always seemed to be parched. He reached his water skin, and couldn't open it. He blinked and focused on the skin. His hands were trembling. Stop it. Stop it. You're not cold. Eventually he managed to hold the cork and pulled it free. He lifted it with 2 hands, swaying from side to side with the horse as it walked. He didn't spill a drop. He was used to it. How long had he been in this saddle? 8 days since the milk water, 9 maybe. Stop it. You haven't lost your head. You're not insane. Not yet. You're just hungry. A part of him still tasted the horse blood as he drank. He wondering if that was wishful thinking. His stomach seemed mixed about it. After securing his water skin, he gazed to the front. To Maka and Benyon. The first ranger had started leading more and more the past day. Was that good news? He didn't know. He longed to ask how much farther they had to go. It couldn't hurt, could it? But no one else asked. No one said a word. Whether they didn't have the energy to complain or the inclination, Tiresias didn't want to be the first. They were all hungry. They were all tired. But the rest of them were cold. So what could he say? What right did he have to whinge? Lowering his head again, he closed his eyes. He had had enough of the all-encompassing white. He didn't mean to sleep. He supposed he didn't really, but the sounds of a quiet forest lulled in and out and he didn't do much to control it. The low wind moaned above their heads. The angry dead men growled. A heavy pile of snow fell off a branch. A small river in the distance. An owl hooted. Was it evening already? He blinked blearily to check. No, the owl just can't sleep. He smiled slightly, breathing in, sniffing. He could smell the cold though he couldn't feel it. It blanketed everything, but through it he could still detect the firs, the pines, the moss. The dirt rich with minerals. Wood smoke from a fire. The congealed horse blood on Benyen's cloak, Tormund's coat. Tiresias opened his eyes, struggling to do so fully, and looked ahead. He clapped his face to wake up, startled to find the scab still on his cheek. Maka was now trailing Benyen as he led their starving band. He took several deep breaths, trying to wake up before sniffing the air again. It was faint. He didn't know if the others would be able to smell it. But it was there. Wood smoke. Some sliver of reason found its way through his brain fog as he tried to process this. He couldn't shout right away. Could be nowhere near the main camp. Could be the fire of an errant group of free folk. The tribes who declined Mance's proposal. Perhaps some thens. But that paranoia left quickly. That wood smoke was south of there. Benyen was leading them straight to it. And it wasn't just one fire. Too much smoke. Too many distinct woods bunched together. It was them, it had to be. Ahead of him, he saw Benyen and Maka straighten up on their mounts. After a few seconds, they exchanged words and continued on, slightly energized. They must have smelled it as well. After a few seconds, Benyen looked back and met his eye. From the middle, Tiresias saw the question there and nodded. Benyen turned back and led them around a corner. As he turned himself, he came along a stream, following its course. Tiresias stared. He recognized this stream. After a minute staring, he looked up ahead to the opposite shore, where Mance had shook his hand. Wished him farewell and good fortune. Just outside of the camp, 20-minute ride from the outer parts of the settlement, just keep going, man, keep going buddy. You'll have hay tonight or something else. You'll be fed. He patted the horse's neck before reaching behind and pulling the white sled taut. The stream was shallow enough not to get down and guide the damn thing across by hand. They all made it across with no ceremony and led their mounts up through the trees. That was the last water they'd have to cross before the camp. He resisted announcing it. Besides, the wood smoke was prominent now. The rest of their band, Geirrid and Tormund, noticed right after the stream and sat straight up. Tormund glanced about to the sides, recognition in his eyes as he started to laugh. I know this place. We're close. You hear that, you fuckers? We're nearly home. Well, we're not home yet, Maka called back. We're not safe out here, so let's shut up and keep our eyes open. They could strike anywhere, right? Still smiling, Tormund quieted and gave his own white sled an inspection. Then he focused on the surroundings as they rode deeper into the wood, just following the path. Tiresias took a look himself. The free folk who had lived here on the outskirts were curiously absent. The snow made scattered living more impossible by the day. That or they had moved entirely. Either way, they weren't here. They rode farther and farther without seeing any tents. Not even one. His breath grew quicker, his heart pounded as they rode. Anxiety or excitement? Probably both. It's not the end, you still need to get these creatures to Castle Black. Past the wall. Where he can't follow. Not yet anyway. So don't get ahead of yourself. Still, he could be excited for food. For the mostly sinewy dried meat. Whatever they had managed to hunt down among these trees. This place wasn't abandoned. They didn't leave. He could still smell the wood smoke ahead of him. All the low burning fires. These weren't phantom scents. Maka called out to Benyen to halt the dwindled caravan. Tiresias pulled his reins gently, still swaying slowly as he stopped. She pulled away from the line and rode back to address them. I need 2 volunteers, to get down and escort the dead as we go through, she stated, pausing in the middle to collect her strength. I don't want any scared bastard to see them and come tearing through with dragon glass and us too far away on horseback to stop it. Anyone? Tiresias blinked to find himself on the ground. Collecting his breath, he stood away from his steed and walked to the sled behind him. In the end, they grouped the 2 sleds together, the horses pulling side by side. Tormund, Geirrid and Tiresias flanked them. Tiresias pulled the sheepskin tighter around him. Maka had tossed it to him as she rode back. Just in case you wanted to be seen as a man. Not a demon. Or an idiot, she said, calling back to him. She and Benyen pulled the rest of the horses forward, slowly to match the pace of the guards on the ground. Funny enough, he didn't find it difficult to walk once he got going. If he stopped though. The wood smoke still filled his nostrils. More and more potent as they stalked forward. The whites snarled as they were pulled and he didn't feel like hearing more. The horses blocked his view of the front. He glanced to the side, as they passed tree after tree in the falling snow. Fuel. That's what he saw of the forest now. Fuel and shelter. He blinked, staring off. Was he hungry enough to hallucinate? Maka and Benyon hadn't said anything. Was he the only one? Tormund. Garrod. Pointing off, he felt their eyes follow his arm. Before he had to let it fall. You see that? He heard the smile in Tormund's relieved sigh. I. The small glow to their left multiplied as they stepped closer and closer. There was no way Maka and Benyon didn't see them. Still they did not shout out. Gave no notice of their arrival. It was understandable. Even his brain, starved for sleep and substance, knew that they were better off riding through with little hearsay. Who knew how the free folk would react to their captive whites? He briefly glanced to Tormund, Garrod and himself before laughing silently. This was the group who would stop frightened free folk from attacking the white? They barely had the energy to stand, let alone defend anything. He assumed they all understood that. So he kept quiet and kept walking. The glows from the fires came closer and soon he was in the midst of free folk tents. From one of the fires, he detected a variety of meat being smoked. It caused him to salivate out of control. When he swallowed and continued to walk, his stomach protested. Another few seconds and he could tell what was over the fire. 2 squirrels and a rabbit. He shook his head and focused on the path ahead. It was the middle of the day. The free folk were out and they couldn't walk through unnoticed. People just didn't walk in from the north. Not anymore. And he could only imagine how they looked. They got their first straggler. A young man dropped the wood he was carrying and started to follow behind them. Tiresias glanced to the whites, still strapped to the sleds, unable to twist free. They still growled against the gags. Tormund gave him a look, resting on his hand on his axe head as he walked. Under the sheepskin, he placed his own hand on his dagger handle. The steel one. He didn't keep count of the free folk who followed. He tried to at first, but as he counted, they hiked deeper and deeper into camp and he was thrown by the people he saw. It was dark when they came this way the last time, before the sun had risen. Now it was full of shouts. Life. Tens of thousands of people. How long had it been since he heard people talking so freely? Without fear of being heard? How long were they gone for? Just a month, probably, or was it longer? When he was here last, it had seemed desolate. Starving, it hadn't changed. He saw it. Life was still hard, but the smells of food, what little there was, seemed overwhelming and it was all he could do to keep moving forward. He could hardly care about the people who followed. As long as they stayed away. As they moved farther into the inner circle of the camp, their return from their trek, from the north, was not so obvious. The stragglers drew some eyes. But the whites were on the ground level and muzzled. They didn't draw many eyes fortunately. Not that no one tried. An older woman shouted to one of the stragglers. "Kay. What's going on?" A patched bearded young man responded. "They returned, Aunt. They got." With no warning, Tormund turned and punched the young man in the face. He went down instantly. Garrod and Tiresias kept walking, not willing to leave the whites unguarded, but he heard Tormund mutter behind him. "Any shouting this and I fucking got you, boy. I'll use the last of my strength to do it." He caught up with them, looking straight ahead. Tiresias heard the stragglers following again and noted a significant decrease in their numbers. But he did hear one pair of feet running up to them from the west. Turning, he squinted against the afternoon sun but relaxed when he saw who it was. "Tormund," Ygritte said as she landed on the trail. She hugged the man, letting him go immediately. "You made it." Tormund grunted, eyes back forward. "Gods, you stink. Better things to do out there than bathe." She fell in step with them, looking down to their prize. "2 of them." "Why 2 of them?" Tormund nodded to him. "His idea." Tiresias checked the side view before turning back. "Insurance." "What?" "Forget it. Does Mance know we're here?" Ygritte unslung the bow from her back, taking out one arrow. "If he doesn't, he will soon. Dalba was with me. He went off to find Mance. I came over to help you." She knocked the arrow, but didn't pull back, pointing it down. "Where's Karsai and Kober?" "Karsai's dead." Tormund exhaled through his nose. Kober and the other crow went back into the Frostfangs to lay a false trail. They'll be coming back in another month or so. Kober and the half-hand. "No," Garrod grunted. "Kober and Cladden. Corin's dead." The black brother kept his venom well buried, but Tiresias heard it. They didn't have time to be offended. It was still a race to Castle Black. How would they resist collapsing tonight? Not moving for days after. When they came to Mance's tent, still in the same clearing, Dimdalba was there waiting for them. He came forward as Benyon and Maka dismounted, with some assistance. Their legs shook as they met the ground. Dimdalba greeted Maka and Tormund, who could barely walk forward. I sent word to Mance. He'll be here shortly. Taking in the sight of the two whites, he then looked to the stragglers and whistled. Hey, get these horses fed. Tiresias looked blearily as their trusty steeds were attended to. 4 fewer than they had set out with. Just like us. If you don't count Orel. He was burned right there. The whites were loosed from the horses before they were led away and the remaining band of hunters gathered around them automatically. Dimdalba beckoned them into the hut. Come. Rest. Eat. Get warm. We'll watch the creatures. We won't let them out of our sight. We're not letting them out of our sight, Tiresias stated, his voice low and hoarse. He took a deep breath. We're bringing into the tent. We're not leaving them inside to scare or rile anyone. Not taking that fucking chance. Not now. Dimdalba glanced to Tormund and Maka, who nodded. Bending down with a numbed groan, Tiresias picked up the rope and pulled a white into the tent. Bringing the gnarled snarls with him. Tormund pulled the second one through the tent flaps. A group of free folk followed and stood over the pair after they deposited them to the side. Ygritte made to follow, but Dimdalba posted her outside with her bow. The whites had a fresh set of guards. Their faces wary, but resolute. They had seen dead men before. He heard others gathering outside. Pulling the sheepskin off, he let it fall to the ground as he stumbled to the fire. He fell into the farthest spot, letting those who needed warmth sit the closest. The remains of their band sat down gingerly, removing their gloves and boots, flexing their digits in the heat. It was an ugly sight. Tiresias didn't want to spend his scant energy to lift his arms. He blinked and saw that someone had put a bowl in his hands. Something killed and cooked recently. Steam rose from the meat, but he ignored the spoon, using his hand to shove the fresh rabbit into his mouth. He breathed through his nose as he chewed, trying to calm himself. Trying to gain control. Tears welled in his eyes. He was so hungry. You eat too much, you'll be sick. You know this. Just swallow a bit at a time. He swallowed the whole bite instantly. After it passed and he could breathe again, he panted a bit, staring into the fire. A few missed meals and I'm this, Jesus. He set the bowl down and breathed, wiping the tears from his eyes. Why did he feel like weeping? It wouldn't do. Not in front of these people. Besides, there were only 2 people in this tent comfortable moaning. And both of them were dead, their growls never ceasing. Is there water? He grunted. A full skin found its way into his hand. After a long draught, Geirrid, in the middle of his own rabbit, gestured for it. As the skin made its way around, he looked to his companions. Maka and Benyon ate with some dignity, but they couldn't hide their hunger. No one else looked ready to cry though. Tiresias sucked his fingers and picked up the bowl again. His hand shook as he spooned a small piece of rabbit into his mouth. He chewed it for a full minute before swallowing. Then he set the plate down, waiting a bit before he would eat another bite. Halfway through his meal, the tent flaps opened. Tiresias recognized the man's scent before he looked up to see Mance. He was the king beyond the wall and he felt some absurd notion to stand. However, as he pressed his hands to his knees, Mance gestured him and the others to cease immediately. Keep seated. Grateful, Tiresias took another swig of water. Mance didn't join them at the fire right away. As he tore off a small piece of black bread, he heard the man stalk over to their prize. A renewed round of growling rose from the side. Mance didn't respond. When he stalked over to the fire and sat, his face was set. When you're ready to leave for Castle Black, I'll escort you with my men, he stated. We'll ride with you until the edge of the forest. Make sure no one panics seeing these 2. Is it still snowing? Maka asked. Mance nodded. Might stop by tomorrow. Shouldn't hinder you lot too much. The path to Castle Black has been kept clear. The free folk are beginning to move closer to the wall. Benyon glanced to him. What do our black brothers have to say about that? I wouldn't know. Mance rubbed his face, scratching his graying shadow beard. No crow has ventured from Castle Black since you lot. I doubt they know. They just keep watch from up top. We see their torches on the wall at night. He glanced around. What happened to the others? Karsai? Kober? Corin? Cladden? Tormund offered the update on the missing members of their band. Tiresias stared into the flames as Mance took it in. The largest fire he had seen since the milk water. When the White Walker came around the corner. A tremor ran through his chest and he shook it out. Almost like a horse. You all right there, Tiresias? Mance asked, in that wary tone of his. Tiresias almost smirked. Not yet. Maybe when I get to Castle Black. These 2 with us. We'll get you there tomorrow night, Mance promised. When you return, we'll leave you 3 to cross the field alone. Maybe Maka. She's been to the gate before. As a messenger. We need just one horn blast from the wall. Not two. We'll be there tomorrow morning, Tiresias muttered low. We ride tonight. The fire was strong. And its music almost drowned out the dead. It filled the silence that followed his suggestion. No, no, an order. A demand? Who was he to give any of those? But he was right. He knew it. In his weary deluded state, he knew it. He looked and met their eyes before continuing. We have to move, he stated. They have to be brought south of the wall. And the longer we rest in one spot, the more time we give them to realize what has happened. Benyon shared a glance with Maka. Tiresias, it won't matter, you know. Lord Stark still has to show the northern lords what we captured before the free folk are allowed south. When we bring the whites through the tunnel, they won't be able to follow us right away. It's another month, at least. You might kill yourself if you don't rest properly. I'll need a full month to rest after what happened, Benyon, he responded. We're tired. We're hungry. But if I lay and sleep any more than a few hours, if I eat any more, my body will refuse to move. This is just another stop in the snow for us. Let's treat it like such. We can't let it be our recuperation. Whether it was his augmented senses or the fact that he had traveled with this lot for over a month, he sensed agreement from all of them. Bitter agreement, but still they were aligned. Mans sensed it too. You'll need different horses. He stood and turned to the others in the tent. At midnight, wake them. Don't let them sleep any longer. Tormund, Maka, Benyon said. Don't hate me for suggesting this, but you don't have to come with us tomorrow. Geirrod, Tiresias and I need to return to the wall. You two don't. Fuck off, Stark, Tormund grunted. All the shit I've swallowed to get those two here and I'm gonna just pass them off to you? Get fucked. Benyon grinned. All right, then. Tomorrow morning, the wall. For the first time since they left, all of them laid to sleep without volunteering for the first watch. Tiresias laid with his head closer to the fire. The crackles tuned out the gnarled growls just a bit. And it wasn't too warm. Despite his caution yesterday, Tiresias felt his stomach protest as he rode. As the cramps came, he clenched his teeth and continued on. Their trail south, first marked by torchlight in the night, began to be lit by the sun. What little of it there was. What should have been a red and orange tinged morning simply became grey and then white. The snow wasn't letting up and Tiresias was back under the sheepskin. Which he would have been anyway. No one else knew for sure. And Maka and Tormund were no gossipers. So he thought. Then he remembered the man's face. When they set off just after midnight. Through his puffy eyes, Tormund gave him a knowing smile as he donned the sheepskin. Tiresias sighed. By the time he returned to the wall, his secret, just a rumor before, will be common knowledge among all the free folk. That bearded bastard will make it so. He looked down before him. A sled dragged before him. The whites, never content to be still and silent, seemed to be screaming more and more behind their gags. They hadn't let up since they left. He glanced to the free folk walking alongside. It certainly didn't help their nerves. Fingers twitching. Eyes glancing. Heartbeats racing. Was the trail back to Castle Black truly this long? It didn't seem so before. The snow fell silently through the trees onto the tents. Mans said they were moving more and more south, but they should have been free of the encampment by now. Thankfully, at this hour, most were sleeping. Even with the king beyond the wall, a hefty escort and 2 dead men, their ride went unheralded. When they were finally free of the tents, it must have been about an hour past sunrise. He could only guess. His heart beat faster and faster as the sounds of the camp coming alive echoed behind him. He listened closely for any other sound. A billowing wind. Growls and clicks from 1,000 men. The clink of ice armor following them. Nothing. Just a quiet forest. If only he could ignore the 2 dead motherfuckers in front. He drank from his skin, chewed his small allowance of dried horse meat. Staring forward. He didn't recognize any of this. Should he? How far were they? They were so close. He wished more than ever that he could breathe and calm himself as he once could. The way his mother taught him on the steps of Essos. Breathe in on a count, hold on a count, exhale on a count. Your mother on the SSC steps, what the fuck are you talking about? That's not you. That was never you. You're not Tiresias. Not that much. Caught between laughing at himself and cursing himself, he shook his head, too weak to smile. And tried to remember where his mother had actually taught him that. He stared down at the saddle for a long time, trying to picture it. But the old world didn't come to him. He couldn't bring it forth in his head. It just wasn't there. This world was too much, it was here. The white was all-encompassing. Snow was everywhere. To the sides. All around him. He gazed forward, ahead of the horses, and saw nothing but white. Just a blanket of. He blinked, focusing. That white seemed a little off from the rest. He saw some blue there and some platforms resting in the clouds. It seemed textured. Closing his eyes, he breathed and opened them again. It wasn't an illusion. The wall was in sight. They would reach it. They would actually reach it. He didn't cry out and shout. The others had to concentrate still and they would see it soon enough. After a few minutes, he heard the front guard call out. No cheers echoed through the forest, but Benyon, Maka, Tormund, and Gayred all turned to look at each other. Job well done, he supposed. They had lost half their band doing so. But it wasn't over yet. As they came to the edge of the forest, they halted about 100 yards from the treeline. No horns sounded from the wall. Tiresias kept riding until he was level with Maka and the remaining black brothers. As they focused on Mance, he heard the sleds being tied to his and Benyon's horse. Mance sighed, nodding to Gayred, Benyon, and him. All right. You have your white. 2 of them. Our fate is in your hands. Go save us. If you can. Benyon, Gayred, and Maka started to ride, but stopped when they saw Tiresias hadn't moved. I need to speak to Mance, he said. I'll see you at the tree line. He didn't ask permission. He didn't need to. But Benyon still needed a few seconds before he continued to ride, Gayred following him. Tiresias waited until they were out of earshot before coming up next to Mance. The white still growled on the sled. He leaned in. Keep moving your people close. Right up to here. And start building some defenses. I don't know when they'll come, but when the army of the dead arrives, they'll run through these trees. Mance smiled as he looked to Tiresias. Anything else? He couldn't return the smile. I don't know how long we'll be. Lord Stark will send out the ravens. Get the lords together in a fortnight. He'll start marching up again with more men, but it might be a month before you lot are marching through that tunnel. And that's a generous estimate. Your point. Tiresias gripped the reins. If any of your people can get south without the night watches or the northern lords noticing. People who could hide out in the gift and lie low until this is past, I'd start now. Not wait for the north to say welcome. Mance peered his piercing gaze, still smiling. Lord Stark, the Lord Commander Mormont and I reached an agreement. You were there. You telling me to break it? That tunnel is small, Tiresias replied. It'd take a long time for everyone to pass through. See you. He nudged his horse and rode off, dragging the grumbling corpse behind. He hoped that was time well spent. He saw the thought in Benyon's eyes too as he joined them. They took their spots at the front while Gayred and Maka followed, watching their captives. They rode from the treeline, making their way to the wall. Tiresias didn't look back. The anxiety, which had quelled the past few hours, was rising again in his chest. He could see the tunnel. The exit from this wasteland. Back to the north. To Winterfell. They just had to reach it. A horn echoed from the top. He supposed if he pressed his ears, he could hear them scrambling on the top of the wall, but he didn't try. Resisting the urge to ride faster, he kept pace with Benyon. No second blast echoed from the wall. He had wondered if he and Maka would trigger that alarm, but 2 black cloaks saw them to the ice without any harassment. So far. Reaching the iron gate, they halted. Tiresias gazed up to the top, trying to see. Did Sir Alliser manage to overthrow George Mormont? Were the Winterfell soldiers still here? Why wasn't the gate fucking opening? Would fire rain down upon them? Destroying the whites they risked so much for. He heard a clank before the iron gate started to rise. Exhaling, he stared to the ground in the tunnel. Did the Lord Commander grant his request? Yes, he breathed, upon seeing the iron crate. Jumping down from his horse, he ran to it, the sheepskin falling forgotten to the snow and started to pull it north. He was soon out of breath, despite it being on a sled. Maka came up beside him. What's this? Their traveling crate, he grunted, looking over his shoulder to Benyon and Gayred. Men. Bring them over. Once they're in, they'll shut up. Once they're in, they'll shut up. As Benyon and Gayred jumped down, he heard noises in the tunnel. He turned to see torches coming toward them. Dozens of men. Whether they wore black or Stark colors, he didn't care. The whites were being pulled toward them. Maka and he unlatched and cracked the crate open. She looked to him. It's too small for 2. We'll make them fit. We have to. Shaking her head, she drew her knife as Benyon pulled the first white next to them. They cut the binds to the sled, which the white immediately kicked to the side, right into his shins. Fuck, Tiresias growled as he threw the sled away and grabbed the dead ankles. The men in the tunnel were almost here. Weakened as they were, they had practiced and had far too much experience handling this petulant cadaver. Benyon gripped the shoulders, Maka the side and they lifted and dropped it into the crate. Gayred pulled his sled forward as the men exited the tunnel. Tiresias looked up to see Jory and Gord among the Stark soldiers, along with a fair amount of Black brothers. Their steel drawn, they looked stupefied at the scene. Tiresias. Jory stared at him. You're alive? What is it? Did you? Then he saw the white in the crate. What the fuck is that? Not now, Jory, Tiresias growled as he bent down, gripping its ankles as Maka cut the second white loose from the sled. His shins weren't getting bashed again. He had had enough. Benyon and Gayred gripped the white as well, staring down as it tried for the last time to break free, growling, screaming against the gag. It's a demon. A Black brother yelled. Kill it. Kill it now. You touch this demon, I'll tear your fucking goddamn throat out. Tiresias screamed. He turned to Jory, eyes wild, his hands shaking from holding the white down. No one touches them, Jory. No one. Jory barely nodded before he looked back to the band. On 3. 1, 2, 3. They lifted and deposited the white on top of the first. They dumped it the other way so it would fit face down so it tangled with the first. Tiresias glanced to the first white. They hadn't watched it since they had dumped it in the crate. Since Maka cut it loose. Its gag, it shouldn't have been able to work its gag down its face like that, as it struggled. The gag slipped below its mouth as Tiresias twisted to Gayred. He was the nearest to the lid. Shut it, he yelled. Shut it now. His yell was muted by the scream emitting from the box. It stopped him entirely. He couldn't move or speak. He could only be still as the white sounded the alarm, piercing his brain as the White Walker did before. It stopped as suddenly as it began. Tiresias blinked to find himself on his knees. Gayred was laying on top of the crate, the lid shut. But the scream, its echo. He turned, panting to the forest, to the north to hear it bellow out. It traveled far, farther than the haunted forest? Far enough to reach the fist of the first men, the frost fangs, and beyond? The snow continued to fall in the quiet and Tiresias still panted. They were safe. He was sure. It didn't travel that far. It couldn't have. The army was too far away and the snow fell too heavy. It couldn't escape a storm of such silence. Such was his hope when he stood and faced the men, stunned into silence as well. Benyon and Gayred latched the crate shut. The screaming white was muffled by iron. The first ranger looked to the men. Let's get this through. Now. After a few seconds, Gord stepped forward. Followed by 2 Winterfell soldiers and 3 Black brothers. They began to push it through. And Tiresias followed. It didn't escape his notice that Makar returned to her horse without a word and rode out north again. Across the open field. The snow was still falling on the other side. But as Tiresias walked through, his neck prickled as the protection fell on him. As he exited the wall, he exhaled. His chest lighter than it had been in months, since he had left Winterfell. He collapsed against the ice, falling into a sit. He was still panting with relief when Jory squatted before him. Tiresias, what happened? He swallowed before he spoke. Guard that crate, Jory. Guard it with your lives. A south wind howled against the wall, but it didn't chill him. Didn't frighten him at all. Get a message to Winterfell. Tell Lord Stark to send his fucking ravens. Chapter 61. Notes. Hello readers. Thank you for your response to last week's chapter. In addition, thank you as well to everyone who gave kudos. With CH60, the Prophet from Maine is, as of now, currently in the top 100 Game of Thrones stories on this site. When it comes to kudos at least. I'm well aware that could change, however I just wanted to mark the occasion and say thanks. Hope you enjoy this behemoth of a chapter. It took forever to edit. See you next week with CH62. Chapter text. Tiresias leaned against the stone, consumed by a coughing fit. It didn't echo down the crowded corridor. Winterfell had grown steadily fuller over the past 2 days. Highborn and servants alike distanced themselves from the sickened librarian as he caught his breath. After it ceased, he remained against the wall, wiping the sweat off his brow. When he stopped panting, he pushed off the wall and continued on his way. The exhibition would commence in 2 hours. With the setting of the sun. Before they served the evening meal. Lord Stark suggested the lords witness the ghouls on an empty stomach. The whites were hidden away, deep in the cribs. They had remained at Castle Black for an additional 9 days before a garrison of 1,000 men arrived, sent to accompany them back to Winterfell. Tiresias was more than happy to wait for the extra security. Before they left the wall, they opened the iron crate only twice more. First in the courtyard the day after they returned from the haunted forest. So every member of the Night's Watch, from first officers to adolescent recruits alike, could witness the whites themselves and see what would befall them if they didn't act. Jory and the Winterfell soldiers stood ready to stop any idiot from trying to destroy them. So Tiresias heard. He was in bed at the time. Didn't see any stunned or frightened reactions. Didn't even see Sir Alistair's face. When he finally moved about, he felt the man's stare following him. Not only that. Whispers trailed him as well. To the point where he often stayed in the Winterfell soldiers' quarters all day. Not that he needed much of an excuse. It took him 4 days to recover some modicum of strength. To walk without his legs shaking. To get used to a full stomach again. He was still too skinny. Regaining that weight wouldn't occur at Castle Black though. The Night's Watch had provisions. Not excesses. It was such a relief when the Winterfell reinforcements arrived. The snow had stopped days before and they were treated to a pink sunrise when they rode out again the next morning. Jory assigned a fresh garrison to reside at Castle Black. Though the Night's Watch had seen the creatures, the man didn't trust Alistair Thorne to abandon his prejudice overnight. More than ever, Castle Black was in danger of mutiny. In fact, after Jory assigned the fresh garrison to station the wall, he took them to the back section of the fort, where they were guarding the two of them. Immediately after the blacksmith had seen the 2 growling cadavers, he set to building a second crate as quickly as possible. When they separated the whites and gave them each their own crate, Jory made sure the soldiers saw that they understood what was at stake. Still, Tiresias couldn't help but be wary as he looked back to Castle Black. If all went to plan, they would return shortly from Winterfell. He only hoped not to find Mormont dead. He faced forward again. He was following the wagon when the 2 whites had been placed. As Tiresias rode behind them, he could hear their faint growls seeping through the iron crates. Benyon Stark rode beside him. It wasn't safe for him at Castle Black. Not now. Besides, they needed a delegation from the Night's Watch to back up their story. Even if it was the warden's brother. The first ranger glanced to him as the whites protested their confinement. And Tiresias knew he wasn't the only one who heard them while he slept. Exhaling through his nose, he reached down and scratched Yakul on the side. His spotted mare finally had a name. A boy's name, but it fit her nicely. It wasn't his invention, but he had forgotten where it had come from. It simply emitted from him when he greeted her in the stables after his return. She greeted him, nuzzling his hand as he came close. They arrived in Winterfell quickly. Without any scruples along the road. No bandits. No attacks from unruly bannermen. In fact, the only thing that made him nervous were the looks the Stark men gave the 2 crates. Furtive and conspicuous. The Stark men who had resided at Castle Black this whole time, they had seen the whites, along with the Night's Watch. And though Jory ordered them to be discreet, by the time they had settled down for their first night on the road, word had spread. He sensed it. Which meant he kept close to the wagon, guarding the crates with the other guards. The growls still flared every so often. But they were muffled. And when they were so close to Winterfell, so close to showing the North what was coming, his nerves seemed a small price to pay. Arriving in Winterfell, the last few days were a blur. The castle was busy. They rode in with the first wave of houses to arrive. In the middle of it all, he saw Lord Stark ordering the crates be stowed away and guarded. He watched as they descended into the crypts. Only afterwards did he attend to himself. Only then did he see Mal, who waited until they were inside before throwing her arms around him. He blinked and found himself in the springs. Cleaning the dead from his skin. The heated water felt unnatural. He met with the warden that night. He and Benyon. They recounted their journey as best they could, but it was hardly needed. They had the whites. They knew time was of the essence. It seemed beneath it all, Lord Stark simply wished to know if they were all right. Tiresias wished he knew. He was asked that question many times already. By Mal, by John, an Arya at dinner, by Lady Catelyn, by Maester Luwin. The next day, the old man examined him briefly. A scar would linger on his cheek, but it was healing fine. Other than that, Luwin saw nothing that rest wouldn't cure. You've seen them, haven't you? He asked the maester. Luwin steadied himself and nodded. He carried himself well for someone who had seen 2 reanimated dead men. Walking about the castle that morning, he saw plenty of pale faces. Heard plenty of frightened heartbeats. Caught many glances to the crypt doors, where several guards now stood. The 1,000 men who had heard from the 50 who had resided at Castle Black had now spread the story throughout the castle. As more lords arrived, their servants would hear it and then they would as well. By the time Lord Stark unveils their captive whites in a couple of hours, the whole Great Hall might have already heard what lies in those crates. They might have heard, but they won't believe it. Dismiss it as ridiculous nonsense until they're staring into those blue eyes themselves. There was little for him to do in welcoming the arriving lords over the past few days. He went to the library and tried to work, but he ended up staring at the waiting letters for an hour. He didn't see them though. His mind was at Castle Black. Beyond it, could he hear the milk water burbling behind the shelves? It was difficult to sleep the first night back. His bed felt so different than the frozen ground. He couldn't hear the insects in the soil. Or the whites screaming against their gags. They were all the way down in the cribs. Even his ears weren't that good. Dinners turned strange as well. Whenever he entered the hall, the eyes of the newly arrived highborn guests turned in his direction. The last time they had all gathered in Winterfell was long before he had downed the mountain. He was no longer faceless. As tempted as he was to take his meals to his room and avoid their inquiries, he withstood their attention. As it was in Castle Black with Lord Umber, if it would do anything to distract and soften Lord Stark's news, then he would indulge their questions. Yesterday evening, his presence was requested by Lord Royce and his son, Waymar, at the high table. Bronzeyon certainly contained his surprise better than his son when they saw the mountain fall approach their seats. Tiresias shook their hands numbly. Sat through dinner. Answered all their questions through a thick fog. Accepted Yon's congratulations and thanks for slaying Clegane. Tolerated the veiled insults and blatant arrogance from Waymar. It didn't matter. None of it mattered. He knew that before going north. It was just impossible to ignore now. Of course it still matters. The powerful will decide how the kingdoms react to the calamities. Don't forget that. He tried his best not to. He spoke with decorum. Kept any glib attitude to a simmer. Repeated violent details for their entertainment. Still, throughout that dinner, he refused to look out to the great hall. Not for any prying eyes. He knew what would be occurring there the following evening. Thankfully, he finished early and excused himself. As he left, he leaned against the wall, caught up in a hacking fit. Coughing straight into his elbow. When it had finished, he declined help from Magen and continued out of the hall, eyes streaming. It happened again this morning. He stood hacking on the battlements, above the busy courtyard. After he had calmed, he stood between the merlons and gazed west to the King's Road. He breathed deeply and pulled his furs tighter around him. The Manderley's banner was quite visible, announcing the final major house to arrive. Lord Manderley would have little opportunity to relax before the exhibition. Ned Stark wouldn't waste any more time. Turning around, he stalked to the stairs and descended slowly. His step slowed as he walked and by the time he was on the ground level, he was leaning against the stone. He walked to the bench along the wall and sat down, sighing with relief. A man with a light step came into his periphery. He couldn't tell how, but he knew the man was peering towards him. The man's heart beat quite calmly. He turned to see Roose Bolton at the end archway. The man had arrived earlier that morning with a bear guard of 20. He saw their banners on the opposite end of the courtyard. But now there were no guards accompanying Lord Bolton. With only a short dagger, sheathed along his belt. He allowed only a few seconds to pass before walking towards him. Tiresias exhaled as he stood, blinking as Lord Bolton came before him. He inclined his head. Lord Bolton, he croaked. The pale lord didn't respond. Without asking permission, he sat back down while Roose continued to stand. He leaned his head against the cool stone, the chill penetrating his skull. When Tiresias opened his eyes, he saw Lord Manderley dismount and greet Lord Stark. The courtyard is full. Lord Stark himself is there. You're safe. He can't do anything. Just meet his eyes. But when he looked over, he saw Roose Bolton gazing out toward Lord Manderley himself. I wonder if Lord Manderley is aware why Lord Stark summoned us all here, he asked softly. Tiresias didn't see the benefit of lying. I believe Lord Manderley knows just as much as you do, Lord Bolton. But not nearly as much as you. He also didn't see the benefit of answering that question. Didn't even feel like much of a question. Sighing, he leaned his head back again, but kept his eyes open. Lord Bolton sat next to him, leaning back with an ease. This summons, I can't imagine how you come into it. Though I know you do. Why you accompanied Lord Stark to Castle Black, why he left you there, why you disappeared beyond the wall for over a month, why he sent 1,000 men to escort you home. On that, Roose gazed to him. Tiresias met it, reminding himself to breathe. However, Lord Bolton only gazed for a few seconds before looking back to Lord Stark and Lord Manderley. He exhaled through his nose. Well, whatever the case, I'm sure he has a reasonable explanation. Tiresias rubbed his eyes. You've been keeping an eye on me, my lord. After what you did to my son, I promise you, I assuredly am. Lord Bolton didn't have to lower his voice by much. Under the arrival of Lord Manderley and the general bustle of the castle, that gentle threat was kept to the bench. He continued to stare out as he spoke. I would ask you not to insult my intelligence and deny it, Tiresias. Bandits are a great excuse, but they tend to leave more of a trail behind than a single man. I've known no one to have escaped my hunters once, let alone twice. Tiresias raised his elbow and coughed, hacking into his arm. It lasted for a few seconds. He cleared his throat and lowered his arm. Roose glanced to him. Are you ill? He responded. He sighed, a thick fog escaping him. Caught something beyond the wall. Gotten worse over the past few days. Pity. He felt the man's pale eyes remain on him. Where is my son? Tiresias shivered and pulled the furs tighter. Safe wager he's dead now, my lord. Missing. I told you not to insult my intelligence. Did I lie just now? He interrupted quietly. The words escaped him before he knew it. He didn't know why he said them. Whether it was the number of highborns he had entertained the past few days as the mountain fall, or the snarling whites that he always seemed to hear, or the weariness on Karsai's face as she disappeared into the night to die. Whatever it was, it wasn't smart. When he looked, Ruse didn't seem perturbed. He never did. He just waited for him to say another stupid thing. He hated himself for obliging. I don't care about your son, Lord Bolton. And after what I seen, I don't care much about you either. What I saw beyond the wall, what Lord Stark will show you, it's gonna be a grand surprise. I won't spoil it for you. But I promise you, it'll change the North forever. It's bigger than any house, any foreigner, or any missing bastard. Ruse peered to him, letting the silence grow. Tiresias let it. He was comfortable with silence. Heard enough of it beyond the wall. And he was safe still. Winterfell was his home, not Lord Bolton's. Maybe at one point in the other story, but not this one. Finally the Pale Lord spoke. Softly as always. I asked you only as a father, Tiresias. I just want to know where my son is. What happened to him? It's only natural. And it's all I want from you. Nothing more. He gazed out to the courtyard. I thought you would understand the sentiment. After all, you're going to be a father yourself, aren't you? Tiresias wasn't surprised. Miranda was certainly smart enough to figure out Mal's condition, especially as a laundry wench. A few months had passed. She had enough time to pass on the message. He gave her that time. It didn't make it easy to hear though. To hear the threat so delicately uttered. He glanced to Ruse, but the Pale Lord was still staring quietly into the courtyard. He continued to do as he spoke. The next time I ask you the whereabouts of my son, Tiresias, you will not be in any position to avoid the question. That I promise you. He didn't look to Tiresias as he got up and left, striding towards Lord Manderley and Lord Stark. He watched him go as another hacking fit seized him. Ducking his head into his elbow, he coughed until his throat was dry. The great hall was full. As per his instructions, the northern lords congregated to the sides, leaving a large space in front of the high table. Pale blue evening light from the windows streamed onto the stone floor. Lord Stark sat with his hands folded, focusing softly on it. Gathering his thoughts. As well as he could. The combined murmuring of the lords and ladies eliminated the silence he usually found in his castle. He glanced to his right, to the side entrance. When Jory appeared and gave the signal, it would be time. Sir Roderick, Maester Lewin and Robb sat at the high table, facing the hall. Their faces pale. No one made conversation. He didn't regret his decision to show them the whites beforehand. To enlighten them of the plan and its history. What he and Tiresias began several years ago. Shock, fright and awe would be well accepted by their guests in Winterfell. But not of his own house. They had to present a united front. He showed Cat as well. He wouldn't hide such creatures from her in their own home. After the shock faded, they agreed that aside from Robb, none of the other children would be shown the whites. At least not today. She didn't inquire about John, which was expected. And when he took Robb below to see the ghouls, John accompanied them. Robb needed someone his own age to share the burden. And John, if he was truly interested in the Night's Watch, then he had to know. John was towards the back. Robb attempted to get him to come forward, but John said he would be better served in the rear, to catch the whispers. To hear where the Stark bannermen truly stood. He didn't insist on the lad joining them, nor did he have the heart to say that's what the guards bordering the hall were for. His eyes travelled over to the left. The great Jan sat in front, leaning forward on the bench, his usual verbosity missing. Given what he had told the man at Castle Black and his desire for at least a few informed allies, it was only right to show the man their undead captives. Along with Lady Mormont. They descended into the crypts after Robb and John. Now both shared an uneasy look, staring silently to the stone floor. However, when he caught Lord Umber's eye, the half-giant nodded, exhaling through his nose. A slight relief ran through him. It seemed like his instinct paid off. He hated to think what would have happened if Lord Umber had heard his plan for the first time this morning. It would have been disastrous. But what of his son? The Smaljin sat next to his father. Nearly as tall, he spoke quite casually with the men behind him, unaware or uncaring of what was to happen next, but if what Tiresias said was true. The librarian was leaning against the wall, behind the lords. He didn't meet his glance, as he was too busy hacking into his elbow. A sickness had gripped him in the past few days, though he insisted he was all right. In between his coughing fits, he named more than a few northern highborns not to be trusted. To be watched during the demonstration. And the Smaljin was one of them. along with Whitehill, Harold Karstark, Robert Glover. Tiresias didn't mention the most prominent threat. Nor did he need to. Lord Bolton sat quietly in the front, staring steadily to the high table. The man greeted him courteously when he arrived at Winterfell this morning, inquired politely about the summons and nodded graciously when told all would be revealed in the early evening. Upon meeting Roos's eyes, the man looked to where he had been glancing previously. To Tiresias. Ned cursed himself quietly. A rash part of him was tempted to accuse Lord Bolton now of attacking his house, placing a spy in Winterfell and attempting to undermine him. But it was a fleeting temptation. He was the quiet wolf, not a wild one. And unlike what he was about to present, he had no hard evidence to back up his claims. He didn't dare look to Tiresias again, who had stopped coughing for now. The man said he would handle it and he believed him. So he turned to his right. "Rob," he asked so quietly no one else could hear. "Are you all right?" His son was almost a man now. Rob glanced to him, breathing before answering. Father," he muttered. "I'm all right." "You'll be fine," Ned said. "Just be steady. Keep breathing." As much as he didn't want to encourage the impulse, he knew anything could happen. So he added. "If you feel the urge to speak, reconsider," he murmured. "But if you must, be sure and concise." Rob nodded. Father." Satisfied, Ned turned to see Roos's eyes on him yet again. Granted many eyes were on him at the moment. Still, his was a piercing gaze. "Lord Stark." He turned to see Jory at his side. He glanced to the side entrance where a dozen guards stood in the hall. Along with the two who would change the North forever. "So we're ready." My lord. "Whenever you give the signal, we're ready." Thankful that he had pissed beforehand, Lord Stark took a deep breath and stood. The hall fell silent. Jory's footsteps echoed off the stone as he walked back to the side entrance. A few seconds passed. A brief period of wonderful stillness. And then Ned spoke. "My lords. My ladies. Welcome to Winterfell." Murmurs of Lord Stark echoed in the hall. "I thank you all for answering my call with such speed. For I have news to bear. It is of a grave nature. As such, in the coming times, I'll need your strength, your loyalty and your courage if we're to meet the threat that's pushing down upon us from the north." As soon as he said north, murmurs sprang up around the hall. The word wildling entered his ears consistently. He sensed worry, but resolve. So far, it was as he expected. It wasn't yet time to reveal them. He had to play along still. "I've received word from the Night's Watch." The room fell quiet as he resumed speaking. "According to my brother." He nodded to Benyon, dressed in black, posed quietly in the corner. "And several other officers, there is a mass gathering of wildlings beyond the wall, just 30 miles north of Castle Black. They have gathered under the leadership of a man named Mance Rayder, a former brother of the Night's Watch. 3 months ago, I journeyed north and together with Lord Commander Mormont, Lord Umber and Lady Mormont. No apology. No horseshit. No hesitation. We rode beyond the wall for a parley with Mance Rayder. There," he continued to speak over the renewed mutterings. "There we learned the truth. There he confirmed what I was told years ago. What I had feared." Ned walked around the high table and stopped just in front. "The wildlings, they're not amassing for an army. They don't want to enter the north as invaders, they want to flee from the true enemy pressing down from the north." By the looks in his bannermen's eyes, he couldn't go any further without them thinking him a fool. Or a traitor. This was it. There was no going back. He turned to the side entrance, where Jory awaited, and nodded. The captain immediately gestured down the corridor and the guards entered the great hall. Ned kept out of their way, against the high table. While all eyes were trained on the 2 iron crates that were set before them, he drew his steel sword. His hand passed over the dragon glass dagger sheath on his left. Today was the first morning he wore it. As the guards withdrew, 4 remained. 2 to each crate, they gripped the iron chains that snaked out of the lid on each side, pulling them taut. Growls emanated from the boxes as they hit the lids. All murmurings in the hall had ceased, each lord gathered staring at the crates, staring at him. Ned stepped forward, gripping his sword lightly. "No matter what you see, I command you to stay back. The situation is under our control. Captain, open them." Jory stepped through, kneeling at the first crate. Without hesitation, he unlatched the first crate and threw it open. All silence from the spectators instantly vanished as the creature sprang up. Yells of surprise, screams of fright. By the time Jory opened the second crate, revealing the other white, every lord and lady in the great hall was on their feet. Steel was drawn. He witnessed more than one vomit. The only silent ones were Lord Umber and Lady Mormont. And his house, of course. He walked between the screeching whites. The guards pulling the iron chains to their collars kept them stationary, standing restrained in their crates. Ned stopped right past them, putting his back to the creatures. His father would have knocked him upside the head for doing so. Still, the whites were under control. The lords, however, by some miracle, though most drew steel, they stayed back. However, the shock would wear off soon. Enough, he ordered. Put away your blades and sit. They're not going anywhere. The crowd stilled, but the yelling continued. Ned resisted the urge to curl his fist. He truly didn't want to have to ask again. Oi, roared the great Yon behind him. Over everyone in the hall. Dead and alive alike. Shut your fucking holes and sit down. Lord Stark is speaking. Ned turned to Lord Umber, busy staring down everyone in the hall. It didn't take long for the great hall to be reduced to murmurs. Only when the creak echoed as the last lord sat, did the great Yon look to Ned. Lord Umber nodded and took his seat. The whites didn't screech. Not anymore. Now they merely growled and twisted, attempting to break their bounds. But the guards held them taut. Ned allowed them to growl unabated a few more seconds before speaking again. We've all grown up with tales of the long night. A darkness that lasted a generation. When the White Walkers came south from the land of always winter. Raised the dead for their army and laid waste to our land. It was thousands of years ago. Stories lost to time. Or myth. Those in the south believe the White Walkers never existed. Ask any Northman if he believes and he may not be sure. If they did, they're gone forever. Never to be seen again. He looked to the protesting whites. One fixed its stare upon him. Those blue eyes robbed him of his speech the first time he saw them. It was all he could do to keep talking now. Beyond the wall lies the bodies of 2 brothers of the Night's Watch and 3 of the Free Folk, who gave their lives to capture these creatures. To bring us evidence of what is happening beyond the wall. The White Walkers are back. And they're coming for us. All of us. Wildlings and Northerners alike. The murmuring and mutterings filled the hall to a deafening degree. Amidst all it, Ned looked to John. The lad was quite pale, but silent. Not unafraid, but staring resolutely at the creatures. He wasn't the only one. Fear was spread generously throughout the hall. It was time to give some hope. Trevor, bring yours forward. The guards on his left forced their white to walk. It stumbled out of the crate and was partially dragged in front of Ned. It regained his footing and attempted to rush him. Trevor and the other guard yanked it back, holding it steady. It snarled and growled, but it could only claw the air between them. Raising his sword, Ned thrusted it forward, burying it deep in the white's chest. Sighs of relief were followed by gasps as the creature didn't stop for a second. It gripped his gloved hands around the hilt, attempting to tear them apart. Ned withdrew the sword, his hands unharmed. The white continued to claw in his direction. As you can see, my lords, he glimpsed Lord Bolton to his right. The man was staring silently, expressionless. Normal steel will not fell them. By the time a man hacks enough of this creature away to stop it, the rest of them will have overwhelmed an entire garrison. Steel will not win this fight. He raised his sword again and slashed the white, where Tiresias had told him to strike. The arm fell to the floor and started to crawl toward the lords, who stared transfixed. Ned sheathed his steel, stepping around the guard to pick it up. The hand attempted escape, but it could only fight futilely, as Ned gripped it below the wrist. Staring to the animated skeletal arm, he called back. Captain. On cue, Jory brought forth a lit torch. Only when it was placed in his other hand, did Ned face the north again. Their muttering has ceased. Ned breathed through his nose. The arm was still wiggling in his left hand. I trust you're all familiar with this part of the legend. He brought the hand to the flame and released it as the fire spread quite quickly. The disembodied hand squirmed on the stone floor, trying to extinguish the flame. But it curled quickly and was still as it burned. Passing the torch back to Jory, he drew the dragon glass dagger. He felt all eyes on the dark obsidian as he turned to face the white, still aching to tear him apart with its one remaining arm. Still emitting that guttural wail. Eyes locked with its glowing blue ones, he thrusted the dragon glass dagger into the white's chest. The low growl ceased and the creature only managed a rattling exhale before its blue eyes rolled back. It slumped down, hanging between the irons. Ned withdrew the dagger and nodded to the guards. They dropped the body. The entire audience tensed, but nobody moved. Whoever this man was, he was long dead and could finally rest. Wiping off the dagger, he held it aloft. Dragon glass, he stated. That and fire, along with Valyrian steel are the only weapons we have that will stop them. Many years ago, I started a trade with Dragonstone. To mine and import the dragon glass that laid under the island. That trade has continued to this day. We've shaped them, kept every shard and I can tell you all that we have enough obsidian to arm every soldier in the north, every brother of the Night's Watch. He lowered the dragon glass and sheathed it, preparing himself. I can also tell you all that it won't be enough. Whatever hope the hall had evaporated quickly. Amidst the murmurs, he turned and stalked back to the second white, halting in front of it. As with the first, it snarled and reached for his chest. He regarded it as he spoke. These creatures, alone or in a small group, they can be handled. But I've heard stories of how they strike. They swarm. They rush. With no strategy. With no fear. And no pain. They overwhelm. On a dark night, you won't see them until it's too late. He turned back to the Great Hall. The White Walkers raise everyone for their army. Man, woman, child, elder. It doesn't matter. Every corpse that falls becomes a soldier. Every single one gets the strength of a white. Every single person that dies is a victory for them. And the more that die, the stronger their army becomes. The more that die, the more our chances for survival dim. A few of the lords have already made the connection. He could tell. The murmurs were starting again. As much as he didn't want to, he caught Ruza's gaze. The man simply stared quietly. But he knew. He was simply too smart not to have guessed already. When I met with Mance Raider, he broke away from Ruza's stare and walked around the crate, addressing the crowd. The growls followed him. I asked him how many people had amassed in the camp north of Castle Black. Not many soldiers. Or raiders. People. Every single one. His estimation. He halted next to the crate. 100,000. The rest of the hall made the connection then. For the first time, the lords were louder than the white, still standing in its crate. He faced them, took in their faces as they realized what he was about to propose. Ned gestured to the white, holding his hand aloft. 100,000, my lords, he called out. 100,000. They continued to talk. To protest. Their eyes on him rather than the creature beside him. I told you lot before. Shut the fuck up. Lord Umber yelled over their protests. Shut it. Or I swear to the old gods, I'll feed you lot to that fucking freak myself. On other days, Ned would have had to have stopped himself from smiling. Today with death in the Great Hall, he could only wait as his trusted vassal spoke for him. Lady Mormont stood as well. Peace, she exclaimed, a bomb for the Great Yon's outburst. All of you, peace. The Great Hall finally reduced to murmurs, she nodded to him. Lord Stark. His hand still aloft, Ned kept it pointed to the white until he had silence from those he could command it from. The white still snarled. 100,000 wildlings, he said quietly, finally dropping his hand. 100,000 people are beyond the wall, and they will all be killed. And resurrected again. As these. Blue-eyed. Berserk. Strong. And utterly without mercy. Many of you seem to have guessed my proposal, but I'll say it. We open the gate at Castle Black, and under our supervision, our control, and our conditions, we allow the wildlings to pass. If we don't, if we do not, he repeated over the expected protests. We will be handing the White Walkers their greatest asset, numbers. With 100,000 added to their army, the White Walkers would wreak havoc and destruction upon the north if they ever managed to breach the wall. If we do nothing and allow the White Walkers to take them, there is absolutely no future where we can fight their numbers. They will swarm over Castle Black, take the northernmost houses. Gain their fallen dead. Sweep past Winterfell, then Moat Cailin. Then on to the rest of the kingdoms. They travel quickly. And soon, all of Westeros will be theirs. Forever cold. Forever dead. He pointed to the white, still snarling, still struggling against the chains. What you see there is the fate of every man, woman, and child. First, they'll be slaughtered. And then they'll be enslaved. Never to rest. Forever a slave to the White Walkers. Nothing more than a rabid pet. The Great Hall was silent. He heard Tiresias hacking again into his elbow. Ned walked and stood over the non-moving corpse of the first white, as it laid face down on the stone. Whatever I do in the interest of the North. I didn't meet Mance Raider to hand over our kingdom to a horde of raiders and pillagers. I met him because as difficult it will be to handle the wildlings coming through, it is at least possible. They're still alive. They're still human. But this. He looked to the white, lying still at his feet. This isn't human. You may call the wildlings a horde, but 100,000 of these creatures swarming the north, that's a true horde. And that's not something we can handle. Not with all the dragon glass we could wield. Not with all the fire we could muster. It's simply not. Now for the ask, he couldn't ask for permission. A warden didn't ask permission of his bannermen. But he couldn't blatantly demand their obedience either. He could only issue the call. Wager that they'd answer. He wished he could take the white out of the hall. Without it, the idea of a wildling migration could only sour. So my lords, are we men of the north? Will we face the troubles head on? Or will we ignore the crisis, allow the army of the dead to grow and leave our children's children to be slaughtered when they come? I know what my answer is. What's yours? If the crate was closed, there would have been complete silence in the great hall. Ned waited it out. Any more words on his part unprompted? The bench creaked behind him and he turned to see Lord Karstark standing. Lord Stark, he began. The White turned and snarled at him. Ricard flinched, but contained his fear well as he spoke. When you spoke to this Mansraider, what did you promise him? I didn't make any promises, Lord Karstark, Ned stated quietly. The wildlings are not coming through the wall as we speak. They'll only pass if I have the north behind me, and if that's the case, they must adhere to strict conditions, which Mansraider, Lord Commander Mormont and I agreed upon. He viewed Ricard's youngest, Harold, in his periphery. One of the few Tiresias named. The man certainly seemed angry, though he contained it well enough. When he focused on Ricard again, he saw the old lord glance to the White and back. And what conditions did you and that wildling agree upon? Should the wildlings pass, Ned was careful to begin with that statement as he outlined the various requirements that were set in Mansraider's tent months ago. The Great Hall stayed mostly quiet as they heard the conditions. They murmured approval for the confiscation of most of their weapons and the disbandment of the mass encampment. Though that murmur died when he elaborated on the prohibition period and the return of the weapons should the free folk show good behavior. Lord Stark didn't hesitate when the subject of wards came up. He didn't need to say hostage. That was perfectly obvious. He spoke only to the major houses at this point. No one, not even Lord Karstark, raised any objection to that. They knew wards came with incentives. Especially if they were high risk. They would speak on those later. And he would speak to a select number of minor houses as well for taking on wards. Afterwards, when they had the final numbers. The next condition came with incentives as well, but he was far more afraid to voice it. He knew it would cause the most backlash. Nevertheless, he continued steadily and proposed intermarriages between the free folk and the northern houses. It was a good thing he mentioned right away the detail that these arranged marriages wouldn't be for any firstborn. The rest of his words were drowned out as many of the lords voiced their disgust for such unions. A few leapt to their feet. The shouts and yells incited the White, which seemed to have been lulled in the past few minutes. If any in the Great Hall forgot that they were in the presence of the living dead, they were swiftly reminded. The creature twisted and screeched as the Great Hall grew agitated. The few lords that leapt to their feet backed up quickly. A couple returned to their seats. And the shouting turned to murmuring as the creature screeched, desperate to escape. Desperate to tear each one of them apart. Ned waited until the creature had reverted to growling again before speaking. I hope that if I asked you all if you'd rather see your children like this or married to a wildling, I'd receive a sensible answer. No one in the hall answered that rhetorical question. Except the White, who twisted its head to him, hissing. As I said, I won't rob you of your firstborns and pollute your name if our names are so precious to pollute, but throughout the history of the North, there have been many marriages between noble houses and the hill tribes. Many of which are indistinguishable from the wildings. My own grandmother, Arya, came from the mountain clan, Flint. Would any man here call my name polluted? Would you give your daughters to some wildling savage? Ned turned to see Lord Whitehill standing, his face red. You're ordering us to bed with those animals. But what of you, Stark? Would you welcome some wildling bastard in your home? The stalwart lord didn't finish his sentence before the great Jan stood up. That's Lord Stark, you're speaking to, you ballless shit heap, he roared, pointing to him. Lord Stark. You address him as such or not at all. This is his house. Lord Umber, Ned said. The great Jan ceased, but he still glared Lord Whitehill down, a man barely half his size. At this point, Sir Tallheart of Torrens Square stood and spoke. Torvin, sit down, he hissed. Immediately. Sit down and be silent. Torvin Whitehill gazed back and forth between Lord Umber and Sir Tallheart, along with a glance to the White, who screeched when he made eye contact with it. Unable to hide a flinch and face still red, he fell back into his seat. Lord Umber sat down again. After a thankful nod to the great Jan, Ned then glanced to the high table. Robb was looking to Lord Whitehill with such a fury, but he kept seated. Sir Roderick leaned over and whispered into his ear, calming him. He wanted to look to John as well. That bastard quip infuriated him. Far more than Whitehill's blatant disregard of his title. But he had to settle this. Without making any promises. He breathed quietly and looked to Lord Whitehill. If that man proves himself worthy, he said. Then, I'd welcome him as a son-in-law. He turned away from the sulking little lord, speaking to the rest of the hall. And I'm not ordering you to bed with anyone. There's bad blood between us. That won't be settled before they need to cross. But a marriage is an excellent tool for quelling disagreements. And if any of you are brave enough to bind the clans to us through your third or fourth born and guarantee peace from a tribe new to our lands, it will not be forgotten. Though it would probably be only the minor houses he'd ask betrothals from, he didn't speak to that detail right away. For the same reason he didn't publicly exclude House Bolton from hosting any wards. It would just complicate this summoning. He didn't need to hammer out every detail of the free folk migration this evening. He needed the backing of his bannermen. And the longer he talked, the more time they had to doubt. The sight of a white could only motivate them for so long. He needed their commitment. What will be forgotten, when these creatures come, is the name of every clan, every house, and every hold we have, he said. If you're so worried over mingling with the wildlings, then you can welcome the White Walkers. When they kill us all and raise us again, we'll stand shoulder to shoulder, each dead man equal to the other. Former wildlings and northerners alike. And so I repeat myself, are we men of the north? Or do we wait to be erased by the coming cold? There was a silence in the great hall, however it was brief. The White growled as Lord Brandon Lake stood, trying to quell his shaking voice as he spoke. No true man of the north can make peace with wildlings. It's not possible, Lord Stark. It's our history. Then perhaps you ought to read up on our history, Lord Lake. Cause it certainly wouldn't be the first time the north made peace with an enemy to fight the walkers, Maege Mormont interjected. When the first men came to these lands, they clashed with the children. They had thousands of years of war behind them when they made peace. When the White Walkers came and the army of the dead first reared its head. If our ancestors were strong enough to put aside their history with the children for their survival, then we should be strong enough to be able to do the same with the free folk. She stood, staring directly at Lord Lake, who had long since sat back down. And it's quite possible to make peace with them actually. She looked about the great hall. I've already done it. My house welcomed a band of free folk, fleeing the far north. And Bear Island did not catch a flame. They live alongside us. They hunt and farm alongside us. They even stink like us. On a small island. With how many of them? 50. Lord Robert Glover sneered. Lord Galbart tensed, but he did not silence his brother as Robert stood. Not all of us live on an island, Lady Mormont. We can't be everywhere in the surrounding woods where they can hide, raid, and disappear again. So what if we have wards? So what if the minor houses bind them by marriage? Who's to say they'll honor their words? Who's to say they know the meaning of the fucking word? On this, Lord Galbart stood, gripping his brother's arm. Enough, Robert, he hissed under the murmuring crowd. Some in agreement. Some not. Sit down, now. Robert glared at his brother before sitting, but he wasn't finished speaking. Ned allowed it. He needed to allow dissent, but not rebellion. And he'd rather these grievances air today than at the wall a fortnight later. Living with them, granting some women sanctuary. It's turned you, Lady Mormont. You as well, Lord Umber. You hold the far north, do you not? The actions of Bear Island affect you, Why have you allowed it? You have something to say to me, Lord Glover. Lord Umber said softly. If Robert didn't notice the rage creeping in, he was a fool. Even if Tiresias had said nothing about the man, Ned would have marked him by now as one. He continued to speak. I just wish to know why. The great Jan I knew would have never allowed wildlings in his territory, let alone go beyond the wall to speak to them. What softened you? Did Lady Mormont send you a bedwarmer or two? Turn you into some wildling lover? The great Jan shot to his feet. Say that again. He stalked to Robert, staring him down. Say that again, little Glover. Say I'm a wildling lover. Say I welcome them in my home with open arms. Say it. The White turned to Lord Umber, clawing his direction, but the half-giant couldn't be bothered with it. He leaned over Lord Glover, his growl heard by all. I've had more wildling raids in my lands than any of you lot combined. I've slaughtered more wildlings than you any of you lot combined. And I hate the wildlings more than any of you lot combined. I promise you that, little Glover. Am I lying? Look me in the eye and tell me I speak false. Tell me I do. Call me wildling lover again. A low silence followed. Robert Glover did his best to match the great Jan's glare. Fortunately for him, Lord Umber turned to the great hall. I'm no wildling lover. Any man who says otherwise is a fool. I'm also not blind. Though I'm starting to believe some of you are. He pointed to the White. We all see this, You all see this? It's simple enough, my lords. We all see what will happen if the wildlings aren't let through the wall. So they need to get through. I don't trust them. Let no man or woman of the north ever say I trust them, but I trust Lord Stark. I trust our warden. So I'll be welcoming them. I'll welcoming them with my sword ready. My men prepared. These conditions that the wildlings agreed to, we'll try them. And should they fail, well, then we'll go back to handling wildlings the old way. At least when we kill them on this side of the wall, they stay dead. Lord Karstark stood. And how do you propose to handle them the old way when they outnumber us, 2 to 1, he demanded. Our men can't stay forever mobilized, prepared to squash any raid, or worse, slaughter, should these wildlings bide their time. It's too expensive. They have crops to grow and harvest. Duties to the land. Did you not hear the conditions, Ricard? Lord Umber growled. Their weapons will be taken away. For 2 years? That's barely any time at all. Wildlings are crafty enough to wait out that time. Be on their best behavior. Then by the time they get their spears and axes back, they'll have the lay of the land. They'll have the trust of a few stupid northerners. They'd hit us before we even know it. In the middle of this, Tiresias began coughing again. In the midst of the argument and his back to Lord Bolton, Ned risked a look. The clairvoyant librarian was breathing deep and slow to halt his hacking fit. His face pale and sweating. With half a mind to order him out of the hall to rest, Lord Stark turned back to the spirited debate. And it's not all their weapons being confiscated, is it? Lord Stout called out. They'll have their knives and their bows still. They can do a lot of damage with those and disappear. If your soldiers can't handle short knives and arrows, that's on you. Lord Umber responded. Get some shields and sharpen your long swords. And when they do get their axes and spears and swords back, well, if you lot are stupid enough not bulk up your soldiers at the time when they get their arms back, that's on you as well. It comes down to the same thing, Lord Umber. Lord Karstark stood fierce before him, not wilting like Lord Robert. The numbers are too much. The North cannot defend itself against 100,000 wildlings. Even if not one wildling raised his hand and peace reigned, it cannot support that much. How much food does the North have to make it through the next winter? How much less game will the hunters scavenge when the forests are cleaned out? How much more quickly will our stores be emptied? Lord Karstark's tone quieted as he spoke, but his eyes retained that fierceness as he turned to him, pointing to the white. Lord Stark, I don't want those things to swarm over our land, but the North will be desolate if we welcome the wildlings. Whether it's peace or war they bring, it comes to the same end. Desolation. Lord Stark said quietly. Through overpopulation. We always lose northerners to each winter, Lord Stark, Ricard stated. How many live in the north? Just under 1 million? Just that few, and we still struggle to feed everyone in the cold. Bring in another 100,000, and more will die. This is no news to me, Lord Karstark, Ned said calmly. Many of you may have noticed the broken stores in this castle. It's nearly full. That in addition to our regular stores throughout the north, which are now full, will keep us fed through 6 years of winter. And we didn't forget the possible migration. 6 years was the number Maester Lewin came to after we took into account 100,000 additional men, women, and children. Lord Karstark stared at him. You'd give our winter stores to wildlings? When our people are dying from starvation. They'll be starving too. Are you looking to give them an excuse to raid, Lord Karstark? Ned stated coolly. If there's any starvation in winter, it won't be the fault of any wildling but the lords who failed to plan ahead. The lord who mishandle the yield of their fields. There are plenty in this hall who have planned diligently, but the summer is still here. Food can still be imported. There's fertile land yet to be plowed. He resisted the urge to smile. And with the arrival of many young bodies, you'll have plenty of strength to plow even more. And gain an even greater bounty from your harvests. He also resisted suggesting how they could learn from the free folk. A people used to survival in the everlasting cold. From a minimal yield from the land. Whether it was hunting, foraging, preserving or scouring the earth, they knew how to extract what they needed. It was the right decision. He could suggest it in the future to more tolerant lords. But for now, the General Assembly could only see the benefit of added labor. The white still growled, but all eyes were to Ned. I won't pretend to know how much longer this summer will last. Even Tiresias couldn't say exactly how long. He could only guess. But if we have 2 more years of blessed weather, and if we continue to trade with the Reach and with Bravus, by the end of those 2 years, we'll have enough stores to get us through 9 years of winter. Assuming no wildling raids those stores. Lord Lake found his courage again, but Lord Karstark spoke over him, continuing his argument. It doesn't matter how large our stores become, he said softly. I've followed you to 2 wars, Lord Stark. When fighting envelopes a land, the food is the first thing to disappear. It's a miracle to keep the armies from starving. The small folk are as good as damned. I've seen the stores, Lord Stark. You've looked ahead and you've saved many lives with expanding them. You bring the wildlings here and they fight? All that's lost. Skirmishes will halt the harvest, disrupt our trades. We mobilize the soldiers to fight back and we'll have to dip into the stores to supply them. How could the wildlings fight when we have them by the balls? Lord Umber stood up and crossed to Ricard. The 2 years without their steel is enough to farm with no interruption. And after that, you'll still have some wildling pawns in Carhold to hold against them. Ricard stepped up to the Great Yon's chest. You may be satisfied with the conditions they decided beyond the wall, Lord Umber, but I'm not. 100,000 wildlings. Just stop and think of it. By what conditions could we possibly impose to keep that number in check? The Great Yon leaned in. By splitting them up, you crusty fucking goat. 100,000 wildlings won't be settled in your forest. He pointed to the white. But if you're so frightened by that number, 100,000 wildlings, half of which are probably fighters, then why don't you imagine 100,000 of things unchained running through you at Carhold? Slaughtering your whole house cause you couldn't handle a fucking condition. Shouts broke out behind the two lords. It brought the entire great hall to their feet. There was no drawing of swords, not that he heard. But this had to stop. Ned glanced to Sir Roderick. Immediately the old knight stood and banged the high table repeatedly. Silence. We will have order. All of you, be silent. It took a minute, but bit by bit, the great hall quieted. Lady Mormont worked to get her section calmed. And by the time Ned walked over to the two stubborn lords, they were the only ones still standing. Both fell silent as he stopped before them, placing a hand on each one's shoulder. We all are of the North. We all care for it. All of us, he murmured. And we are friends. We fought together. We've returned from war together. I'm proud to have you at my hearth. Whatever we decide here today, it's all for the North. Agreed. Neither man inclined his head, but they saw the tempest in their eyes dim. It was a start. Ned continued to speak just for them. No more outbursts. No more insults. Let no man doubt the other wishes to protect his home. We're here to decide how. Now, sit. Please. He didn't insist on a shake. It was too much to ask for. Still, there was a collective exhale as Ricard and the Great Yon returned to their seat. He savored the brief relief. It wouldn't last long. Indeed, Lord Bolton finally spoke. Lord Stark? If I may. A quiet strength through the silence. Ned turned to the man and gestured him to continue. Roose stood with a grace and stalked over to the white, which turned its attention to him. It launched at him, restrained by the chains. Lord Bolton didn't flinch, staring coolly at the creature before speaking to the Great Hall. Lord Stark is right, he said. Turning a blind eye to the wildlings, leaving them all to die, it's not an option, my lords. The evidence is clear enough. It's standing right before us. You can't debate whether or not the North can stand strong against 100,000 of these creatures. Because we can't. Ned exhaled quietly, relaxing his face. This was far too amiable. When Roose laid his hook, he couldn't be surprised. And forgive me, Lord Stark, Roose said, turning to him. You confirmed the legend, didn't you? That the White Walkers take cadavers and raised them again as soldiers. He confirmed softly. So it would seem that your estimation, an army of 100,000, it comes up a bit short, does it? The Lord of the Dreadfort turned back and strode forth, halting before the first white. It was his turn to stand over it. Unafraid. There are many dead beyond the wall, my lords, he continued quietly. And when they gather to assault the wildling camp that Mansraider assembled and add that 100,000 to their numbers. The great hall was silent. Even the white seemed to sulk in its bondage, growling softly. Roose turned to him. Lord Stark has acted quite prudently, he stated clearly. He's ascertained the situation, gathered the necessary weapons to counter the threat and negotiated conditions to limit the inevitable trouble that will arise when the wildlings cross. He stepped away from the white. But my lord, despite your conditions and our superior equipment, training, and coordination, the number of wildlings who wish to pass, I share Lord Karstark's fear that they will overwhelm us. It is estimated the North can summon a grand total of 45,000 soldiers. May I suggest, Lord Stark, that we limit the number of wildlings entering to 50,000, and that we stagger their passage? This will severely constrain any chance of subterfuge on their part and afford us far more control than if we merely allow every one of them to pass. And as for the wildlings left behind, 50,000 is a far more manageable number. Even when they are recruited into the army of the dead. He sensed the approval of Roose's words in the crowd and was careful not to let his worry show at that. He waited until Roose sat before speaking. It's a fair point, Lord Bolton, he said softly. Fewer wildlings would provide the North with far less of a headache. How would you suggest we go about it? He didn't wait for the Pale Lord's answer and turned to the Great Hall. How would any of you suggest we go about it? Choosing the 50,000 that get to pass? And the other 50,000 left to be decimated? Do we select by tribe? Only a few representatives from each? Women and children only? A random selection at the ice tunnel at Castle Black? Only silence answered him. Not even the dullest of the lords had the stupidity to say anything. Ned exhaled through his nose. Well, I suppose we can decide later. But if we do it, I ask you this, in what world does this not lead to greater resentment from the wildlings and encourage them to sabotage the North from within? For killing their families? Their brethren? Abandoning them to be enslaved by the White Walkers? As much as he didn't want to, he returned his gaze to Ruse. Despite his politeness, he was directly challenging him and he couldn't let that stand. He wondered how the other lords saw this interaction. Servants from their houses weren't attacked by this man. At least none who lived. They didn't know what had transpired so far between Tiresias and this man. Any wildling left north of the wall is condemned to death. They know it and we can't blame ignorance on our part. Not anymore, Lord Bolton. If we decide to ignore that and kill half of their people, any gratitude for sanctuary or inclination to cooperate with our conditions will be tainted by that decision. Perhaps, but you seem rather sure that these wildlings will look upon this conditioned generosity and feel grateful, Lord Stark, Lord Bolton said quietly. Assuming they can even feel gratitude, I ask how you can be so sure? And why you would risk the safety of the North for such generosity? Because the Starks have a history of knowing when generosity is the answer. And when it can repay itself many times over. I'm sure I can speak on that with some authority, Lord Bolton. The Great Hall turned as Lord Manderley stood, pushing himself up from the table. The White greeted him with its usual scowl. Wyman spared the creature a glance before speaking out, his voice unwavering. It has been 1,000 years since my family and house were driven from their home. We fled and when we arrived in the north, we were battle-weary, without friends and wealth, our lives fully at the mercy of Winterfell. We came seeking only asylum from the south. The Starks were not satisfied with that simple request. Instead they welcomed my family as bannermen. They granted us the Wolf's Den and delegated to us the responsibility of defending the White Knife from all who would seek to harm the North. All this in exchange for our loyalty to House Stark in perpetuity. We gave that loyalty gladly and are proud to this day to serve House Stark. To be your bannermen. All because of the generosity your family showed us when we arrived on your shores as refugees. How you treated us. We do not forget. At this end, Wyman gave Ned a deep nod, before turning back to the Great Hall. He didn't pace about the hall. He didn't have to. And I don't believe that these wildlings will forget either. If we had been separated, if half of the Manderleys had been left out to sea, our memory of northern generosity would have been tainted. We would be looking out to the western woods to this day, forever suspicious of the Northmen who would have rather had seen us drown than grant us full asylum. Instead, I ride to this castle with my head and banner held high, proud to be of the North. Proud to know that one day, my granddaughter will become Lady of Winterfell. Wyman gestured to the high table. Ned spared a look, praying Robb would react appropriately. He breathed easily when he saw Robb nodding solemnly to Lord Manderley. Lord Karstark stood. Your family were of noble blood from the Reach, Lord Wyman, he stated. We could welcome them, knowing they wouldn't raid and pillage us. Ricard's tone was subdued, but Ned sensed the resentment there. Alice Karstark was one of the final prospective brides for Robb. It was between her and Winafred Manderley. They left the final decision to Robb, though he and Kat swore never to tell anyone that. It was far easier to have that anger on the parents, so it could die when Robb took over as warden. They never even said publicly that it was down to those two. But Ricard suspected as much and Wyman was far too smart not to sense the underlying tension. Nevertheless, Wyman met Lord Karstark's eyes calmly. Has a lord of noble blood never pillaged and raided his neighboring highborn before, Lord Karstark? He asked. He didn't wait for the light tittering to subside before continuing. Noble or not, the wildlings have more in common with the northern houses than the south ever has. When the wall was raised, those caught on the other side were decided to belong there. Had the wall been erected a few hundred miles more to the south, well then I suspect our great Jan Umber would have been the almighty king beyond the wall. For the first time, laughter filled the hall, led by the great Jan himself. This time, Wyman waited until it subsided before he spoke again. And he certainly wouldn't have agreed to any of the conditions that this man's raider has. If his next pause was for dramatic effect, it was well timed. Noble or savage, men have long memories. The wildlings coming through the tunnel will be starving and frightened for their lives. We'll be taking away their weapons. We'll be breaking up their families. And we should. Don't ever take me for a bleeding heart, my lords. They shouldn't be given castles. They shouldn't be given holds. Which will not break them. They're not used to such things. All they have are tribes. If we separate them and leave half to die, that will break them. And that they will never forget. Or forgive. Lord Wyman focused on Roose. The Lord of the Dreadfort met his gaze steadily. Lord Bolton, with all respect, your proposal is short-sighted. You look ahead to the months, to only a few years in front of us. When things will be difficult. Lord Stark is looking ahead even further in decades, centuries, 1,000 years, when those saved by asylum will remember our actions today. Am I optimistic? Blindly so? I say not. On that, he turned to Ned. The preparations Lord Stark has taken. The conditions he's set. All his precautions, no man here can say he's leading us into this blindly. The White snarled and attempted to twist away yet again. It was constrained, but a nearby lords jumped. Lord Manderley looked upon the creature calmly as he continued. And given what's he shown us, the message is quite clear, my lords. If the army of the dead is gathering its soldiers, turning the wildlings and others into these things, then those who wish to pass and submit themselves to the north are on borrowed time. And Lord Stark needs our answer now. He began to walk forward. Ned prayed he wouldn't come all the way to him and kneel. The old man might get stuck. Thankfully, Wyman halted only a short distance away from the bench and spoke. To answer your question, my lord, ever since Winterfell has deemed us so, we have been men of the north. House Manderley heeds your call and will come to your aid. Ned nodded. Thank you, Lord Manderley. He didn't doubt that Wyman spoke sincerely. He also didn't doubt that the man was speaking to deepen his connection to Winterfell as well. A price for his loyalty and good faith in front of the other northern lords. For being the first to pledge support publicly. Your granddaughter will be the lady of this castle. What more do you want, Lord Manderley? Hopefully the price would be reasonable. In any case, he couldn't focus solely on Wyman anymore. He looked out to the Great Hall but didn't look at anyone in particular. They had to come forward on their own. He hoped another major house would step forward before the Great Jan spoke. To his left, Sir Helman Tallheart stood. I'm a man of the north, Lord Stark, he stated. The White snarled at him. The knight gave it a steady glance before continuing. My children are of the north. I want their children and their children after them to be born of the north as well. I don't want wildlings on my lands. None of us do, but wildlings are men and they can be tamed. That creature there, it cannot live alongside us. He inclined his head. You have my pledge, Lord Stark. House Tallheart heeds your call. Lord Stark nodded, hiding his relief, and the knight sat. He looked to the Great Jan, but before Lord Umber could stand, Galbart Glover stood. This is your decision, Lord Stark? This is what you believe to be best. It is. He said all he needed to say and waited. Galbart regarded Ned for an instant before he spoke. The Wolf's Wood is a vast forest, Lord Stark. If any of the wildlings settle down in there, then Winterfell will need help overseeing their conduct. Deepwood Motte will be glad to give it. His brother, Robert, stood next to him. Galbart, Robert muttered. Galbart, what are you? Lord Glover cut across him. Robert, sit down. There's work to be done. Not bothering to wait until his brother sat down, Galbart turned back. House Glover heeds your call. Thank you, Lord Glover, he said. He didn't wish to single out the remaining major houses, but there were only a few left. And he still felt Lord Bolton's unrelenting gaze on his back. That left him Karstark. Caught between him and the Great Jan, Ricard looked back and forth. Lord Umber leaned in. Come in, Ricard, he muttered, still loud enough for the hall to hear. I'm only a stone's throw away. Any wildlings come and cause yet trouble, I'll be right there to chuck 'em back over the wall. He nodded toward the whites. Right back to be eaten by these fuckers. Light laughter filled the hall. Ned allowed himself a small smile, but dropped it soon. Ricard was peering straight at him, trying to understand. His warden, going against thousands of years of hatred and conflict, welcoming their enemy into the north. Finally, Ricard stood and the Great Hall was silent. Upon your honor, Lord Stark, I ask you, if the wildlings violate your conditions, if they take from the north more than what we promised them, will that be the end of your mercy? Ned looked him straight in the eye. If a wildling is proven to have violated our agreement, Lord Karstark, he shall lose his head, he said quietly. If they attempt to take our lands from within, we shall rise up and kill them. Upon my honor, this I swear. And also this, if any Northman violates the agreement and takes a wildling life, you can sure he shall also pay for it. As much as he wished to voice that thought, Lord Karstark wouldn't have heard it. He would find another solution later. Give him some wards, but less wildlings on his land than any of the other houses. Today, he just needed his allegiance. A few seconds later, he received it. Lord Karstark still looked dubious, but he nodded and called out to the Great Hall. Then House Karstark hears your call. And answers it. We'll be there at Castle Black when those savages come marching through. As each the lord of each major house declared for the wildlings' passage, the murmurs of approval grew and grew. It wasn't all-encompassing. He still heard the titters of worry, but it was improving. Those murmurs only grew as Lord Ricard sat and the Great Jan stood. I think you all bloody know where I stand, he called out. So I'll not waste your time. House Umber heeds your call, Lord Stark. As we always have. I'm not frightened of wildlings when they're armed down to their black fucking teeth. I'll not be frightened of them when they're toothless and begging for sanctuary. The great Jan finished his pledge to a chorus of nods and cheers, some banging the table in lieu of applause. It seemed that the great hall had adjusted to the white, still snarling, still chained. Ned didn't smile. The cheers sounded too similar to those heard before a battle. We're not going up there to fight. Still, he had the approval of most of the major houses, who brought their minor lords with them. There was only one more holdout. As the murmuring died, he turned to Roos. The lord of the dread fort met his gaze for a solid beat before standing. The great hall was quiet as it regarded the two. Finally, Roos spoke. The north is a hard land, my lords. It's a long history of hardships. Of winters. And the people who survive them. What's coming for us now, it's a winter that no man can truly prepare himself for. He looked to the white. It's a winter that will bring back the long night. It will return the myths and monsters to our world. The white snarled at him. Ever calm, Roos turned back to him. I have concerns about the wildlings, but Lord Stark has lived up to his house words. He's seen this winter. He's prepared us for it. He's the one to lead us through it. And if his asylum for wildlings is the way, then so be it. He inclined his head. House Bolton heeds your call, Lord Stark. To serve the north however we can. Ned stepped forward as the great hall broke into applause once again. Looking Roos straight in the eye, he extended his hand. Roos grasped it lightly. Winter is coming, my lord, Lord Bolton murmured under the cadence of the northern lords. Winter is coming, Ned responded just as quietly. Under the cheering, he heard a coughing fit. With a final nod to Lord Bolton, he turned to the high table, just in time to see Tiresias crossing to the exit. It seemed the man had had enough. He exited the great hall, his hand on the stone wall for support. Tiresias wasn't the only one who needed to leave. Ned turned to Trevor, signaling to the crate. Get this thing out of here. Back to the crypts. Burn the other. Fresh howls of indignation escaped the white as it was forced back into the crate. Whatever cheers inspired by Lord Bolton's pledge were quickly extinguished as the creature protested its return to the box. However, 4 soldiers were sufficient for the task, and as the crate lid slammed and was locked, there was a collective sigh of relief throughout the great hall. As Trevor and the others carried the crate out and dragged the still white after it, he turned back to the lords. I thank you. I thank you all for your trust and your service. Which I shall not abuse. But as many of you have noted, time is of the essence. The longer we sit here, the greater chance we allow for the army of the dead to grow. My house will leave for the wall as soon as possible. With you all behind me, we'll meet the challenge head on. And we'll not let the north fall into ruin. Not now when the wildlings pass. Not in the future when the rest of the whites come crawling. Not ever. With that, he stalked back up to the high table. As he passed the great Jan, he gave the half-giant lord the briefest of glances. Lord Umber sprang to his feet. Behind him, he heard the man shout to his guards. Who owns the north? We do, echoed the men behind House Umber. The great Jan turned to the great hall. Who owns the north? We do, shouted back the rest of the northern lords. The absence of the walking dead made it far easier to cheer. But the great Jan wasn't done. Who owns the north? We do. And thanks to this man, we'll keep it that way. Lord Umber turned and pointed to him. Ned had reached his chair, but remained standing. His face a mask as the great Jan continued. Who rules the north? Stark? Who rules the north? Stark? He let the hall cheer his name, resisting the urge to frown. Let them build their courage, their frenzy before they march up to the wall in his name. Before they could have any second thoughts about the whole affair. When the cheering finally began to die, he signaled Vayan. The servants rushed into the hall and arranged the tables for a modest feast. Not enough to dent their stores, but enough to lift their spirits. He didn't arrange such a spread as he did for Prince Oberyn and his entourage. It was a good thing too. Once the cheers died and the lords settled into their suppers, the food barely seemed to be touched. Conversations littered the tables. Concerned faces lit by candle glow as darkness fell. His table was certainly not much different. Kat hadn't arrived yet with the children. Robb looked ashen, but resolute. He spoke quietly with Sir Roderick. He imagined that his son and heir would be asking to join them at the wall, and he hadn't decided whether or not he would allow it. That would wait until later. As for now, Bronze Yon came to the high table and sat. During the exhibition, the Royces stood silent in the corner. He didn't see Waymar anywhere. The young man must have left the hall. Returning to his friend, Yon regarded the food in front of him with a pale face, his jaw tight. Reaching for the wine flagon, Ned filled the man's cup. Yon nodded appreciatively and drank, stopping himself from draining the whole cup. As Ned filled his own, his old friend finally spoke. When you were a ward of the Vale, I thought you fortunate. Able to leave the drudgery of the north and experience all the south had to offer. He took a deep breath. Ned, this is He seemed lost for words. Ned assisted him. It's the hand we were dealt, he responded calmly. It's madness. Dead men coming back to life. The North welcoming wildling invaders. I wouldn't call any of the men in this hall welcoming, Ned corrected him gently. It's thousands of years of anger, Yon. It won't dissipate by dinner's end. It's your land, Ned. I saw the creatures same as everyone. Your decisions are what you believe to be best. After glancing to be sure no one was listening, he lowered his tone. The crown must be notified. The small council is aware of my plans, he responded. He hoped somewhat truthfully. Whether Stannis made good on his promise to tell them, he didn't know. Nothing had come from the capital as of late. Yon stared at him. And? I've heard nothing. He ran his fingers along the stem of his goblet. It appears I'm left to decide how best to proceed. It doesn't have to be all on you, my friend, Yon said. The Vale is an ally to the north. You can write to Lord Arryn. I'll vouch for what I saw and he'll send men. Call upon the armies of the Riverlands with your wife's name. It's 100,000 wildlings, Ned. Even with your conditions, they could easily overwhelm the north. Lord Bolton is right in that regard. Ned glanced out to the hall, where Roose Bolton sat. The pale lord ate his meal calmly. He seemed the most settled out of all his vassals. I'll not have any southern armies on my lands, Yon, he said quietly. You'd welcome wildlings, but no southerners. Once an army arrives anywhere, it's a nightmare to get them to leave, Ned responded. We can handle the wildlings. We welcome an additional 30 or even 15,000 soldiers and they stay long enough for us to settle the refugees or even longer, our stores will be emptied much more quickly. He lifted his cup and sipped. Though he didn't feel hungry at all, he forced himself to eat. It would be a long night and he needed the substance. Yon still hadn't touched his plate. He took another breath. So the small council knows of the wildlings' flight into the north, are they aware of what is causing it? They were told our suspicions at the time. Another tribe wreaking havoc and causing them to flee. One tribe, causing 100,000 wildlings to flee. There was no good answer to that. Ned concentrated on his chicken. The meat felt very dry this evening. Yon didn't give up. Are you going to inform the small council of the true reason for their flight? What of his grace? And be thought insane? He asked lightly before shaking his head. No. Not yet. The king is your friend. Surely, he'll listen to you. Even if he does, I can't have it. He'll want to come up. See the creature himself. Take over command. Ride out north and meet the damn army of the dead himself. Ned resisted the urge to rub his temple. He couldn't be too tired in front of his men. The wildlings need to pass in the next fortnight. I can't afford Robert's impulsiveness. Not now. Reaching for his plate, he tore off another bite of chicken. The meat turned to leather as he chewed. Finally he was able to swallow and turn back to Yon. Will you be continuing on to Castle Black then? Bronze Yon considered it before responding. I'm not sure. I suppose it depends on my son. He decided on the Black. On defending the Seven Kingdoms, but he thought that meant wildlings. If the north is to become a sanctuary for them. He broke off, his mouth lined. Ned didn't push it. He wasn't sure if he wanted Yon Royce at his side or not when they departed for Castle Black. He wasn't even sure if he wanted him here today when he revealed the resurgence of the White Walkers. Tiresias suggested it, but the man himself didn't know if it was for the best. It was simply a seed to be planted. As if on cue, Yon spoke again. Do you ever plan to reveal to the king what you revealed to the north today, Ned? Are you asking me to return to the Vale with a sealed tongue? To not speak of the horror I witnessed today? Ned turned to Lord Royce. I don't know, my friend. I'll hope you'll keep your silence as long as you can bear it. We'll keep the creature below Winterfell. No reason to suspect it won't last under the castle. And if the time comes when the north needs assistance from the crown or any one of the southern kingdoms, I'll present them with the horror you saw today. Assuming you can keep that creature hidden for months, or even years, if you reveal it and the king takes issue with your secrecy, if he objects, what will you do? Ned looked to young Royce, dead in the eye. If Robert has any objections, Lord Royce, I'll handle them. And I'll not implicate you in the matter. Assuming the king actually lived long enough to raise any objections. In the madness that was gripping his lands, he hadn't forgotten Tiresias' warning. If the truth of Robert's children were to be discovered sooner than later, the man's wrath would blind him to the north. His attempts to eat faltered as he remembered Robert, standing over the slain Targaryen children. It was the worst memory he had of his friend. The satisfied look in his eye, how could anything be more important to Robert than that sickeningly satisfaction? Even a screeching wight with bright blue eyes couldn't tear him away from that war. From pursuing the Lannisters and every one of their bastard children. It was well past midnight when Ned retired to his chambers. His time with his vassals didn't end with dinner. After the sparse feast, the logistics had to be decided and quickly. He left the great hall just as his family entered. He met with the major houses first. Lord Galbart, Sir Helman, the Great Jan, Roose Bolton, Lord Ricard, and Lord Wyman all crammed into his solar. Along with Maester Lewin and Sir Roderick at his side. They divided the wards they intended to take and outlined precisely what was expected from them. Fortunately, most seemed to understand the purpose of such a venture. Not only to keep the raids at bay, but in warding the children of tribal leaders, undermine their ties to the free folk and their way of life. He didn't say so to Mance when they talked, but he suspected the man knew. How would the free folk possibly keep themselves in a new country, when their children were raised by another? However, that was an issue he couldn't raise now. They had to migrate quickly. On that note, the topic moved to their military. When he invited the lords to Winterfell, he also commanded them to prepare their troops in their absence. 20,000 soldiers would surround Castle Black within a fortnight, preparing for the migration. An additional 10,000 would arrive a week after and 5,000 after that. Within a month, 35,000 armed men would oversee the passing of the free folk, and continue to escort them to their intended settlements as they disbanded. With the military support guaranteed, he dismissed the 6 lords of the major houses and began the lengthy process of meeting each minor lord in the north, which took several hours. He could have delegated the tasks to the lords he had just spoken to, received reports of whose second sons and third daughters were eligible for marriage. But he didn't wish the command to come from on high, or to even have it be a command. It must be asked, face to face. No promises of marriage were etched in stone. But he was able to talk down angry lords. He became very proficient at it after the first hour. After that, it came down to land. What was available to be settled by the free folk? How many could they tolerate? He found himself repeating several of the stories Benyon and Tiresias relayed when they returned from beyond the wall. Anything to convince them to see the free folk as human. The memory of the white screeching in the great hall certainly helped. Whatever the free folk were, they weren't as inhuman as that. When the final minor lord had stalked out, he was left with his own house to manage. With dark circles under their eyes, he, Sir Roderick and Maester Lewin pored over their own soldiers, their own stores, his own lands. They would depart in 6 days. Lord Stark wished to be among the first to arrive at Castle Black, and everything had to be set in motion for their return. Along with thousands of wildlings. In a way, it was fortunate they had so many decisions to make. There was hardly any time to question the absolute insanity that they had witnessed in the Great Hall. Sir Roderick and Maester Lewin kept their composure well. But Ned caught the old knight's fingers shaking at least twice. When he dismissed them for the evening, he doubted any of them would sleep soundly. But they had to try. And so Ned retired, seeing Kat's silhouette against the hearth, lying on her side. He closed the door quietly and pulled off his boots as silently as possible. She stirred at the second boot and turned to him, opening her eyes blearily. Ned. He muttered, removing his belt. I'm sorry. I tried not to wake you. Kat sat up. I was hardly asleep. They didn't say another word as he undressed. He moved slowly. The business of the whole day weighed on him. Once he was in his nightwear and laying on his back, he emitted a long low sigh, sinking into the bed. She let him have that, waiting until he turned on his side to her. Then he saw the weariness in her eyes as well. He certainly wasn't the only one in Winterfell who was exhausted. Are you all right? He murmured. As well as I can be, she replied softly. With what you told me, with that creature underneath us. The white was back in its iron crate. In the depths of the crypts. The enhanced guard at the entrance was now permanent. He wished he could silence it, take his obsidian and stab the creature as he did the other. But it was evidence. For whom or what more remained to be seen? He had the lords of the north behind him. So it would seem. It fulfilled its purpose. Tiresias didn't think it wise. The man wanted that white to be dead again as well. Still he advised to keep it. They had sacrificed quite a bit to capture it. Who knew when it would be useful again? It certainly wasn't breaking out of that crate. And if it did, every guard at the crypt carried dragon glass now. A singular blessing, the crypt silenced it. In the crate, beneath Winterfell, the creature's growls and screeches couldn't be heard. Though he supposed that wouldn't stop him from listening for it, just in case. He hoped his ancestors would forgive him for placing the creature in their resting place. He made sure to place it away from his father and brother. Away from Lina. He returned to his wife. It'll be all right. That creature can't harm us. It'll stay in the dark. She nodded. I know. Reaching out, he cupped her face. She turned and kissed his palm. How are the children? Kat looked back to him. I haven't spoken with Rob. He said nothing at dinner. Then he went off with Theon and John. Trying to see how they could help. I heard they were looking at dragon glass weapons. For their own use. As for Kara, Arya, Bran, and Sansa, she sighed before continuing. The governess and Septa Mordain took them through their usual lessons and schedule, but they heard. And when I kissed them good night, they all but Kara asked me if it was true. What did you say? That it was true. That their father had it well in hand. And he'll speak to them about it in the morning. She nuzzled and leaned into his arm, looking to him. I'll have them in my solar before midday, he promised quietly. That was his one regret about this day. Probably not his last. That he had no time for them amidst all the chaos he unleashed in the Great Hall. Leaving them only to rumors and possible hysteria. What will you tell them? What I told the lords today in the Great Hall. Kara's too young, but the rest, this will be a long road we take and they'll be called to lead before too long. In their own way. The sooner they know, the better. He wished it wasn't so. It wasn't the last time, according to Tiresias. He was long dead by the time the free folk fled into the north. By the time the army of the dead arrived, his children led Winterfell. But Tiresias had changed that. He was lord of Winterfell now and he hoped he would stay so a while longer. Before his children were truly called to grow. But he couldn't take that chance. After I speak with them, I'm going to take them into the crypts and show them the creature. Kat opened her eyes and sat up, staring at him. He continued. Again, not Kara. But they need to know what they're facing. He smirked. Besides, if we don't show them ourselves, Arya and Bran would sneak down past the guard to see it themselves. I'd rather destroy the mystery. He faced his wife steadily. Saw her reluctant agreement. Are you sure? She asked, still sitting up, staring down at him. More sure than I was sending my brother beyond the wall to capture that thing, he murmured. Benyon never seemed more tired than when he arrived at Winterfell with that creature in tow. A permanent shadow edged on his face. They need to see it, Kat, they'll be scared. But they'll know what awaits them. I'll be there with my men to keep it back. They'll be safe. It took another minute, but she slinked down, back into the sheets. They faced each for a bit before she spoke. We should try and sleep. We have much to do tomorrow, and the next day, and the day after. Ned laughed softly. A sad smile grew on her face as well. Simultaneously, they reached out and clung to each other gently. Their breaths took on a slow rhythm. When they finally separated and settled down to sleep, Kat already had her eyes closed. But Ned, he watched her. There was still one more thing to say this evening. Kat. She opened her eyes. This was the time. So Tiresias had said. Later in the evening, when he was done with the northern lords, alone with her, this was the time. But that was when the librarian wasn't hacking and stricken ill. The last time he saw Tiresias, the man was stumbling to his chambers, clinging onto his wife for support. He was in no condition to act on whatever plans he had. Still, he hadn't received any word from the librarian. That whatever he had planned was off. So Ned took a deep breath. There's something I have to tell you. Chapter 62. Winterfell did not yield any opportunity for us to speak in person. What happened there was certainly unexpected, but it did not alleviate my concerns over the warden's actions nor dull my desire to wed your daughter and join our houses. I trust you feel the same and will continue to convince your father toward our course of action. I'll speak with you on such matters when I arrive at the wall. Roose lifted his quill. Blotting down this message on a wooden tablet was not ideal. But it was fortunate in a way. He had already taken the measure of not addressing or signing the message. Poor penmanship would only make this message more difficult to trace back. As soon as the ink was dried, he sealed it, hoping the recipient would have the intelligence to dispose of the pink wax. Call Bryden. His page nodded and exited the tent. He barely set the tablet down and closed the inkwell when his rider entered. It was unusual to see the Bolton colors on him. Roose handed him the sealed letter. This goes to Lord Harold Karstark's hands directly. No one else. Don't deliver it to the Karstark camp. Pass them and wait till they arrive at Karhold. Bryden nodded. I am Lord. Then he was gone as quickly as he appeared. The man was a swift rider and discreet. His excursions to Winterfell were evidence enough. Indeed his thoughts didn't travel north with Bryden as he rode for Karhold. His mind was still in the Great Hall of Winterfell. On those blue eyes. He had seen men driven past the point of sanity. Assisted a few himself. But even madness couldn't explain a man still able to walk with an exposed leg bone. With Roskull on the left side. Or how he withstood Lord Stark stabbing him in the chest with a steel sword. Blinking, he realized he had been sitting still for the past several minutes, staring into nothing. He stood and exited the tent. The talk around the campfire immediately dissipated as he appeared. Which was common enough, but soldier talk interrupted was usually more boisterous, with the last trace of a snicker evaporating. He had interrupted fearful murmurings this night. A soldier surrendered a tree stump for him. Sitting down, his page brought his waterskin and he took a draught. Glances from his men peppered him. One was even brave enough to speak. "Pardon me, lord." Roos marked him. A younger man unsurprisingly. Still he waited unblinking as the boy swallowed. "Pardon, but, in Winterfell, when all the lords were gathered, did you see a White Walker?" The boy seemed torn between him and the fire. Which was preferable to look upon? Roos held the boy in his gaze before looking to the others gathered. He saw the same question in their eyes. "No," he said softly. "There was no White Walker in Winterfell." More than one man sighed with relief before he returned to the boy soldier. There was, however, a white. Despite the shocking nature of the summons, it was rather easy to remember the lecture. 2 of them. Cadavers brought back to life by the White Walkers for their own use. Apparently, there's a whole army of them in the land of always winter. Lord Stark sent his servant, Tiresias the Mountain Fall, beyond the wall to capture 2 of them. To bring before us. To convince the north to let the wildlings pass before they fall and join the army of the dead. He wondered on the other lords in the great hall. Whether they would be met with laughter or disbelief when they returned to their holds. From their families, their soldiers, or their maesters. A man could say anything. As for whether anyone else believed it, that wasn't the scene here. Roos looked into the flames, but he sensed no disbelief surrounding him. He either selected his men well or they knew him. When was the last time he had said anything in jest? Anything half as ridiculous? The following statement from his man was exactly what he wished to hear. "The wildlings, lord, the warden's just gonna let them pass? Right into the north." Roos didn't remove his gaze from the fire. It wasn't time. That is what Lord Stark proposed. The northern lords agreed to it. For now. But, lord, they're savages. What are we? Now was the time. He turned to the distressed soldier, staring straight into him. Lord Stark is aware of the risk. He's been aware of it for quite some time and he has prepared for it. The wildlings are to pass under our scrutiny. Measures will be taken. And we'll work to avoid madness in the north. The soldiers remained silent. A subdued range of feelings spewed across their faces. Their eyes mostly. A few angry. Some worried. All frightened. It was time to take his leave. Roos stood, waiting for the others to rise with him. Once they did, he spoke just as softly as before. "What was in that hall, we cannot handle. Wildlings we can handle. And we will, should misfortune fall on us. Lord Stark decreed their migration to be our best path forward. So we will stand behind him. And we will watch him. Carefully." With that, he turned to his tent. There were no whispers as he left. He chose these men for their swiftness, not their discretion. To them, he was the loyal vassal with unyielding support for the Lord of Winterfell. His true aspirations were known only to a select few. But he peppered his support with room to doubt at a later time. When he needed to move against Stark. More than half the men will participate in the sabotage gleefully. The fears of a wildling invasion were too grave. The others, they would just obey anyway. He'd need more than just his own men as well. Harold Karstark swore he could bring his father around. A task more easily accomplished when he and Alice would be wed. The girl was old enough and it was well past time he produced another heir. He entered the tent, sitting on the cot before letting out a sigh. It wasn't all conspiracy that tired him. It was also logistics. He wasn't fully prepared to march to Castle Black. Lord Stark and his war advisors were there to command, but he didn't fancy himself as an unquestioning servant. In between now and the wall, his knowledge of the situation would have to be expanded. Was that even possible at the Dread Fort? His page came in and he stood as his jerkin was removed. His eyes, again seeking fire, turned to his brazier. Lord Stark's face swirled in his mind as he contemplated the flames. Something approaching admiration arose in him. He knew the warden had taken a vested interest in the Night's Watch. More so than his forefathers if the records proved anything. But this, if Lord Stark had accomplished what he proclaimed, then this was a mission going back years. All in secret. But he had secrets of his own. His plans would have to be altered. His targets shifted. But it could be managed. With the information gathered by the Kennelmaster's daughter and the chaos invited by the warden himself, it wouldn't be hard to find his way into Winterfell again in the near future. With the Starks eradicated. He'd leave their librarian alive though. Finally strapped down Tiresias for a long overdue chat. He almost smiled. Whatever his suspicions over Lord Stark's invitation, he didn't expect it to make him completely forget Tiresias for a few days. But that creature with the blue eyes, that did it. He wondered if he would see the librarian at the wall. The man certainly seemed ill. Last time he saw him, he left the Great Hall hacking, holding the wall for support. He didn't see him again before he departed Winterfell. Ready for bed, he sat back down on the cot, addressing the page. Wake me before dawn. We'll make for the dread fort at full speed. Put out the brazier. His page bowed. My lord, he said, extinguishing the fire before exiting the tent. Miranda awoke from a fitful slumber. None of the girls slept well last night or the night before. They heard of the creature. They weren't allowed in the hall with the lords 2 days prior. But something screeched loud enough. Smoke from a pyre was seen from the training yard and something else was brought to the crypts in that iron-clad box. The 2 guards usually stationed there had now multiplied since the Mountain Fall's return. For the first time, when the other laundry girls gossiped idiotically that night, she had no difficulty pretending to care. She was scared as well. It was the same last night. When they attempted to sleep, it was in vain. Most just laid on the straw with their eyes open. And no one dared to blow out the candle. But the duties of a castle didn't pause for horrors. And when morning came, it came with the usual sounds of the rooster, the forge, and the yard. No faded screeches from the great hall. The idiot gossip was absent though. Each laundry wench rose quietly and splashed their shadowed eyes with cold water. Walking to the kitchens, they eyed the guarded crypt door as they passed. The quiet that morning was all-encompassing. Not a single fool in this castle was ignorant to the creature shackled beneath them. Nor any other fool in the north in short time. The lords were gone now. The screech heard here would spread to their castles. What would happen to the dread fort? She wouldn't know for a while. The exhibition had ended hours ago. A subdued feast was going for all the lords and their entourages. Those who still had an appetite. She stalked past by the great hall, sidestepping the gaze of 2 filthy lords from the rills. Their gazes didn't follow her. No one had eyes for a laundry maid leaving the castle. She came to the usual meeting spot, waiting only a few moments before the messenger came. Tonight, he only had to travel back to the great hall, instead of the dread fort. They usually met later and so he whispered lower than normal. Nothing's changed. Not on your end. Bryden kept an eye on the main thoroughfare. I'll keep to the same schedule. Even when they all march up to the wall. Take whatever you can give me back up north. For how much longer? She struggled to keep her voice quiet. I'm sick of this. Sick of letting that boy touch me. Sick of the shit they feed us. Sick of those idiots, ruining my hands as they just jabber. Sick of seeing that fucking murderer just walk about. And that thing, that screech, living down below. Lord Bolton will deal with him shortly. From the thoroughfare, they heard the candle shop door opening and fell silent. They waited until it was clear their spot would not be intruded upon. He may not be able to travel with Lord Stark and the others, he murmured. He didn't look well when Lord Bolton saw him up close. Have you seen him? Miranda shook her head. He's been in his room since they brought that thing down to the cribs. His bitch wife had to help him back up the stairs. How long has he been ill? Ever since he returned. Weak, pale. No training yards. Coughing and shivering. She smirked. My lover's worried about him. He raised his hood. Keep an eye out. Don't bother trying to get something from the Maester or Lord Stark. They'll be leaving in 6 days for the wall. No word of them will reach the dread fort in time. And we'll have eyes when we march with them. Just keep an eye on the foreigner. Perhaps the sickness will carry him off. Do our work for us. Miranda didn't even smile. No. No, I don't want that. Not after what he did. That's far too little for him. No concern lit his eyes, but she didn't care. This man didn't lose Ramsay as she did. They barely had their time together before that whoreson stole it away. So you say, the man said, indifferent. He pivoted away, whispering he did. Just keep an eye on him. Easy enough. She had plenty of practice. She knew the rhythms of Winterfell by now. Falling in with the idiot laundrywomen and that stupid Ironborn, she could disappear. However, 2 days passed without a sighting. Whatever ailment afflicted him, the librarian remained in bed. His wife carried broth from the kitchens. Lord Stark went to his room last evening. But the foreigner remained bedbound. Not that the rest of the castle noticed much. Everyone in Winterfell was preparing for the march up to Castle Black. That creature silenced the castle but it didn't slow it down. Tens of thousands of soldiers would march on the wall. There hadn't been such a movement since the Greyjoy rebellion when she was a girl, helping her father with the kennels. It meant all hands on deck. Working until sundown and then after. So after a breakfast of hard bread and porridge, she and the idiots went to the laundry. The steam carried the foul odors but it was worth it for the warmth. That's what she told herself every morning as she sat down on her stool and plunged her hands into the water, scrubbing shit from the breeches. However, before she could even roll her sleeves up, she felt Mistress Nira's thick hand on her shoulder. Marya. Mask on, she turned. Mistress. The ugly woman lowered her hand and nodded. Come with me. Now. Curious eyes snapped to her. She felt them, but she didn't look back. Mistress Nira didn't wait for an answer. She was already leaving. Miranda followed. And as she exited, the usual sound of idiot gossip returned. Gabber on, you fucking tarts. She followed the fat laundress on through the castle, past everything. Past the kitchens. Past the stores. Past the kennels. Every possible reason she could be called for eliminated the farther they walked. Her breath seemed heavy. Mistress Nira, she asked, oh so politely. Where are we going? What's going on? The fat bitch didn't look back. I was only told to fetch you, dear. They came onto the western yard. Miranda stared. Fetch me? For what? No response came as they continued past the stables. All the way to the western gate. Miranda looked ahead and her breath caught. Lady Stark stood to attention, her gaze directly on her as she approached. A servant, the one named Gin, stood behind her, holding a satchel. She stared at her as well. But everyone else worked and bustled around them as they waited. She forgot she was working only to keep her face clear as she and Mistress Nira halted. The laundress curtsied and she did as well, taking a deep breath while doing so. Lady, Mistress Nira stated, gesturing to her. The girl you asked for. Marya, is it? You work in the laundry. Miranda nodded wide-eyed. Lady. The Tully woman looked to her, her nostrils flaring, before turning back to the laundress. Thank you, Mistress Nira. You're dismissed. She didn't look to see the fat woman waddle off. The lady of the castle was still staring at her. With very blue eyes. Finally she spoke. I'm told that you don't have many possessions. What was collected this morning managed to be stored quite easily in here. Miranda glanced to the satchel, realizing that her shawl was folded neatly on top. She looked back to the Tully woman. Lady, I don't understand. If this is about the young ward, he and we've only... Don't speak, Lady Stark uttered quietly. I order you not to say another word. Do you understand? She didn't have the time to say yes. Without breaking eye contact, Lady Stark reached back for the satchel and handed it to her. Miranda caught her shawl before it fell. In addition to your possessions, there's enough dried foods to hold you over between inns as you travel home. Along with this month's wages, I've included enough coin for you to stay at them. For your safety. I believe that settles your account here. It wasn't her imagination. Her breaths were heavier now. For the first time in days, Miranda forgot the screeching creature. All she could do was try and take in what was happening. She was anonymous. She was just a maid. What the fuck was happening? Her gaze locked with the Lady of Winterfell and those thoughts halted. You will be permitted to leave this castle whole, Lady Stark stated. But if you return and are spotted within 100 miles of Winterfell, you will be hanged. Is that clear? That promise was uttered softly. Didn't stop the surrounding workers from staring. The Lady of Winterfell's wrath drew their eyes. She felt them. Hated them. The shock giving way to rage as it boiled up inside. But there was no fighting this. Averting her gaze, she swallowed and nodded. Then go. Now. Wrapping her shawl around her, she hitched the satchel onto her shoulder and turned for the gate. Ignoring the gathering onlookers, she walked on, staring straight ahead. Imagining that noble cunt behind her getting her skin peeled. Miranda. The image dropped from her mind. Her name cleared it. Her real name. How? She turned back slowly, forgetting to put the mask back on. Staring back at Lady Stark as she spoke. Tell Lord Bolton, that if he's so curious about what's happening in this castle, he's more than welcome to write Maester Lewin with any inquiries he may have. The sounds of Winterfell were behind the Tully woman as she peered at her. Miranda met her eyes, unable to look everywhere else. Unable to move. Something in her enabled her to nod curtly. Her breath was still heavy. She heaved quietly as she turned and walked through the gate, the guards parting to let her through. Her fingers trembled as she wandered through Wintertown. It wasn't until she met the King's Road that she finally glanced back to that hateful castle. To that Tully bitch. To that foreign bastard, sick in his bed. Any anger fell short to the one question pulsing through her. How, she muttered quietly to herself as she looked back north. How did she know? How the fuck did she know? She fell quiet though quickly. She had a whole day ahead of her. And the road home was long. A bird's call came to him through the fog of sleep. He opened his eyes, but didn't truly see until he yawned and the inside of the tent came into focus. The forest floor was dewed and sunlight shone through the moisture. Through the bottom gap at the entrance. Roose blinked and sat up. It was well past dawn. Why wasn't he awoken? He gave explicit orders. Guard, he called. No one came. No one responded. Without taking his eyes off the entrance, he reached for his boots, pulling them on. Afterwards, he stalked slowly to the tent flap, grabbing his sword across the trunk. His breath even as he leaned toward the canvas, listening. There wasn't a sound outside, only the forest. Roos threw open the tent and stepped outside, drawing his sword. No fires were lit. No steel was bared. All his men laid still on the ground. Except for one. A solitary Bolton soldier, hooded with his bow pointed downwards. He sat on the tree stump, his face down. He stalked forward to the man. What's the meaning of this? The man raised his bow in the middle of his question and released. Roos fell back, seeing the morning sky before he felt the arrow in his gut. His mind went to the chainmail in his tent, but it was too late for that. He had dropped his sword. Between his shuddering gasps, he reached for it. Pain shot through him and his hand went back to the embedded arrow. He regretted it immediately. Another shock of agony pulsated as he touched the wooden shaft. Moans escaped him, but he stifled them quickly. Gritting his teeth, he looked to his assailant. The archer lowered his bow, then reached for his hood. It wasn't certainly expected, but Roos found that he didn't feel even a little surprised to see the librarian of Winterfell staring at him. The sight gave him a little strength and he was able to prop himself up. Ignore the arrow below, sticking out of him. The pain pulsated again, but he resisted moaning in agony. You appear to have made a full recovery, he spat between gasps. Faking an illness. Moronically simple. He cursed himself, falling for such a ruse. Where did you get that uniform? Tiresias reached into his pocket. Same place I got this. Roos blinked as he held a letter aloft. The seal came into focus and he recognized his pink-flayed man. That seal adorned thousands of his letters, but he had no doubt which correspondence the man had pilfered. Besides, he and Bryden were approximately the same build. His uniform fit the librarian well enough. Another round of pain ran through him and he exhaled through gritted teeth. Tiresias lowered the letter, pocketing it. When did you approach Lord Harold? The round of pain didn't subside, but it pulsed slowly. He matched his breath with it. He didn't bother asking how Tiresias knew. The details certainly weren't there in the letter. Will you be traveling to Carhold next? He unclenched his jaw. See to Lord Harold as you've seen to me. Don't know, probably not. He glanced to his gut, to the blood slowly escaping him. I didn't think Lord Stark had this in him. This isn't Lord Stark's doing. Only mine. It was funny, but he believed him. The quiet wolf was a noble fool. He scanned the camp again, trying to see if anyone was still. They weren't. The mountain fall was thorough. He suspected as much before he even earned that moniker. When they couldn't find Ramsay, he should have been able to find his son. He looked to Tiresias and knew his look didn't go unnoticed. It was allowed. The librarian was waiting patiently. You worked quickly, effectively. Another shot of pain. He had to collect himself. Not one man alerted the camp. The librarian looked exhausted. I came back in this. He pulled at the uniform as he droned on. Watched the two guards from the trees. Waited for one to go piss. After he was dead, I approached the other. Openly. He just saw the uniform. Nothing more before it was too late. The man's voice was quite hoarse, but steady. His gaze passed over the dead men, his eyes nearly as dull as theirs. After that it was just one sleeping man after another. Hand over mouth. Dagger in the throat, hold firm until they could keep their silence. Move on to the next. And the next, and the next. Tiresias met his gaze squarely. In between the shudders, Roos saw the absolute weariness in the man's eyes. It went deeper than a lost night of sleep. These men, he grew maced. He couldn't breathe deeply without pain. Only shallow breaths. These men had families. Some had children. You don't care about these men, Tiresias replied softly. You don't care for their families or their children. No, but you do. There was no response to that. A thrush's call echoed from the trees. He recognized it as the one who woke him. It sang a good song. It dulled the pain. He blinked and refocused. That's right. 20 families will starve this winter, unless you plan to find new husbands, new sons, perhaps the wildlings will volunteer. They do love our women, our girls, even our boys. Tiresias remained still. And the pain continued to pulse. Finally the man spoke. Do you want some water? Was he thirsty? Did it matter? When would he ever be thirsty again? When would he ever be able to quench it? Before he acquiesced, the librarian had dropped his bow and stepped forward. He didn't even bother kicking the sword away as he uncorked and pressed the waterskin to Roos's lips. He sipped gingerly and swallowed. But Tiresias didn't retreat. The librarian remained squatted next to him, looking down on him. Roos met his eyes. You think you know, what's best for the North. They're there for a reason, beyond the wall. He looked about the trees. The morning sun streamed through them. And we're here, Boltons, Umbers, Karstarks, Glovers, Mormonts, Starks. That name slipped out of him, but he didn't regret it. They were northerners. Not like his present company. He looked back to Tiresias, his eyes glancing to the waterskin before he could help it. His chest felt heavy. Without a word, the librarian raised the waterskin again to his lips. Ruse sipped. The water was still cool. He must have filled it this morning. The advice I gave, in Winterfell, it was sincere, letting them all through, it's madness, even with. The pain surged and he gritted his teeth, waiting for it to pass. When it finally dulled, he sighed as well he could and continued. Even with those creatures behind them, the North can't handle, it can't. The thrush called again and the words died on his tongue. He glanced to the trees, where it had come from. He saw the librarian follow his gaze and the question came. Where's my son? He asked softly. Buried. In the lonely hills. Tiresias answered, still looking off. But you knew that. Ruse risked a deeper breath. He could manage it. The pain had lessened. Not beyond a doubt, he murmured. Now though. What did he want to say? His thoughts were coming to him slowly now and he tried to remember. They continued to look to the trees, listening. What did he want to ask this man? Under nail and screw. As the flaying knife dipped beneath his skin. Why? He felt the man's eyes leave the forest and come to him. Staring before he stood and crossed in front of him, in front of the thrush's call. He didn't squat though. Ruse was relieved. He couldn't prop himself up much longer. He blinked and he was laying down on the forest floor. It was soft. Looking up, he saw the librarian's face quite clearly. I'm not from this world, I don't mean I'm not from Westeros. I'm not from Essos or anything other place you would have been able to travel to, I was brought here. I don't know how. I was told for my sanity not to wonder how, but in my old world. The librarian spoke quite softly, as if to himself. Ruse could still hear the thrush's call. But it wasn't the birdsong that seemed to stop the world from spinning slowly. In my old world, technology advanced to such a state, where you could take something happening in one place, and show it in another place. Many places all at once, it had many uses, both good and bad, but it was excellent for storytelling. Actors would perform such stories from across the world. Such fictions, and we would consume them for entertainment. Not much different from the traveling troops that tour this world. Tiresias paused. Ruse saw his face quite clearly as the forest dulled around him. He wondered why he could still feel the hair rising on his arms. Finally the librarian looked to him and spoke, still in that quiet voice. Ramsay was brought about when you discovered his mother had wed a man without your permission. A Miller, right? You hung the man. And raped his wife under his hanging corpse. She brought your son to the dread fort. You were tempted to whip her, but you saw the babe and knew it was yours. You just did. A creak of rope echoed in his ears. Her screams faded long ago, but he remembered the creaking rope. It was cold now. Tiresias exhaled through his nose, looking to the west. Away from the morning sun. I learned that, because what's about to happen here became one of the most popular and watched stories that was sent all around my world. I sat in my home and I watched an actor portray you in that story. Looked and sounded exactly like you. You told that story to Ramsay when he would have been much older, and you weren't the only one. Everyone I saw in this world had an actor who brought it to life. From the Starks, the Lannisters, Targaryens, Baratheons, many more as they fought for their place in these kingdoms. It was an exciting story, but those who lived it suffered miserably. Many died. So when I awoke in this place and realized where I was, realized that the characters in my world were actually real in this one, I was determined to change as much as I could. To counter those who made others suffer needlessly. It's how I knew of the White Walkers. He met his eyes again. It's how I knew Locke was your man. How I knew Miranda by sight. A low and long sigh escaped him. It's why I killed your son. The treetops rustled above as the first wind of the morning brushed them. Ruse didn't look to them. He stared up, searching the man's eyes for anything, any reason, an explanation. Tiresias blinked freely as he waited. You're not lying. Tiresias shook his head. A shuddering, quiet laugh ran through him. So, you're just mad, he sighed. I used to think so. But the longer I stay, the less it matters. The first few months I actually thought I must have been dreaming. But I've been here for years and I have yet to wake up. It's too big for a dream now. The man walked away. Ruse attempted to follow him, but he was rather tired now. His head was heavy and he looked to the treetops. Where the wind sang quietly. Footsteps approach, stopping at his head. It was getting harder to breathe, but easier too. He blinked slowly. Tiresias was now above him. Are you in pain? When was the last shock that pulsated from the arrow? He hadn't felt anything for the past few minutes. No, he breathed. He caught sight of the dagger before he felt the steel on his throat. He could feel the cold still. Above him, Tiresias spoke, his soft voice far away. Would you like me to end it now? Or would you rather slip away? Refusing the steel now felt cowardly. And he wasn't afraid. He was too tired, but he couldn't say so. His gaze returned to the treetops. He couldn't feel the wind anymore, but he could hear it still. Footfalls went away from his head. That man must have taken his steel away. Left him alone to gaze up. He couldn't see the trees anymore. His chest was so heavy. The thrush still sang its song. The rain came down on Winterfell hard that night. It was the biggest rainstorm they had seen in months. Tiresias brought some of it with him as he walked the corridors, though he wrung his cloak out the best he could before entering. Not that he minded the weather. It made for fewer eyes in Wintertown and on the battlements. He had approached Gord's house through the back ways just to be safe. As tempted as he was to knock and notify him, he didn't want to wake the twins. Or let Gin see him. Tiresias led Yakul to the shelter and tied her there. Shielded from the rain, he removed the saddle and draped 2 blankets over her. He hung the saddle over the post. It would be safe there until morning. After she was settled, he finished his waterskin. He had only filled it a couple hours prior, but he drained it quickly. Faking a convincing cough was no easy feat. His chest still ached from the exertion, his throat nearly torn. His voice would be hoarse for days. As he gave Yakul a final pat, he heard the back door creak. He turned to see Gord peering at him. Tiresias met his eyes without a word. The rain pounded the earth for a few seconds before the large soldier nodded and closed the door. With a final pat to Yakul, he stalked away to Winterfell. The day of the exhibition, no one noticed Gord bringing his favorite mare out of the stables, readying her for a night's ride behind his house. The man didn't ask why. When he snuck out of Winterfell at midnight, Yakul was already saddled outside the hut. He heard Gord's heartbeat from behind the walls. The man was wide awake, listening as he mounted the spotted mare and rode north. The guard would bring Yakul back into the castle the next morning. For now, Tiresias had to sneak into the castle as he left it. He came to the battlements. He climbed up and over with no one the wiser, foregoing the western gate. He doubted the guardsmen would betray him. Still, it was one set of eyes he'd rather not have on him. Gord's help was all he risked. When the morning came, he would emerge recovered from his room. With so much excitement in the Winterfell over the past week, he hoped the cover would hold. How much ruckus will Lord Bolton's body cause in the north? He heard the rain pound the roof. Wondered what such rain would do a body. He didn't have time to bury 20-odd cadavers. He'd rather have burned them all, but that would have sent a signal he didn't want. Leaving them for the wild animals, it was more likely they'd be discovered before properly disposed of. He didn't regret it though. He couldn't. It was an opportunity he couldn't miss. Tiresias came back to his quarters, exhausted. It was his first night back from the wall, but the preparations for the exhibition were well underway. He didn't busy himself with provisions or lodging accommodations. But he did take no small amount of responsibility for their 2 dead prisoners. He just came from the crypt. Jory and Sir Roderick had vetted 24 Winterfell guards both inside and outside the crypt to watch over their prize. Overkill? No such thing anymore. If anything happened to them, they were done. Jory sent him to bed. There was little more for him to do until the lords arrived. And even then, nothing much more. This was Lord Stark's show now. He blinked to find himself inside his quarters, locking the door. Focusing, he saw Mal by the fire. His eyes traveled down to her belly, not quite swollen yet. It wasn't the first time he'd seen her condition. Arriving back in the castle this afternoon, he barely landed down from his horse when she appeared in the courtyard. Divinely restrained, she waited for him to watch the crates descend into the crypts. Waited until they were inside before throwing her arms around him. It's probably why they were able to wait just now for that touch. Tiresias allowed himself to remove his boots and wash his face in the basin before going to her. He kissed her slowly without a greeting before settling at her feet, resting against her. He looked to the fire as her needle clicked. Watched the flames danced as his mind settled. He almost forgot there was 2 creatures enslaved to ice below. The crackles from the logs were far preferable to the scratching and growling emanating from the iron-clad boxes in the crypts. All the northern lords will be in Winterfell in a few days, Mal murmured above him. He nuzzled into her thigh. A few arrived tonight. It'll be a bigger gathering than when Prince Oberyn arrived. And all his men. They won't be here for me. Tiresias yawned. Thankfully. Mal returned his yawn. There'll still be those who'd want a word with the mountain fall. Especially if they come in to see what you brought. Point taken. Try not to piss them off like you did the prince. I'll do my best. He didn't think he'd have the desire to make love that night, let alone the energy. But as the fire dimmed and Mal finished her sewing for the evening, she pulled him into bed, bringing his mouth to hers. They laid entwined afterwards, Tiresias with his face in her chest, breathing slowly. The smell of the dead lingered in his nostrils. He wanted her scent, her taste to wash it out. Her fingers twirled his hair slowly. I never asked, that danger you're in. Up here, is it from a northern lord? Tiresias sighed. Will they be here in the next days? He looked up to her, meeting her eyes. There was a gleam there he didn't quite recognize. They won't risk touching you while the other lords are present. He just hoped Lord Bolton didn't bring all his men. I'll ask Jory or Gord if some of the guards can be spared. I'm not worried about that, Mal said softly. She fell quiet. Tiresias propped himself, looking to her. What? Her hands went to her belly. He couldn't hear their child, but he could smell it. More prominent than ever. She gazed at her navel as she spoke. They'll be returning to their castles, their holds after. They'll need to. It's safe in a castle. Least from a man or two, the gleam in her eye shone. Till then, tween Winterfell and there, it's just the wild, the woods, They're vulnerable then. Tiresias didn't blink as he sat up slowly. Mal remained on her side. In the dark, he saw her eyes meet his. He didn't want to ask the stupid questions. He just wanted to think, when else would he know? When could he possibly know? He couldn't spy on the Dread Fort. It all depended on his entourage. Whenever Ruse arrived, if he arrived with too many men, it was crazy. Not as crazy as what he just went through. What did he see beyond the wall, in the frost fangs, that could possibly pale in comparison to this idea? It wasn't near as insane. His hand reached out for her stomach. Resting along the curve. He didn't need it to reassure him. When else would he get such a dangerous opportunity? Opportunity, that was a word he was growing weary of. He came to the door, his feet quiet out of habit. No fire was going as he entered. It was far too late. Mal wasn't framed by the flames, but under the covers. He sat down on the bed to remove his boots. Not too gently. She was still awake, her heart beating steadily. He flexed his toes as he sat up and breathed in on account. Once his own heart settled, he spoke softly into the dark. The danger's past. That one anyway. I can walk freely again in the north. We both can. The dark didn't answer him. Neither did Mal. But a low sigh of relief escaped her. He was happy for her relief. Vaguely. Despite his steady heart, he didn't feel relief. He hadn't slept since he silenced, what was it? 20 men? 21? He didn't keep count. Couldn't bear to. He'll sleep later tonight. He knew he would. He'd curl around Mal and sleep. It wouldn't plague him tonight. There was too much to do. Lady Stark sent that girl home. Mal didn't raise her head from the pillow to speak. The one you asked about before you left. Gin said Lady Stark called her Miranda as she left. Did you see her on your way back? Tiresias stared to the wall, breathing in on account. He rode along the King's Road, grateful for the silence. The grey skies. The old trees. He sniffed and smelled the rain ahead, though it wouldn't fall until tomorrow. The path ahead was straight and he saw her a quarter mile away. Walking in a hurry. No luck finding a lift from the locals. They weren't many up around these parts. His ears told him so already, but still he looked around. No one for miles. Continuing to ride, he made no attempts to hide. The girl was perceptive. After a minute, she saw him and halted. Didn't recognize him. Not yet. But any young girl would be guarded against a lone stranger in the wild. She warily began to walk again and he didn't slow yokel. At 200 yards, she halted again, staring. Finally seeing who he was. The forest was void of any other human. He could focus on her from here. His ears caught her trembling breath, her quickening pulse. She stood staring for only a few seconds more before turning and sprinting into the woods, a cry escaping her. It pierced his heart as he gave Yakul a kick. He trotted to her entry point, following her tracks into the forest. Stalking over to the desk, he set down his rucksack and pulled out the last month's payment to Miranda. He left her to the animals as well. But took the coin. Better to look like a robbery than a pointed assassination. It was both though, I suppose. He stored his bow, quiver, and dagger away, her blood washed from the blade. But the scream of terror stayed on. The cries for help. It took longer than he wished to catch and finish her. That fear, at least, Rosie had some relief before he killed her. At least, the Bolton soldiers were asleep when he opened their throats. Their screams stifled as they woke to the cold steel. The whites screamed too. Their screeches pierced through everything. He blinked. That thought had carried him off. He had been standing before his desk for longer than he realized. Pulling up his water skin, he took a long draught before turning back for bed. His wife was still awake. Her eyes on him as he stripped in the dark and turned to her. What I did out there, I don't regret it, he stated softly. But I don't feel good about it. Not at all. A lump came up in his throat and he swallowed. And I don't ever want to feel good about it. Do you understand? Mal's eyes rested on him easily. She leaned into silence well enough. And after a decent bit of it, she answered. I didn't do what you did. I can't understand. But if it made us safer, I'll feel good for you. Tiresias wasn't disappointed. It was honest enough. Besides, he was too tired to be disappointed. Mal didn't have his eyes, but she could see his weariness easily enough in the dark. She reached out. Semir, she breathed. They didn't make love that night. Mal fell asleep in a few moments. Tiresias cradled her warm, pregnant body against him for a few moments more until an uneasy sleep rolled over him. As he drifted off, Miranda's face came to him. Her last moments crawling away in the dirt, sobbing with terror, with an arrow in her back. He stalked over and gripped her hair, jerking her head up to cut her throat. Her terrified cries echoed in his mind for several minutes afterwards. His left hand twitched in the dark. He still felt the girl's hair entwined in his fingers. Chapter 63. Reaching down to scratch Yakul's neck, Tiresias peered to the wall. Gone was the ominous fog that seemed to drape from the ice when he arrived last time. Now the afternoon sun was reflecting off the ice, causing him to squint. It wasn't just the weather that was different. Surrounding Castle Black were thousands of tents. Temporary stables erected. He had smelled the campfires from miles away. Heard the rumblings of chatter. The grind of a wheelstone. As they closed in, he saw freshly cut stumps when they had harvested their firewood. 20,000 soldiers, and they hadn't wasted any time. Areas were set aside for the free folk, with house banners designating each section. The tents and soldiers were spaced strategically along the wall. Latrines were being dug. And used, judging from the smell. Tiresias couldn't see the end of the encampment as it stretched to the west. A wide pathway was laid bare that led to Castle Black. They followed the pathway to the gates, which were already open. Nevertheless, the watchman on top announced their presence. Lord Stark approaches. Lord Stark approaches. Tiresias gazed forward. The announcement was hardly necessary. A few of the lords that were present in Winterfell awaited the arrival of Lord Stark, having already been notified of his arrival. The Great Jan stood in the middle of the yard, along with Lord Karstark, Lady Mormont, Lord Hornwood. The Warden of the North rode up with Lord Royce, riding alongside him. Along with his brother and son. Robb all but insisted on accompanying them. Lord Stark agreed. And so, before his time, Bran Stark was left as Lord of Winterfell. With Lady Catelyn, Sir Roderick and Maester Luwin by his side to assist him. Tiresias didn't object, but his heart raced as he rode out on the King's Road. Roose was dead. Ramsay was long dead. The armies of Winterfell weren't stuck in the Riverlands in an unwinnable camp again. Winterfell wouldn't fall and burn while they were away. Theon wasn't even there to let the Ironborn in. He rode right behind Robb with Jon. And Waymar Royce. The young Greyjoy had been far more quiet than usual. Which wasn't completely remarkable. Each one of them had been rather subdued throughout the whole ride. Ever since the exhibition. But this went beyond the revelation of the White Walker's return. Though Miranda's expulsion from Winterfell was quick and without much ceremony, her true name had filtered throughout the castle by nightfall. Her connection to Lord Bolton. And judging by the look in his eyes, he felt the fool for it. Jon told him he hadn't even spoken to Robb about it. Just visited the archery range every evening before they departed. Tiresias made a note to check in on him later. Not that Theon was aware of how much he endangered Winterfell. Whether he needed to be made aware, he hadn't decided. But he could use some understanding. At some point. As of now, he rode with Jory in the middle of the vanguard. Not tempted in the slightest to be up front. To be seen. He was even wearing a new fur coat that he didn't need. He still didn't wear gloves though, and he lowered his hood as he passed under the gate. For the first time, black cloaks were severely outnumbered and the courtyard was full. Doubting very much Yakul would get a place in the Castle Black stable, he dismounted and handed the reins to a steward. Sure enough, he immediately led her out and he was left with his rucksack and weapons. The hum of the lift reached his ears and he saw the cage climbing to the top. He looked to it, waiting until Jory had dismounted before the captain turned and met his eyes. "Come in," he muttered. They marched to the front where Lord Stark was already greeting the Lord Commander and introducing Robb. Mormont seemed exhausted, but he was holding his own. The old bear's eyes landed on him as he approached. For the first time, he extended his hand and Tiresias shook it. "Tiresias," he sighed. "Every time you come here, you bring me a headache." "My apologies." He dropped his hand and looked about. Everything all right here before we arrived. Sir Alicer's in a cell, Mormont responded bluntly. He exchanged a quick look with Benyon. Along with 2 other officers. I've hanged 9 black brothers in the following fortnight after you left. If it weren't for the garrison left behind, you'd be dealing with a new Lord Commander from the top of the gates. Tiresias exhaled through his nose. Bit of a stupid question, would have been worse if you hadn't gotten those creatures here. He addressed them all. We're here. We're alive. And we've a lot of work to do. After Lord Stark dismissed Jory to direct the settlement of their troops, and sent John, Theon, and Waymar along to assist him, they all entered the mess hall. The old bear sat down on the bench with a sigh. With no standing for formality, they all sat as well, facing each other. A page came round with a flagon and filled their cups. When were you planning to open the gates? Lord Stark asked. Tomorrow morning, at sunup. Tiresias leaned forward. Lord Stark, how quickly can your men be settled? Lord Stark briefly considered it. 2 hours, at most. He turned to the rest. Is there any reason to wait? We can start letting them through by early evening. Get a few thousand through before we're done for the day. Mormont shook his head. It's not a good idea, Tiresias. The Northmen at the wall have just finished marching. It's cold. They're hungry and tired. And not settled. I'm not bringing the wildlings through when they're not prepared to greet them. Guard them, you mean? He asked, careful not to sound too accusatory. Course that's what I meant. Mormont lined his mouth. The North will only take the wildlings when they're prepared to take them. It's what you lot decided, More or less, Lord Stark said. The other lords didn't respond, so Gior lifted his mug and drank. Everyone followed suit. After a brief draught, Mormont lowered his mug. Tomorrow morning at sunup, he said. The first one through the gate will be Mance and his guard. I'll need you there, Lord Stark. He'll need to be seen accepting your hospitality. Surrendering his steel to you. I'll be there. Lord Stark turned to Lord Umber and the other lords. The rest of the lords will be there at their respective camps. At least for the first day. My men will be patrolling the whole area, but I'll need you to keep the peace. Not only among the wildlings, but your soldiers even more so. We'll all meet here after the first day to report. Agreed. The lords all murmured their agreement. Lord Stark turned to Lord Royce. Lord Yone, your business here is separate from ours and I'm in no position to insist. But if you can, we would take your assistance. Bronze Yone nodded solemnly. Whatever assistance I can give, I will. The Lord Commander interjected, just Lord Stark nodded back. Are you lot the last of the major houses to arrive? Other than Lord Umber and Lord Karstark here, I've only seen Sir Tallheart. Lord Stark said. Lord Manderley returned to White Harbour, though his son Waylee will arrive in a fortnight with their men. Lord Glover is at Deepwood Motte, preparing the settlements. His lands will host the most free folk, outside of the gift. The fact that he was there to contain his brother went unsaid. Tiresias suggested it. He didn't know Galbart well, but he seemed far more reasonable than Robert. They couldn't risk any sabotage while they were at Castle Black. Gior looked to his cup, before peering at the warden. And Lord Bolton? What of his forces? Now that he's dead. Tiresias kept his eyes fixed on the Lord Commander, but he heard the quickened heartbeat of everyone in this room. Including Lord Stark. However, he gave no hint to it and responded immediately. Lord Hornwood has taken charge of the Bolton armies, delegating contingents to Lord Lightfoot and Lord Mullen. The Dread Fort is being held by Maester Walken at present, who is residing as its castellan. The old bear nodded slowly. Any notion on what happened? Lord Stark shook his head, sighing. I assumed bandits at first. However, given the stories that have trickled from the east, I'd say other parties acting out of desperation. A few small folk saw an opportunity. He didn't dare look to the warden. The bodies were discovered days after he returned to Winterfell in the night. The news of Bolton's death reached them while they were on the King's Road. The news spread through the camp like wildfire. Rumors ran rampart, a few started by him. Yesterday before they arrived at the wall when Lord Stark summoned him. It was late at night. Tiresias entered Stark's fire circle. The warden nodded to the others and they were left alone. It wasn't questioned. He was not only the Mountain Fall, but now one who went beyond the wall and captured 2 demons. Except it wasn't his exploits that the warden wished to discuss. He crouched beside Lord Stark, looking into the fire. When the warden spoke, it was barely muttered under the fire. Whatever you did, whatever it was, I don't want to know. Tiresias didn't respond, didn't give a single hint either way. That was all they would speak on the subject. Sensing the immediate dismissal, he stood and slipped away into the night. Lord Stark continued. Unfortunately, with everything happening here, I'll have to wait to investigate the matter. However Lord Bolton died, I believe we are much better protected from whoever killed him. Concentrated together up here. One can hope, Gior muttered. That might change on the morrow though, when the free folk come through. He turned to Tiresias. You speak the old tongue, he said immediately. There was no time for false modesty. I don't know where the warden wants you tomorrow, but as it will be the giants coming through first, I think you ought to be there when they're registered. If any of the others speak it after, you should be close. Just in case. Tiresias glanced to Lord Stark who nodded, as the other lords exchanged looks of bewilderment at the mention of giants. Those that weren't in Mance's tent as they negotiated. His own fingers trembled at the actual prospect of seeing a real giant. Fear and excitement intermingling with each other. I won't be far from Castle Black, he assured the Lord Commander. Might go through the tunnel if I'm needed, but I won't be far. I was told they speak a rudimentary form of Old Tongue. It's more simple. No words with multiple syllables. So be ready, He nodded. All right then. Mormont turned to Lord Stark. Are your lords all clear on to proceed once they come through? We won't be dividing them right away, Lord Stark responded. The important thing is to get them through, get their numbers, gather their weapons and do it efficiently. After they're through and we have a sense of the tribes, the major houses will select wards and we'll be on our separate ways. A wind hummed a low tune through the hall, creaking the empty tables. Gior Mormont took a deep breath and released it through his nose. Then I'll leave you all to rest and finish settling your men. He finished his ale and stood. We'll all meet back here after nightfall. Does that work? Lord Stark nodded. The old bear stalked out of the mess hall, followed by his page. The training yard was nosier than Tiresias ever remembered it. It dulled only slightly as the door shut behind him. A light meal was brought out, but Benyon only took 2 slices of black bread before he stood. Where you off to? Lord Stark asked. I've been away too long, Benyon responded through a mouthful of bread. I'll see you tonight. Tiresias, halfway through chewing a cured sausage, stood as well. He didn't want to be left alone with a roomful of lords. Even those less dainty than the ones down south. His leave wasn't questioned, as Lord Stark gave him a nod as he exited the mess hall. He followed Benyon down the stairs and into the training yard, knowing better than to inquire about Castle Black from him. The man arrived at and left Winterfell with him. What exactly do you plan to do? He asked through a mouthful of sausage. Ranging over. Once the free folk get through, anywhere beyond the wall will be a land of the dead. Get my bearings, for a start, Benyon said. He kept glancing about the fort. It had never been this full, this busy. They had to actually push through people to get through the training yard. It's not the same Castle Black I left behind. Certainly isn't, Tiresias admitted. Not planning on visiting the cells, are you? Benyon shot him a strange look before shaking his head. I'll not be bothered with Sir Alistair now. He's always been angry. Ever since he arrived here. The Lord Commanders tolerated him. Seen his usefulness. Whatever he did to get locked up. He didn't finish his thought. He didn't have to. Tiresias didn't even have to think back on the memory of Jon Snow bleeding out in the yard. They passed the corner where it happened and he didn't even glance to it. He had his own memory of Sir Alistair threatening him right before he went north. At least he's out of the way. That was all he had to say about it. They had finally pushed through the yard. Benyon stood on a box and looked about. With so many new faces, it was difficult to find a familiar one. Tiresias, however, picked up a scent with which he was very well acquainted. Someone coming up behind. Benyon? Tiresias. They turned around to see Garrod, hauling a rope over his shoulder. He deposited it quickly against the fort's wall and strode forth. They shook hands. Garrod, Benyon said, relieved. You're still here. Why wouldn't I be? Sir Alistair, Tiresias suggested. General mutiny and all. Garrod waved his hand at that. Too high for me. Now that we don't range, just good for grunt work now. We'll change that if things calm down here, Benyon said. He almost sounded convincing. How have things progressed here? The man shrugged. Well, it's not so much the Night's Watch now. Just an outpost for the north. Not complaining, just what is. Has Cladden returned? Benyon asked quietly. Tiresias wondered the same thing. It had been long enough. He and Cobra should have returned from the Frostfangs by now. Even by the long way. He had his answer before Garrod spoke. The man's mouth lined as he shook his head. No. It didn't mean he was dead, but it was a good guess at this point. Whether it was the cold or the dead that got him, chances were his corpse wasn't burned. Best scenario was that it was lost along the peaks. Would the Night King scour the Frostfangs for a lone corpse? It was not a good question to dwell on. Tiresias sighed and continued. Have you not been out since we returned? Gayrid shook his head. No farther than the tree line. A few inspections. Back and forth. Ever since the settlement. Benyon furrowed his eyebrows. What settlement? The ranger glanced between them. Yet two haven't been to the top yet, have yet. They didn't have to shake their heads. Gayrid glanced to the rope and shrugged. That'll get where it needs to go. Man. The lift had made its way to the bottom by now. Before they took off, Tiresias noticed a black brother by the lever, perched on a stool. He supposed that the top of the wall was far busier than he had left it a month ago. And operating the lift was a full-time position now. They had to cram themselves into the cage along with soldiers, supplies, and black brothers. As they climbed, Tiresias definitely heard more creaking than usual. The ride seemed slower and he suddenly wondered in a brief panic how just much weight the lift could actually hold. However, the rest of the occupants seemed calm. Well, calm enough before welcoming your sworn enemy into your country, but still. Fortunately, they arrived at the top with no trouble. After squeezing out, he and Benyon followed Gayrid out onto the nearest platform facing north. Tiresias halted, staring at the new arrangements. There were 5 times as many freestanding quivers as before. Ropes to anchor archers were freshly bolted into the ice. Fire barrels lined the walkway. Along with other small baskets. Tiresias lifted the cloth cover to reveal dragon glass shards, shining dully in the cold sun. Tiresias. He turned to see Benyon waiting. Dropping the cloth, he proceeded out onto the platform, slowing his feet, giving the edge plenty of space. Gods, Benyon muttered under the howling wind. He didn't smell it approaching the wall. The numerous camps of the northern soldiers must have drowned it out. But now it came to him clearly. Thousands of campfires. A layer of wood smoke over the beginning of the haunted forest. He peered down. Through the trees, he saw the free folk. Numerous, walking openly in view of the wall. Man seemed to take his advice and moved the camp right under the eye of the Night's Watch. He wondered if he even told the Lord Commander. Whether G or Mormont simply woke one day to find 100,000 free folk outside Castle Black. Maybe this was the final straw that landed Sir Alisar in a cell. The rage at Mormont's refusal to drive them away. Or at least not attempting to. However it happened, they were here. And Tiresias was quite relieved. It would shorten the passage. It also meant he could see the entirety of the free folk camp. Something he couldn't do walking through it 30 miles out. How long do you think it take? He asked softly, still looking out. If they were all just walking through, 90,000, 100, Benyon considered it. Probably only a few days. A couple if they kept moving. But we'll be recording them. And it's a bottleneck. And we won't be beyond the wall to make sure they're organized to keep it flowing so. He sighed. I suppose we'll find out after the first day. Maybe even after the first hour, we can calculate. The lift clanged behind them. They turned to see another set of supplies being unloaded. We should get out of the way, Benyon said. We did our job. It's out of our hands now. They made their way back to the lift. Only Benyon and Tiresias were able to squeeze in for the ride down. After they arrived at the bottom and exited the lift, Benyon grabbed his arm gently. I know what you're thinking and don't, he muttered. Everyone's running wild to be prepared for tomorrow morning. The free folk included. Mance doesn't need you to check in. You'll see Macaw and Tormund on the morrow. So just wait. Help where you can. He didn't wait for Tiresias to nod before leaving. As for Tiresias, he wasn't too disappointed. It was a fleeting thought to venture beyond the Iron Gate. To check up on his comrades. Benyon was right. He'd see them tomorrow. Well aware of his stomach twisting at such optimism, he took off for the library. At least there, he might find some quiet. However, before he reached the stairs, he passed Maester Iman. The old Targaryen was carrying supplies, feeling his way along the wall. Tiresias stopped before him. Maester Iman. Ah, Tiresias. Welcome back. I suppose, he muttered. Do you want help getting this to the library? Actually, I was headed to my quarters. Iman held out the basket. But I would welcome the assistance. Taking the basket, he led the maester to his quarters under the rookery. The smell of crows filtered through the ceiling, but it was an organized room. If a little dark. If you wish to light a candle, you may, Iman said, as he sat down at the table. I have no use for them, but the matches are in the cupboard. I'm all right. Tiresias set the basket down and began to unload the supplies. Mostly it was herbs and ointments. He picked up a branch and sniffed it. It pierced his nostrils and caused him to sneeze. I doubt I have enough for all who need it, Iman said. He took each of the herbs and smelled them, organizing them on the table. Still, I hope to prepare enough to assist a few of the free folk who come through. Would you please fetch my mortar and pestle? It should be. He gestured to his left. Tiresias brought it to his hands and he began to tear leaves, placing them into the stone bowl. I've had thousands of bandages stripped and washed, he continued. I've prepared hundreds of medicine bundles. But it will be mostly be cold and hunger that these poor people are afflicted by. And fear. Can I help? Iman gestured to the shelves. Chet should have placed some wraps for bundles over there. You can lay them out for me and tie them when I'm done. It grew steadily darker as they worked. Still, Tiresias didn't light a candle, his hands working well enough in the dimmed quarters. At supper time, there was a knock on the door and Chet arrived with a tray of food and a lit candle. His surprise was well illuminated. Tiresias. He nodded. Hello, Chet. The black brother didn't stay. Depositing the tray, he nodded before leaving. The candle brought the maester's lined face into sharp detail. The weariness in his eyes. Standing up, he grasped Iman's shoulder gently. I'll leave you to your supper, maester. Would you like me to return tonight and help you? Iman shook his head. I'm tired, Tiresias. I think I shall retire afterwards. We'll have a busy day ahead of us tomorrow. Tiresias nodded. After clearing the table and organizing the remnants of his supplies, he went to the door. His hands stunk of herbs and balms. Sleep well, maester. Tiresias. He turned back to see Iman staring directly into the candle's flame. His milk-white eyes seemed to absorb the fire, dulling it. He stared into it for several seconds before speaking. I don't know how to cure fear. I can warm them, but I cannot make them unafraid. Tiresias stood in the doorway, trying to respond. To comfort, but he couldn't. I don't know if that's entirely a bad thing, maester, he said. Fear's driving them south. Away from the Night King. Iman's mouth lined at that. Somewhere between a smile and a frown. With an exhale, he took to his meal and Tiresias left him alone with the candlelight. As the grey of the pre-dawn receded, more torches were extinguished. Tiresias stood with Jory, behind the warden and the Lord Commander, bearing the Stark armband from Sansa. Surrounded by so many new people, it seemed prudent to wear. He wasn't sure who would mistake him for a wildling. Still he didn't want to chance a nervous soldier taking a stab at him if he seemed too brazen for a refugee. They stood before the entrance to the ice tunnel, surrounded by more guards than anyone had ever seen here. Spears and arrows were out, but down. Swords were in their scabbards. And not a single man spoke. They shook from the cold and from nerves. They held themselves well though. As he scanned the crowd, he saw very stoic faces. Only their hearts sang a different tune as they beat furiously. All waiting for the signal. He returned his gaze to the ice tunnel. It was so quiet, he guessed the others would hear the irons cranking from the other end of the tunnel. Northern soldiers lined the tunnel all the way through and when it opened, a few would post outside of it. To keep order. He hoped the soldiers selected had good sense and a steady hand. His eyes went to Lord Stark and the Lord Commander. All was ready. The men were settled. The holding areas were secured. The registry was prepared. The supplies were ready to be distributed. His teeth were chattering. When did his teeth start chattering? This is it. The moment you've been working for ever since you decided what to do in this world. It's happening. So calm yourself. Calm. He held his breath on account, clenching his jaw gently to stop the chattering. His breath released in a long and pointed fog. It worked, it always worked. As he unclenched his jaw and took another short breath, the Lord Commander looked to the sky. The first rays of the sun were hitting the top of the wall. He looked to Lord Stark. Without missing a beat, they turned to the tunnel and Jeor Mormont raised his right arm. Instantly, a steward took a torch and waved it, signaling the top of the wall. Not a minute later, Tiresias heard the iron gate creak upwards from the other end of the tunnel. He didn't know if his guess held. Whether the others heard it or were just reacting to the Lord Commander's signal. It was so quiet this morning. And when the cranking stopped, everyone remained quiet, staring into the tunnel, lined with soldiers and torches, waiting. A whole minute dragged by. He dropped his eyes, focusing his ears, past the wind and the ice moaning. Into the tunnel. The iron gate was loud enough. But he'd hear the footfalls before anyone else. A small group was coming through the tunnel, approaching cautiously, but with purpose. Opening his eyes, he witnessed the contingent, shrouded in darkness, led by a single flame. Benyon emerged from the tunnel first, carrying a torch, sword, and dragon glass both sheathed. Mance Rayder walked with him, along with Dimdalba, Maka, and several other free folk behind him. A ripple went through the surrounding soldiers, but they kept their weapons lowered. All of the free folk looked to the men, unable to completely hide their apprehension. Tiresias heard their hearts pound from where he stood. Except for Mance. The man kept a soft focus on Jeor Mormont as he approached with the first ranger. As soon as they reached them and halted, Benyon stood between the two sides, torch still in hand. A few seconds passed before the silence was broken. Lord Commander, Lord Stark. Good morning. Mormont nodded. Morning, Mance. The slight smile returned as Mance glanced about the soldiers, before returning to the pair of them. Well, I'm ready if you are. This will take some time. We might as well start. The rest are waiting to make sure I wasn't slaughtered when I came through. Without commenting on that, the Lord Commander turned. Come in, then. Mance fell in just behind Georg Mormont and Lord Stark, as they made their way to the courtyard. The Stark Guard fell in with Mance's group, Jory and Tiresias joining them. He positioned himself next to Maka, who stared pointedly ahead. Maka. Tiresias. You all right? She gave the ghost of a smirk. I suppose we'll see soon enough. I've done all I can, he muttered. Believe it or not, I'm as nervous as you. He didn't know why he said that. It was hardly comforting. But her frown didn't deepen. She just continued to walk forward, taking in Castle Black. All the suspicious eyes and lowered weapons. They were about to enter the courtyard when Tiresias remembered. Did Kober ever return? Did Cladden? That turned her eyes to meet his. As it was with Garrod, he saw his answer before she spoke. No, she murmured succinctly. Tiresias continued to look to her, but she offered nothing new. His eyes went to his feet. He wasn't surprised, but he was still disappointed. His stomach seemed heavy. The matter closed, she turned her eyes forward again. They entered the courtyard, bordered by northern soldiers and black brothers, with a wide space ready for the processing. 10 tables were brought out, placed in the mud and each occupied by an intaker. The intakers came from everywhere. A few stewards that had traveled with the northern lords, a couple black brothers. The requirement was simple, literacy. They had enough for alternating shifts. Still, Tiresias found himself wishing that Sam could have arrived in time for this. Perched next to a burning brazier, each intaker was surrounded by stacks of blank parchment, a full inkwell, sharpened quills and a stamp from Castle Black certifying the process. They approached the first table, occupied by a steward of House Forrester. Despite the brazier, the man was wrapped in furs. Mance looked to the intaker, before glancing to the Lord Commander. You'd be the first, Mormont said. He nodded to the intaker, who dabbed his quill. Clearing his throat, he addressed the former king beyond the wall. Name. Mance Raider, he said, his peering gaze shifting to the intaker from the Lord Commander. How many children? None. Tribe. Just free folk. At the intaker's glance, he merely shrugged. I've traveled about. It's all right, Lord Stark said. Just free folk. The intaker noted it. Any weapons, besides knives, bow and arrows or dragon glass to declare? Mance patted his side arm. Just a hacksword. A shorthand was decided the previous evening to indicate different weapons on the form. The intaker scribbled down the detail quickly. Sheathing the quill, he took the stamp, inked it and pressed down on the parchment. Once pressed, he held out the short parchment to Mance. The former king took the parchment, reading it over, and turned to Lord Stark with that slight smile. Welcome to the north, Mance Raider, Lord Stark stated. Don't lose that. Each free folk will get one. It's to be handed over to the respective lord who will host them. If the rest of you will proceed, we can begin letting in everyone. Mance looked over the parchment again, before folding it and placing it inside his furs. Turning to his guards, he nodded. They shuffled off to the other tables, the other intakers. The quiet, tense morning interrupted by bureaucracy. Tiresias looked to the balconies and quickly found Rob, John and Theon together, watching the proceedings with wary looks. Rob doing his best to look unaffected. It wasn't a bad effort. He met John's eyes and nodded, before returning his gaze to the free folk. For the first time, Tiresias noticed an absence in their group. No burly red-headed man with a great beard who smelled of sour milk. He imagined seeing Tormund with Mance as he emerged from the tunnel, but the man wasn't here. He saw Maka giving her details to a black brother. The urge to ask his whereabouts was stifled as soon as he thought it. Tormund could simply be coming later. He didn't have to be in Mance's personal guard. He doubted it though. He was only sure that it wasn't something to be questioned. Not in front of all these suspicious eyes. Lord Stark was speaking and he tore his thoughts away from his missing friend. Each free folk will surrender the weapons noted on the parchment to each lord whose land they'll be occupying, he said as Mance's guard returned with their own notices. They'll proceed to each camp to do this. However, for those who wish to stay here and oversee the migration, we'll be taking your weapons now. It wasn't a surprise sprung on them. They had agreed to this beforehand. It didn't make it sting any less though. Even Mance wasn't completely stone-faced. Though the faint smile remained, he hitched his breath ever so slightly. Still, time was of the essence. So, he nodded and promptly unslung his hacksword, handing it out to Lord Stark. The warden took it and passed it along to Trevor. At this, the rest of the free folk unarmed themselves. Dimdalba handed over his axes. Maka her spear. Tiresias noted the dragon glass still at their sides. He hoped they would have no need for it now. Not on this side of the wall. Once the weapons were collected, all but a few of the free folk hitched their belongings and stalked cautiously out of the gates. Glancing back warily to Mance, who met their gaze calmly, they exited Castle Black and turned west, out of sight to the nearby forester camp. The first of the wildling refugees. With just Maka and Dimdalba left as his guard, Mance looked to Lord Stark. Before we go back and bring the giants in, perhaps a warning for your men. They were told, the warden answered. I can't say if they believed me, but they were told. I'm sure the soldiers beyond the wall have spread the word through the tunnel already. Mance murmured, before turning to Tiresias. We'll have need of that silver tongue of yours shortly. Stay near, He knows, Lord Stark said, before stalking back to the ice tunnel. Mance and Georg Mormont followed behind him. And the courtyard was quiet again. Not wanting to be left in the middle of a staring, silent crowd, Tiresias scanned the sides and found a familiar face. He walked and nodded to his friend, stationed right below the young wolf on the balcony. Mornin' to you. Tiresias, Gord muttered, through his leathered helm. Thick fog expelled as he breathed. We're really gonna see giants in a moment, Sure as you saw dead men. Tiresias glanced to the top of the wall. The reflection of the sunrise was a dull orange now. You don't like this plan, do you? No, Gord admitted. But I like those whites even less. At least when the wildlings kill me, they'll leave me dead after, though I hope you understand if I still shit myself when these giants come lumbering through. Tiresias laughed before he sighed. I will. Might even join you. Just keep your spear down. They don't want to fight. I'll keep myself calm. But the others? Gord glanced around the courtyard. I wish I was up top. No wildlings common over the top. Jory assigned you here cause he knew you'd be calm, Tiresias murmured. At least for the first day, he wanted level-headed swords surrounding the free folk. A distant pounding reached his ears and he shut up immediately. Looking to the entrance of the courtyard, where Lord had just departed, several large footfalls were approaching. That didn't require his sensitive ears. The distant pounding clued in the rest of the yard. Murmurs raced along the soldiers. All of whom staring to courtyard exit. Gord leaned down and whispered. I don't think level-headedness will stop that if this all goes tits up. Tiresias swallowed. Probably not. He strode forth and took his place in front of the first table. The inntaker looked like he was about to shit himself. Shaking from the cold and fear. Tiresias gave him a reassuring nod before looking to the entrance, where he saw the first giant stalking cautiously between the walls of Castle Black. The murmuring ceased as the Lord Commander and the Warden entered with the giant. It wasn't completely silent though. The heartbeats of everyone in the courtyard raced so fast, it was a steady hum altogether. His own heart raced faster and faster, especially when he looked and saw a second and third giant coming in behind the first. Listening, he heard even more giant footsteps behind them. The Night King can't get them now. This is a good thing. This is a good thing. The thought didn't do him much good as the train stopped before the first table. Lord Stark looked to him expectantly and stepped aside, leaving him to stare at a giant knee. He craned his neck and met the gaze of the first giant, who stared down at him. The only thing that kept him speaking was the knowledge that they couldn't waste any more time. He only wished he could start without his voice cracking. All right. Monosyllabic words. Got it. He cleared his throat. Hello. Name. It came out clear enough. Still, the giant stared down at him. He prepared to ask again when he heard the rumbling in the huge chest before him. Before the response. Mag Martundo Weg. Hello. He felt the vibrations in his chest. Smelled the breath from here. The heated stench nearly overwhelmed him. Still he nodded and turned to the inntaker, who sat frozen with his quill shaking, ready to shit himself. When Tiresias tapped the table, he jumped and dabbed his inkwell, his quill still shaking. Mag, Tiresias said, before remembering. Mag the Mighty. The inntaker didn't even blink, his mind was too stunned to register the nickname. He scribbled down the name and looked up, still shaking. Tiresias glanced to Mag and back. I think we can go with giant for tribe. And skip the children. All the giants are registering today anyway. Nodding furiously, the inntaker looked to Mag weapons. His voice wavering with the question. With no earthly idea how he was going to simplify telling the giants to surrender their massive spears and bows, he looked to Lord Stark. The warden gave him a slight nod and Tiresias hoped he interpreted it correctly. Note the weapons and let's get on with it. Mance surrendered his arms. The rest of the free folk will as well. A few giants won't make much difference. Cause a fucking fuss though. Marking down his spear and stamping it, the inntaker handed the notice to Tiresias. He would hand them over to the Lord Commander later. The giants were due to settle right near the wall in the gift. The cold suited them better, as well as the isolation. He looked up to Mag and gestured gently to the castle black gates. Done. All giants follow man to camp. Mag the Mighty stared him down for a second. All around him, Tiresias heard the soldiers grip their leathered hilts tighter. Easy, easy, you fucking morons. However, his fears were quickly invalidated. Hitching his bag over his shoulder, which seemed compromised of several bear skins, Mag stalked past, barely missing the other intake tables. The giant exited the gate and turned, waiting for the others. Tiresias turned back to see another giant step up to the table. And though the giants were all waiting on his table to be registered, there were other arrivals in the courtyard. Other free folk were coming through behind the giants. Families huddled together under the mistrustful eyes of northerners. Directed by Benyon, he pointed them to the other tables and they quickly stepped up to give their names, filling the quiet courtyard again with several murmurings. Realizing his neglect of duty, Tiresias looked up to the waiting giant. Hello. Name? He asked. This time, his voice didn't break. Dongo. John sat back on the bench, exhausted. He had just returned from the Mason camp, having escorted 3 wildling families to their future. 3 folk-free families, he reminded himself. Tiresias told him before they left Winterfell that they preferred it. He, Theon and Robb got up before dawn, same with everyone to witness the crossing. They finally got a look at Mance Rayder, the king beyond the wall. He was certainly not like any king he had imagined before. Though he quickly forgot the man when the giants came through the courtyard. His father held his composure well. As did Tiresias when he spoke to them. Once they got over their shock at seeing them, he and Robb were able to understand the giants' harsh speech. Just barely though. And then they left. Leaving only the free folk as they were questioned and let through. Whatever image he had built for himself of any wildling raiders, it wasn't the sight of countless cold and scared families that were let through. They seemed more similar to the hill tribes and clans of the north, like Sorka, who taught them the first sounds of the old tongue. Not to say they weren't scruples. They were plenty of brawny and dangerous-looking brawlers who handed over their weapons with venom. A few tried to argue. Before the northerners could raise their steel to oppose them, the free folk that Mance left behind stepped in and talked them down in lowered, muttered voices. In short, after the excitement of the giants, it quickly turned monotonous. And by mid-morning, he, Robb, and Theon were left bored on the balconies. At that point, father came to them and assigned them work. He didn't want Robb to be lording over their passage like a distant prince. He had to be active. None of them disagreed. And so the 3 of them began to escort the free folk to their respective holding areas, making sure they were received, that the corresponding lord received the intake forms provided by Castle Black, that the weapon handover went smoothly. And also that they weren't harassed. At least not horribly. He heard muttered slurs as they passed right by soldiers, but no one attacked any of his escorts. The lords he encountered ranged from terse to gruffly welcoming. And none of the free folk caused him any trouble. Although he did have more than one sincerely ask if he was a girl, much to his embarrassment. He knew he shouldn't have shaved that morning. That happened on his last escort. It was 2 hours after midday and he was exhausted. Sitting on the bench, he realized he hadn't eaten since before dawn. Granted, he was escorting free folk who seemed like they hadn't eaten in 2 days. But still, he couldn't ignore his own hunger. And thirst. The bench creaked next to him. He turned to see Tiresias sitting down. The librarian held out some dried beef and bread. John took it. In the middle of thanking him, he dropped the bread, hissing. Tiresias' hand shot out and grabbed the bread before it hit the mud. John shook his hand about. 7 hells, that's hot. Freshly baked, Tiresias said. Sorry about that. Should have warned you. John stared at him. How are you still holding it? Tough hands. He lifted his waterskin and drank, before offering it to him. How many escorts have you led today? 11. John took a draught, sighing as he lowered the skin. He tore into the jerky, talking through the chewing. Some are harder than others. Lord Slate's camp is only 500 yards out, but Lady Mormont's is more than 2 miles away. You're doing good work, Tiresias muttered. He tore the bread and steam rose from the 2 halves. It's better than looking scary for hours on end. He didn't have to indicate anyone in particular. John knew what he meant as he scanned Castle Black. The courtyard was still completely bordered by his father's men. This morning they were silent and still, staring intently at the courtyard as the free folk filtered in. Now, quiet conversation flowed freely. Not that they weren't still intimidating. The fear was there, but there was curiosity as well. They just keep on coming, John thought out loud as a free folk family passed them. Seashells jangled from the mother's neck. He took the bread, blowing on it before popping it in his mouth. How many are through so far? We won't know until tonight, Tiresias muttered. He bit into the bread, chewing slowly. Probably less than you think. Registering them takes time. They don't want to rush this. Do you? I would if I could. Oi, Tiresias. The librarian turned to see a young woman coming their way, from her intake table. Red hair tucked under her hood. Tiresias nodded as she came to a halt before them. Hello, Ygritte. I thought I'd see you this morning with Mance when he came through. He had people stationed through the camp beyond the wall, keeping the line moving. She shrugged. My group just passed through. You lot are taking your sweet time letting us in. Doing all we can, he said mildly before passing her the rest of his bread. Welcome to the north. Ygritte took the bread, talking as she chewed. That's funny. I'm more north than you know. Tiresias shrugged. True, though I do take to the cold better than most northerners. So I heard. She then turned her eyes to him. Who are you, boy? John blinked stupidly. When he glanced at Tiresias, he caught the man grinning slightly as he chewed his bread. What was so funny? The man hadn't smiled since he returned from beyond the wall. Oi! You a mute? What's your name? I'm not a mute, he muttered, before collecting himself. Name's Jon Snow. You're Ygritte. That's right, she said, nodding. You a crow, Jon Snow? No. I mean, not yet. Not yet. She stared at him for a bit before she laughed softly. You mean you actually want to join the crows? It's called the Night's Watch. Oh, She turned to the courtyard and back. They're doing a mighty fine job watching us so far. With very mean faces. Do you have a mean face, Jon Snow? Could you show me? What? Didn't think so. They're mean cause they can't touch a woman. Did you know that? That they not allowed. John's response would have been caught in his throat if he could even muster one. He turned to Tiresias. The man still wore that stupid small grin on his face. However, he turned to the girl. You should be nicer to him, Ygritte, Tiresias said lightly. He's Lord Stark's son. Ygritte looked from the librarian to him. Oh really? Makes sense though. He's just sitting here, watching us all walk by, eating his meat. I've been working. John stood. He remembered to lower his voice before speaking. I've been escorting free folk from Castle Black ever since this morning. I was just having a rest. The wildling girl didn't back down, merely looking to Tiresias, who spoke mildly. It's true. John has been working quite hard to settle your people. He turned back to see Ygritte looking back to him, the challenge still in her eyes, now tinged with the same stupid grin that Tiresias wore. That's so? Well then, thank you, Jon Snow. He looked away and tore off another piece of jerky, chewing quickly. Refusing to respond. However, she didn't let that stop her from speaking. When are you going to start showing free folk to their camps again? Right now, he muttered, cursing this girl for interrupting his rest. Still a part of him knew those fleeing hadn't had much rest themselves. Or any fresh bread. With a final drink of water, he tossed the waterskin back to Tiresias. I'll see you tonight, he murmured before walking to the intake tables. He didn't notice until he was 10 steps away that the girl was right behind him. What do you want? I want to watch you lead our people to their camps. Mance said to keep an eye on how you lot were treating us. John stared at her before shaking his head. No. What, you'll deny a poor young maiden such as me? You're not some poor maiden. You can follow somebody else. Why not follow anyone else? You're Lord Stark's son. You set the example. I want to see how his brood will treat us, the free folk, in this new land. I want to make sure you're doing right by us. John stared at her. After a few seconds, she rolled her eyes. The longer you stare, the longer my people have to wait in this stupid castle. The longer people behind them have to wait in the tunnel and the longer the people behind them have to wait in the fucking forest. So let's go. Man. Behind them, he saw Tiresias still smiling. Resisting the urge to ground his teeth, John turned and stalked to the tables with Ygritte close behind. He approached a family of 5, the mother holding their parchment. Where are you headed? The woman blinked as she looked to the intaker and back. Man here says a red eagle on white with two tridents. John asked. As the woman nodded, he sighed. You're settling on Lord Condon's land. His camp's not far. Follow me. He turned to the rest of the courtyard and shouted. If anyone is headed for a red eagle with tridents, come with me. Red eagle on white, follow me. The old tongue probably wasn't necessary, but John didn't want to leave it to chance. On his periphery, he saw Ygritte turn sharply to him when he spoke it. They exited Castle Black with one additional family, plus one elder man, blind in one eye. John walked in front with Ygritte right beside him. They made their way past the first camp when she spoke again. "You're Lord Stark's son, but your last name's Snow? You a bastard." He stared straight ahead. "Is that a problem?" She shrugged. "It's you Southerners who hate bastards. Not us. I'm no Southerner. I'm from the North. Jon Snow, remember? Anyone south of the Wall is a Southerner to us. Be it the Mountain Fall, Lord Stark or his bastard with the pretty face." "I'm not." Jon stopped himself from saying pretty and turned forward again. His face was very warm. He could see her grinning from the corner of his eye. They passed the Umber camp. It was one of the larger ones and John finally saw the Red Eagle of House Condon ahead. John pointed it out to the others. "There it is." Ygritte stared at it. "What? That's an eagle." That's the Condon eagle." He dropped his arm, glancing to her. "When this is over, all the free folk will be south of the Wall. We'll all be Southerners, according to you." That wiped the grin from her face. She turned to him. "I'll never be no Southerner, Jon Snow," she stated, her voice low and hurt. "And you and no other Northern Lord will make me one. You understand? The blood of the first men flows through my veins. I worship the old gods. I welcome the cold. I always be free folk." He looked to her and back. "I'm no lord," he said quietly. "And I have the first men in me as well." They escorted the free folk to the camp commander. Lord Condon was out at the moment. Jon Snow tried to ignore the sinking feeling in his stomach when he walked away from the camp. "Father has this under control. They'll be all right." He realized instantly that he didn't know if he meant the free folk or the Northerners. Perhaps both. It was then he noticed Ygritte still following him. "Don't you have somewhere else to be?" he asked, speeding up his gait slightly. "No," she called back. "I'm a free woman, Jon Snow. I think I'll escort the free folk with you. Make sure you're treat the rest of them all right." Ignoring a deep desire to curse, he took a deep breath and released it slowly on account. Halfway through calming down, he realized Ygritte was staring at him strangely. He released the remaining breath at once, marching sullenly back to Castle Black. When night fell on the Castle Leffert, Tiresias stood on the walls and looked out to the west. The usual darkness that surrounded Castle Black was instead populated by campfires, illuminating the wall, the bordering forest, the countless number of soldiers and refugees. He closed his eyes, listening for any trouble. Infants cried, a soldier barked orders, but it was quiet enough. The first day was at an end. The iron gate was still open. The free folk were still shuffling through. But it was a significantly lower amount. There were only 3 intakers in the courtyard, huddling near the burning braziers. The others were resting and the soldiers assigned for night duty couldn't handle the amount of refugees that came through during the day. 8,000. That was the round estimate that Lord Stark provided him. It was a dismal number, but there were some upsides. The majority of the refugees were admitted later on in the day as everyone got used to the process. Tomorrow they would hit the ground running and admit even more free folk into the north. It was a calming thought and Tiresias clung to it. Even as the wind changed. He looked to the east, sniffing the air. The clear weather they had today wouldn't keep. Tomorrow there would be overcast skies. He only hoped that was the extent of it. Freezing rains wouldn't help. Or any storms. Especially if he brought them. Don't think that. Don't even think of him. It might call him. Wipe him from your mind. He brought down his eyes down to the courtyard, where a woman from the river tribe stood with her elderly father. She took her stamped notice and ambled out into the night, following the torch of a Mormont soldier. Just focus on them. That's all you have to do. Focus on them. Chapter 64. The second day began with far less ceremony. With no king beyond the wall or giants from ancient lore emerging from the tunnel, the soldiers merely lined up and the processing renewed. Halfway through breakfast, Tiresias received the count from last night. Nearly 3,000. He supposed for 3 intakers in the cold, that was significant. It was more than half of the free folk who were saved last time. Still, he downed his breakfast quickly. Exiting the mess hall, he pushed past the soldiers. A couple greeted him by name. Others shot him curious looks. More a few were blatantly suspicious. His trek beyond the wall was well circulated by this point. His cooperation, and possible friendship, with the free folk known. The atmosphere seemed tense but under control. The sight of so many free folk exhausted, freezing, and with their families seemed to instill some restraint among the soldiers. Still, he brushed his hand past his sheath as he walked past them. Sir Alistair may be in a cell. Mormont may have cleansed Castle Black of a few hateful black brothers. But there could be others in the Castle Leffert just biding their time. Waiting for the right moment to disrupt. It was why he didn't escort the free folk to their camps like the others. He wanted to be in Castle Black, should he catch any whispers of sabotage. He positioned himself against the stables and watched the refugees trickle steadily through the courtyard, past the intakers and out of the castle. He caught John returning from an escort. Ygritte was still with him. They both seemed annoyed with each other, which brought a stupid grin to his face. He looked up to the morning sky, sighing. You idiot! Stop smiling and find something to do. His gaze drifted to the top of the wall. True to his prediction, a thick overcast blotted out the sun. But there was no rain. No snow. Not yet anyway. He hadn't been up there since the migration begun. Yesterday, he spent entirely on the ground. Tilting his head forward again, he saw Theon returning from an escort as well. Unlike John, he returned alone. Robb was off with his father and Mance this morning. Striding from the stables, he intercepted Theon, clapping him on the shoulder. The Ironborn looked alarmed before he realized it was him. Morning, Theon, he said briskly. Want a break from showing the free folk to their camps? I, thank the gods, Theon answered immediately. Well, I wouldn't thank them yet. Tiresias jerked his head to the stores. Follow me. It was a much easier task months ago to wheel supplies from the storeroom to the lift. Now, with Castle Black filled to the brim with more men than it had seen since probably the Age of Heroes, it took Theon and Tiresias several minutes to squeeze 2 barrels of lager past all of them to the lift. Remarkably, they were alone when they shut the cage and it began to climb. Tiresias leaned against the bars and looked to the Ironborn. Theon stared out to the expanding landscape. How are you doing, Theon? He asked. Loud enough to be heard. Soft enough not to be judgmental. Theon spared him a glance before looking back. Fine. Counting 2 beats before he spoke, Tiresias tried again. I heard about Marya. I was sick when she was expelled. It's not. Her name wasn't Marya. At this, Theon turned to him and Tiresias saw the embarrassment in his eyes. It was Miranda. Oh, Tiresias said softly. I see. He hated acting in this moment. He genuinely wanted to be here for the lad, but Theon could never know the truth. After revealing her name, Theon turned back south as the lift continued to climb. She was sent to Winterfell to spy on Lord Stark, and she used me. I told her things. I didn't think they mattered. She was a laundry wench. I didn't know. The words faltered. Tiresias stayed back. How do you know this? Lady Stark told me. The Ironborn's hands were curled into fists. After she was kicked out of the castle, they caught her stealing messages. Saw her talking to a man in Wintertown who rode north right after. Same man arrived with Lord Bolton when the lords all came. Tiresias took a glance outside. They were about halfway up. He stepped to Theon, still looking away. What happened to her? After Lady Stark expelled her from Winterfell. The fuck if I know, Theon growled. I don't care. I don't ever want to see her again. She's a bitch. She's just a young girl, Tiresias muttered. His left hand twitched. The memory of her hair as he gripped it and pulled her head upwards. She's still a bitch, the young ward spat. He swallowed a lump in his throat before continuing. Lord Stark told me there was no damage done. Whatever Lord Bolton had planned doesn't matter now that he's dead. She's gone now, I just was so fucking stupid. You're young. He walked within eyeline, keeping his distance. And lonely. She was a pretty girl, and if it's true what Lady Stark said, she had you in her sights. You're certainly not the first idiot to fall for a determined young lass. Theon glanced to him and he stepped in, around the lager barrels. The lift was almost at the top. It's one thing to admit carelessness, Theon, but did you learn your lesson? Keep to Ambrose. Tiresias sighed. But also your actions have consequences. It's busy here and round Winterfell. It may feel sometimes that you're pushed to the side, but you're still an important part of our lives. You're a Greyjoy. A Lord of the Iron Islands and a ward to Lord Stark. And your decisions affect us all. Please don't forget that, Theon. The lift shook as it reached the top. Tiresias went to open the cage when the Ironborn spoke. She asked about you, he admitted quietly. I thought back on it, she asked about the castle, Lord Stark, but she asked a lot about you as well. He peered at Theon. What did you say? It was after you slayed the mountain when she came. I said you were smart. And you could fight, you're married. That last part he prepped himself to say, looking down to the floor of the lift. Tiresias gave it a second before speaking. Theon, look at me. The Ironborn looked to him. He had the same look in his eyes as he did years ago in that archery range. Guarded. A little lost. Now it was tinged with remorse. It was a look Tiresias was familiar with. He had seen it in Theon's eyes years ago. Before he came to Westeros. It's all right, he said, placing his hand on the Ironborn's shoulder. We're still alive. Winterfell stands. And this Miranda, she's gone. For now, Theon mumbled. She could be back. Tiresias lowered his hand and unlatched the door, not willing to risk eye contact with the lad. Perhaps, he said, bending to a lager barrel. Come in, let's these out. They rolled the barrels out. The wind was brisk this morning. If snow didn't come today, it was well on its way. Tiresias looked to Theon and saw him shivering. They rolled the barrels past the guards, going to the most extended post on the wall, a quarter mile away. On their way back, a large bundle of a man turned in from the platforms. He stopped as he saw them and lowered his balaclava. Hello, Gord, he called over the wind. How's the wall? Fucking freezin', Gord responded, falling in with them. Too much wind. I don't like it. Top it off, it's boring as all get out. How long are you all up here for? 3 hours. His friend breathed into his hands. Any longer than that and I'd freeze my pecker off. Tiresias turned to him. You lot aren't pissing on the free folk waiting to come in, are you? A few tried, Gord admitted. But most of it came back on the wind. The rest were stopped. The captain caught a couple who tried and instantly sent them down to dig latrines. Now we piss against the ice and it freezes before it hits the ground. What are you two doing up here? Bringing up some lager, Tiresias said. Good idea. Help the lads piss more. He shook his head, hearing Theon laugh besides him. They just reached the lift when Tiresias remembered. Could we get a look? He called out. With no need to explain, Gord nodded out to the north. Tiresias shadowed him, motioning Theon to follow. They walked west past the main platform directly in front of the lift. It was too crowded. They entered the next one over. His fear of heights notwithstanding, Tiresias took a steadying breath before he walked past the ice and onto the wooden platform. It creaked under their footsteps and the wind buffeted them. Bend your knees. Gord called out. And hold on to these. He handed out a rope's end to each of them. Anchored in the wall. Tiresias wrapped the rope around his arm and raised his hood, before he gingerly stepped to the edge and peered down. Fucking hells, Theon murmured next to him. 2 days ago, he saw the free folk walking through the haunted forest like ants. With the space between the wall and the treeline still clear. Today that wasn't the case. However many free folk were left still to cross, they stood waiting against the wall itself. There were so many of them, he couldn't see the snow underneath. Looking left to right, he estimated the entire camp to be half a mile wide and it still extended into the forest. He saw several wood smoke chimneys going back into the trees. Staring straight down, he looked to the ice tunnel. They all seemed to be standing still and he was desperate to find any sort of movement. He found it there. Free folk were steadily walking into the tunnel, past the northern guards, and disappearing. The wind never let up as he stared. Steadying himself, Tiresias straightened up and backed away slowly. Theon. The Ironborn jumped a little, but took a final look before he and Gord walked back to the ice as well. Tiresias released the rope, unwrapping it from his arm, his hand shaking. They returned to the lift. Gord bade them farewell as he loaded up firewood for his post's brazier. Tiresias shut the door and they descended, feeling the wind force diminish as they did. He turned to see Theon staring at him, before he looked away. He saw the thought in the lad's eyes. However many there are that still need to pass, Theon, he said. Just imagine that crowd below, looking up at you at night, a sea of blue eyes shining in the dark. His stoicism was admirable, but Tiresias heard Theon's heart pulse quicken. His quiet swallow as he prepared to speak. But when he did, it wasn't what he expected. Is that you saw? Tiresias turned to him, but Theon kept his eyes on the castle below as they lowered to it. One of the wildlings I escorted, he said quietly. We passed by you and she asked if you were Tiresias. Thought she recognized you because you killed Clegane, but she asked if you truly were a prophet. Says that you saw the White Walkers years ago, in some vision? Dream? Nervous breakdown? Theon didn't say any of those. He merely let the question peter out. As much as Tiresias didn't want to rush to an answer, they would be on the ground soon. And he didn't want this subject discussed there. Bit too late for that, I'm no clairvoyant, Theon, he said softly. I just heeded the early warnings. And lucky for us all, Lord Stark heeded them as well. The lift reached the ground, shuddering as it stopped. Tiresias unlatched the entrance, hesitating before opening it. And lucky for Lord Stark, he has us all here to help. He clapped Theon on the shoulder before exiting the cage. Making room for a small squad of soldiers from House Mason. Freshly bundled and ready for a guard change. Sending Theon off for a short rest, he went to his perch in the courtyard. This time, he opened his ears to the free folk. The whispers were few. It was a rare free folk that inquired Theon about him. Still, he caught a couple sentences that stopped short when he passed. It was easy to forget them. All he had to do was remember the mass of free folk beyond the iron gate, still waiting to get in. He didn't forget them all day. And it only exacerbated when he met Lord Stark late that night. They didn't even bother exchanging pleasantries. Without an invitation, he was admitted into the Lord Commander's tower to find George Mormont, Lord Stark, and Mance sitting with a heavy air. These three, whenever he saw them throughout the day, gave no hint to their exhaustion. Here, with steaming cups of mulled wine, they sat silently, hunched over or leaning back in their chairs. He remained standing. Foregoing a greeting, Lord Stark pinched the top of his nose, just below the brow. 11,000, he murmured. That was the estimate we received an hour ago. Tiresias exhaled through his nose. I just came from the courtyard. It's 3 intakers as it was last night. Probably get another 3,000 before dawn. So 25,000 in 2 days, Mance said softly. He didn't wear his soft smile anymore. I suppose at this rate, we'll all be through in 5 more days. He tried to stifle a yawn, but it was useless. And soon, the rest of them exchanged yawns. With that contribution and the day's count, Tiresias decided to retire for the night. Lord Commander, Lord Stark. He nodded to the outsider. Mance. See you on the morrow. Just a moment, Mance said. With a sigh, he stood and walked to the small pitcher. Stay. Have some of this sweet wine. Seeing no objection from Mormont or Lord Stark, he turned back from the door. All right, he said quietly. Grabbing a short stool from the corner, he sat before the desk. Mance came to him, offering him a steaming cup, half full. The spices tingled his nostrils before he sipped. It worked its way through him and he sighed, relaxing a bit more. Mance was back in his chair, staring at his own cup. I can't remember the last time I tasted something so sweet. He turned to the Lord Commander. It's so sweet, I can almost forget my people are freezing and starving. His voice didn't rise. And neither Lord Stark or Mormont responded. Tiresias assumed that he walked in during a lull in this conversation. He looked back to Mance who elaborated. Oh no, Tiresias, it's not the camps the Southerners have set up. My people report that no one is starving or freezing in those places. Welcomed. He shrugged. We'll see in time. But the people waiting to get in, they are merely waiting. They can't leave to hunt. They can't lay traps and return to them. And as they continue to inch towards the tunnel, they can't stay by a fire to keep warm. Several people died last night. The intakers are working as fast as they can, Lord Stark implored softly. So get more. I'm working on that. But even if I do, we can't process as many you'd like at once. There's an arrangement in place. The Northerners are keeping to it because they believe it will keep them safe. If we abandon it, it will look we're letting wildling invaders in carelessly. That arrangement is leaving free folk out in the cold to die. If you don't care about them, you can at least care that they'll join the White Walkers. We can't burn them all. That's careless as well. I know, Lord Stark murmured. I know. Neither of their voices raised. Tiresias didn't think that was on account of their exhaustion, though that would be a good excuse. The warden leaned back and sighed. We can send food out tomorrow. I don't know how we could distribute it in time to save everyone, but it's a start. I don't know what to do about the cold. We can't set up braziers for everyone. We can't keep going to refuel them. I can't spare the men or the supplies on that. Mance stared at him for a second before nodding. All right. I'll talk to my people. See who will venture out. He stared into his cup before lifting it up. Draining it, he placed the cup on the desk, gentle as a lady. He looked at it for a long time. It's very strange to be south again, he murmured. Some things I've missed, other things. The rest of them sat waiting, but Mance didn't seem inclined to share the rest of that thought. He cleared his throat and stood, looking to Lord Stark. I'll see you at dawn with the relief. Midday, Lord Stark corrected gently. I'll need a quick audit. The former king hid his disappointment gracefully enough. Nodding good night, he exited the office, leaving Tiresias with the other 2 burdened leaders. Having truly only come for the day's count, he finished his mulled wine quickly and excused himself as well. The past 2 nights, he had been sleeping outside, hidden from prying eyes. Not wanting to take up precious warm space from those who needed it, he also didn't want to bring attention to himself. On the way to his sleeping spot, he passed the courtyard. With the 3 braziers lit and the intakers shivering nearby. A long line of free folk bearing the cold night with varying levels of grace. He paused in the snow, looking to an empty table. It was a long day. His feet were killing him, but he wasn't too tired. And his feet could rest as he sat. Tiresias about-faced and approached a black brother with a lit torch, coming back from the lift. Excuse me. The man groaned and turned, the torchlight bringing his face into sharp relief. Tiresias made to speak but he couldn't. It happened again. A familiar face without warning. And he was made dumb for a second. It was enough for Dolorous Ed to become increasingly irritated. What? He asked. What do you want? He swallowed. A lantern. And those forms that they're filling out for the free folk. Do you know where they are? The man was obviously done for the night. He saw it in those exhausted, exasperated eyes. Still, the man rallied and jerked his head to the side. Come in, he grumbled and stomped off to show him. Briefly encountering the sardonic Ed invigorated him slightly and he wished that he had time to talk. However, Ed was already grumpy enough. After helping him, he stalked off to bed, muttering to himself. Tiresias turned to the courtyard with his supplies, his face straight. In other similar situations, after being struck silent, he came away feeling high. Smiling. Knowing the secret. Knowing the other life. Things were different here. He was surrounded by fear, by darkness. And there was nothing to grin about. Also, he could still feel Miranda's hair entwined in his left hand. Shaking that off, he set the lantern down at a table. A guard from House Glover approached. What are you doing? Making this go a little faster, he muttered, setting up the blank parchments. Weighing them down against the wind. You have enough men to escort another table's worth of refugees, The guard looked to the entrance, sighing. I don't know. We'll figure it out. He took out his dagger and sharpened the quill. If it's too much, they can wait outside Castle Black. All right. Lucky for him, the guard didn't share Lord Robert's sensibilities. He merely shrugged. It was good enough. Tiresias returned to the desk, filling up the inkwell. He hoped it wouldn't freeze tonight. I was there when you beat Anther. Done with the ink, he turned to face the guard. In Winterfell. The yard years ago. After the Greyjoy Rebellion, I was there. He was down in 2 hits. Tiresias gazed at him, waiting. The guard just shrugged when he didn't respond. It was a good fight. Never seen anyone move like that. Wish I'd seen you in the mountain. At that, he turned and tested his quill. Would you call the first one over please? Course. The guard walked out and called. Oi. You with the lad. Come in. You'll be answering questions here. A spearwoman and her lad, seemingly around 9, peeled from the front of the line and halted in front of his table. No chit-chat, Tiresias. This has to move. Name. Darna. How many children? Just the one. He nodded to the lad. She tightened her grip on the boy's shoulder. Tribe. Night Runner. Tiresias wrote it down, having never heard of it. Checking the list next to him, he found her corresponding lord and continued. Any weapons? Besides a knife and bow. That caused a slight second of hesitation. Without breaking eye contact, she drew the spear out from her back. She kept it down, but Tiresias still heard the Glover guard tense behind him. Just the spear, she muttered. He noted it. Keep it with you. You'll surrender it to the lord sheltering you. Which will be House Irwin. Their banner is a black battle axe surrounded by silver. Taking the stamp, he pressed the parchment, dried it quickly and handed it to her. You'll hand that over as well once you're escorted there. Welcome to the north. She didn't look grateful. Not that he expected her to. She shuffled off to the front gate. He didn't look back to see her go. There was no time. He waved to the next free folk in line and they came shuffling over. The Glover guard was still in his sights. He wanted to ask about Anther. He wanted to ask what else he had heard in Castle Black and what was really going on. Was this a calm that couldn't keep? Would it explode soon? But there was no time. The next free folk in line reached his table, a family of 3, and they were exhausted. He dipped his quill. Name. There were thousands more behind them. Waiting in the dark. There was no time. Finding a bit of clean snow, he rubbed it onto his puffy eyes. He had stayed up late last night, finally going to bed when he couldn't keep his eyes open between the intakes. After he sent a young brother and sister to House Stout, he closed his table and wandered off to his hidden corner past the stables. He woke up just before midday, to the smell of horse permeating through the stable wall. To a sky of solid grey. No fresh snow on the ground. If it didn't come today, it would definitely come tomorrow. With all that was occurring at Castle Black, his meals the past few days were on the go. Nabbing some seeded bread from the kitchen, he remembered the conversation in the Lord Commander's tower. It wasn't planned, but after a quick piss, he headed to the ice tunnel. He stopped to fill his waterskin on the way. That was one thing he learned from his first jaunt beyond the wall. Before the White Hunt. Dehydration was a danger in the cold as well as the desert. There were a couple ways to the tunnel that avoided the line of free folk spilling out of it, but Tiresias forewent them. Though he tried not to, he locked eyes with a few of them. Perhaps it was his imagination, but they seemed more distraught than the ones that came through yesterday and the day before. They've been waiting longer, he supposed. He hoped the food relief would help. Speaking of which, he spotted Mance and Benyon up ahead, along with Dimdalba and a few other lieutenants. They were hauling 4 sleds into the tunnel. Tiresias ran to catch up. When he reached them, Mance met his eyes. "Looking to join us?" he asked. Tiresias shrugged. "Saw the camp from the wall yesterday. Figure I'd see it from the ground." With no objections, Mance turned back and Tiresias followed him into the tunnel. He had never seen so many people in the tunnel before. They walked past the solid line of free folk staggering through at a slow steady pace. Both sides of the tunnel were guarded by northerners, silently watching as the line moved on. There was barely enough room to squeeze past with the sleds. That, combined with the chatter, and Tiresias could barely feel the tingle on his neck that often accompanied him as he passed under the wall. The ancient magic diluted by so many people. If there was a panic and everyone started rushing through, fair chance somebody will die. Tiresias breathed slowly and focused on the end. At the white light expanding. Last night when he went to bed, he closed his eyes more scared than he ever remembered being. Today was the 3rd day of the migration. And after 2 days of relative peace and success, he feared something happening today. It's ridiculous. There's no magic about the number 3. It's an invention of fiction. 2 to lull you into complacency. 3 to spice it up before the audience gets bored. Today will be fine. Today nothing will happen. Despite his assurances, he thought back to the grey sky. To the hungry faces surrounding them. And dread seeped into him. He kept walking though. They reached the end without him panicking. When they exited the tunnel, his dread didn't disappear. But it was overwhelmed by the scene before him. They stepped out, past the guards stationed on either side. Tiresias stared out. At the top, the noise and smell were muted. Most were preserving their strength and not speaking. But the ones that did broke the silence he had come to expect when he went beyond the wall. And with so many people and no one staying still long to dispose of their waste properly, the smells of piss and shit hit his nose. Even through the cold. However, it was no worse than King's Landing in that regard. So steeling himself, he followed Mance as he issued instructions. Don't give anyone anything if they're within 1,000 paces of the wall. They'll be in today and fed. After that, use your discretion. Only people who are starving. Not those about to die. We can't waste food on them. And be careful. People are desperate. Move in pairs. Build up a guard along the way from those you trust. Let's go. Tiresias immediately went to go with Benyon, but was stopped by Mance. Sending the 2 southerners together would be a bad mistake, he muttered. Come. Walk with me. They wandered in the fray. With Mance at his side, he had an easy time parting the crowd. Soon there were enough spears around them to assuage any fears of looting. Most of them anyway. As they neared the Trilene, Tiresias glanced to the former king. You do realize Lord Stark is counting on you after this is over? To be a liaison for the free folk? You can't do that if you're dead. He didn't say anything on the matter last night, Mance responded drolly. I don't think he expected you to personally deliver the food yourself. These are my people, Tiresias. If they need my help, I'll be the one to do it. Well, that's noble of you, he muttered. And stupid. I've seen the free folk. Not one of them's better equipped to handle the north. Without you, it'll be a much rougher go. Mance turned to him, still with that slight smile. And what of you, Tiresias? I don't believe Lord Stark is aware of your current whereabouts. What of the risk to your life? Tiresias looked away, but he still sensed Mance peering at him. These are my people, Tiresias. I'm safer here with them than I am in the south. The wind was softer here than it was when they had exited the gates. When it was buffeting against the wall. Unless there's something you'd care to share with me. He stared ahead. He wasn't going to change Mance's mind. Even if he shared his irrational fear that this was the day. That the wind will pick up and the storm will come. Heralded by barking dogs. That if he glanced around and saw the free folk, he'd realize that he was already surrounded by the dead. I think we hit 1,000 paces back there. Mance only gave a brief pause before agreeing. I think so as well. But the other sleds will be emptied before they reach the forest. Let's go. Entering the trees, he saw a pair of hunting dogs. Thankfully they were silent, resting at their master's feet. Who looked worse than they did. Mance handed him a few slabs of jerky and they continued on. Tiresias noticed a lot more stumps than when he passed through here last. He assumed it was for firewood. But its purpose revealed itself soon enough. 100 yards in, they came to a barricade that stretched for hundreds of meters across. It wasn't solid, but it would slow an army down. At least he hoped. It was something to focus on, Mance mentioned, as he passed black bread to a silent mother. As we waited for you southerners to decide whether or not to let us in. There's another one 1,000 paces in. And a final one after that, though I expect that one to be abandoned by now. Along the barricade, Tiresias noticed more warriors than he had seen in the past few days. Not that he hadn't seen fierce-looking fighters pass through Castle Black, but the vast majority of the refugees so far have been families. With young children. Here he saw the ones that the northerners would gaze the most warily on. He supposed they would stay and guard. Just in case. He saw another dog walk by on a leash. It was calm. There was no reason to worry. Still, as Mance passed out the food, he went to the barricade. No one said anything as he scaled the fallen trees to the top. Perching there, he stared through the trees. Over the heads of the free folk beyond, waiting to be let in. He stared past them, trying to see Tiresias. Turning back, he saw Mance looking up at him. We should move on. Nodding, he climbed down quickly. At the mention of his name, whispers followed him back to the sled. As they pulled along the barricade, finding those who needed food the most, he kept looking through the gaps in the stacked trees. To the northwest. When their sled was empty, they turned back and began heading toward the wall. Their guard dissipated into the crowd. There was no need for them now. Tiresias pulled the rope behind him, gripping it tightly to keep his hand from trembling. They came out of the forest and he stared determinedly to the iron gate ahead. Even with Mance, it was slow going, pushing through the crowd. The cries of children surrounded them. Combined with the teeth chattering, afflicted coughs, and the released frustrations of waiting refugees, his ears were taking in a true cacophony. He stared ahead, refusing to give in. Trying not to give in to the fear that threatened to overwhelm him. The paranoia that surrounded him. I shouldn't be here. Why the fuck did I come out here? What am I doing here? Hysteria wouldn't help. He breathed deeply as he pulled, ignoring the stench, and released. It didn't make the trip quicker. But he and Mance managed to make it through the crowd without breaking. When they pulled up to the iron gate, he sighed in relief. No dog's bark had reached his ears. He nodded to one of the guards, bundled, standing sentry by the gate's side. Did Benyon Stark return? He just went back through a few minutes ago, the guard answered. His relief compounded as he turned to Mance. The former king was regarding him quietly. Tiresias gestured to the tunnel. Going back? Mance shook his head. Not yet. You're not going back out there, are you? We can't give you any more food to hand out. Least not today. I'll be standing here, he nodded to the northern guards. With these being the first faces my people see, it'll be good to see near them. Let them know it's all right. It wasn't a bad idea. Still, Tiresias glanced north yet again before coming back to Mance. Just stay close to the gates. If you can. The king beyond the wall didn't acknowledge the request. Instead he peered more deeply into his eyes and Tiresias felt himself bound. Though if anything, he wished to be through that tunnel, not risk being out here one moment longer. What were you staring at? Mance asked. Back there in the woods. It was a stupid question. He knew. Tiresias knew he knew. He didn't have to answer that. But he had a question of his own. Standing forward, out of earshot of the guard, he muttered. When we returned from our hunt and went through the wall, did you hear anything before we disappeared? Mance slowly dropped his smile before replying. I heard it scream, he said quietly. It pierced the forest. Did the main camp hear it? Tiresias asked, anxious for the answer. When you returned, did anyone come forth and say they heard the scream? From miles away. The camp filled their silence. He couldn't shut it out as Mance considered it. No one came to me, he said finally. Far as I know, it didn't make it to the camp. That answer should have provided him with some relief. Tiresias waited for it, but it didn't come. Instead his dread deepened. For a final time, he looked over the multitudes of free folk to the northwest. In the direction of the Frost Fangs. Where the white had sent its scream. What if the Night King had better hearing than the free folk? Even if the scream died to their ears. Jaw tightening, Tiresias turned back to Mance. Keep near the tunnel, he repeated before disappearing into it. He walked briskly past the line of free folk shuffling forward. More than one guard started to stop him before they saw his armband. He felt the eyes on his back as he passed, trying to stay focused. Squinting as he came out of the tunnel, he stood out of the way and breathed. He was here, south of the wall. Away from the forest. Away from the dogs and the barricade. Though he expected to exit the iron gates again at some point, he made a vow then and there never to enter the forest again. It was far too risky. But the endless crowd of refugees stayed with him. The sheer scale as they stretched back into the trees. The overwhelming stench. Their infectious fear. After many years in Westeros, the gifts given to him by his mysterious benefactor, they were a part of him now. And it was impossible to say where he ended and the gifts began. Either way, as he took in the line of free folk, the guards, and the wall that dwarfed them all, the feeling came. Something is going to happen. Whatever it was, it seemed likely to happen today. It was the third day. It had gone too well so far. But he couldn't cause a panic. More people needed to be let through. They had to pass. And he wasn't doing any good here. Having had a late breakfast, or rather early lunch, he wasn't particularly hungry. He followed the line of free folk in the courtyard, where the tables were located. 2 additional intakers were present today, making it a full dozen processing the refugees. Finding the supplies where he had left them last, he found the biggest table in the yard and sat at the end, in the middle of an intake. "What are you doing?" asked the intaker, a steward from Housecar Stark. "Scoot over," he muttered. He spread out the supplies, organizing them. "Don't worry, I don't need the warmth. You can have the brazier to yourself." It was another few seconds of silence before he turned to the steward, still paused. Still looking at him. "Go on," he exclaimed before filling an inkwell. "These people need to get through." The Karstark steward jumped slightly and turned back to the free folk before him. "Tribe. All set up." Tiresias pulled up a stool and sat. The legs squished down into the freezing mud. He picked up his quill and called out. "I can take the next one in line. Over here, please." A fierce man stepped forward and he dipped his quill. "Name." That was the rest of his day. Same 4 questions, same stamp. When the first hour ended, he didn't have to check which houses to send which free folk tribe. He didn't pause for a real lunch, occasionally sipping from his water skin. He filled parchment after parchment, sharpening his quill down to the nub. When the shadow deepened on the wall, he paused for a long-held piss and a bacon roll for dinner. Then he returned with a lantern and wrote into the night. Name after name. Tribe after tribe. Countless free folk shuffling past his table. It barely restrained his fear. His hand didn't shake as long as he wrote. But he didn't look to the wall. Not if he could help it. Whenever he did, that feeling snuck in and he knew a doom was coming. It was the third day. In a story, things happen in 3. And so far, things were going too well. Hours after sunset, Robb Stark came to his side. For the first time in his life, he was given an order by the young wolf. He was told to go to bed. Tempted only briefly to disobey, Tiresias acquiesced. The young wolf had to come into his own. Eyes were on him as well as his father. If Robb was to lead the North one day, respect had to be shown. Especially if his orders were for the health of his own men. Also, he was truly tired. His eyes were drooping for the last hour as he wrote. When he stood, Robb sat down in his place, surrounded by his guard and picked up the quill. As the heir to the North continued the intake, Tiresias exited the courtyard. His brief pride for Robb vanished as he stepped into the shadows of Castle Black. In the overcast night, the wall reflected no stars and was, instead, a haunting mass. Tiresias curled into his hidden corner outside the stables. Listening as he closed his eyes. If doom came, it would be soon. It was still the third day. Chapter 65. Tiresia. Gods. Tiresias, wake up. Man, wake up. Someone was shaking him. He shot his eyes open as his hand raced to his side. His dagger halfway out, he focused and saw Gord standing up before him, raising his hands. Whoa. Easy. Easy, mate. He looked him up and down. You all right? Tiresias panted lightly. Why? Something happened. Gord stared at him. You were lying still outside in the snow. Thought you were dead. He blinked and looked around the corner. Saw the free folk in line, on their way to the courtyard. Guard standing still. Craning his neck, the sky was still overcast and the lightest of snows was falling. No panic, no doom. The third day had passed. He slid the dagger back in inside, rubbing his temple. Gord was still staring at him. Are you really all right? I know you take to cold, mate, but this... I'm all right, Tiresias muttered. Thank you though. He stood and stretched. Gord joined him as they walked to the courtyard. Sensing the guard barely suppressing his questions, Tiresias gave him an out. Did you get a count from last night? Yesterday. Last night, I don't know. They paused on the periphery, just behind the guards, watching the free folk walk past to the intakers. Canopies were erected to protect the parchment from the light snow. Yesterday, I heard 11,000. Maybe more. That number sounded worrisome on Gord's tongue. He looked to his friend, seeing an anxious eye as he surveyed the free folk. Gord caught him looking. I was here when you brought those things back, mate. I don't forget that, it's just... It's a lot, Tiresias murmured. You're worried for Gin, your sons, your mother. But it don't mean I think this is wrong either, Gord said. He clapped Tiresias on the shoulder. I'll take care of Gin. The boys too. What about your mum? Gord grinned. Me ma will outlive us all. No need to worry about her. Glad to hear it. Where you posted today? Here? Doing the escorts. Nat, I'm back up top. Tiresias stared at him. You were there day 4 yesterday. Don't think I don't know that. Traded spots with a Glover fellow for an extra 2 dragons. Gord shrugged. Man doesn't like heights. What about you? Set up here, I suppose. He nodded to the intakers. Once I get some food in me. We need extra hands getting everyone through quickly. Well, enjoy yourself. Gord strode off to the lift. I'm gonna go and shout o'er the wind for a half day. Tiresias waved goodbye and went off to the mess hall. After a bowl of lumpy porridge, he returned outside to the intakers. The guards moved for him instantly. At the sight of him, the steward from House Karstark moved his materials without asking. Setting up quickly, he motioned for the next free folk in line. The dread that weighed on him last night was absent this morning. Well, perhaps not entirely, but he wasn't distracted as he scratched down the intakes. Today was day 4 and it was proceeding smoothly. There would inevitably be difficulties. He didn't have to torture himself for them to come about. He glanced to the wall a few times when he had a spare second. Even the giant wall of ice seemed less haunting in the light snowfall. And it will stand, long as you keep dragons away from it. The next free folk came to a stop before him. When he turned to face them, there was no hiding his surprise. The man he hadn't seen before, but the woman next to him, she shot him a look of impatience. Under her messy dark hair. Thankfully his hand dipped the quill automatically and he was able to go into questioning immediately, though still staring at the familiar woman. Names, he asked, grabbing 2 parchments. Bruni, the man said, before the woman answered. Osha. Tiresias bent over the parchments, biting his lip as he wrote. He hadn't really felt cheer in a while. It had been difficult ever since the afternoon in the forest with Miranda. Before that. Still he had the insane urge to laugh. They made it. They both did. Contorting his face, he was sure he looked quite deranged when he looked back up. Any children? Osha's look of suspicion deepened. No. Tribe. No tribe. We lived near the Bay of Seals. He scribbled down free folk underneath their names. It wasn't unusual. Many free folk lived unaffiliated with any group. It was the meaning of the word, he supposed. Free. Weapons? Besides knives and arrows. They both held up their spears. As Tiresias marked them, he gazed to the list of houses. The tally he kept for independent refugees. The intakers were supposed to assign them in order and keep track of the available space. House Forrester was next on the list. You two belong together, He scribbled on the parchment before reaching for the stamp. You'll be going to House Stark's camp. That's the grey dire wolf on the banner. You'll hand over your spears there. Welcome to the north. He gestured to the gates. Osha immediately stalked past, Bruni joining her. Tiresias looked back to see her taking his hand. He hoped Bruni was a good man. That they would be a boon to Winterfell. It won't be like last time. She won't be in the castle. And with her man alive, it means her priority will be him. Not Bran. And certainly not Rickon. Not anymore. Still, he was happy to see her. Though that joy was soon punctured when he saw Harold Karstark entering Castle Black. Out of the way, he ordered. Despite there being ample room, Bruni and Osha immediately moved, staring daggers at the would-have-been traitor as he stormed past. Thankfully, Lord Karstark didn't notice them and they continued out of Castle Black. Meanwhile Harold made a beeline for their table. It was a small relief when he realized he was headed for the steward and not him, coming to a halt in front of their table. Orwen, he barked. Why the hell aren't you back at the camp? These fucking savages are eating us out of house and home. We need to take an inventory and order more barley and grain from House Stark. Orwen stared to the free folk in front of him and back. Lord Harold, your father ordered me here until the passage is complete. I believe Russell is in charge of food distribution. He can. Harold slammed the table. Tiresias saw the movement beforehand and steadied his inkwell. Orwen wasn't as fortunate. Ink spilled onto his hand. He suspected it was damn cold in this weather. Russell is indisposed, Harold snarled quietly. Get back to the camp. Now. It's all right, Tiresias said. His tone was light even as the irate Karstark snapped his gaze to him. I'll vouch for you. Orwen nodded, his Adam's apple jumped as he swallowed. Capping his inkwell and propping his quill, he stood. Thank you, he murmured before turning to Harold. My lord. The steward left quickly. Tiresias hoped the Karstark camp would dismiss him quickly to return. This sounded more like Lord Harold's fuck-up than anyone else's. Not that he had much sympathy for the man, who stood seething at his table with nothing else to do. He cleared his throat. Lord Harold. The man snapped his murderous stare to him. Would you mind moving please? You're blocking the next person in line. Harold glanced back to the free folk waiting behind him. When he returned, his rage was smoldering and calm. Tiresias met his eyes. He didn't forget that this man was communicating with Roose Bolton just after the Winterfell exhibition and probably long before that. He wondered how he viewed Bolton's death. Did he buy the bandit narrative? Or the small folk seeking vengeance? He didn't think so. Harold pressed onto the table and leaned forward, staring murderously at him. Watch yourself, you foreign bastard. You might be Lord Stark's favorite pet. But you're not of the North, and neither are they. You lot are all invaders far as I'm concerned. Tiresias met his eyes, but he didn't follow him as Harold pushed off the table and stalked back to the gates. He listened to him go. The letter he lifted from Roose's messenger was hidden in the archives of Winterfell. Maester Luwin knew of it, of its existence if not its contents. If Harold was smarter, he'd be kissing ass right now instead of agitating the free folk. There was only so much protection for a third son. Even he was the father of allies. Making a note to inform Lord Stark of Harold's behavior, Tiresias pushed him to the side. There was too much to do. Next, he called. Stiff crouched down, holding his hands up to the fire. A crunching came behind and he turned to see Wallen returning. A small loaf of black bread in his hand. He turned back to the flames. What? Kudenta brought back two. It was one bread each. Wallen tore it up and handed him a piece. Yeah, lucky I got that at all. Bread only goes to those on death's door. Can't just say yeah fucking starvin'. Stiff tore into his bread, chewing slowly. He had to let it keep. How's it look? Wallen scoffed. Still a fucking horde. People are going through, but be a while for it's all empty. When the crows started letting the free folk through, people abandoned their camps in the forest. They began to move slowly to the tunnel. But Stiff didn't take to that. Sitting up in the open. Freezing for nights and days on end. The third barricade was deserted. With that, they had more firewood than they would ever need. They would hunt for food. And when the crowd of free folk was under 10,000, they would head to the tunnel. And freeze for a day. As opposed to a week. Wallen took to the idea. Osha and Bruni didn't. The loving couple said goodbye, taking their leave with everyone else. Stiff and Wallen stayed put, the fires of the free folk growing dimmer and dimmer as they trudged south to the wall. Not that it was great out here. It was boring. This forest had been completely hunted over. No small game got caught in his traps. The only excitement was when he woke up yesterday to discover that someone had stolen his gloves in the night. His hands were freezing and hurt as he warmed them over the fire. They were just about to give up when the food came yesterday. Wallen caught Mans coming through, having returned from Castle Black with supplies. He barely got bread before they were out. Stiff swallowed his bite. Was it Mans and the mountain fall again? Wallen shook his head. Nah. Just Dalba. He snorted. So they're not slaughtering us when we walk through. Don't know about that. Maybe they'll wait and kill us when we get away from Castle Black. Farther south. Maybe. Stiff looked to his half-eaten bread. Yeah no, I've been thinkin', maybe we're better off just, findin' another way. I'm not surrenderin' my fucking axe. Told ya I can't climb. Wallen insisted, face red. Ya wanted that, ya should have left with the others. Not climbing, ya idiot. Stiff lowered his voice, though no one was around. The passage is clear to the east and those umber brutes are all busy here with this horseshit. I say we head back to the Bay of Seals. Cross there. Keep our wares. North is big enough to hide us. Wallen stared at him. Stiff, we'll be able to pass in 3 days. Osha and Bruni are waiting on us. I want to leave this place. And I don't. Stiff stood, pacing around, forgetting to conserve his strength. I'm sick with this cold. I want to leave more than ye, but I'm not giving up my arms to do so like a fool. I don't trust the Starks to keep us safe. I don't want the Starks to keep us safe. If some Northman attacks me, I want to split his fucking skull open and drink his blood. There was a silence. A true silence. The other free folk were so far away, his outburst echoed through the trees. Finally, Stiff sat down. Can't do that without my axe, he grumbled, before taking another bite. Wallen stared to the east and back. It's 5 days back to the bay. Stiff shrugged as he chewed. Small price for keeping your arms. Just gotta watch the wall at the end. They got crows there too. Do we need to build a boat? Not a big one. He smiled. Tie some branches together. Just gotta float around the wall and sneak into the trees. We'll do it at night. Crows can't see us then. He gazed at Wallen. So, you in? The fire crackled in the cold. After a beat, Wallen returned his grin. I'm fucking in. He hit his shoulder, laughing. They wolfed down the rest of their bread. They'd need to find some food before they left. Stiff wasn't too worried. If some fucker stole his gloves, he had no ill feelings taking food from someone else. They'll just have to leave immediately after, in the night. Wallen took a draft from his skin and shivered. Tell you what, gets any colder, we could probably walk across the bay ourselves. Stiff laughed. Adding more sticks to the fire, he rubbed his hands viciously. That'd be nice. Be one good thing this cold has wrought. He paused, staring to the fire. Despite it roaring, he wasn't feeling any warmer. What cold there was, it was stronger than the flames. But he felt no wind. When did this happen? They peered to each other before standing and staring out through a gap in the barricade. Wallen took out his spear. Obsidian glinted from the head. Stiff held out his battle axe, grey and crude. No dragon glass adorned his weaponry. Straining their ears, they listened, staring out. Stiff was about to lower his axe when he heard something. But it wasn't coming from the north, but from the south. He turned back. He couldn't see the dog, it was too far away. But he heard it barking. Just faintly. Stiff, Wallen murmured. He looked through the barricade again, where Wallen was staring. A rumble was building. Soon the faint barking was drowned out behind him. And the rumble continued to grow. It was wind. It was snow. It was. His hands were so cold, they were numb. His eyes drifted to the useless fire by their feet. We should have left for the bay days ago. He looked back through the barricade. The farthest trees he could see were being swallowed by white. Tiresias massaged his hand as he exited the tunnel. The Karstark steward, Orwen, had returned, so he took a meal break. He had exited the mess hall with trepidation. The stew today had a good chance of going straight through him. Trying not to think about it, he turned from the courtyard and headed towards the tunnel. Mance was delivering food again today. It was for his own peace of mind that he came to see him return. Coming out, he frowned at the sight of Benyon standing by. At least he wasn't out in the crowd. The first ranger nodded to him. Tiresias. Benyon. He stepped to him, surveying the free folk still waiting to get in. He couldn't see much of a discernible difference from yesterday. The crowd still stretched out to the treeline. Man's still out there. He'll be back soon. Didn't go to the woods today though. Benyon nodded to the east. He went over yonder, tending the, there he is. He couldn't help a sigh of relief as Mance came into view, hauling the sled behind him. An absurd notion came to chuckle. Despite the grizzled, hard face, he reminded Tiresias of a generous gift-giver that came every winter. He forgot the name, but that man dressed in red. Not fur stained with sweat and blood. The comparison left his mind as soon as Mance halted before them, dropping the rope to the ground. He panted slightly, taking a rest. Hello Tiresias, he said, before lifting his waterskin. How goes the intake? It's going, Tiresias replied. He still didn't know how many actually passed yesterday. He hadn't seen Lord Stark yet. Did you manage to save some free folk from starving? A few, Mance said, a humorless smile creeping on. Not enough. Not nearly enough. He pointed off to the east. That far smoke there, it's burning an elder woman. She's lucky. All the other dead I passed are just being hacked to pieces. So they're made useless if they're turned. Tiresias didn't have anything to say about that. He surveyed the free folk again, looking to all the various smoke chimneys scattered throughout the crowd. He wondered how many of them were cremations. We need to make another food run, Mance said, behind him. We should have made another yesterday. We can get it in before sundown. You'll have to talk to Lord Stark about that, Benyon countered, though not without apology. My people can't wait till tonight. When Lord Stark deigns to see me. Mance kept his voice calm, though when Tiresias turned, he saw the storm in his eyes. I passed more starving than I did yesterday. They can't wait until they're admitted into the north. They need more food. This wasn't Tiresias' argument. He was useless here. Turning back, his eyes swept across the camp. To all the faces, cold, desperate or resigned. Often all three. His ears seemed to pick up more crying infants than yesterday. I know my brother. The food you received yesterday was all he could spare for that day. The same is true today. The north has stores. I know it does. Whatever's in Castle Black or the northern camps can be replaced. Babes crying, a sea of shivering bodies, the wind whistling past. Tiresias turned back to the tunnel. Then he heard something else. Stores. Stores for winter. Stores for the north when the cold comes. Stores when the north is starving. What do you call this then, Stark? Mance nearly growled. My people are starving. They're cold now. You'll turn them into northerners soon enough. What difference does it make if it's before or after they cross the wall? Guys, Tiresias muttered. It makes all the difference, Mance, Benyon responded. They're not of the north. Not yet. The stores get the north through the true cold. Through years of the low winter sun. If my brother lets the free folk dip into that, the houses will object. Benyon, Mance, shut up, he exclaimed, holding his hand up. They fell silent. He sensed them staring at him, surprised, but he did not meet their eyes. He stared down to the snow, focusing. Sending his ears across the sea of free folk. Listening. Benyon stepped to him. Tiresias, what is it? He shook his head slowly, not trusting himself to look until he locked onto it. It was distant. He went to the trilene and passed it. He couldn't hear it precisely. There was too noise and the wind was picking up, still, he got it. Tiresias raised his head, staring off over the heads of free folk. His fingers trembled at his side. Tiresias. He turned and met Benyon's eye. The man was right in front of him. Mance came to his side. They were near enough so he could whisper. He couldn't shout this. Dogs, he breathed. The dogs are barking in the forest. They're going mad. No further explanation was needed. Benyon understood, his head jerked immediately to the haunted forest. Mance stepped out from them, staring out. Given that the former king was staring off into the distance, a few other observant free folk stopped shuffling forward and stared off to the northwest as well. Fingers still trembling, Tiresias called out. Mance, Mance. The king jerked his head back, no hint of his humorless smile. Tiresias stepped to him, the distant bark still in his ear. Though the wind was getting stronger. Which is no coincidence. Biting down, he forced himself to move forward and speak low. Don't look. Stay near the tunnel. When the gate comes down, be inside. He turned away, not waiting for a response. It was too late. They had failed. Benyon fell in line with him, though he grabbed the first ranger's arm as he started to hurry. Don't run, he hissed. Not yet. Wait till we're in the tunnel. Underneath the increasing wind and the beginning of a rumble, Tiresias heard Benyon's heart race faster and faster as they walked quickly to the ice tunnel. They passed the northern guards without a word, without a warning. As soon as they entered, they broke out into a run. He let Benyon move ahead, passing bewildered guards and free folk. No screams followed them. Not yet. The wind lessened and Tiresias couldn't hear the rumble anymore. Though they'd soon be able to. They burst out of the tunnel, attracting stares from the guards. But no panic. Not yet. Tiresias turned to Benyon. Where's Lord Stark? The Lord Commander. His hands were fully shaking now. It took everything he had not to scream. Benyon panted. Lord Commander's on top. Don't know where Ned is. He pulled on his shoulder. Man. We need to clear the yard. Let the free folk just come through. We need to close the gate. Benyon hissed, falling in behind him. Away from the earshot of the fortunate refugees. We can't save them. We can still get some in before they all start to panic and clog the tunnel. Tiresias looked back. You're the first ranger. You can give the order. Benyon shot him a look, but shut up. They didn't have time. They entered the courtyard, pushing past the guards and strode into the middle of the yard. Everyone stop. Benyon shouted, holding up his hand. Stop the intake. Now. Heads turned to them, the quills stopped, but Benyon didn't wait until everyone was still before continuing. Night's watch. 2 men to each table. Pull them to the side. Now. He went to the nearest table. Tiresias joined him and they hauled it to the side of the yard, leaving a bewildered steward and free folk family. Before they reached the side, other black brothers came to the tables and were hauling them off. In 30 seconds, the yard was cleared of tables and canopies. Though a few inkwells laid spilled in the snow. All right, Benyon roared, coming back to the center. He pointed to the nearest free folk. We'll do your intake later. Just move. Gather outside the walls. Just move. Move. The fuck you doing? Tiresias turned to see the small djinn approaching from the gates. A few other half-giants from House Umber followed him. He halted in front of Benyon, who didn't back down. Other black brothers came up behind the first ranger. Gayrid was one of them. I'm sending the free folk through. Without taking their steel? Their names. Small djinn muttered low. That's not the guarantee Lord Stark gave us. Benyon leaned in. They need to pass. Out of the way, he hissed. They're not entering the north armed, Small djinn said. Tiresias recognized his calm tone. Even with the wind approaching, it scared him. We're not in the north. This is Castle Black. The Night's Watch, Benyon snarled. They're going through. You're not the Lord Commander. A small smile actually graced his face. Just a hint. We're not letting them. What's going on here? Tiresias turned to see Robb Stark entering the courtyard with Theon and Jory behind him. He found himself walking towards him, past Benyon and the Smallgen. He had no time. There were benefits to being a childhood staple. Robb looked to him as he approached, the glint of the young wolf in his eye. Robb, he said, taking a deep breath before speaking. The army of the dead is here. They're coming with a large gale that will hit the wall in minutes. We need to forego the intake and let as many free folk as possible pass before we shut the gate. The tremble didn't leave his voice. His hands were still shaking. Jory and Theon looked from him to Robb, waiting. Robb looked from him to ground, gathering himself. Before looking up and nodding. He strode past him. Make way. Let them pass. Man. With a beat of hesitation so brief, Tiresias swore he was the only one who saw it. The Smallgen stepped away with the others. He shook his head. It wasn't important. Not now. Benyon stepped away from the Umbers and went back to the free folk, gesturing them to move. They did, some of them starting to run quickly as they followed the first ranger out the gates. Jory whistled for the Stark guards to come forward and assist them. Tiresias turned to Robb. Robb, where's your father? He called. He's back at the camp. The Stark heir met his eye and understood. Theon. The Ironborn looked to him. Go and find my father. Bring him here. Quickly. Theon nodded and sprinted out of the castle. Tiresias looked to the courtyard. The line of free folk that had been trickling in over the past few days was now a steady current. The general murmurs were now shouts and exclamations. Jory was directing the soldiers here, but it wouldn't be enough. He turned to Robb. We need men along the line to know to let them pass. All the way back through the tunnel. Keep them moving. Help them if they stumble. If one falls or is stopped, the rest behind are dead. Robb called. Jory. The young captain returned to them swiftly. Get some men and get to the tunnel. Pass the word along. The free folk are coming through. Make sure they keep going. Jory nodded and ran off, gathering 10 swords before exiting the yard. Tiresias looked to the ground, focusing. Underneath the running, the shouts, the increasing fear, he heard the rumbling. It was far off still. No one else could hear it yet, but it was coming. And if he could hear it from this side. He started to exit the yard. Where are you going? Robb called behind him. To the top, he yelled back. He stopped at the exit that would take him to the lift. I'll be back. Just keep things going here. That gale's going to hit. The young wolf came over. You shouldn't be in the lift when it does. It's too risky. The wall will hold, Tiresias said, with more conviction than he felt. He doesn't have a dragon. He can't bring it down. Not yet. Not fucking yet. I'll be all right, Robb. He turned and started running off. Keep them moving. There wasn't a system to pass messages quickly along to the top. If Mormont saw the gale coming, he might shut the gates before more free folk could pass, if he could get up there in time. He arrived at the lift to discover it wasn't there. Craning his neck, he saw it descending from the middle. Come on, damn it, move. Move. The rumbling was increasing, he heard the wind sing louder as it passed over the top of the wall, he was still trembling. An absurd notion came to laugh. It left as soon as it came and he was left only with dread. Watching the lift descend. Waiting. Lord Commander. On his way back to the lift, Georg turned to see Ed running out from the platform. The man slid to a stop in front, skidding the gravel beneath. What is it? Ed panted. Storm, from the north. All right. Tell the men to bear down. Secure the supplies and bundle up. We'll change guards on the hour. No, Lord Commander. I mean, he struggled to put it into words. I mean, it's big. It's coming fast, really fast. Mormont peered at him. Behind him, other men were coming into the walkway exiting from their stations. Without a word, he walked back onto the platform. Halting a safe distance from the edge, he took a casual glance down below to the mass of wildlings before looking to the north. Snow was falling as far as he could see. The haunted forest was clear enough, until it disappeared into the grey. His eyes drifted and he saw it. Before Ed came behind him and pointed to the northwest. Something was coming out of the grey. A storm of snow and wind avalanching through the haunted forest. He couldn't hear it yet. It was too far away, but he could see it all right. Fear was common enough at the wall. Even for veterans. He took a precious few seconds to collect himself, tearing his eyes from the storm. It was no storm he had ever seen before. It wasn't natural. Something was driving it. It was going to hit the wall in minutes. His eyes drifted down to the wildlings, to the tunnel. His men were still down there, and Mance stared down the tunnel. Minutes had drifted by since the Prophet and Benyon had careened down it. Yet the line didn't move any faster. What the fuck were they doing down there? Mance. He turned to see Dimdalba coming his way. His eyes squinted against the increasing wind. What the fuck's going on? He didn't answer the balding chieftain. Merely looked from the tunnel to the northwest. He heard it coming now. So did Dimdalba. And many others. They were beginning to stall and stare. Mance snapped back to the free folk. Keep moving. All of you. Keep walking. Many did, but others were entranced, staring as the rumbling grew and grew. Dimdalba looked to him. Is it? He muttered. He answered him with a look. They had gone through this before. Always the silence. Why did they have to stay still before they started screaming? The shouts started, but not from the forest. Not from the camp. The tunnel echoed with exclamations. Soldiers imploring the free folk to hurry. And the line sped up. The slow began to shuffle forward with an energized gait. Mance swallowed his sick. Swallowed his fear. Went to the mouth of the tunnel. Encouraging them. Signaling them through. Come in, he said, nearly pleading. Quickly. Go. Go. The trees began to crack in the distance. The rumbling echoed against the ice. He looked from his people to the northwest. To the wall of storm coming towards them. Dimdalba came up behind him. Mance, he hissed. You need to get inside the tunnel. Now. They're going to shut the gate when they see that. People can still get through until they do, he insisted. His arm was grabbed. He looked to see Dimdalba, staring wildly into his eyes. The panic will come soon, he cried. The wind was strong enough to hide his words. When it does, it'll be too late. You'll be pushed aside. Go. Now. Again, his eyes went to the forest. It was coming from the entire north now. Screams were echoing with the wind now. Dimdalba shouted over it. If you die, we're all dead in the south. Go. Mance looked to the tunnel. The northern soldiers had disappeared. And what was an increased gait from the free folk had turned into a desperate run. He gave into Dimdalba's push and stalked inside the tunnel, pushing his way through. The torches were still lit inside. He lurched his head to see the northerners were all the way on the other side. Over the increasingly cramped passageway, with the screams coming behind them on the flurry. Those screams were infecting those trapped there. The panic was beginning to set in. Mance bellowed over their fears. His own included. Enough. Quiet. Quiet. He pointed to the end. Keep going. Lift those who had fallen. Just keep going. Not even half heard him. Those that did were unable to move, except for a few. He turned to see Dimdalba pushing his way forward, issuing instructions, picking up those that had fallen. He stayed at the entrance. Just inside. He turned toward the storm, squinting at the blinding whiteness. He was near enough to see the last trees swallowed up. To hear the first of the screams to vanish. The courtyard behind him was becoming steadily noisier as the cage approached. He heard shouts and footsteps under the increasing wind. His own heart pounding. No steel thankfully, though he did hear a high-pitched whistle he couldn't place. It wasn't human. Whatever it was, he didn't have time to dwell on it. Tiresias yanked the cage open before the cage had even descended fully. Halfway on, he smelled Lord Stark coming up behind him. Tiresias! What are you doing? The dead are here. I'm going up, he shouted, not even looking back. When he did, he saw Lord Stark boarding the iron cage with 2 guards and John right behind him. The warden turned to his nephew, hand on his shoulder. John, no. It's 2. Lord Stark, we don't have time. Tiresias shouted. The warden turned to him, a little shocked. He swallowed. It doesn't matter now. After a beat, Lord Stark stepped back. John boarded the cage and latched it. Tiresias yanked the lever before he did and they started to climb. As they did, he spotted Ygritte on the platform below looking up at them. They were close enough to see her concern, her face paling. He turned to Lord Stark. The rumbling was coming closer and closer. He could hear it over the rattling lift. There's still some free folk that can pass before the iron gate comes down. We got to get to the Lord Commander. Tell him not to lower it until the last moment. He paused at Lord Stark's face. I already sent the signal up. His heart stilled. What signal? One that Lord Mormont and I decided on before. Just in case. Robb told me you said the army of the dead was here and I sent the signal up. The gate's closing now. The sound before he boarded the lift, not human, an arrow. A whistling arrow. Used in battles to signal. Of course he didn't recognize it. What other battles had he seen before this? No, this won't be a battle. A massacre. You won't see it. The storm will cover it. You'll just hear it. Unable to speak, Tiresias turned away and listened. Under the lift, under the rumbling, the increasing turmoil in the courtyard below, the iron chains were moving on the other side. The gate was descending as they climbed. Tiresias opened his eyes, his breath trembling. Tens of thousands of people, together they screamed loud enough to carry in this wind. As he heard the iron gate, he heard them as well. Imagined them pounding against it. Those were the people he failed. And he couldn't block their screams. Shit, he whispered. Shit, shit, shit. But under those whispers, the rumbling came in force. It was close, only a few seconds away. Oh shit. He looked up, seizing the bars to his right. Everybody, grab something. The storm's gonna. The rumbling hit the wall. The lift jerked. Knees were buckled and more than one fell to the floor. The ice cracked next to them. Tiresias swung his head to the wall, half expecting the cage to fall from the track. His heart pounded in his throat as he stared to the rail. But the lift held and continued to climb, albeit more yankily. More slowly. They only felt it, they couldn't hear it. Whatever hit the wall was sending wind and snow over their heads and onto the castle and the camps below. The storm poured over the wall, pounding on the roof above them. With his heart still in his throat, Tiresias released the iron and stalked carefully to the other side. They were moving slow enough to reach out and feel. He palmed the wall for brief touches, his bare hand feeling for anything. It trembled against the storm, but it held. He withdrew his hand, ignoring the looks from the others. Please just let it be this storm. Just hold. Please hold. They were halfway up by now. He closed his eyes and listened. The storm didn't let up. It battered the wall as they climbed. Gior watched the forest disappear, consumed by the storm as it raced towards them. Forgetting to breathe when he saw the gale, his heart stopped when he heard the whistling behind him. He turned to see the arrow shoot over him, shot by their strongest crossbow. His eyes darted to the ground, to the free folk being swallowed by the white. Lower the gate, he roared back to his men. Pass it along. Lower the gate. Ed sprinted back, racing as fast as he could to the contraption. He disappeared around the corner as the walkways sprang to life. This new activity was soon drowned by the rumbling that hurtled towards them. Gior turned to the platforms, suspended in the air to his sides. Many men stood still, transfixed by the storm. His old ears weren't completely useless. Under the roar of the wind, he heard the chains of the iron gate as they began to lower, the wildlings screaming in terror, the trees cracking in the distance. Clear the platforms, he yelled, turning his back on the approaching storm. Clear them! Clear them! As he hurried back to the wall, he knew it was too late. He heard it coming. Those idiots simply stood there. He turned onto the walkway to see Ed coming back. It's done, Lord Commander, he stated breathless. The gates. The cold wind hit him like a hammer, buckling his knees and sending him to the ground. There was no sound in sight but the storm and it weighed him into the ground. Gritting his teeth, he pressed and raised himself. Halfway up, a hand gripped his arm and helped him to his feet. He gave way to it, trying his damnedest not to fall. Up close, he squinted and saw Ed. They staggered off, fighting for each step in the tempest. The iron growled above him. Mance looked up to see the gate begin to come down. Dimdalba did well ahead. The path was cleared enough so the others could begin to rush in. His ears strained from the screaming. It began at the forest but as the storm hurtled towards them, the screams traveled quickly. Tears and bright eyes clouded every face that tore to enter. Mance found himself pushed against the ice wall near the sconce, unable to move. His eyes darted between the iron gate, halfway down, and the storm. The storm would land first. The last of them dove for salvation under the descending gate. A few more scampered through. The rest couldn't find room. Mance pushed forward and crouched down. He pulled a man through who reached back calling for his daughter. Mance yanked his arms back. You'll lose your arms. She can't get through. The man knocked him back. She's my fucking girl. On his way to scoot back to the closing gap, the storm finally hit. Wind shot under the iron and blew the man back. Mance caught him. The gate trembled with the rest of the wall. Fresh cries echoed in the tunnel as they waited for it all to come down. But the only thing that did was the gate. It descended fully and settled against the storm. The chains battered the ice and iron outside. The wind came through the small openings at the top of the gate, whistling shrilly through the tunnel, extinguishing most of the torches. New cries shrieked in the darkness. Mance leaned against the iron gate. Shielded from the wind coming in at the top, he felt the gate rumbling in the gale. Under that he heard pleading and screams from his people, begging them to open the gate. felt their frenzied fists as they pounded the iron. He heard the young girl sobbing for her father. The cage opened in the middle of a flurry. Wind screamed as the storm buffeted the wall. Reaching behind, Tiresias found John's arm. Gripping it, he guided the lad behind him and stepped forward. Squinting, he looked to the side and saw Trevor and the other guard attempting to lead Lord Stark through the furious blinding white. They stepped cautiously. Tiresias felt the gravel crush beneath his feet. But he couldn't hear it. For the first time in a long time, he couldn't hear anything. The wind drowned it all out. In front of the lift's entrance was the main platform facing the north. As soon as he felt wooden planks under his step, they were done. They just had to get to the pathway. After 10 seconds, he glanced to the left and through the storm, saw black masses huddling against the white. Fairly confident, he reached out to his right with his free hand and tugged the sleeve of either Lord Stark or his guard. Either way, he felt a hand grip his wrist and he walked blindly to the left, leading several people along. After 15 steps or so, a sudden release occurred. Blocked from the main force of the gale, he stepped farther into the ice trench, pulling the others along. Past the huddling black cloaks and grey cloaks of the Night's Watch and Northern soldiers respectively. The wind still screamed above them. And there wasn't much room along the ice to lean against while one hid. John slid down the ice. Lord Stark managed to sit with some dignity. Once situated between the two, Tiresias wiped the frost from his face and panted. It was difficult to breathe in such fierce winds. Before he caught his breath, he looked over and saw Jeor Mormont crouching against the ice next to Lord Stark. It was useless to ask about the Iron Gate now. Or anything really. They had to wait for the wind to die as it raged on and on. Time didn't exist in a storm on top of the world. Tiresias raised his hood. He wasn't cold. Not even this wind changed that. But he needed to escape for a bit. Until he could be of some use. He could only wait until the wind lifted. And it did. He blinked and raised his head, staring down the walkway. The fog that came with the storm was here still. But it slowed, he stared as it became a mellow drift. The wind itself left as quickly as it came. Standing up, he lowered his hood. Others were coming to as well. Stepping out from the ice and treading cautiously. Lord Stark stood up, reaching down to help Jeor Mormont. Tiresias turned about and offered a hand to John. The lad shook his head and stood on his own. Slightly panting still, he turned to the Lord Commander. They all did. He realized one of the Black Brothers was Ed as he stepped forward. What now, Lord Commander? Jeor raised his hand and Ed fell silent. They stood waiting as the old bear pivoted to the corner, approaching it slowly. More than one man swallowed their protests and followed. With a steadying breath, Jeor turned the corner and walked slowly onto the platform, gripping the rope behind him as he did. Ed followed the commander. As did Lord Stark and his guards. Tiresias continued on the walkway. That platform would be too crowded. Plus, he couldn't see the Iron Gate from that angle. He had to know. Walking past the soldiers and the Night's Watch, most of whom stayed seated and stunned, Tiresias turned into the next opening he found. Gripping the safety rope, he wrapped it around his arm as he stepped out to the edge. Past the brazier, knocked over and extinguished in the storm. This opening had no wooden platform. Tiresias came to the edge of the wall, gripping the ice with his bare hand, and peered down into the fog. There was one benefit of such a storm. Imagined or not, the screams of the free folk were lost. They couldn't be heard in such a furious wind. This quiet breeze was merciless. As he turned his ears to the white fog, he heard them now in the deep. Clenching his jaw, resisting the urge to stop and plug his ears, he breathed and listened. Underneath the screams, he heard the screeches and growls, which he was well acquainted with. It had been a sweet period where he hadn't heard those sounds. Not since the exhibition in Winterfell. It wasn't just one wight now, but thousands of them. He heard them as they came, crawling amongst the screams. They shrieked as they stormed through the mass of people still recovering from the blast of wind and snow. Still blinded by the thick fog which hung stubbornly before them. A few shouts rose and burst through the grey. Still human. Still living. Still trying to mount something against the tide. Tiresias turned to those sounds. At least he tried to. The screams were easier to hear. And what little defiance he caught soon vanished. He glanced over to the main platform. The fog descended enough to see Jeor Mormont and Lord Stark looking down in silence. He wondered how much they heard. If the screams carried up to their ears. His breath hitched and he snapped his eyes back to the depths as he realized that the sounds, all of them. Screams and yells from the free folk. Screeches and snarls from the dead, they were waning. He pressed his ears. No wind was returning. Nothing to drown them out. They were simply fading away. Seconds began to pass between each shriek. Longer and longer, until there was nothing, but the gentle wind. Tiresias stared for a solid minute, his eyes darting everywhere trying to see. He closed his eyes and tried to listen, but his heart pounded too fiercely. His limbs were heavy and he tried to breathe. Inhale on 1, 2, 3, hold. He opened his eyes and released. The gentle wind continued and the fog was beginning to clear. The mountains in the distance came to his eyes as did the frosted tips of the haunted forest. Tiresias. Startled, he turned to see John approaching him from the walkway. He threw up his hand. John, stop. A part of him wanted to tell him to stay back. To avert his eyes. It passed quickly. Whatever his reasoning, it fell short. Benign or not, there was no room for coddling in this world. John did stop though and wait. Snapping to, Tiresias pointed to the other safety rope. Wrap that around your arm before you come any closer. As the lad fiddled with that, he turned back to the north. The fog had descended farther and now the white below was littered with dark figures, gaining their shape. Tiresias swallowed, his mind returning to the morning when he was surrounded by corpses of his own making. As the fog cleared, he dug in focusing on the present. On these corpses, much farther away. This is of your own making as well, at least partly. John stepped to his side. He heard the boy's sharp intake as he stared. He didn't swear. He simply stared. There was hardly any white as the last of the fog cleared. How many free folk that remained to pass now laid dead on the snow? Countless. Spread and piled against one another. Tiresias glanced to the iron gate, to the small mountain of bodies that were heaped against the wall, desperate to escape. It wouldn't have surprised him if someone had suffocated under the mass of bodies. Tiresias. He glanced to John who was staring down to the massacre, his eyes wide. Following the lad's gaze, he saw it as well. Some are standing, John muttered. Amongst the piles and sprawled limbs, he found one of the dark figures standing tall in the crowd. No longer screeching, it faced the wall silently, awaiting its command. As soon as Tiresias saw one, the rest were easy to spot. His gaze carried over the entire ground, finding countless whites standing among the dead. His gaze went from the wall all the way to the haunted forest. He saw blue eyes littered throughout the trees and snow. Staring straight to the wall. Time slowed as they looked upon the carnage, regarding the whites as they stood still and silent. The storm was gone. The wind, now gentle, cleared the rest of the fog. Tiresias didn't trust it. In his periphery, the Lord Commander stepped back to the wall and issued orders. He didn't bother to listen. Just keep staring to the forest. Waiting. He knew for whom. He just didn't want to say it. Not out loud. Tiresias. John muttered at his side. What do we do? He held up his hand, asking for silence. Still staring off. Something was coming through the trees. Among the stillness, he saw a patch of blue eyes parting in the trees. Forcing himself to breathe, he stared to the treeline. Where he would emerge. Where he would expose himself. Years too early. Years before hard home. Though they had the wall, Tiresias' hands trembled as he gripped the rope, the ice. Waiting for him. He doesn't have the dragon. He can't pass. He doesn't have the dragon. He can't pass. He doesn't have the... The mantra halted abruptly. A rider dismounted a horse in the shadow of the last tree. Withdrawing a weapon from the saddle, the Night King emerged from the haunted forest. The face was too far away to make out. But it was him. The eyes shone blue and his head was definitely lined with his crown of small horns. His armor was the same and he carried the ice spear at his side. Casually too as he strode slowly through his decimation. Tiresias didn't think there was a clear path from the forest through the bodies, but the necromancer found one. He stepped over limb and blood with no lapse. He was above it all. Tiresias glanced to his left. Lord Mormont had returned. Along with Lord Stark, he stared down to the Night King, who was now halfway across the field and still moving. Walking steadily as the bodies mounted around him. The whites stood still as he passed. Risking a glance to the haunted forest, Tiresias scanned the trees but he saw no other white walkers. If they were here, they were staying well out of sight. Looking back down, he caught the Night King coming to an easy halt before them. The anointed king of the dead tilted his head, looking up to the top of the wall. It was easy enough to follow his gaze. To the main platform, where Lord Stark and Lord Mormont met his stare with their own. His fingers twitched and he resisted the urge to shout out, to warn them. He can get you from there. He can get you too all the way from down there. He tore his eyes away from the main platform back to the ground. The old bear and the quiet wolf could handle themselves. He had to focus on the Night King. Try to keep breathing. His head was very light. Then the Night King turned his gaze. Tiresias met his glowing eyes as they stared directly up at him. His breath hitched. He wasn't mistaken. He wanted very much to be, but he wasn't. The world seemed to quiet, the gentle wind disappeared. Even his pulse softened in his ears. The lightness spread to his chest. He returned the soft stare, barely aware of the other eyes coming to him. From John. From Lord Stark and George Mormont. The others on the main platform. His soft stare drifted to the Night King's side as he raised his ice spear. With that, sound returned to him. He inhaled as the first White Walker aimed. John, move, he exclaimed softly. Move back to the walkway. Right now. Why? John asked, his eyes on the ground as well. The Night King drew back. Dropping the safety rope, Tiresias turned and pushed John with more force than he ever had before. The lad stumbled back and fell with a shout. Well out of sight from the ground. Tiresias turned back to see the ice spear hurtling up towards him. For the first time in years, he felt the gift. Leaning to the right, almost twisting as the ice javelin rushed past him. Where his chest had been less than a second ago. He jerked his head to follow it as it went clear over the wall and fell to the earth in Westeros. Both he and John stared after it as it whistled out of sight. Panting, he twisted back and stared down. The Night King was still holding his hand aloft, paused in the follow-through. Still gazing up. That erupted the wall. To some degree. Tiresias heard the Lord Commander issuing orders. Though he didn't bother to listen to them. He turned to see Lord Stark exiting the main platform. When he dropped his gaze again, the Night King had relaxed his arm. The horn blasted. John found his feet and returned right behind him, gripping the rope. The horn blasted a second time. The Night King was still looking to him, unaffected by the horn announcing his arrival. The third horn blast echoed out. For the first time in 8,000 years. Tiresias didn't mark the occasion. He didn't know what possessed him. He stood on the edge of the wall, still panting lightly. Fear permeating every pore of him. Still, it didn't stop him. He put his hands to his sides and slowly began to raise them. He was too far away from the Night King to read his expressions with total certainty. But as he raised his arms and held them aloft, he swore he saw the Night King tilt his head to the side. Ever so slightly. Was it confusion? Surprise? Amusement? Something more primordial he couldn't even comprehend? It didn't matter. Tiresias kept his hands raised. Just waiting for him. Man. Just do it. I know you're going to. Just do it already. Footsteps scurried behind. He took a light sniff to identify Lord Stark and his guard without turning around. Without breaking eye contact. John. Tiresias. He came up behind them. Are you all right, John? Father. I'm all right. After a low sigh of relief, Lord Stark came up behind him. He saw him in his periphery. What are you doing? He hissed. Tiresias lowered his hands. Just watch, Lord Stark, he said, softer than a wafer. His eyes were still on the Night King. Wind and a light snow between them. They regarded each other as the necromancer slowly began to raise his own hands. As he did, Tiresias focused on his breath. Inhale on 1, 2, 3 and hold, 1, 2, 3. He exhaled as the Night King extended his arms, holding them, still staring at him. He didn't bother to look away. To see. He let Lord Stark spot the first one to rise. Tiresias, the warden spoke. No other words followed. What else was there to say? Underneath the wind, he heard the cracking of bone as they rose. The beginning warbles of their speech soon muted as they stood still, obedient. The shouts that echoed from the wall with the third horn blast muted quickly as all eyes saw the dead rise. The Night King lowered his hands and Tiresias finally tore his gaze away. To scan the field. He saw snow again on the ground. As each body that had fallen stood tall, facing south. From left to right and all the way to the forest, the army of the dead stood to attention. As probably ordered by their commander, they simultaneously tilted their heads up. A sea of corpses with their blue glowing eyes. All facing the top of the wall. Whatever energy Tiresias had, it left him. He sank to his knees, staring down, leaning against the ice. It wasn't just the sight of them staring up at them. It was the past 4 days. It was the hunt before they had arrived here, the 20 men all dead. The hunt beyond the wall where they had lost Corin, Karsai and the others. And the army of the dead, it still formed. Smaller than before but it didn't seem that way. Blue eyes facing them, all the way to the forest, tens of thousands dead and risen. He blinked. More snow down below. Less blue eyes. Pushing away from the ice, he saw the army receding. Turning and walking back into the haunted forest. Away from the wall. Shouts echoed from the main platform. He shot his eyes there. Release the barrels. Lord Mormont roared. A great clanking echoed and several barrels dropped from the top, hurtling to the ground, where a great concentration of whites were trying to disentangle themselves from the mass panic that bore them. The barrels exploded on impact, sending them flying into the snow or the wall. In pieces or simply set aflame, they didn't move anymore. A few cheers echoed from the main platform, but they were quickly soused. Tiresias didn't care. He scanned the ground, finding the Night King again. He still stood facing them, unaffected by the explosions. He gave the wall one last stare before turning and stalking away slowly. Order were shouted from the main platform once again. He turned to see 3 archers coming to the front, safety ropes around their waist. Gior stood beside them. This time, Tiresias made an effort to hear. The Lord Commander bellowed into the wind. Archers, knock! The archers reached for their arrows. From this distance, Tiresias barely saw the black arrowheads. Dragon glass. Drawl. They pulled their bows back, aiming down. He followed their point. Guessed it more like. His eyes traveled to the Night King's retreating back. Lose. The arrows flew from the platform, straight to the Night King. It wasn't a difficult shot. A safe distance. The wind was light enough. Tiresias felt his heart leap. But as soon as his hopes were raised, several of the wights retreating near the Night King jumped to his rear. The 3 arrows stuck 3 wights who fell lifeless yet again to the ground. The necromancer never stopped walking. Didn't even look back. The army continued to march north, leaving their fallen in the snow. Another dragon glass arrow sang from the platform. Again, the wights crowded around the Night King's rear and another fell for their leader. The arrows flew several more times without Lord Mormont's command, each trying to land a hit. They all did. The Night King was halfway across the field, with the trail of fallen corpses behind him. Cease fire! Lord Mormont yelled, after the 10th arrow. Everyone, cease your fire! He watched as the archers lowered their bows, staring out. Awaiting another order. But nothing came. No shouts or commands rang from the wall. They could do nothing but watch. As Tiresias turned his head, he saw the Night King reach the treeline, mount his undead steed, and disappear into the forest with his soldiers. The rest of the swarm filtered slowly into the trees. With their glowing blue eyes facing north, it was difficult to spot them as they slipped farther into the forest. He continued to watch as the last one left the field. As their backs slithered against the bark. As they departed entirely. As the forest, at long last, stilled. Tiresias stared at the stillness. He looked to the tops of distant trees, but no clue lay there. They traveled carefully and didn't rustle the cold wood. This was their domain now. A long silence ensued. Lord Stark allowed a full minute to elapse before speaking. John, if the lift is still working, go down and speak to Rob. If he hasn't already, tell him to see to the free folk that made it past the Iron Gate. Tend to any injuries that were sustained in the rush. Once that's taken care of, tell him to start the intake again. We'll finish it before night falls. Then find Jory. If Rob has enough men, tell Jory to come up. I'll meet him at the main platform. Theodore, go with him. He heard John leave with the guard. He stood and turned to see the warden staring softly to the north, collecting himself. After a bit, he exhaled and met his eyes. Come in, he stated, turning back for the walkway. Tiresias followed him, coming to his side. They walked back along the top of the wall to the main platform, passing soldiers and black brothers. Some still stunned. Some managing to collect themselves and evaluate what just happened. Either way, it was quiet. Tiresias had no difficulty hearing the lift clank down the wall. It was no small relief that it still operated. They came to the entrance to the main platform. The old bear was there already, issuing orders. He ceased when he saw him. Well, Tiresias, he said softly. I assume that was our man? The Night King. Tiresias responded. His voice seemed far away. That was him. The rest of the conversation came in a fog. Through stilted voices and clenched jaws. Furled fists. Gior Mormont took the lift down as soon as it arrived again. He had to get Castle Black under control. See if Mance Rayder was beyond the wall when the Iron Gate closed. When Jory came up on the next lift up, Lord Stark departed. There were several northern lords and soldiers that had no idea what just happened. They had to avoid a panic. Through his fog, he heard Lord Stark say there was to be a count. A final one. To see how many free folk had passed. How many the Night King managed to take with him. Hearing his title spoken so openly by Lord Stark felt strange, but he didn't say anything. His limbs felt heavy. No one gave him an order or any task. But as he was merely numb, not freezing, he stayed and worked on the wall. The storm that passed over did quite a bit of damage before it lifted suddenly. More than one platform was unusable. He gathered supplies scattered and tended to those afflicted by the severe chill. Carrying them to the lift. He didn't eat. And when evening began to fall, he licked his lips and realized he was quite dehydrated. It was time to go. The evening shift was coming to replace everyone on the wall. The black brothers that emerged from the lift approached their posts with wide, frightened eyes, having heard of the massacre and nothing else all day. Tiresias stood on the main platform, staring out. The setting sun found a gap to shine. As it was this morning, the haunted forest and the land beyond gave no clue to the Night King's presence, to his capture and prize. That is, unless he looked straight down and saw the corpses fallen by dragon glass, arrows sticking out from them. To the charred cavaders piled against the gate. He wondered when they'd be retrieved. If they even would be. Tiresias. Jory came up behind him, walking cautiously. Tiresias, it's time to go. There was nothing more to see. Tearing his eyes away, he followed Jory off the platform, past the evening watch and straight into the lift with the last of the day's soldiers. Jory shut the cage and cranked the lever. They began their descent. There were less overcast on this side. In the south, the setting sun gleamed in their eyes and Tiresias welcomed it. After a pull from his waterskin, he stared down as it illuminated the camps for miles. He saw the stark banner waving down below. Then he realized, something he forgot, someone he hadn't seen all day. He turned to Jory, his voice hoarse from hunger and weariness. Where's Gord? Is he already back at camp? Did you see him? The captain met his eyes, hesitating only a moment before speaking softly. As softly as he could over the cranking lift. He had a watch west of us. When the storm hit, he was blown off his platform. Fell beyond the wall. Tiresias felt nothing at first. The world didn't fall quiet. The wind still carried through the cage. The gears in the rail wailed. He stared at Jory and slowly his heart began to sink with the lift. He sensed the others in the cage, felt their eyes glance to him and back. Jory's soft voice came to him. I'm sorry, Tiresias. I'm sorry. He didn't respond. He merely returned his gaze to the approaching ground. There were several men that were blown off their platforms when the storm struck. Night's watch. House guards. Soldiers. All alike. He had heard that throughout the whole afternoon. But he didn't try to stop his tears. He didn't even have to. No tears came as he stared out. No thoughts. No anything. The lift reached the ground and he found himself walking out. He passed soldiers, free folk, shouting, bandaging, intakers with jotters, order and disorder, all at once. He trudged past it all. Made straight for his hidden corner outside the stable. He settled into it, looking up straight at the wall. Closed his eyes on it. Opened them again. Gord was here this morning, standing over him, shaking him awake. Wanting to make sure he wasn't frozen solid. A rumble echoed from his stomach. Tiresias ignored it and closed his eyes again. Chapter 66. Was there ever a soldier's camp as quiet as the one tonight? Tiresias didn't think so. He sat staring into the flames. Whenever he did look up, he saw silent soldiers, either stunned or grim. Not every northern soldier was on the wall when the Night King attacked, but the story spread quickly enough. Given the demonstration in Winterfell and what else had occurred thus far, it was easy enough to believe. It had been more than a week since the attack. Determined not to be driven from the wall in a panic, Lord Stark organized the disbandment of the free folk, as they began to be escorted to their new homes. Wards were chosen. Oaths sworn. A large settlement of the free folk would stay in the gift, including the giants. Several expressed interest in the Night's Watch, their desire to be on the front stronger than their disdain for crows. It was all a bit overwhelming. Tiresias tried to make himself useful. Translating old tongue, general labor, menial tasks. Tending to Yakal in the evening. He was numb, but he could still function. Throughout the days, he passed several free folk with empty eyes. And several northerners who gazed up at the wall with a fresh fear. The Stark camp was the last to disperse. Outside of the Neck and Lord Glover's land, they were escorting the largest group of free folk to be settled. Leaving Castle Black with a small contingent to help George Mormont manage, they set out that morning. Mance rode with them. He and Lord Stark would settle their business in Winterfell. After that, the man would return to his people in the gift. His lieutenants would settle them in his stead. Which meant Tiresias said goodbye to Macha that morning, shaking her hand. It was brief and he blinked to see her riding off after Dimdalba. After which, he bade farewell to Maester Aemon and Benyon. Castle Black was safe again for him. Relatively so. He embraced the first ranger and exited the castle, well aware that Sir Alistair was still alive in the dungeon. He wondered if the night felt the storm when it hit. Someone sat to his left. He blinked to see a burly soldier, sighing as he pulled his cap off. Tiresias regarded him briefly before returning to the fire. He hadn't yet wept for Gord. He didn't know why. The man taught him to fight. He was a friend he made genuinely. Not a relationship he manipulated based on the story he knew. He should have wept by now, but instead he just stared into the flames. Opened his ears to the forest. Listened to a place that was living and not dead. He didn't listen for long. Standing up, he gave Yakul a pat before setting off through the camp. Along the king's road, the wood smoke mixed with the cool mist. He took it in as he walked. The silence carried throughout most of the camp. As much as it reminded him of the free folk camp beyond the wall, there were differences. There was enough food to go around. There was a destination. People knew they would move in the morning. That they wouldn't be stagnant. Despite the stunned silence, he felt it. There was one similarity though. As he moved through the camp, he felt eyes come to him. It wasn't all-encompassing, but there were enough to make him uncomfortable. At this point, he didn't know what it was about. The mountain's death? The White Hunt? His stint as a mad prophet outside of Whitetree all those years ago? He supposed it didn't matter. He was just grateful that John was the only witness to him dodging the Night King's javelin. He didn't need that extra kindling. He tried to find the ice spear the following morning after the attack. He approximated the landing spot and found a little damage, but it was gone. Either melted or simply vanished. It didn't worry him much. He doubted anyone else could handle the solid spear of ice as well as the Night King. It was less dangerous than an actual spear. So he hoped. Passing dozens of Stark banners, he came to the center of the camp. He passed without any trouble, coming directly to Lord Stark's tent. There he saw the warden sitting in front with an odd pairing, Lord Royce Sands his son. Waymar had decided to stay on after all and Man's raider. It took him until the morning following the attack to discover the man's status. It was a relief to be told that he had made it into the tunnel. Past the final frenzy. Ygritte sat next to him, shadowing the former king beyond the wall. A ghost of a laugh came to him, even if he couldn't smile. He spotted her riding out with Mance this morning. Whether she intended to stay at the Winterfell settlement or not, he didn't dare to ask. He was sure John had feelings either way. It wasn't the evening for that though. He paused before the guards and Lord Stark nodded to let him through. He sat before the flames, staring to them for a second before looking to the warden. He didn't walk all the way here for another fire. Somehow Lord Stark saw the question in his eyes and answered it. 44,286, he stated softly. That was the final count. Ned raised his skin for a draft. Tiresias sniffed covertly as he lowered it and was relieved. It was only water. The only northerners he passed tonight making any noise were quite drunk. It was one cure for the shock. He and the warden stayed in the silence. For a few moments, they all just stared at the fire. Finally, Mance stood. I'll see you in the morn, Lord Stark. Good night, Lord Royce, he said before traipsing off, Ygritte with him. Tiresias watched him go before remembering his other question. He stood, giving a short nod. My lords, he said before following after Mance. The warden didn't object. This wasn't the place to talk. To reassess. They had to return home first. The two free folk hadn't gone far. Tiresias followed their direction and soon came upon them. He didn't have to announce himself. Ygritte heard his approach and turned about, hands on her bow. She relaxed when she saw him. Mance turned as well, regarding him as he came up. He stopped before him. Where's Tormund? With such a quiet and stunned campsite, in the vicinity of many fires, this wasn't a secret meeting. He asked quietly under the crackling logs, with the Stark banners nearby, knowing this question was not for northern ears. Mance didn't even blink. Tormund departed 3 days after you returned from the hunt. He went west. With every able-bodied man and woman who could risk climbing the wall. We took your advice. He murmured wearily. Tiresias saw him in passing several times since the Night King attacked. The wry slight smile he associated with the man was gone. He just looked tired. Still, he pressed. Gently. How many? 5,000 set off, how many actually survived the climb? Mance shrugged. I can't say. I know they were planning a pulley system once the first wave got over. To hide in the gift until they made contact. Dimdalba's expecting a messenger once he gets to the settlement. He paused for a sigh. But for now, I'm afraid I can't say if Tormund survived the climb. I expect he did, but I won't say for certain. As much Tiresias wished for confirmation, this would have to do for now. His feelings were the same as Mance. He'd seen Tormund climb before. Granted it wasn't after a grueling hunt. He hoped that they made the climb without the horrid weather. That the Night King didn't set the storm on them before continuing on to Castle Black. Opening his ears and nose, he scanned the surrounding area, tucking his hands into his pockets. It was quiet, but they still drew eyes. The mountain fall and the wildling king. Not to mention an attractive redhead. But they weren't near enough to hear. Reach out and shake my hand, he murmured. Slowly. Ygritte glanced between the two, but Mance kept his gaze steady. He extended his hand slowly. Tiresias took his own hand out and grasped Mance's. They shook once before Mance returned his arm to his side. What do I have in my hand here, Tiresias? Stamp from Castle Black, he answered softly. From the intakes. There was enough noise and ruckus in the courtyard when they moved the tables. It wasn't difficult to palm one. The difficult part was hiding his hand until the stained ink began to wear off. But no one came looking for it. For any of the 5,000 climbers who need one, I'm sure you can find someone who writes. Good night. He trudged off, back to his own spot. Somehow, he knew Mance didn't look after him. The man was too smart for that. Tiresias didn't know if the forged intakes would help. Whether they or anything else would stop tensions from escalating in the gift. With the largest free folk settlement. And all the other free folk scattered throughout the north. 44,000 and change through Castle Black. Plus the additional 5,000 that Tormund lead over the wall, nearly 10 times the free folk that were saved last time. It was an improvement. He couldn't deny it. Nearly 50,000 free folk. Roose Bolton's counsel from the Winterfell exhibition came to him. The same number he suggested letting past, he supposed the North will have an easier time managing the number that survived. The Lord of the Dreadfort's idea came to fruition. But he couldn't share the thought that it weakened the army of the dead significantly. How many whites were present last time? 100,000 plus 20,000 for a safe estimate. Minus the 50,000 that escaped this time, that left an army of 50 to 70,000 strong. An exceptional number for a living army. Add to that, the power and endurance the dead possessed, even with the lessened number, Tiresias saw them swarming Winterfell still. And they would wait. Beyond the wall, they would stand. Without food. Never losing focus. Never losing numbers. They'll be waiting forever in the cold. Tiresias arrived back at his spot and sat down. A day from the wall and he could see green, peeking through the cold. Smelled the earth underneath. The trees blocked the whistling wind. It brought him a small comfort. Winterfell appeared on their left as they rode down the King's Road. Tiresias was in the middle of the convoy, Jory by his side. He heard shouts from the battlements. The bells from the tower. The front of the convoy entered the castle before they even entered Wintertown. Their horses slowed as the stable hands busied themselves unloading the carts and relieving the mounts. Tiresias and Jory stayed on their steeds as the convoy ambled through the thoroughfare, nearing the western gate. Before they got close though, Tiresias saw Gin coming from her hut, her eyes searching. He dismounted and took his rucksack. Tiresias? Jory asked above him. He took the reins and handed them up to the captain. Could you make sure Yakal is stabled please, he asked. And if you see Mal, tell her I'll be along in a bit. I need to talk to Gin. Jory nodded, complete understanding in his eyes. I will. After a brief pause, Tiresias scratched Yakal's neck and sauntered into the crowd. He hoped Jory would read that pause as hesitation to deliver such news. It was, but as much as he dreaded speaking to a new widow, he couldn't help but notice Jory had grown into the man he first saw years ago. When he first saw this story. By the time he came to Gin, she was already at the edge of the crowd. Her eyes lit up when she saw him and asked where Gord was. The light left when he asked if they could return to her hut to talk. She didn't break as she led the way silently back to her home. She didn't go inside, instead walking to the back, pausing by the stump where Gord had chopped wood. The door opened and Tara appeared. Gin. Tiresias, you're back. She looked to each of them. Where's Gord? What's going on? In a moment, Tara, Gin croaked. Could you keep Bren and Lanner down till I come in? He saw the realization dawn in Tara's eyes, but she nodded and shut the door. He stared at it for a bit, before Gin broke the silence. Should I sit? She asked. He murmured. He turned to see her perched on the stump, staring out to the trees. He came and stood next to her. He told her that her husband was dead. It was first time he said it out loud. He told her of the storm that rushed from the north. How it crashed into the wall. How it carried Gord and other men to the ground. He told her how the Night's Watch scavenged for bodies after. The day after the dead left. When they mustered the courage to venture out. But the only bodies that remained were those charred by the flaming barrels or downed by obsidian arrows. And none of them were Gord. Gin stared out the whole time. After he finished, she still stared. There was nothing more he could do at the moment. Behind them, the convoy was still traveling through Wintertown. Mal and I are in Winterfell. If you or the boys or Tara need anything, let us know. I'm sorry, Gin. He turned to leave. You didn't find his body? Tiresias halted, shaking his head. No. The search party went out from the wall all the way to the haunted forest, but even the winds that blew him off couldn't TVE carried him farther than that. So, where is his body? Silence answered her. He found himself paralyzed, not wanting to say it. His fingers trembled as he stared at the back of her head. Useless. That's how he felt. She spoke again. Softly. I didn't see the creature that they put down in the crypts. Heard about it though. Heard what Lord Stark said about it, it's a dead man. S been brought back to fight for the White Walkers, eyes shining blue, moaning, shrieking and dumb. Then she turned to him, meeting his gaze, her own eyes shining. Is that what Gord is now? She asked quietly. One o' them things you brought back. Gord's dead, Tiresias said. He's not trapped beyond the wall. He's moved on. He's dead. His throat constricted and he breathed through his nose. When it lessened, he looked back. Gin was still looking to him, her face blank. If the White Walkers got Gord's body, they didn't get his spirit with it, he said. It's not him. Believe me, Gin. It's not. He hoped that was true. It seemed logical. But logic didn't bring much relief to him when he imagined his friend marching off to the land of always winter as the Night King's slave. Disappearing into the horde. If Gin had the same image in her mind, she didn't say. She stood, and for the first time Tiresias saw tears form at her eyes. Before they fell, she spoke. Quite sincerely too. Thank you for telling me, thank you, for being his friend. On that, she turned and walked back into the hut. He didn't even have to decide what useless thing to say next. As heavy as his limbs felt, he turned and trudged out of the yard. Back to the thoroughfare. He didn't walk fast enough to escape the cry of grief that sounded from the hut. It was strange to walk in a castle that wasn't covered in ice. Tiresias arrived at his quarters, without seeing Mal, not tempted in the least to try and find Lord Stark. To try and figure their next move. He would be summoned at some point. They would speak once he had sorted the aftermath of the free folk, northerners and White Walkers all alike. He unpacked slowly. As he put clothes aside for the laundry, his hands began to shake. The enormity of what just happened descending slowly on him. Even since he arrived, this was what he had tried to prepare for. A major part of it, at least. The crops, the dragon glass, the outreach, all the blood he shed, it came to a head at last. Dropping a shirt, he sat down on the bed, facing the window. His breath coming in spurts, tears in his eyes without sobbing, his entire body, not just his hands, quaking violently. The afternoon light fell through the window and all he saw were the 20 open throats at dawn, Rosie's empty eyes staring at him. He heard the rattling cry of the starving infant. Felt Miranda's hair in his left hand. Clegane's hand at his throat. The violent wind as it covered the screams. The free folk screaming down below when it lifted. He couldn't see Gord though. He never saw the body. Didn't see him fall. Grabbing a pillow, he shoved it into his face and screamed. Screamed so loudly his throat tore. He screamed until it hurt and he continued. The pillow smothered it well, restricting it to this room. Lowering the pillow, wet with snot, spit, and tears, he gasped for air. He sat slumped until his breathing steadied. Holding, releasing, and breathing again. There he stayed, not wanting to move. Too tired to do so anyway. But everyone else was tired as well. And they still had to continue. It never stopped. The door opened behind him. He faced the window still, recognizing his wife's step as she closed the door and came around the bed. She sat next to him, waiting. Silence permeated their room, the only sounds being the echoes from the corridor and outside. The fireplace was cold. His throat was hoarse when he finally spoke. Gord's dead, I just told Gin. Her hand curled around his and he looked to her. No surprise in her eyes. Jory must have told her. His eyes drifted to her middle. She was farther along. Were you all right here? I was, she responded quietly. Are you all right? She knew the answer, but it was good to speak it anyway. His head felt heavy as he shook it slowly. No. No, not really. But I'm home. Most of us are, not Gord, though. His jaw tightened. Not him. Her other arm went around his back and she leaned into him. He didn't break, he just breathed. Together they breathed slowly. Her scent came through and settled him. His jaw loosened, though his throat still hurt. No more tears fell. Finally, he straightened up. She gently retracted herself and met his eyes. I'll go seek in. Bring her and the boys some supper. Tiresias nodded. You should stay with her as long as she needs. I'll go bathe, I wasn't able to bring you back any threads. Not even a fur. That's all right. She leaned back into his shoulder. You're furry enough anyway. A ghost of a laugh almost escaped him. It seemed all he could manage at the moment. After a short while, she left to see to the widowed Gin. Tiresias remained seated on the bed, watching the window. The sky grew dark and turned to evening before he moved. Tiresias didn't enter the library during the Winterfell exhibition. In the interval between the White Hunt and the Free Folk migration. It didn't change in the short time when the world did. It was quiet here. The wind seemed gentle as it curved around the tower. The echoes of those in the yards below rang softly through the window. The north had been picked nearly clean when it came to the old tongue. There were hardly any more tomes, scrolls, or scraps to collect. And since most of the keeps, castles and holds had been preoccupied with the migration, only a few letters and inquiries were stacked and waiting for him. He stared at the pile for a few moments, not really seeing it. Finally he leaned forward and began to organize them. As he came to the bottom, he saw a red seal. He set down the rest of the mail and gazed at the Lannister lion. Absent-mindedly, he broke the seal. To Tiresias. Actually, your recent letter inspired my latest reading choices. I've devoured 2 histories of the Martell family in the previous fortnight. Although I must admit, both seem rather keen to downplay the delightful filth to which Dorne is inclined. Allegedly, of course. I look forward to seeing you again as well, my friend. Although I'm afraid if you come right now, pleasure shan't be your only endeavor. Strange rumors have reached my ears from the north, trickled from the small council. Rumors I dare not put down in writing before a royal edict is issued. Whether they've permeated the royal court by now, I cannot say. Our king won't hear anything against Lord Stark. As for you, or any other servant of Winterfell, well, I believe you already know. Perhaps if Lord Stannis didn't hold Dragonstone, I would take you up on your offer and meet you there. You can make sure I don't go careening off the cliffs. Your friend. Tyrion. Postscript: a favor, if you could inquire at the Wintertown brothel and discover how many whores the Prince of Dorne took to bed and how much coin he spent, could you please pass it on? I wish to beat his record, should I ever venture to Winterfell. Tiresias lowered the letter. It was dated during his stay at Castle Black before he went off on the hunt. Rumors of the north spreading through the Red Keep, and that was almost 3 months ago. If he had read this then, he may have been terrified. Now he just took it in. It didn't penetrate his numbness. He told himself not to disregard the warning and he wouldn't. But he couldn't muster the appropriate level of fear. He set the letter down and made a leaden mental note to inform Lord Stark. Honestly though, the warden was probably besieged with letters and scrolls himself and currently going through them. Perhaps somewhere in the backlog, there were official inquiries from the small council. Royal edicts demanding an explanation. Or a summon. He put these assumptions out of mind quite easily when the children entered the library for their lessons. It was the first time he had seen them since he had left, Sansa, Arya, Bran, and Cara. The 3 older boys were absent. Which he supposed made sense. They were past any shared lessons and their time would be better spent with personal instruction. Besides, who could really return to these lessons after what they had seen at the wall? Apparently he could, but that would have to wait. High Valyrian wasn't being taught today. So Tiresias turned to the rest of the letters as the children readied themselves, nodding faintly as they turned back and said hello. Perhaps he would begin to rebind the volumes he brought from Torrens Square. Sir Helman Tallheart, for all his qualities, did little in the line of maintenance. As he sorted the few remaining letters, he heard Cara approaching his desk. He looked down and met her eyes as she came to the side. The murmuring of the other Stark children filled his ears as he waited. Finally Cara spoke. Good morning. Morning, Lady Cara. His voice was numb. You came back, from the wall. With my father and my brothers. Tiresias nodded slowly. Cara didn't respond and he realized his error. He sighed. Yes. I returned from wall with your father. And your brothers. Cara furrowed her brow, concentrating. John speaks, it was giant at the wall. Tall giant. They speak old tongue. Tiresias gazed at her. Surprised was the wrong word. That happened the first night she spoke old tongue to him. He glanced to the shelves, wondering if young Cara Stark had pilfered the tomes while he was away. He pulled out the slate, thinking he wasn't going to use it today. He scrawled a line of runes before holding before Cara. John told me, he stated, pointing at each corresponding rune. There were giants at the wall. Tall giants. Speak they the old tongue. Bringing his finger back to the beginning, Cara followed his points, speaking the sentence more or less correctly. Before he could make further corrections, a voice came from the front. Lady Cara, Maester Luwin called gently, before an open scroll. Please find your seat and face forward. Maester Luwin, Cara said, turning and moving to her seat immediately. When Luwin turned his back and began to scrawl his own lesson, she turned and smiled at the castle librarian. Tiresias couldn't return her smile. It was too soon. But the numbness lessened. As he closed his eyes and breathed slowly, he focused on the familiar scrawl of Luwin's chalk. Took what little comfort he could in that. After which, he put away the slate and returned to his work. His dread grew as he descended from his quarters. Something he wished he could put off. Something routine that would never be the same again. This evening, for the first time since he returned, he stepped into the training yard. He had trained here before without Gord. Especially since the twins were born. Still it was strange. He approached the rack of training swords and found his easily. He gave it a few practice swings before turning around. The yard wasn't completely full. But there were certainly more soldiers here than there usually were after supper. At first, a part of him was glad. As much as he wished for privacy, having eyes on him may take away the sentimentality and sadness. Also with the threat up north, Winterfell couldn't prepare enough. As long as it was for the White Walkers. As he looked further, he saw the expressions on the soldiers' faces, fear, determination, and anger. A weight settled in his stomach. He tried not to over-scrutinize. Tried not to see something that wasn't there. If it was fear that fueled their exercise, he hoped they thought of the White Walkers and not the free folk. Tiresias. He glanced to the side to see Arya coming from the rack. She had her own sword, and a pair of training trousers. Hello Arya. I didn't hear you at all. Well done. That brought a smile to her face. What are you doing here? Father gave me permission to train. Do you want to spar? Tiresias nodded. Without asking further, she turned and walked away. He followed her out of the training yard, relieved to leave the frightened faces. They entered the God's Wood. As they stepped between the trees, Tiresias turned to her. Does your mother know? Mother and father both came to my room and told it was all right for me to train. She hopped over a root. Father even said he may bring a teacher to Winterfell. Since I can't fight like a knight. I'm too small, so I'll have to learn another way. Learn to fight proper. Not a bad idea, Tiresias murmured. They came to the clearing. With the pool capturing the moonlight, they were quite able to see each other. Tiresias rolled up his sleeves, feeling the cool wind. Arya stared at him, her excitement over her renewed training dulled. Father told me, well, Bran, Sansa, and me, he told us what happened at the wall. Said that's why I'm allowed to train now. Did you fight them? Tiresias lowered his sword and nodded. A little, he said. Before they attacked the wall. When we captured 2 of them. As she looked up at him, her white eyes reflected the moonlight. Can you fight a dead man? Can you beat one? Tiresias trudged over and knelt down to her level. If they come in droves, no. He leaned in and whispered. But if you see a sole pair of blue eyes coming at you in the dark, Arya. You can fight them and you can kill them again. He met Arya's stare with as much reassurance as he could muster. She looked at him with her white eyes before finally nodding. A small smile came to his face. And then he brought his sword to her shoulder, tapping it gently. Dead. She pushed off, trying not to laugh. That's not fair. I wasn't ready. Tiresias stood and raised his sword, still smiling faintly. She raised hers as well and began to circle. He saw her breath fogged in the cold. It was even when she charged forward. He received a summons a whole fortnight later. When he arrived at Lord Stark's solar after dinner, the man wasn't alone. Mance Rayder sat in the other chair before the fire, with a cup of black beer. Tiresias hadn't seen much of the former king since their arrival back. A little of his wry smile had returned. He drank, exhaling as he lowered his cup. I'll be on my way back to the gift in the morning, Tiresias Mountain Fall. The wards are settled, the wildling hamlets are springing up, the conditions set and I have no more reason to be away from my people. He nodded slowly, not surprised. The man couldn't stay in Winterfell. Not for long. Thank you, Mance. For everything. He resisted the urge to apologize. Mance's words in the haunted forest came back to him. Tens of thousands of free folk now marched under the Night King. Forever cold. And it was better than what happened before. He was certain of that. He made himself certain. He suspected Mance saw him reassuring himself mentally. The wry smile deepened ever so slightly. No, thank you, Tiresias. Thank you, Lord Stark. He sighed, gazing into his beer. I hope our troubles will be scarce going forward. Tween your people and mine. They won't be, Lord Stark stated quietly. No, Mance murmured. But it's good to hope. I'll miss this beer. Much better than the wine. On that, he drained his cup, resting it on the armrest. He stood and Lord Stark stood with him. They shook hands. Have a safe ride. In this weather? Riding's child's play. Mance turned to Tiresias and extended his hand. Farewell, Tiresias. I don't believe I'll see you in the morning. He shook his hand. I don't believe so either. Mance glanced to the warden and back to him. Don't fret. I'll be in touch. He dropped his hand and faced Lord Stark. We'll be keeping a close eye on transpires in the north. As will I, Mance. Good. He leaned into Tiresias and spoke in an obvious stage whisper. By the way, I informed your master here on the climbers to the west. According to my messengers, nearly all 5,000 of them survived. Including our bearded friend. Tiresias stilled, not daring to look to Lord Stark. Mance smiled. Don't worry. He forgives me. And you? As much as I don't trust northerners, I don't want our savior to be caught unawares if ever more free folk are accounted for in the gift than previously thought. He clapped Tiresias on the shoulder. Farewell, Tiresias. It was good to meet you. Mans exited the solar, his steps echoing down the hall. Tiresias listened him go before turning to Lord Stark. The warden didn't seem inclined to move. He exhaled. Lord Stark, I apologize. What for? Didn't you hear him? I've already forgiven you. He didn't move. Finally the warden sighed and sat back down, rubbing his brow. Just sit. He took the chair opposite the warden. Still warm from Mance. He set the empty cup on the floor and waited. They said nothing for a full minute. They simply listened to the fire as it crackled, to the wind as it grazed the stone outside. It was nothing compared to the tempest that hit the wall. Do you have anything to tell me, Tiresias? Ned asked quietly. Anything as we move forward. The Night King has his army. 50 to 70,000 whites. Not as big as it was last time, but still. But still nothing. His mind blanked and he abandoned his thought. Lord Stark peered at him. Last time. I've said vision far too many times, he mumbled, before putting his face in his hand and sighing. Besides, the North has changed irrevocably. So has the Night's Watch. The situation of the free folk. Your family, not sure how much longer I can rely on anything of the vision I had. But it came true, Ned murmured. The White Walkers returned. The first time we spoke, you warned me and it came to pass. I don't take any pleasure in that, I assure you. Tiresias sat up, leaning against the back of his chair. After what happened at the wall, I'd sooner be considered insane. Mad prophet. He couldn't meet the warden's gaze, letting his eyes drift to the fireplace. He was tempted to peer deeper into the flames, see if our healer would speak to him. Whether the Lord of Light had anything to reveal. Evidently not. The flames danced beautifully, but remained mute. Tiresias still stared at it as he spoke. I'm not sure what more I should tell you. How much more you can prepare. It's all different now, he murmured. You can't take any more free folk south. I doubt Dragonstone has much dragon glass left to send us. And soon, the weather will turn cold. A grim smile worked itself onto his face. And then the Night King will have no need to bring a storm to blind, deafen and freeze your men. Winter is coming. Winter isn't here yet, Lord Stark uttered softly. Not everything is different. We can still get a few harvests out of our fields before the seasons change. Food can be still imported. Stores will increase despite the increased demand. Tiresias didn't quite know when, but the summer season will come to an end shortly. He didn't know how many harvests they could squeeze in during that time and during the following fall. When will the crops start to fail? We shall also have to strengthen the Night's Watch, Lord Stark said. I spoke with Georg Mormont before we left. It'll take years. The fortifications need work, but numbers are the biggest problem. The free folk could be of some use. Some would rather stay on the wall. Also, once word spreads in the north of what happened, volunteers could double. Yoren might be able to stop carting around the Seven Kingdoms for criminals. It was the look on his face which stopped the warden, his eyes returning to the fire, watching it burn. You disagree? I don't think we'll see much of the Night King for some time. He only came to Castle Black out of desperation. To seize his army before it escaped. For now, he'll stay north. What for? What's his next move? What he does want? Tiresias gazed at Lord Stark, saw the fire reflected in his eyes. He wants to erase this world's memory. Plunge it into darkness. Tiresias, Ned sighed. I'm not in the mood for riddles. What does that mean? That almost prompted a true smile from him. Almost. Do you remember the first time I went beyond the wall? To kill Craster? I told you I had help from an ally. One whom I can't speak with directly. Ned frowned, trying to remember. Finally, he shook his head. Barely. Well, that individual is beyond the wall still, and he is the Night King's arch-nemesis. Hunting this person is his priority now. Who is this person? Before I answer, I should ask, how much do you want to get into the ancient mystical ways of this world, Lord Stark? There was a short silence before the warden's brusque reply. Not much. Tiresias scoffed lightly. I don't blame you, I'll just say he's not quite human. And he has a very extensive memory and sight. Should we attempt to rescue him? No, no. We can let him be for now. He sensed the silent relief from the warden. He can't be touched by the Night King. The Night King has an army. Impervious to the cold. Beyond the wall, he can scour everywhere at any time. Not everywhere, Tiresias murmured. No, he still can't reach our ally. He's where the Night King can't enter. And he'll keep our frozen fiend occupied. The strangeness of seeing Ned Stark speak so openly of these things should have worn off by now. Of things that occurred long after his death. But there were moments when it seemed absurd again. The image of Eddard Stark, the Night King and the three-eyed raven coming together, it almost made him laugh. Perhaps. He sighed. Though I expect that he'll try and supplement his army by other means. Too many free folk escaped for his liking. I thought too many fell under his control. Both feel true right now, he muttered. He can raise animals for his army. Wolves, bears, stags. I expect the entire forest to be hunted clean soon. I also wouldn't be surprised if he leaves a legion of dead at Hardhome on the coast. When the next traders come from Essos, if they're fool enough to land and explore the abandoned settlement, they could fall to them easily. Lord Stark scratched his beard. So he wants meat for his army. He also wants this ally of ours. After all that, he'll attack the wall again, attempt to bring it down and cross into Westeros. As you said he did before. Tiresias said nothing. It wasn't a question. His pulse raced as the warden looked to him. He knew that gaze. It demanded no bullshit. How did he bring down the wall last time? He looked down to his hands. If only the free folk had all managed to escape. Even if the Night King had come a couple days later. If he had only been able to ensnare 20 or 30,000 people at most, he might have felt comfortable speaking of Daenerys. Of the double-edged sword that she would bring to Westeros. Maybe then they could have done without her. But the Night King had a substantial army again. Smaller, yes. But still substantial. And he couldn't let go of her dragon fire. Not yet. He raised his eyes. I'm sorry, Lord Stark. I can't tell you that. He wouldn't be thrown into the dungeons. He was certain of that. It still scared him slightly to see the warden's eyes darkened. Yet when he spoke, he restrained himself from shouting. Tiresias, we just witnessed the White Walker's return. This Night King sent a storm into the wall, slaughtered tens of thousands and raised them up again. If he's able to knock down the wall and enter the north, it will be the end of us. And you're still refusing to tell me how he did so last time. He spoke quietly. The circumstances for that, they haven't been assured. And why should we assure them? Why should we ever give him the chance to enter the north and bring chaos and death with him? I don't know, Tiresias admitted. I don't know. The circumstances that allowed him to bring down the wall were the same that led him to his end. To be exposed. Maybe we should avoid that. Maybe we should allow him to stay trapped beyond the wall and leave half the continent to him. Maybe we should pass him off to future generations and eventually he'll return to myth and bedtime stories. Perhaps that will be better for the north. I don't know, but if there's a chance that he could be destroyed again, I don't want to lose it. Lord Stark peered at him for a short time before speaking softly. If he breaks through, he will kill thousands, Tiresias. Tens of thousands. All our work to save them, it will be for naught. Is the slim possibility of ending him worth it? Tiresias forced himself to meet his eye. I don't know, but he can't be reached now. Beyond the wall is his territory, unsettled by us. We have no hold up there. If he comes here, brings chaos, he opens himself up. I'm sorry, Lord Stark. I can't bring myself to abandon that possibility now. He saw blue fire bursting through the wall at Eastwatch. Tons of ice and stone tumbling to the ground, crashing into the sea. He heard the undead screech of Viceroy. Daenerys Targaryen was probably in Pentos now. In the mansion of Illyrio Mopetus. He wondered if she was stared across the narrow sea as the sun set hours prior. Again, he left her alone to pursue her destiny. Again, he left her to pursue the best and worst of herself. Again, he didn't interfere. He couldn't. Coming back to Lord Stark, he saw that the warden was not entirely happy with his decision. But he accepted it. So Tiresias cleared his throat and moved on. I'm afraid it's not just the north we have to concern ourselves with, Lord Stark, he said. I received a letter from Tyrion Lannister in King's Landing. Rumors have reached court. What sort of rumors? He didn't put them into writing. I don't blame him. Ravens are not safe flying out of the Red Keep. Tiresias leaned forward. But I expect they concern the free folk. The small council knew of them before I arrived back in Winterfell. And information can only stay secret for so long. Possibilities of who leaked the rumors ran through his mind as he considered the small council. Renly Baratheon was a possibility. The man took his duty more seriously than his king brother, but not much. In any case, they know about the migration. As for the White Walkers, he leaned back and shrugged. I don't believe they know about them. You told Lord Stannis of the White Walkers. He knows of their existence. I passed it off as a possibility, more of a folly, Tiresias said, hoping it came across that way to the doer Baratheon. That Melisandre didn't enlighten him any further. Right now, any southerner would rather believe the free folk fled a violent tribe than an ancient ice necromancer. Not every southerner, Lord Stark reminded him softly. Lord Royce was in the Great Hall as well. And at the wall. The pompous, but courageous lord departed 3 days after they returned, eager to sail home. Tiresias watched him depart from the battlements, after shaking Ned's hand quite solemnly. How did Lord Royce respond? I never asked. He says he'll not speak of it for now, not that anyone else in the Vale will believe him. Tiresias grimaced. Well, if the Vale or any other kingdom needs convincing, our resident white is imprisoned down below. I don't like having it down there. Me either, he agreed. You wanna go into the crypts and shove dragon glass in its heart. That remark wasn't meant to be malicious. Tiresias didn't want to complain of the difficulty of obtaining that white. Still, a little bite colored his tongue. He saw that the warden heard it. Forgive me. Lord Stark waved it away. I haven't received any word from King's Landing. Any orders or demands, I don't suppose it will matter much anyway. Whether or not the South takes any notice. Tiresias stared. What did you mean? You didn't just speak of the North when you first arrived here. Of the dragon glass, food stores, and ancient beings, you also spoke of war. Fire crackled between them. He said softly. There's anger in the North, Lord Stark said softly. But the southern kingdoms, it's a bloodbath waiting to happen. King Robert's children are not his own. If he should die, push himself to an early grave as you said he did before and his succession is contested. The Lannisters and the Baratheons will burn the South down to settle it, Tiresias murmured. At least the North won't be pulled into it as before. We'll be called upon to join by all sides. Each claiming to be the rightful heir to the throne. Refuse one side. Join the other. Stay in the North and be neutral. It all has consequences. Tiresias exhaled through his nose slowly. As much as he hoped for the third option, that wasn't his call to make. So what will you do? Nothing at the moment. We can only focus on ourselves for now. Until the South responds, then we'll proceed accordingly. To a summons? An edict? Or war? Whatever comes our way. It wasn't funny but it made him smirk. It would have to do for now. Tiresias rubbed his eyes. The evening was getting late. And he had one more suggestion for the warden. There's one other thing the North can do to prepare itself, he said. It's something the free folk have been doing for years. Ned's eyes went to the fire. You want us to burn our dead? When he attacked Winterfell, he had enough numbers where it didn't matter if he raised any more. But he did. And they caused quite a bit of damage from the inside. He saw Lord Stark make the connection. Before he even finished speaking. The crypts must be emptied. You'll do well to lead by example. Tiresias leaned back. I'm sorry, Lord Stark. I don't know how sacred an intact body is to the North. How the average northerner will react to exhuming their dead relatives to burn, but hearing that you did it. Hearing of that, the attack on the wall, the creature below us now, it could go a long way. It was Lord Stark's turn to lean back. Tiresias saw him working out the particulars in his tired eyes. I'll bring it to Vayen's attention in a few days. See how expedient it will be, he muttered. You say the Night King won't attack immediately. Nevertheless, we'll start burning within a week. That seems wise. A pointed silence fell. Pointed from him. He couldn't help it. Finally Lord Stark took his eyes off the fire and peered at him. Is there something else? He gathered his courage, hoping against all else that this was the right move. The North was already fragile enough. It didn't need this. But this wasn't about what the North needed. It's about Jon, Lord Stark. What about him? Tiresias remained seated, glancing to the door. Trevor and the other guard were still present outside. Lord Stark looked to him. What is it? What about Jon? We open the crypts, then we'll be burning everyone. He steeled himself before adding. Including your sister. Ned's face was still, but he didn't have to say anything. The answer was obvious. Before I came along and ruined everything, he continued, lowering his voice. I supposed you figured when the time came, perhaps you would bring Jon down to her tomb and tell him there who he was. Who she was. So he could see her. But that won't happen now. Once she burns, it will be an empty tomb. And he will have nothing to say goodbye to. You promised me you wouldn't speak to Jon on that matter. I intend to keep my promise, Lord Stark, he said quietly. Jon was not the man he was when he was told the truth by Sam last time. He had a long way to go before that. If ever he did. I don't know how Jon will react to the truth, he admitted. But it may be a good wager to think that however he reacts, it will go down easier if he can see his mother. Say goodbye before she's ashes. Ned looked to the fire. Sensing the conversation was done, Tiresias stood, speaking quietly over the embers. As always, It's your choice, Lord Stark. It's your family, I'm just the librarian. With that, he exited the solar. Surprisingly, as he made his way to his quarters, he found he didn't solely think about Jon. He also went to the man who told him. Deep in the crypts before the statue of Ned Stark. He had forgotten Samwell. Not thought on the lad since he saw his father and brother riding past in King's Landing. Even if news of a chaotic North reached Hornhill, he doubted Randall Tarley would change his mind about forcing Samwell to the Night's Watch. Perhaps in the next year or so, he would spy Tarley banners escorting the scared, young scholar up the King's Road. Perhaps then he could do something. Tiresias shook his head. Or perhaps he could stay focused on one thing at a time. It was no small thing what he suggested to Lord Stark, telling Jon the truth. Perhaps that should be the primary concern.